Warning: this fiction contains graphic violence, profanity, sensitive content. In a twisted version of the Old West, where Native American fables come to life, the land is teeming with blight and cessation. Skinwalkers, Bakwas, Urayuli, and even the dreaded Wendigo roam freely, constantly terrorizing humanity. In this unforgiving landscape, survival becomes the supreme dream, luxury and impossibility. But hope lies in ether, an eccentric substance that defies reason, and sigils, granting individuals extraordinary abilities. So, as men and women from the burgeoning East venture into the treacherous West, they must navigate the nightmares that lurk within the wilderness and the horrors from above, below, and within. Survival becomes a battle for the mind, body, and soul. Each step must be taken lightly, lest they fall prey to a grim fate, a forgotten corpse, a demon's feast, or the plaything of ancient and incomprehensible beings. Fools tread where angels fear to gaze, yet not all fools let themselves crumble. Some are simply too stubborn to break. Updates Monday through Friday, 3,000 to 3,500 word chapters on average. What to expect? Fights. This world is a violent one, so expect gore, killing, and plenty of combat. But that's not all there is. Adventure. A vast world that is centered on the Wild West and that period of technology mixed with the supernatural in every aspect from guns to the government. Progression, both character-wise and power-wise throughout the story. This does not apply to just the MC. Anyone can grow. Even enemies. Power system. I've tried my best to make a unique system with a bit of mystery to it. It takes effort, introspection, and experience to grow. And a little murder. Powers are complex, vast, and have their own restrictions. Oh, and gods might as well be eldritch abominations for the most part. Don't expect harem, explicit scenes, lurk, tournaments, or kingdom building. Currently on the 7th volume, Among Sorrows and Sanctities. 1. Abaselfa. I lightly step through the door into Ma's room with a plate of food for her, beans, biscuits, the last of our dried fruit, and some coffee. The first thing I notice when I gaze into the room is how small Ma looks in her bed. She's been sick so long that I'm unsure if she will make it. But she must, right? Then, before I can worry further, she calls out to me. "WY, how you doing?" Ma rasps out, causing it to be hard to understand her. "I'm doing good, Ma. How about you eat something? You ain't eaten since the last morning, not." As I reply, I move closer and put the plate of food on the table I set up next to her bed when she started getting really bad. Took me over a week to make because I kept messing up the cuts out of anxiety for her. Ma wheezes out a short sentence at me while I maneuver. "I'm fine, WY. Come here and sit down." I sit beside her in the worn bed while gripped with worry. She usually doesn't let me sit on the bed, which causes her discomfort. She's acting strangely today, almost as if I'm going to die, WY. I can feel it in my bones. Every day it gets harder and harder to stay. It may even be today. Ma croaks out with grim acceptance. Her words sink my heart so much that I refuse to believe them. I start softly, but I'm close to yelling by the end. "You can't die, Ma. You promised me you'd see me become a hunter, right? And a graves never breaks a promise." She wheezes out another sentence, this time annoyed. Her face scrunched up with the wrinkles that have joined her sunken face since she got sick. "I knew I told you too many stories of your father. No one can live forever, WY, no matter how determined one is. That includes me and your father." I take this in slowly, looking at our wooden floorboards and listening to her raspy breath. I don't know how long I sit like this. I don't even know what I'm feeling. Shock? Denial? Early grief? But eventually, Ma breaks the silence, bringing out an ornate box from under the covers. It is covered in red flowers that I didn't recognize at first. Still, after a few moments, I recall they look like the red spider lilies Ma used to grow out in her little garden. Ma speaks again, but this time, filled with an energy I had not seen in over 2 years as she sits up in bed for the first time in a long time. this is the only thing your father left for us, his colt, the blooming spider lily. As Ma finishes speaking, she flips open the box, and what lies within is the most beautiful thing I have ever laid my eyes upon. Ma taught me about various guns as I grew up, mainly due to my insistence on hearing my father's stories as a kid. And because of that, I know what I am looking at, or at least, what it might have once been before it was altered, an entirely black single-action revolver. Now, however, the weapon had obviously been remodeled and enlarged into a monster of a revolver. The gun looks as if it was increased by one full size compared to other weapons of a similar style, obviously to fire bigger and more powerful rounds. Still, besides that, it is covered in flowing red spider lilies over its black coat that continue to move across the gun as I behold it, as if the weapon itself is powered by some unknown force. After I stared at it for at least a solid minute, I looked back up at Ma in confusion. And once she notices I am looking at her, she continues talking. His colt is meant for you if you ever wanted to become a hunter, or even if you chose to be an outlaw. We'd support you regardless. I notice how she says the word colt with reverence, and I ask a question with curiosity burning alongside this grief that's been knocking for far too long. What do you mean by colt? Isn't it just a powerful fancy revolver, Ma? No, a colt has a different meaning to it. When it comes to being a hunter, you have a colt, claymore, or both. There are a few exceptions, but they are few and far between, as limited weapons are as useful for a hunter as a colt or a claymore. However, they do come in different forms. So, if you truly wish for adventure and want to be a hunter, take the blooming spider lily for your journeys. It has many gifts that will aid you. These words fill me with excitement. All my life, I've wanted to be a hunter, to relish and live a life of adventure and adrenaline, just like my father from the stories Ma told. Now, I guess this is the first step, owning a weapon befitting a hunter. My back sits straighter, and I can imagine how incredible my life will be soon. The adventure, the fun, just waiting to be had. But Ma shuts me down quickly. Calm down, W.I. I ain't dead yet, and even if I was, you can't just go adventuring on your own just yet. You're too young, only 16. Even younger than the youngest recruit into the hunters, most are in their 20s before they join an order. Even your dad was 18 before he joined the Sigils. Ma. I can't wait that long, and neither can you. I interject, emboldened by both worry and irritation. I know, son. I always knew you could never wait, so I contacted one of your father's old friends years ago and asked him to train you. Unfortunately, he should have a bunch of other recruits during this time of year, so you will have to stand out if you wish to be a hunter. The invitation letter from him is down in the cellar within the lockbox. Go down and get it for me, would you? I stand up so fast that I accidentally make Ma groan in pain. I apologize with a grimace. Sorry, Ma. I'll be back real quick. Eat your breakfast while I'm gone. I leave the room and head towards the front door, a pep in my step even with the sad news. As I do so, I look around the house. Ma and I live in a reasonably small place, only about 5 rooms in total. A bedroom for each of us near the back of the house, a dining room and kitchen right near the door, and a washroom in the middle on the right of the house. As I walk out, I remember that I didn't put all of the dishes away. Ignoring my forgetfulness, I continue outside and around the house towards the cellar, planning to save the dishes for later. The cellar is literally just a door placed horizontally on the ground, heading downwards on the side of the house. It's covered by weeds, dust, and dirt, so I must wipe it off before I can open the door. And after cleaning the surface of the door, I pull it open and head down inside. The inside of the cellar is the opposite of the house, as it's almost all stone and brick as opposed to the whole wooden house. It's also very dark as the only light leaks through the open door and is further blocked by the cobwebs and storage racks within the cellar. I head further inside and to the back, where the lockbox is. It's been years since I've been down here, let alone looking through the lockbox. As a kid, I used to hide down here while playing hide and seek with Ma, but she'd always find me. I shake my head after that thought. We probably won't ever get to do anything together like that again, with how sick she is. By the time I've finished with the memory, I reach the lockbox. I open it excitedly, grab the letter from within and open it. Ma taught me to read when I was young, regardless of how much I hated it. But now I'm thankful as I soak up the words of the old dusty parchment with glee. Dear Mrs. Graves. I heard years ago that you and Killian had a son. Never thought that you'd come to me to teach him. I figured you'd instead Killian to do so. But anyway, I'd be glad to instruct young Wyatt. I owe his father too much, and if he's anything like Killian when I trained him, the hunters could use him. I live outside of Elderfield by the woods. If you cannot find it, just ask around in Elderfield. I'm sure someone would be willing to show you the way. If you do wish for me to train him, please, I beg you, do not have him acquire any sigils before his arrival, or it will make my job that much harder. See you whenever you feel like showing up, Mrs. Graves. And I'd love to catch up with Killian. P.S. Tell Killian he should probably watch over Wyatt even on the way here. Things have been getting hectic lately, and I reckon it won't get better anytime soon. In fact, I wager it will only get worse. This old man is aging, after all. Take care. Edmund Dudley. Winter 1678 inch. After I finish reading the letter, my mind bursts with questions. What the hell are sigils? Ma's never mentioned anything like that before. And why is the letter from almost 5 years ago? It's in the middle of the autumn of 1684, and if Edmund taught my dad how to be a hunter, he'd have to be in his 50s or 60s. The man might even be dead by now, as most don't live past 40 in the frontier. Not just that, but what did he mean by asking Ma to tell my father something? I thought he had not been heard from since I was a baby. With a mind whirling with questions, I focus on the fact that Elderfield is only about a day and a half away on horseback, so I can go and meet Edmund quickly after telling Ma. After that thought, I spend a few minutes reading the letter and searching through the rest of the lockbox for anything else, and I find a small hunting knife within a sheath. I clutch the knife and unsheath its spotless blade that reflects the little bit of light that's let in through the cellar door. I can see myself smiling from the blade's reflection before I resheath it and hook it onto my belt. If I'm going to be a hunter, I will need more than just a gun, no matter how powerful or beautiful it is. With the new addition to my belt, I head back into the house and return to Ma's room, but the second I step through the front door, I hear a plate crash. Instantly I sprint into the room, worried for Ma, and as I rush in, I notice that her head is wilted over to the side like a dying flower. I ignore the broken plate and spilled food as I run and hold her. No, 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 no. Ma. Ma. Wake up, Ma. I just went and got the letter. My voice trails off as I don't hear her raspy breath or feel a reassuring heartbeat. In her hands is one of the biscuits I left for her to finish eating, and seeing it makes me realize that this is really happening. My breathing picks up, and it rapidly becomes hard to breathe despite the speed of my inhaling. I can't focus on anything as I hold her head, and my vision blurs. Then, as I look at her, I notice her other hand has a crumpled napkin on it. The paper grounds me as I reach for it and unfurl it, trying to ignore Ma's cooling head. The writing is hard to read, like a dying person's last words, as if written with the last of someone's energy. I know I am dying, and it will take too long to return with excitement over the letter. Do not feel bad. The pale lady waits for none. Only your father has ever rejected her pull. Take the lily and ride butter to go find Edmund in Elderfield. However, you must remember, Wyatt, this world is not all sunshine and rainbows. You've had a peaceful life due to your father's legend, but that will not always be the case. The world cowered for fear of your father's return, unwilling to strike at us, but my death proves he is gone. I love you, Wyatt Graves, and I pray against all gods that you prevail in your dream of becoming a hunter. Promise me I won't see you anytime soon. It is a short note, not managing to relieve my sadness in any way, but it delivers me a goal to make Ma proud and become a great hunter. I memorize the whole note and ensure I will never forget Ma's last words. Afterward, I wearily stand up and speak to her body. I swear, Ma, I'll make you proud and become an amazing hunter. and a graves never breaks a promise. At the end of my oath, my voice trails off as I remember that Ma will never see me accomplish my goal. After I finish my promise, I pick up Ma and carry her outside, doing all I can not to break down crying. Once I set her down by the spider lily she used to tend to, I get a shovel and bury her. It takes me until sundown to entirely bury her and put a headstone for her. Then, I carve onto the headstone Margaret and Graves, the most loving mother. As soon as I finish writing mother, I finally break and cry. My tears continue for several minutes until I'm sobbing over her grave uncontrollably. Eventually, I begin to calm down, and as I hear what sounds like footsteps behind me on the coarse dirt, I immediately sober up from my breakdown and turn to look over my shoulder, and what I see causes me to gasp in surprise. Whatever, the thing in front of me looks like a cross between a rat, a man, and a bird. It is on all fours like a rat with the fur of one but the body structure of a man with a beak instead of a mouth. But the weirdest part is how its eyes are wholly human and stare at me. After seeing the monstrosity, I immediately grasp for the blooming spider lily but quickly remember I left it in the box on the porch as I touch the air. After seeing my movement as if reaching for a weapon, the monstrosity speaks and stands on its hind legs like a man. It appears that Killian is truly dead, or at least thoroughly unavailable. TSK. To not even show up as his wife dies, doing nothing to help despite how easy it'd be for him. He is truly terrible even for an outlaw. It speaks with a voice so deep and gravelly it's as if a knife is lodged in its throat behind its beak. I stand frozen in confusion, unable to process what is happening. I don't know what to do or say. So I just continue to look at the thing. The thing begins to walk towards me, its steps haughty and confident. Don't you know it's rude to stare, young one? Now that we have confirmed your father is gone, it appears as though your life has come to an end, just like your mother's. So just stand still, and we'll end it quickly. The threat it sends toward me causes my mind to restart instantly, a fragment of some instinct deep down clawing its way up. And I notice it appears to speak in some weird third-person-esque way as if it's not really here in front of me. Without thought and only gut feeling, I reach for and unsheath my knife as the monstrosity charges at me. I bring a right-handed swing with my knife at it like an amateur and completely miss as it knocks me down and swipes at my chest with one claw and at my neck with the other. I block the one to my neck by just throwing my right arm into the way as they collide with a crack, and pain shoots up my arm, but I feel something akin to hot fluid run down my stomach as I realize I've been cut. Bad. I try to scramble out from underneath it as my head slams into the wood behind me. Moss cross over her grave. I thank my poor woodwork as the cross breaks at the bottom and falls forward onto the monstrosity, stunning it for a split second as I roll out to the right in a panic. I bear the split second to take in the situation, and weirdly, my panic fades to excitement while I take a deep breath. The blood I lost covers the floor as I scan around me for anything that might help, and within my vision, but at least 30 feet away, is the lily in its box on the porch. I disregard the monster beside me as it looks for its prey, and I dart for the parcel as fast as possible. Still, I only make it about halfway before I'm slammed onto my stomach, with my head making a thud on the ground as dirt flies everywhere. I can feel my head shake as my vision goes white, but I'm able to recover and spin before the monster tears me a new throat. It is only further enraged by getting hit by the cross and is now doing all it can to kill me as all four limbs are now trying to rake my flesh with its beak, trying to peck out an eye. I let it rake my chest and legs as I dodge a peck and stab my knife into its side. After I pierce it, I twist both the blade and my body, scrambling out from under the monster and scampering my way to the lily. I can feel within myself that it's the only thing that can save me. This time I make it to the box and open it before I'm slammed onto the porch stairs along with the lily and its bullets, and this time I lose feeling in my left leg. Still, I'm too focused on finding a fallen shot, and a cool sensation from the lily helps keep this focus without being distracted. The coolness calms me even as I'm clawed and open like prey. I try multiple times to grab around, pushing the monster off me and scooting backward. The monster grabs my neck just as I load the round and begins to crush my throat. It's too filled with bloodlust to notice that I have a Colt in my hand. As it takes a bite into my neck and my blood flows out like a geyser, I pull back the hammer of the lily. I can feel my vision rapidly darkening and blurring right as I put the lily's barrel against the monstrosity's coarse fur and pull the trigger. Then everything quickly spirals to darkness, the rampant growls turning to stillness, and the last thing I hear before I enter the envelope of darkness is a petal hitting the ground softly. 2 above snakes. I awake with a splitting headache and incredibly blurry vision. Am I dead? I don't know. I hold my head for a few moments hoping the pain goes away, and eventually, it does, even if the reason is unknown to me. As my vision begins to clear and the pain in my head subsides, I realize I am sitting on a bed of spider lilies under a moonless sky beside a dark river. But as I gaze toward the river, it pulls my mind deeper like a piece of art, forcing my will to pay attention to it. The running water is so dark and smooth it's almost like a void, nearly utterly invisible under the dark sky. The only light comes from the lilies around me swaying in motion, reflecting their calming red. So as I follow the gentle river with my eyes further down, I see a line of darkness covered by swaying red. This doesn't look like the pearly gates of any heaven I know or the stairs to any hell. I know not what to do or where to go. So, I sit for a while to calm my nerves because the last thing I remember was fighting for my life, then darkness enveloped me. But as I think back to the near-death moment or actual death, as I am still not sure, I do not worry or hold the encounter in an unfavorable light. Ma always told me graves are always ready to die in a fight, but it still feels odd how apathetic I am to dying. So I guess I got what I asked for, huh? As I continue to ruminate on what just transpired, I notice a bit of movement on the other side of the Sable River. I can't see it clearly at first, so I stand, surprised at how my body doesn't hurt, and walk closer to the river's shore to see across. When I reach the riverside and squint with my hand cupped over my eyes, I can finally see what is on the other side. It's a wee lass, at most only half my age, with black hair that covers her face, and she appears to be attending to the flowers on the opposite side of the dark waters. I watch her in silence for a time as she picks up a wilted lily. As I do, it comes to my attention it's the only non-blooming flower I've seen. Then the little girl reaches out and sets the lily on the river as it floats away, slowly carried by the river's gentle flow. I yell across the river to get her attention, my patience and confusion reaching an apex. Hey, girl. What are you doing? I hope to try and get something out of her about this odd situation, but she does not even react to my yell. I must just not have been loud enough. So, I yell again, even louder this time. Lass. Where are we? Still no reaction. Not even a movement from her head as she continues to look through the lilies as though the only thing she hopes to find is another wilted flower. I look around to see if there is anything nearby to grab her attention, but all I see are lilies in the dark river, no rocks, no trees, nothing for as far as I can see. Just an endless plain of red with a river of darkness in the center. Even the other side of the river is the same as where I am standing. With nothing to gain her attention with, I attempt to see how fast the river is in hopes of crossing it. To do so, I reach my hand into the water, and immediately something touches my hand. I close my hand to grab whatever has touched me and pull back with lightning-fast quickness. After removing the object from the abyssal water, I bring it up to look at it. It looks like a human skull with a beak attached to it. Perplexed, I spin the skull around to look at it closer. A small crack is on the back of the head as if hit with a wooden block. Ah. This must be the thing's skull. I guess I won the fight, after all. After having that thought, a small smile creeps onto my face, and I laugh and drop the skull. Then keep laughing louder and louder. I cannot tell whether it's a laugh of relief or insanity as I double over and keep laughing. Once my laughter reaches a crescendo on the riverbed, causing even the moving river to ripple with waves, it appears to surpass the ears of the lass across the dark waters. She finally looks up at me. Her attention alone brings me out of my laughter as I feel as though the gaze of a predator is staring at me. Like when I was a young child hunting in the forests with Ma when we spotted a grizzly. The feeling is the same, only magnified 1,000-fold. I finally get a good look at her as she stands up and faces me. The lass is incredibly pale, deathly pale, in fact, with deep red eyes and a slight smile resting on her face. It's just that the smile holds no feeling, just a blank curl of the lip. She wears a black cotton shirt and a wool skirt of the same color. I notice she is not wearing shoes or sandals and is utterly barefoot. I spend only a second observing her before she, too, laughs. Still, unlike mine, her laugh is a high-pitched giggle that sends chills down my spine, making me highly uncomfortable. Taking another look, she waves at me bizarrely with no emotion, and I see that it looks like she's not looking at me, but instead, her eyes point towards my right hand. As I look down at my hand, everything goes black again, enveloped by inky blackness. After what feels like an eternity, I awake again, but this time to the sound of faraway thunder and the familiar drop of rain on my face. Opening my eyes, I see the thing rolled onto the side of me, and it looks like it was sucked of all the blood in its body. I feel a rush of adrenaline as I swiftly stand up and move away from it. It's got to be dead, right? I give myself a moment before I kick the body to check if it's genuinely dead. It just shakes from my solid kick from my left leg. Only then is my attention brought to my leg. Half of my pant leg is missing, and the rest is absolutely covered in blood, but there is no single scratch on my leg or anywhere else on my body that I can see. Nothing even hurts. What the hell just happened? Did killing it heal me? Still in my right hand is the blooming spider lily, and I look down at it for answers, but nothing comes from it. That place with the river has to be related to the lily, right? Or was it just a dream? I can't be sure, but there is no way it is just a coincidence. I open the cylinder of the lily and go to remove the spent casing but pause when there is nothing in the cylinder at all. I search around the porch to see if I can find a spent round, but there is none. Unable to find what I'm looking for, I gather the remaining rounds for the lily left by my father. The lily came with 5 rounds within the box, and now I'm down to 4. Unwilling to endure another scenario of having an unloaded gun, I load the remaining 4 into the Colt, having the ready-to-fire chamber as one of the 2 unloaded. I remember Ma telling me to keep 1 round empty in case of a misfire or accident, and I always paid attention to her whenever she spoke about hunter-related things like guns. Once I prepare the lily for the future, I investigate the monstrosity I killed a bit closer. It looks so desiccated and dehydrated. The fur is basically all gone with the wind, and its skin is a dark gray and so deeply pulled it reminds me of an old lady. Pushing aside my disgust, I look closer to see if it left behind anything to give me answers to my many questions. Like, where did it come from? What is it? Is there more? It spoke with a we, what does that mean? But there is nothing on its body except for the fur that covers it. I guess it didn't need clothes. I consider cleaning up the porch covered in my blood. However, after I hear thunder in the distance, I throw away that idea. The monster said something about my father being gone getting confirmed. Does that mean they showed up because of Ma's passing? Will more come? Probably. Afterclaps are oftentimes worse than the first strike. So I better get to Elderfield as fast as I can. The sooner I become a hunter, the sooner I can protect myself from any stray god's plans. I harden my resolve and quickly pack my belongings before the storm arrives. I take a few sets of clothes, a blanket, what little coin we have, and 3 days' worth of rations. Elderfield is not that far, so this should be enough. After getting the necessities, I quickly run out to the stable where the family's horse, Butter, is. Or I guess, now just mine. Only after reaching Butter do I realize he's been left alone all day long without any food. So I feed the old quarter horse and comfort him. He might not have been through as much as me today, but I'm sure he is stressed from my yells, the gunshot, and the storms. Once I feel he's ready, I bring him out of the stable and get ready to ride as far as I can before the storm hits. I don't want to get ambushed again in the rain, and I'm pretty sure staying in place guarantees that. I leap onto Butter right outside the house I grew up with. The small porch was now covered in blood, and the stairs to the said porch were broken and splintered. I gaze at my childhood home for a long moment before turning away and riding toward the east. A single tear falls out of my right eye as I leave the only home I ever had. As much as I wanted a life of adventure as a hunter, I don't think I would have ever been prepared to begin it like this. My night ends cold and miserable as the storm catches up to me right after I decide to make camp. I only brought a blanket to shield me from the cold. Water soaks both me and the blanket thoroughly. Thankfully, Butter and I made enough distance to reach the woods a few dozen miles east of my house, so there were trees to blunt the rainfall. I wish I brought a tent in my haste to leave. Had Ma still been around, she'd have ensured I'd brought a tent and extra supplies to be comfortable during the cold. Whenever we went to town together to sell the produce from the farm, she'd spend hours preparing for a simple 2 or 3 day trip and spend even longer making sure I was comfortable on the way there. While recalling years past with Ma, I stare blankly for a few minutes next to Butter. Eventually, he huffs and puts his muzzle against me. I miss her already, boy. I mutter mournfully as I pet him, lay down next to him with my back to a large oak tree, and try to sleep. However, after spending a while in the cold, I cannot fall asleep, so instead, I just sit awake in the cold and watch the surroundings in paranoia of what may come. While doing so, I attempt to glimpse anything that may be chasing me. Eventually, I fall into dreamland with my back against the tree facing Butter. I open my eyes at dawn with a muzzle on my face as Butter snorts at me. My back is screaming as I slept in probably the worst position possible. But first, before I do anything else, I go to eat and feed Butter. I give him some dried apples and let him eat some grass while I devour my rations. I'm so hungry from the cold that I eat 2 servings worth of rations before I realize that I also ate my lunch. Good thing I brought extra food in case I got lost on the way. I wait for Butter to finish grazing before I saddle up and try to make the final leg of the journey to Elderfield. Yesterday I rode until nearly midnight, so I'm probably only a few hours from reaching the town. While riding eastward through the oak forest, I don't have to ride that carefully as the trees in the woods, while quite extensive, are sparse and leave Butter plenty of room to navigate. This allows me to admire the nature and oak forest around me. I observe the world around me for a while. Eventually, I grow concerned as I cannot find any animals around me. Even an hour into the forest, I still have not seen a single sign of life. What is going on? There usually is a lot of life within this forest. I consider getting off of Butter to investigate on foot, but I feel a gaze on my back. Turning to see behind me, I see a shadow of a movement behind a tree. Whatever that was, it was moving fast. So with monsters potentially chasing me, I urge Butter to move fast to stay ahead of whatever is behind me. Keeping my head on a swivel to ensure I don't get snuck up again, I continue my journey with more paranoia and speed. After another minute, I see another glimpse of movement, but this time it's on my right. I shift the direction Butter is facing to the left and continue, careful not to let him trip on a branch or root sticking out. Within just a few seconds of seeing the second movement, I hear a third on my left. I'm surrounded on at least 3 sides. This realization causes me to have Butter slow. If they caught up to Butter at nearly full speed, it would be stupid to try and outrun them any longer when whatever is chasing me is already caught up. So, I hop off of Butter and put my back to a wide trunk of an oak tree while drawing my knife and the lily. I only have a few bullets total, so I must conserve my bullets. That means I'm gonna have to use my knife. The logic goes through me as I spin the cylinder to a live round and pull the hammer, which causes me to grimace thinking how useless my knife was against the last monster. I try to calm my breathing and focus. I'll have to do better this time. I search for whatever is chasing me, to not let them get the drop on me like last time. My heart drops as I fail, a screech above me as a monster that looks nearly identical to the first drops down on top of me, throwing us both to the ground. As we tumble to the ground, I stab one of its legs with my knife and try to flip it beneath me while we crash into the dirt. I barely manage to get this rat human-like thing with a beak beneath me, even with a knife in its front left leg, but in the process, it leaves a gash on my arm with its claws. Knowing there are more of these rat beaks, probably running at me right now, I need to kill this one quickly, so I put the lily against its chest and squeeze the trigger. It's my first time being conscious while the gun is being fired, and for a moment, I am stunned in amazement. No gunshot rings out. Instead, I clearly hear a petal falling through the scuffle, and then the rat beak goes still. I stand up from the rat beak and notice a ring of red spider lilies around me, and an almost invisible dark stream flow from the rat beak into me as the rat beak begins to shrink and become dehydrated. I feel rejuvenated like I just took a whole day sleeping. All my weariness from the cold night is gone. And I look at my forearm, where I had just been scratched, and see the cut rapidly closing. The lily can heal? I guess that makes some sense. Otherwise, I would have died to the first rat beak. Unfortunately, this revelation only makes the remaining 3 shots that much more precious as I finally notice that there are 2 more rat beaks just outside the ring of flowers, unwilling to enter. Come on, you rats. Come get me. I yell in a burst of courage and energy caused by the shot from the lily. This provocation causes both of the rat beaks to charge me simultaneously. Shit. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe I was trying to scare them off. All my potential thoughts are forced out though by the threat rapidly approaching. This time, however, I want initiative as I, too, charge at the rat beaks yelling. Within a second, the first one is upon me, and knowing that the lily can heal me, I am much more reckless than I would be otherwise. I lower my left shoulder as I slam into the first one, letting it claw my chest as I thrust my knife into its furry side. Unfortunately, our tackles cancel each other out, knocking the wind out of me. Struggling to breathe, I try to keep the rat beak in front of me between me and the last one. However, while I try to keep my distance, my distraction earns me a gruesome peck into my gut by the rat beak I'm entangled with, and I can feel the warmth leave me immediately. Realizing that I've been hurt pretty bad, I try to bring the lily's barrel up to the rat beak's body, but the last one finally is close enough to join the scuffle and slashes my left arm that holds the lily with its claws, making me drop the gun. My heart instantly sinks. I am now being attacked by both at once. I back up, holding my stomach, trying to keep my blood in me as the rat beaks press me together. In my panic to retreat, however, I trip on a root and fall backward. The first rat beak takes advantage of this and immediately pounces on me. My panic rises further, but it is pushed down by the massive levels of adrenaline flowing through me. The rat beak claws at me, tearing up my clothes and flesh alike. Still, I am not idle even while pinned to the ground. My knife is frantically jabbed into the rat beak, and with my other arm, I am doing all I can to redirect its beak from my eyes. This exchange only lasts for a few seconds at most until I feel my knife hit something hard within the rat beak, and it goes limp. I must have hit some core organ or its heart for it to die so quickly. There is still one left, though. I push the bloody and torn up body of the dead rat beak off of me, and I attempt to stand, but one of my legs betrays me, and I fall back on my ass onto the blood-stained dirt. Unable to stand, I try to prepare for the last rat beak to attack me as I realize it has a blood-red arrow in the back of its head and is tumbling to the ground. 3. The Bloodhound. Behind the falling rat beak is an old man in what looks like a cowboy hat, jeans, and a white cotton shirt holding a bow and arrow. He walks up to me with a grim smile beneath his blue eyes and silver hair. Boy, what your name? The old man asks with a long drawl, his face scrunching as he looks me up and down. I reply, trying to be respectful to the old man. His ambience is evident based on how he so quickly felled the rat beak. This man is strong. As I speak, I see a brief light of dark red within his pupils. The occurrence is odd, but I ignore it for now. Wyatt Graves, sir. Thank you for the help with that, rat beak. The old man chuckles and moves a bit closer to me, putting his bow on his back. Rat beak? Ha. That's a funny name for an Enfield. I think I'm gonna use that from now on. And aren't you a few years late, boy? Your mother asked me years ago to train ya. Where is she anyway? He continues his questioning with little concern for the corpses around him. She passed away a few days ago and sent me here before she passed. Are you Edmund Dudley? I mumble out my response with some grief before switching the subject as fast as possible. Still raw, It looks as though it will get worse before it gets better. And yes, that'd be me. Edmund nods to me as he reaches out his hand and nods toward where I left Butter before the fight. I take it, and he pulls me to my feet. We ought to wrap you up before you bleed to death. I got bandages in my cabin, but you should check on your horse. Edmund asks as he puts one of my arms around his shoulder and helps me walk to where I left Butter near some bushes. I don't see Butter standing as we approach, and my heart drops. Walking closer to where he last was, I notice the horse that has been a part of my family for nearly half my life lying on his side, struggling to breathe with a massive gash trailing along his side. I can immediately see that Butter won't survive, and my knees go weak, but Edmund holds me up with an arm around my shoulder. Not another one. My breathing becomes erratic, and my vision blurs as I cannot get enough air. Why do they all leave me? First, my father when I was young, then Ma just a bit ago, and now Butter. Maybe it's me that causes all this. If it weren't for me, Butter would certainly not be lying here bleeding out, and Ma. Interrupting my rapidly descending train of thought, Edmund pats my shoulder, and I feel a burst of energy flow through me like a shot of pure coffee. What was his name? I can barely speak with my irregular breaths, but squeeze out one word. Butter. Edmund taps my shoulder emphatically as he looks at the dying horse with me. You'll be fine, lad, just breathe. You should spend a few moments with Butter before he goes. After a second or two, Edmund helps me sit beside Butter as I cradle his head in my lap. I comfort Butter as his breathing slows. Every heartbeat of his I feel sends a tang of pain through my body. Eventually, both the breaths and the beats stop. The slow death in my arms almost makes my heart join him in grief as my heart beats aimlessly in pain. Then, taking a deep breath, I stand up with the help of Edmund. I look up at him and start to ask him to help bury Butter, but he cuts me off. Can you dash? Yeah, don't worry, I will bury him later, but for now, let's get you to my cabin to rest a bit. Trying to control my breathing, I nod, and we walk through the forest together. Thankfully, the pain in my leg distracts me, at least partially, from the loss of another loved one. And to further distract me, I try to focus on other things by pushing Butter's death to the back of my mind. Then, finally, I ask a burning question with a slight shudder in my voice. How did you find me in the woods? He speaks simply while continuing to help me walk. Smelled blood. Okay, that's not weird at all. As he's a retired hunter, I guess he's got some crazy abilities, like that shot of energy he gave me. My cabin is only 10 or so minutes away. So you should be fine until then, but let me know if you start feeling woozy. Edmund pushes me along with some concern in his voice. I move forward with only a little conversation between us towards Edmund's cabin, and we reach it in under 10 minutes. It's a small cabin nestled just outside the forest, surrounded by what looks like training equipment on every side. One portion looks like an arena, another like a firing range, and many more. The thing I notice, though, is that most of it seems run down or unused for a long time. My confusion is evident as Edmund answers a question before I even ask it. It's been several years since I taught anyone. You can only handle so many youngins dying before it begins to haunt you. Had you been anyone else, Wyatt, I would have turned you down, but I'd be a terrible hunter if I turned down the opportunity to teach a Graves. He opens the gate and guides me through as I digest his words. I've never heard that my family is anything special besides the odd statement from my ma or that my dad was a mighty hunter. I bring it up to him. What do you mean? Is my family special or something? You don't know what you are, boy. There are few renowned hunter families, estates if you will, in the world, and yours is one of them. Though, yours is a bit different. Edmund answers with his back to me as he closes the gate with a bang. I ask him some more questions as I walk toward the cabin. What do you mean my family is different? The old man laughs a short chuckle as if what I asked is some kind of joke. All other hunter families I know of have at least a few dozen hunters in them, and they pass down techniques, knowledge, and experience directly through the family. However, your family, the Graves, only ever has one hunter at a time in the family. Before your father became a hunter, your grandmother was the previous hunter in your family. Hunters in your family never get training or much aid from their family and must get it all from others or on their own. The biggest thing that sets your family apart, though, is you all are not known to have any shared skills or passed down sigils. But you all have one thing in common, something legendarily unique: you all are hard as hell to put in a grave. Apparently, that's where your name comes from. Edmund finishes as he sits me on a chair beside a table and gets some bandages. I laugh at his statement. I've come close to dying more than twice in the past week, but another thought pushes that one away. He mentioned that word again, sigil. What is that? I begin to ask him, but I am interrupted by Edmund cutting my pant leg with a knife and beginning to wrap the long gash on my leg. He wraps it so tightly I gasp in pain. Then, he consoles me with a voice full of so much confidence it calms my heart. You'll be fine, lad. You'll probably heal completely in a week with just a little scratch here or there. These bandages have a little something special in them to aid healing. After cleaning my wound, bandaging me, and reassuring me of its efficacy, Edmund sits on the chair across from me. I try to ask again, but he starts talking before I can. I know you're here to become a hunter, so we'll begin right away, and I'll do what I can to prepare you, boy. But seeing as you're injured, now is a good time to tell you what it means to be a hunter instead of starting training. As Edmund speaks, he visibly becomes graver, looking me directly in the eye. I nod, signaling him to continue. I need to know more about hunters. I also realize at this moment, in a small back-of-the-mind type of thought, that he is distracting me from Butter's death with information. I make a reminder to thank him one day. Being a hunter is incredibly dangerous. Half of the recruits die in their first year, and only 1 in 20 makes it to their 5th. Even lower if there is a war. We have to enter the wilds, or what's better known to us as the borderlands, and hunt down whatever creature attacks the outskirts of humanity while at the same time trying to clear more space for man. Our job is to proactively protect the people. We are roughly 100 miles from the beginning of the borderlands with very few major cities nearby, so it is common to find hunters in this area. Edmund takes a deep breath before continuing, the suspense building. So, Wyatt, are you willing to follow this path knowing the hardships you must weather? The question comes with such a tone that it makes me not immediately say yes. So instead, I wait a moment before formulating a few questions. I am, sir, but I have a question. He nods at me and gives me the go-ahead. Good, ask away. Never be afraid to look for information. As a hunter, most monsters, demons, and aberrations will be much stronger than you, and your greatest weapon will be your mind and the ideas that come from within it. I ask my question that's been burning curiously, leaning further across the table between us. I saw you mention sigils in your letter to Ma, and you mentioned it earlier. What are they? Edmund breathes out of his nose angrily as his palm smacks the table. His frustration is evident, but that doesn't stop him from teaching me. Damn, your parents. I figure they at least taught you that much. Sigils are the foundation of power in this world. They are obtained only through the death of others with sigils or through sporadic phenomena, and they grant their holder power. I'll tell you more later, but just know the basics for now. They create ether and are why the threats around us are so terrifying. I end with even more questions than I just had previously. He's only making it worse. There is so much I need to know. What is ether? Why are sigils obtained through others' deaths? What kind of power do they grant? However, I just say one word as I see him getting ready to speak some more. Okay. Edmund then goes into an entire monologue while I just listen to him. Before you do anything else, boy, let me tell you how I teach my recruits. There are 3 things that you will need to be a hunter. The first is the grit to withstand madness, the second is the knowledge required so that you do not get yourself killed in the wild, and the third is the skills of a professional. This old man really likes to talk. But I need the information, so I'm not gonna complain. So, instead, I endure his monologue some more before he finishes it with a question. We can begin your training now that you know the basics, and you will learn more along the way. I prefer teaching through experience to any other way, and I hope you grow to appreciate it. Still, before you can gain any experience, I need to know why you want to be a hunter. Near immediately, I answer. To adventure and protect people. He retorts while shaking his head. Try again. Confused, I challenge his response. What do you mean? Edmund shakes his head and stands to walk out of the building. With a resolve like that, you'll die within a week of acquiring a sigil. It requires an unshakable metal to withstand a sigil and gain its strength. Especially the ones to truly make a difference. So, I'll give you a bit to think about it. But, we will not move forward from this until I receive a heartfelt and firm answer. I call out to him as he steps out. What are you going to do? He turns his head and declares his actions as he exits my sight. Go and bury your horse, then set up equipment for when your leg recovers. Left with my own thoughts, I ponder deeply. Why do I want to be a hunter? Growing up with stories of my father, I always wished I could be like him. Able to save people, hunt terrifying monsters, and explore the borderlands while having fun doing it all. But do I want to be just like him? No, I'm sure the only things I know of him are romanticized, and I don't wish to go missing like him. So then, what do I want to do as a hunter? Save people? I'm not against it, but I'm no saint. I doubt I could do that my whole life. Hunt monsters, demons, and aberrations? I don't think living the fight is a great way to keep yourself alive. Explore the borderlands? That sounds fun, but I don't know what it fully entails. I don't know. There is too much I don't know to decide on what I want with my life. I'll choose after Edmund teaches me more about being a hunter and what lies within that world. Hopefully, he takes that as a heartfelt and firm answer. I spend several minutes deep in thought to reach this conclusion. After, I stand up wobbly with my bandaged leg and walk to the cabin door. I open the door after bracing myself on the doorway, and outside, I see Edmund placing a circular fence a few hundred feet away from the cabin. I watch him for nearly half an hour as he can place over 10 feet of the fence every minute. Then, with a single hit, Edmund can set a wood plank on the ground and slam it into the dirt a couple of inches. Astonished by the old man's power, I stay quiet while he works. Once he is done setting up a fence of about 50 feet by 50 feet, Edmund walks back to the cabin with his hammer. Following him placing his hammer on a table on the cabin's porch, I inquire how he assembled the fence so quickly. How did you slam the fence so easily? That's gotta take crazy strength. Edmund replies as he cleans his tools without even looking at me. Ether infusion. A type of it is called physical enhancement. Once you gain a sigil, you can manipulate and control ether. It can do various things, and the simplest is enhancing your body. Most are limited by the sigil acquired, but some things are universal. For example, it allows even an old man like me to swing like a strong man. Ether infusion? I can't wait to see what kind of stuff I can do with that. That sounds amazing. Can I control ether before I get a sigil? Or when can I get a sigil? The old man shakes his head at me, his hat shining in the sun. For your first question, as far as I know, no. A sigil is required as the human body does not normally produce ether. Once you have shown enough skill to hunt a creature with a single sigil, I will take you to get your first, but it's up to your luck what type you get. But enough of that. What was your answer to my previous question before I left? While listening to him speak about sigils, I grow enraptured. So there are different types of sigils? How many? But the second he mentions his previous question, I freeze. I don't have an answer, sir. Edmund looks away from tending to his tools to look at me in surprise. You have nothing you fight for? I shake my head with a bit of depressiveness in my motion. Besides myself, sir, not really. My ma is gone, and I don't care to find my father too much. So it's just me. He nods and moves closer to me. At least you're honest. But I ain't gonna let you ever go hunting alone until you find your grit. I take a breath of relief. I thought he'd kick me out for not having an answer. Okay. I was worried you'd kick me out for not having an answer. Edmund repeats my words, then laughs loudly as he pats me on the shoulder. Kick you out? I wouldn't refuse to train a child for not having the grit of a man. Surprised, I look at him with even more respect than I had previously. Inwardly, I thank Ma for sending me to such a kind man. After cleaning his tools, Edmund walks back into the cabin, motioning for me to follow him, and I do so, albeit slowly, with my beat-up leg. Once in the cabin, Edmund walks to the kitchen and pulls ingredients from the cabinets. I sit at the same table from earlier, giving my leg a break. Edmund looks like a skilled chef as he quickly puts together food. He cuts chicken meat alongside beans and fresh apples before making a soup with all the parts. Following that, he fills 2 bowls of soup and brings both to the table before sitting down. After he sets a bowl in front of me, I thank him. Thank you for the soup, Edmund. He just responds matter-of-factly with a curt nod. You need food if you're gonna heal and get training. Just eat. I focus on eating, taking his advice. But as I eat, he gives me more surprising news. And after you finish, I'll take you to my vault below the cabin and let you choose a weapon. I raise my eyebrows, surprised he will give me a weapon so quickly. So he's only known me for less than a day and is willing to provide me with a weapon? I never answered his question, so why are we moving forward? Edmund notices my surprise and comments on it. Don't look so stunned. I know you already have a Colt, but it's not suitable for the present. Best we get you a Colt or Claymore you can grow alongside. I nod, seeing his point while I continue to eat his chicken bean soup. I wonder what he has down there. I already have a Colt, so should I choose a Claymore? Or would 2 Colts be better? I'll have to ask once we're down in his vault. After we finish eating, Edmund takes the bowls. He sets them on the counter before walking to the edge of the cabin by his fireplace and placing his hand on the cabin wall. A second after he does so, the cabin floor in the corner slides away to reveal a ladder going downward. Edmund explains the situation to me briefly. The trapdoor is set to open to my ether, so only I can open it. Follow behind me. Edmund begins to climb down the ladder shortly following his explanation, and I try to track him down the ladder. It's an old wooden ladder that heads probably 20 feet deep down into the earth below the cabin. I doubt anyone could dig that deep without a large crew. There are lanterns on the sides within small alcoves down the pit that light up the rungs. It takes me nearly 5 minutes to make my way down with my messed up leg, and when I reach the bottom, I see Edmund twisting a steel wheel in front of a large iron door. Once Edmund turns the wheel all the way and the door opens with a loud click, he turns to me. Welcome to the 7th Southwestern Vault. Words leave my mouth before I recognize what I'm saying, the curiosity and freedom to ask come out without pause. There are 7 of these in the Southwest? He shakes his head with a bit of insecurity. No. There's probably closer to 20, I just guard the 7th. All guardians must have a certain level of power, and most are recruiters, so they can easily give their recruits armaments. His words amaze me, and I can't help but praise the vault's grandeur. Wow, that's a lot. Edmund stands proudly at me before opening the door. Just wait till you're inside. It's like standing in a king's treasury. While Edmund opens the door, I get an opening view of the vault. It's even more impressive than he alluded to. The vault walls are filled with weapons from small revolvers to long rifles, crossbows to longbows, and daggers to greatswords. Even in one corner are dozens of boxes filled with ammunition. I stand still, absolutely amazed. I've never seen a room filled with so much, let alone expensive weaponry. Edmund spreads his arms wide open and has a big smile on his weathered face as he welcomes me to the vault. Impressive, boy. Look around. Find something that calls to you, for it will likely outlive you as it goes alongside you. Each Colt or Claymore within this vault has been forged with at least a single sigil, which means they have their own traits and abilities, and those traits should be written on a tag attached to the weapon, so go find your partner. I enter the vault, giddy with excitement for what will soon be mine. 4 new iron. The first thing I touch inside the vault is a large greatsword that is hung sideways on the wall. It has a beautiful crossguard and handles, and I lift it from its display after running my hand along its blade. I almost drop the edge due to its weight and imbalance, forcing me to leverage it on the ground with its tip. The sword set down on the ground vertically goes over my head. It's much too big for me, for I am only around 5'10". I lift the blade again, more prepared for its weight, and set it back on display. I should find a weapon to enhance my strengths, not one that I can barely lift. Where are my strengths? I walk through the vault touching everything at least once, hoping they will call to me as I ponder this question. I am quick on my feet and fast with my hands, which is a good thing, as otherwise, I would have died trying to reach the blooming spider lily on the porch by that rat beak. What else? Edmund did mention that my family is hard to kill, so maybe a weapon that favors endurance. Speed and endurance. So I should find something that favors those two traits. I ignore all the large weapons and focus on the smaller ones that can complement my speed as I look. I first focus my search on small pistols and find a medium-sized 9-shot revolver. After inspecting it for a moment, I pick it up, look at its tag, and see what trait it has. Still, as I lift it, I feel an intense burning sensation from my hip where the lily is, and I put the handgun down. Looking down, I can see that the holster the lily is put in is slightly singed as if gunpowder was detonated within. I pull out the lily, and nothing is different with it. It still has 3 rounds loaded, and its mesmerizing flowers are drifting as usual. Shaking my head, I put the lily away and tried to grab the 9-round pistol again. But, the second I lay my hand on the gun, I feel the burn again and pull my hand away. Is the lily stopping me from getting another weapon? I turn to Edmund, sitting on a chair by the entrance, for advice. Can you only have one Colt, Edmund? Because the pistol Ma gave me seems to get angry when I grab another. Edmund answers after making an impressed whistle. Ooh, your mom must have given you one hell of a Colt. Most of the time, yes, you can have more than one Colt or claymore. Still, some weapons form their own personalities when they reach a certain level of ether density or sigil. I don't know what Colt you got already, but it seems it has reached that level. Okay, so that means that the lily is powerful, right? Then do I even need another weapon? Shouldn't the lily just be enough? So, with a Colt that strong already, then why am I here? I don't need another, do I? He shakes his head and gives me reasons why I will need another weapon. Ah, no, lad, it is exactly because it's so strong you need one. Without a sufficient supply of ether, you're more likely to kill yourself shooting from that gun than you are to kill your target. This is just an estimate, but you will likely have to, at the minimum, for sigils before you can fire that Colt of yours. Try to find a claymore instead, maybe your Colt will be less angry at one of those. That makes some sense, I guess I'll look for a claymore. But I have already shot the lily 2 times, so why didn't it kill me? So, confused, I keep walking, looking for a fast and enduring claymore that fits my needs. My hand brushes past my holster as I walk, and I remember the 3 rounds still within. That must be it. The bullets left by my father can somehow let me shoot the lily without repercussions, which only makes me further resolve to conserve them. As I walk to the back section of the vault, I begin seeing claymores that are more thin and nimble. Some estocks and a few cavalry sabers catch my eye, but they don't feel quite right. Eventually, I found a long rapier on the wall near the back that fits my taste with a 3.5-foot long blade and handle meant for one hand attached by a small round guard covered in a small engraving of a bird. This rapier is even more narrow than most, emphasizing speed and precision. The blade is more similar to a large needle than any sword. It ticks off one of my boxes immediately. As I pick it up, I realize that if I hunt a monster or demon, it would also rely on wearing down an enemy as the blade is small and would do pretty minor damage per stab unless it's someplace vital. I pick up the rapier slowly, to read its tag and learn its traits, gingerly, to not anger the lily again. The Deft Talon Rogue increased sharpness and flexibility is written on the tag. I presume Rogue is the name of the sigil, and Deft Talon is the name of the rapier. More sharpness and flexibility seem like the two perfect traits for a rapier. Taking the sword in my hand, I pull it from its sheath and admire the blade. It is skinny and looks like a large needle. I stab and swing it into the air several times, making loud whoosh noises. I think it'll work. I would have preferred another gun, but I can do it with an awesome rapier. I walk back to Edmund at the vault entrance with my new blade after attaching its sheath to my left side. With the talon on my left and the lily on my right, I feel confident and sure of becoming a hunter. Edmund notices my new weapon and walks to me while nodding. Seems like you found something that fits you. Rapiers are rare, so that alone will make you more deadly than something more common, but time will tell how good you are with it. I reply to him as he leads me out of the vault. I admire the claymore and show it to him. I figured since I'm pretty fast, I should lean into it and go for a speed-based claymore. He seems to agree with my choice and reasoning. That's wise of you. But be careful not to lean too much into your strengths, or your weaknesses will be too glaring. After Edmund closes the vault and seals it up, we stand outside it momentarily, as I am sure what he wants to do next. But, unfortunately, I am pretty tired as it's been a very long and eventful day. So I wait a few moments before Edmund sighs and turns to me. I guess you've had quite the day, lad. Don't worry, I'll end your lessons for the day after one last thing, but it's best to do it down here in silence. I ask what he means with both tiredness and excitement in my tone. What's that? He waves a hand at me as he tries to explain something. Remember how I told you, you can't manipulate or create ether without a sigil? Well, that doesn't mean you can't sense it. So the last thing I want you to do before I show you your room is for you to try to sense the ether within your new blade. Does that sound alright to you? I get what he's saying, but I don't know how to do it. So I propose that issue to him. Yeah, I'm alright with trying, but I have no idea how to do that. Edmund looks at me before he points at my rapier and advises me. It's simple, just sit and focus on your rapier. It's imbued with a sigil, after all. Try to extend your mind into it and sense what's within. Ether can take many forms and is the foundation for most abilities granted by sigils, so it's vital you can sense it. It takes some days to sense it, and everyone does it in their own way, but I'm sure you'll get the hang of it quicker than most. Anyway, spend an hour or so trying to sense it before coming up. I'll be taking care of some work until then. After giving me his wisdom, Edmund begins to climb the old rickety ladder back up to the cabin. Nodding, I sit and lay the deft talon in front of me. I try to do as Edmund says and extend my mind to the rapier by imagining the inside of the blade filled with ether. But I quickly realize I don't know what ether looks like. What shape does it have? While thinking of this, my mind drifted to the river I found inside that dream, surrounded by red spider lilies. Maybe ether looks like a river or acts like water. Bolstered by this thought, I try again to imagine the inside of the rapier, but I don't feel anything special inside of it still. Annoyed, I try to think of what Edmund said, ether can take many forms. The only thing I can think of that is able to become something else is a thread. I remember that my used to be able to turn a ball of yarn into clothes, blankets, or rope. It's very malleable and is the foundation for many other things. Maybe I can try to sense ether with the image of threads? With this thought, I delve back into the rapier, doing my best to imagine the inside of the handle filled with floating threads, just waiting to be used. At first, there is nothing, but I hold it for a bit longer and begin to feel something. Small, but definitely there is a collection of tiny dark red threads within the rapier, and the second I notice them, knowledge comes to my mind. And while holding this connection, I sift through the small but powerful wave of information. Rogue, speed and flexibility. So, that's how other people figured out what to put on the tags attached to the weapons within the vault. When you sense the ether of a sigil, I guess you can feel what type it is and its traits. But after holding on to this connection with the rapier for just a split second, it falls apart. Emboldened by my first success with ether, I curiously look to my other weapon. Drawing the lily, I place it on my lap and attempt to imagine the ether within. After about 2 seconds of trying, I make a connection, but before I can sense anything more profound, I get a splitting headache, and the connection is severed. Grabbing my head in pain because it makes me feel like a nail is wedged into my head, I push the lily off my lap and onto the ground, but that doesn't subside at all. I wait a few minutes for the pain to disappear, and it still won't. This doesn't seem like something that will go away anytime soon. I should go ask Edmund what to do about this searing headache. Standing up wearily from both my eye-blurring headache and my messed-up leg, and after picking up the lily, I walk to the ladder and attempt to climb it. After just a few rungs up, I almost fall as I am hit with a wave of dizziness, but I push on because I don't know what will happen if I pass out alone in front of the vault. About a quarter of the way, I have to take a break to collect myself as the pain and dizziness in my head only worsen. Continuing after the moment, I am forced to take several of these breaks before I break through the top and enter the cabin again. I pull myself onto the hardwood of the place shakily before I collapse on the ground. I hear Edmund swiftly stomp toward me before my vision is filled with darkness, and I fall unconscious. I awake in a bed with a cold pack on my head. I really seem to pass out a lot. This is what, the second in just a few days? Pushing that thought to the back of my mind, I look around, and on a nightstand next to me is the lily with the death talon leaning on the said nightstand. I take the cold pack off my head and pull the cover back before I swing my legs off the bed and stand up. My leg already feels so much better. Whatever Edmund put on those bandages is incredible. The first thing I do out of bed is put on the spare clothes that were under the nightstand, then I don my belt and attach both my Colt and claymore before walking out into a long hallway. This hallway looks to be made of the same material as Edmund's cabin, but it is much too big as there are close to a dozen bedrooms placed within the hallway. Confused, I walk down it with much less of a limp than yesterday. As I approach the door to the hallway, I open it and see that Edmund's cabin is behind it. Looking behind me, I still see the hallway. Even more perplexed, I walk through the door into the house before I feel a small wave of force passing through me. Looking around the cabin, unsure of what I just experienced, I see Edmund eating at a table. He notices my confusion and educates me before he takes another bite of bacon. "Ah, you were in a hallway I made with my ether, small on the outside, big on the inside. Cool, eh?" Curious as to what happened last night, I ask. "I felt like I was going to die." Again. "Yeah, it is. What happened last night? How did I get in that bed?" Edmund snorts while shaking his head disappointedly. "I should be asking you that, lad. I assume you sensed the ether within your blade, right? Looks like you got hit with ether oversaturation. Don't know how that happened, though. Impressive for a first try nonetheless." Trying to remember what occurred the previous night, I explain. "Yeah, I did sense the ether in my rapier, then I tried to sense the sigils within my Colt, then I got a massive headache and no information from it. So after that, I tried to return to the cabin." A nod comes from the old man almost immediately after my explanation. But, then, Edmund reveals more information as he begins to put his dishes away from his breakfast. "That'll do it. Trying to sense the ether within a powerful weapon like your Colt would cause ether oversaturation. You're lucky the Colt didn't make your head explode, and seeing as it's powerful enough to have a personality, it could have done so easily. I'd look at it for you, but I don't think even I am qualified to look at a Mark 6 Colt or above. Some things in this world are not meant to be looked upon." I walk over and grab some food he had left out on the counter while asking another inquiry. "What's a Mark 6? Edmund thinks for a minute before he responds as he sits down with me at the table once I get my breakfast of bacon and eggs. "It's a classification for a Colt. Claymores are referred to as flams, corresponding to how many sigils are within the weapon. So your death talon could be referred to as a first flam as it only has a single sigil. Does that make sense?" I nod while shoving a piece of bacon into my starving mouth. Then, while still chewing, I ask him what we will be doing today. "We? Ha. You're taking it easy today, lad. I have to report to the courier in Elderfield about you being recruited, and it's pretty far away, so I'll be gone until after dark. While I'm gone, though, you're gonna read up on the base sigils. I wrote all base 20 and their information for you. Edmund laughs at me before pulling out a sheet of paper. Man, I hate reading. Do I really have to study to be a hunter? Annoyed, I ask. Do I have to read this stuff? Edmund nods thoughtfully and speaks with deep gravitas. If you want to live more than a day in the borderlands, yes. Knowledge is power. You will very, very, very rarely be able to outdo a target with your ether or physical power. Ether enhances the base creature, so monsters, demons, and the like all have a massive advantage over us. Our weapons and skills only bring humans to the starting line. It is our knowledge and application of said knowledge that allows us to thrive. I nod to that but am filled with solemn resignation. And after my nod, he hands me some sheets of paper filled with ink. I keep eating, wanting to save studying for later and, instead, just enjoy my food. While I am eating, Edmund stands from the table and grabs himself a coat and hat before heading out the door and waving goodbye. Left alone with a stack of paper, I sigh. I hated when Ma forced me to learn to read. 5. Cut and run. I neglect reading for about an hour, but after a while of procrastination, I finally gather my resolve and pick up the paper. The first sheet reads: Sigils are used by all things to grasp toward divinity. They allow for incredible power, but one must be very careful not to be influenced or taken over by the power of the sigil, whether said sigil is external or internal. There are a total of 20 known different types of sigils currently. In addition, there are a variety of unconfirmed sigils, but it is unknown if they are just mutations or indeed their own paths. All sigils are known to have 10 total stages, which grow to the next by intaking another sigil of the same or higher tier once the person has acclimated to the previous and does as Redacted has asked of them. Therefore, we recommend you follow Redacted's orders but not fall too deeply into its words. If you do not, you open yourself to the beyond. The first 3 stages, also known as the base realm, are where all start on their path. These sigils grant rudimentary but powerful abilities to the holder, pushing them to the limit of humanity. These basic skills will follow one through their whole life and likely be the foundation of all their power. The 4th to 6th stage, also known as the door to wonder or wondrous realm, is where truly mystical and bizarre powers start to appear through sigils as the density of ether in one's body goes through a change. This density change allows various effects, skills, and traits to emerge. Little is known about the 7th to 9th stages, or the angelic realm, besides those high and mighty hunters within them, except for the fact it takes an exceedingly powerful will to reach the realm of high sigils, as every new sigil influences both the mind and body of its holder to greater degrees. But, of course, that also disregards the number of men and women who die fighting to reach that goal. So many have the potential, you may even, dear reader, but life rarely gives us time to bloom. The only fact known about the 10th and final stage is that it will bring one's body, mind, and soul into the realm of gods. When it comes to actually advancing through the stages, one can take many different types of base sigils, as what matters most is the number of sigils one has and how one uses them, not necessarily the types. Every time one ingests a new sigil, it combines and fuses with the sigil already present within. This allows one to either enhance an aspect of themselves or shore up a weakness. Those who only take one type of sigil throughout their lives are known as primos. Their powers usually are highly specialized and much more potent than non-primos, but their weaknesses are also glaring. All sigils grant abilities called sigil skills immediately after the attunement. These abilities are the sigil itself, given shape and form. They vary widely in usage, scope, and amount depending on the sigil but are generally between 1 and 2, very rarely are more given, even at high sigils. The only way to gain more sigil skills besides increasing the rank of one's sigil is to perform an act of absolution that purifies one's sigil and grants a new, more powerful ability. A user can sense the name and abilities granted by a sigil by sensing the ether within very closely. There is also a remarkable transition that occurs when a new sigil is formed within the body. Yet, it cannot be spoken of in detail. However, one cannot predict the outcome of a fused or evolved sigil, for fused sigils have highly varying powers due to their nature. While evolved sigils from primes commonly grow in the same direction but are still unique to each person as all things are based on our souls and experiences. Wow, that was a lot to read. I had to reread it multiple times to understand everything, so it only took longer. That and some things are still not clear. Like, do what redacted is asked of you. That makes no sense. I still want to learn about the different types of sigils, but my brain is too strained after reading for nearly half an hour. So, I get up from the table and head outside to see Butter's grave. It's just outside the gate to Edmund's property beside the forest's edge. Edmund made a simple grave and put a wooden cross above the mound. He cleared the area near the grave of fallen leaves and mud, leaving just the recently disturbed dirt and the cross above it. I sit beside the grave in silence until sundown, listening to the slow winds and moving leaves, just thinking about how Butter would still be alive had I been more decisive or faster in killing the rat beaks. I need to become more powerful so that something like this doesn't happen again. Sigils are the way to gain power, so I should also learn more about them. If only I didn't have to read it all. I get that Edmund is busy, but isn't there something else I could do while waiting for him? Shaking my head inwardly, I notice the fading sun and head back to the cabin. I should probably read just a tad bit more before Edmund gets back. I don't want to disappoint him. Entering the cabin, I sit at the table and look at another one of the sheets. Looking at the first few of the prime sigils, I read. Prime sigils, or the first sigils, the base of all other evolved or fused sigils, give basic but powerful enhancements to oneself. Rogue, major increase in speed, flexibility, and reaction speed. Commonly found in speed-focused prey like leopards or coyotes. Comanche, major increase in depth of thoughts/speed and expansion in all senses. Commonly found in intelligent and careful prey like sonards. Main sigil of the Comanche tribe within the borderlands. Scholar, increases intelligence and memory. Able to quickly learn new and diverse ether skills. Rarely found in prey, but when they are highly dangerous due to their human level of intelligence. Mentalist, sensitivity to others' emotions. Able to direct others easily using this sensitivity and slightly affect others' minds. Rarely found in prey, but well-known examples are the mind pushers. Occultist, increased sense of ether and control of it. Able to perform simple ether rituals like strengthen, bleed, sleep, and charm. Rarely found in prey near the edge of the borderlands but are very common in the deep towards the badlands and demons or similar creatures. After reading through the occultist sigil, I hear the gate to the property slam open outside. Standing up and folding the paper into my pocket, I walk over to the door with a slight limp as my leg rapidly recovers. But, right before I reach the door, it slams open, and Edmund, absolutely covered in blood, steps through with his boots, squelching on the wooden floor. The red liquid flows down from his body as if he were in a raincoat, the volume of blood on his body so much. Without giving me any time for questions, Edmund gives me a look and orders me into action without a lick of jest. We need to leave now, a breach occurred nearby, and all hell has broken loose. I couldn't even report recruiting you as the town center was turned to rubble. Almost died escaping from Elderfield. Taking a deep raspy breath after coughing up blood, Edmund continues. Get ready to leave in 1 minute. Any more, and I'm dragging you with me. Shaken by the blood-covered man in front of me and the severity in his voice, I hurriedly gathered the sheets of paper on the table and put them in my bag. Then I grabbed some non-perishable food from the kitchen and put that in my bag as well. Finally, I turn around to head to the door and see Edmund coming up from the vault with the blood removed from him. He nods to me and follows behind to exit. Once outside, Edmund motions me to follow him as he heads eastward towards the rising moon. I try to keep up, and although my leg healed massively in one night due to the special bandage put on, it couldn't recover fully. Edmund notices this, curses, and walks close to me. I wanted to let you heal unaided by ether, but we don't have time. Hopefully, this doesn't cause any repercussions for you later with ether. Edmund speaks as he puts a bloody palm on my shoulder while we're moving quickly and grabs a vial of blood with his other. I look at him, curious about what he is doing, and he begins to chant softly, barely audible. I can't quite pick out any of the words except for the last, Sana. After that final word leaves his mouth, I feel a stream of energy flow through me, and the pain in my leg fades. Amazed, I look at Edmund as he speeds up a bit further, and I have to go into a full sprint to keep up. I have so many questions, but I cannot voice any of them as I am too busy running through fields and over streams to keep stable enough breathing to ask. After about an hour of running, my legs are screaming, and I can taste blood in my mouth. All my life, I thought I was pretty athletic, having to care for the farm mostly alone. However, I only realize how untrue that is now, as Edmund is only slightly sweaty. I really miss Butter, and doing this run only makes it hurt worse. After 2 hours of running, right before I collapse, I see Edmund raise a hand in front of me and slow down to a slow crouch behind a spot of thick brush. Trying to copy him, I stop running and attempt to crouch next to him, but instead, I fall as my legs cannot keep me up any longer. Edmund nods to me approvingly as he whispers quietly. "You have some time to rest, but a pack of leopards is in front of us, probably the first group from the breach. We will attack them in 5 minutes." "You read what they are, yes?" Struggling to catch my breath, I shake my head. "Only know their names and sigil." "Rogue, right?" Edmund curses and agrees with me. "Yes. Leopards are fast feline-like monsters." Taking a moment to think and formulate his thoughts, he finishes. "We will likely have to kill them to move on, as it will take too long to go around without being detected. There are close to 15, and I can handle most, but you must be ready to take on 1 or 2, as I cannot be everywhere at once. The good news is that you will likely resonate with a rogue sigil due to its properties, so you have a chance to gain your first sigil after this." I finally begin to slow my labored breaths as I try not to imagine what it will be like to have a sigil and try to focus on the fight to come. I check on both of my weapons, ensuring they are ready for a fight. The 5-minute rest passes too quickly as Edmund motions toward me and begins to stalk close to the ground. I follow. While crouching forwards, Edmund chants a few words before quietly drawing a knife and cutting his hand swiftly. I see blood dripping from his hand and seeping into the ground. We continue onward through the brush. Right before we exit the brush, I finally see our prey. There are 15 leopards in front of us, and about half are feeding on something in the open field beyond the thicket that Edmund and I are currently in. They look like felines similar in size to a large dog, but all have thin black fur in which you can see the dexterous muscles underneath. Their heads look like jaguars but with 2 rows of teeth within. I bolster my resolve and focus on not being a burden to Edmund as I see him reach his bloody hand forward and grasp. From the soil rises blood and dark mass as it wraps and engulfs the 8 or so leopards that were feeding. Incredulous, I glance at Edmund as I see the strain on his face. I position myself to charge out from the thicket, but Edmund advises me quietly before I do so. "Be careful, there is a leopard alpha. They are blistering fast and famous for their stealth. I already got the matriarch within my blood sphere. Stay near me and away from the center of the fighting." After finishing, he removes himself from the thicket and cuts his other hand. Heeding his advice, I follow him and step out from the scrub after unsheathing the death talon, careful not to stray too far. The leopards almost immediately notice us and dash in our direction. There are 4 leopards in the front of the pack, and as they near us, Edmund makes a horizontal slash with his newly bloodied hand. This creates a crescent-shaped wave of blood sent forward and instantly kills the 4 in front of us. But behind them, rush forward 2 more. I step up to intercept one, seeing Edmund get low and stab at the other with his dagger. Confident in Edmund's skill, I focus on the prey before me. Unfortunately, due to my slight lapse in concentration, it is already upon me, and I dodge to the right while stabbing the talon forward toward its side. I feel little resistance as the rapier slides smoothly through the leopard, but after I pull back the blade, it turns to me only enraged. The next thrust must land on a vital, or it won't do much. I should aim for the head, the talon will likely go straight through the skull. With this new target, I dart towards the leopard, stabbing at its head as it comes at me. Due to my reach with the talon, I land my blow first, with the thin blade sinking deep into the beast's skull through the front of its head. The beast instantly dies from a lobotomy, but its momentum continues and it knocks the wind out of me and sets me flat on my ass. I can feel its blood flow onto me as I push it off and look toward Edmund. He killed the first leopard he pounced on with his knife, and now he is fighting a second. After gaining my balance on my feet, I watch for a few moments and notice that this leopard is different. It is fighting with immense control over its actions and is dodging nearly every attack from Edmund while retaliating with its own. Is this the alpha? I don't think so. It's agile but not fast. I see Edmund form blood from his wound and force it to flow from his empty left hand into a large knife to pair with the knife in his right. He presses the leopard with both of these knives, and right before he stabs it in the neck with the bloody knife, the leopard leverages all its weight on one leg and spins around Edmund. My teacher pursues the evading leopard and nears the thicket we emerged from. I see it a second before it pounces. A leopard with deep black fur and light that seems to shimmer around it. Instantly, I remember Edmund's warning about the alpha. I yell and run to help, hoping Edmund can react fast enough. Alpha behind you. Hearing my warning, the alpha leopard immediately pounces from the copse. Edmund turns to look behind before creating a thin partition of blood that is promptly broken through, knocking him to the ground. After he is knocked to the ground, the agile leopard tries to help its alpha, but I intercept it and stab towards it with the talon. The leopard in front of me dodges backward from the blade, evading the thrust by less than an inch. Worried about Edmund, I look and see him in a bloody brawl with the alpha on the ground. The leopard in front of me takes advantage of this and darts at me. Keeping my distance, I step backward rapidly and attack the pressing leopard. This back and forth lasts moments until the leopard and I hear the brawl to our side ending. I glance towards Edmund, careful not to be ambushed due to distractions, and see him standing wearily, just as covered in blood as when he got to the cabin. The last leopard notices this and looks back at me before running towards the coppice to escape. I begin to chase but hear Edmund raspily tell me not to. I take another look at the leopard, and I swear I see a glimpse of hopefulness on its face. I ponder what that could mean but ignore it and turn to Edmund. Seeing him covered in blood, I run over to Edmund, worried because it looks like he just swam in a river of sanguine liquid. He relieves my worries with some out-of-breath words. I'll be fine. If it wasn't for my close escape from Elderfield, this would have been light work, but I lost most of my stored blood and am running low on ether. My teacher then waves his arms, and I watch as all the blood covering him flows back into his wounds and closes them. Then, unable to hold in my curiosity, I ask, "What sigil do you have?" Laughing, Edmund replies, "It's rude to ask another their sigil, but I'll tell you to help you learn. It's a third sigil called Bloodtaker. My first was Comanche, followed by 2 consecutive occultist sigils, the first of which mutated my Comanche into a bloodhound. Bloodtaker allows me to perform a large variety of rituals and control blood. The more I have, the more powerful the control." He says this as he creates an orb of blood on his hand and spins it before dispersing it. But enough about me. Are you ready to see if you resonate with any of the sigils here? If you don't resonate, we'll have to hunt down that odd leopard that ran. I think about his sigil being called the Bloodtaker as he mentions it, and it gives me a bit of pause because it is an incredibly menacing name. I pondered further, and maybe the higher the sigil, the weirder the name. Then, I listen further, and the final words from Edmund instantly excite me as the exhaustion from running and fighting fades. Edmund walks with me to the leopard I killed, sitting beside it and advising me. It is rare to resonate with a sigil from something you did not slay yourself. Damn near impossible if you weren't near where it died. Don't know why, but that's just how it works. And even if you do somehow, it's likely to be a lower level of resonance which will impede your growth. So just do the same thing you did to sense your rapier's sigil on the corpse and try to pull it towards you. I'll pull you out if you show signs of ether oversaturation. Nodding, I scoot close to the dead leopard and lay my hands on it. I attempt to push my mind into the corpse and find the sigil within. It takes me almost a full minute to successfully sense the sigil within. I recognize it as the rogue sigil with its familiar feel of slippery sharpness. Following Edmund's instruction, I try to pull the threads that compose the sigil toward me, but they won't budge. Frustrated, I continue, and they won't move at all. This second attempt grants me a minor headache. I need a sigil, damn it. Work! I reinforce my willpower and try again, but still, nothing. I go to try once more, despite the growing headache. Still, before I can, I lose the connection and open my eyes to Edmund shaking his head and pulling me to my feet. Don't try to force a connection. It'd be reassuring for this breach if you had at least one sigil, but we will get another chance. Just be patient. Come on, let's continue. Dejectedly, I follow Edmund and restart our run, albeit at a slower pace, past the corpses of the leopards. I look up at the duo of rising moons that we are running towards, thinking of the leopard that escaped. Would that one resonate with me? 6. Seeing the elephant. Soldier increases all physical traits majorly and minor talent with weapons. Commonly appears in strength or endurance-based prey like great apes or grimbears. Trapper major increase in reliability and familiarity with traps. Able to sense the weak points in targets and terrain. Commonly appears in prey that uses surprises or trap-like things like weaving spiders or landmine beavers. Excerpt from the Prime Sigils Manual. Edmund forced me to run for another 2 hours even after that scuffle with the leopards, but eventually, he signaled for me to stop running. Supremely exhausted and running entirely on willpower, I collapse and lay on the dirt, taking in rapid but deep breaths. I've run plenty throughout my life, but I'm pretty sure I just ran over 30 miles in a little over 4 hours. The run wasn't too bad until the scuffle with the leopards. It took a lot out of me despite the whole fight lasting less than a full minute, and I've been on watch for the last one to appear, hoping for it not to ambush me while severely tired. We started running right near sundown, but now the sky is dark, with the only light being the shining lone twin covered by murky smoke in the sky. Only one of the moons is out tonight. Ma always said that was a sign of bad fortune. I guess a forest fire started in the town Edmund was in earlier. Hopefully, it doesn't spread to us. But now, here I lay, panting and sweating profusely on the ground. Edmund sits beside my drained self and hands me a water skin with his left hand and some jerky with his right. I can barely raise myself to take the 2 pieces of nourishment, and I notice Edmund looks like he's about to go on another rant while I'm tired. We should have made enough distance by now. Wyatt, you can sleep for a few hours once you finish eating, but check over your sigil notes before you do. They will only be more important from here on out as a breach occurs. Monsters, demons, and outlaws will be roaming the surroundings for the next weeks to months before things calm down, and the more sigils you recognize, the more likely you survive. Unfortunately, I can't and won't protect you from everything. Unable to verbally respond due to both my exhaustion and the dry jerky I am busy pulling apart, I shake my head in understanding. I'm here with Edmund to survive, yes, but also to learn and grow. Edmund sees my acknowledgement and pulls out the vials of blood he used during the fight with the leopards. While I finish eating, he cuts his hands and refills the vials. It looks like Edmund is running out of blood to fight with. Edmund said the more he has, the stronger he is, right? He must have used a lot to return from Elderfield drenched in blood. Once I finish eating, I lay down on the grass under the moonlit night, trying to ignore Edmund's exsanguination so that I can take a quick rest before looking over my sigils. My eyes close so quickly that I feel a jolt in my body before I fade into a dream. The first thing I feel upon waking up is a hand clenched on my shoulder and being lifted to my feet instantly. I look at Edmund, still groggy, as he puts his finger on his lips. Then, quickly, I lower my breathing and try to be quiet. At first, I don't see or hear anything, but then I do. A long howl followed by rapid and consistent gunfire that is incredibly close. Are they hunters? Or just farmers that happen to be in the area? I murmur to Edmund about what we should do. Should we help? The shots seem really. He cuts me off with a harsh whisper. No. No way in hell. Most breaches are led or at least caused by a team of outlaws looking for loot or a mighty one seeking an item or revenge by breaking the front line and leading a bunch of monsters or demons with them. Sometimes, a powerful demon even takes charge. We go and help and are more likely to get ambushed than to save someone. I suspect this break, in particular, is also caused by outlaws. His conjecture confuses me. How can he be sure that this break is caused by outlaws? I bring it up quietly. Why is that? Edmund responds to me at a volume that even I can barely hear while prowling forwards as I try to keep up in silence. You. Or to be more precise, your father, he kept this place in line, even long after his disappearance. No one was willing to risk his vengeful return, not even beasts. Very few hunters have the power to keep an entire area fortified with their name alone, less than 4, in fact. Still, Killian the Undying is one of those few. I assume that once your ma died, gears would start turning that he wasn't round no more, but it happened way too fast. Many outlaws want revenge. Some demons might even want the same, though few of those ever escaped from Killian. Some hunters might even come for their dues, old rivalries turn bitter. I take this information in quietly and try to move behind Edmund, following his lead. I'm still sore and tired from the run, but I don't have time to rest. At least now I know why I was attacked shortly after Ma died. I mean, I barely had time to even bury her before a monster was upon me. We continue quickly but quietly into the forest ahead of us, from where the gunshots resounded. We do our best not to run into whoever made those shots by staying noiseless through our movement. Then, creeping through the woods keeping close to the floor, I hear more gunshots, followed by screams. I look at Edmund, hoping he will do something, but he just looks at me and shakes his head with a whisper. You're not ready yet, kid. Frustrated, I stand from my crouch, but Edmund pulls me back down, speaking to me again in a sharp tone that shifts to a more reasonable one. Stop. You will only get yourself killed. But, I'll tell you what, I can smell blood up ahead, very close. So we can sneak up close and check the situation. Okay? Nodding my head, I cool down. He's right. I don't know what's happening before us, only that there are screams and gunshots. I could run right into a whole group of monsters or outlaws. As we approach the smell that Edmund mentioned, I see a break in the forest that we have been traveling in for a little bit, and it appears to be a road. On that road perpendicular to us is a carriage that has been overturned and is on fire. Upon getting closer, Edmund motions me to quickly hide behind a large oak tree as he does the same with another. I sneak a peek from behind the tree. The carriage is surrounded by unmoving human bodies, many of which are either still on fire or being eaten by what appears to be over a dozen oversized wolves. The flickering flames cast an insidious glow on the chewing beasts. I try to divert my attention toward any possible people who might still be alive. At first, I don't see any moving people, but after a few seconds of observation, a man with a cowboy hat appears, followed by 4 other rough-looking individuals. He walks up to the wolves, and they immediately turn to him and growl in unison, but before they can do anything, he snaps his fingers, and their necks twist until they snap. Instantly, this man just killed over a dozen massive wolves. In a mix of confusion and shock, I look over at Edmund behind the other tree, and I notice that his face is pulled into a grim smile. He shakes his head slowly and puts his finger over his lips once again. Understanding he wants to just watch and not take action, I stay still and watch from behind the wide oak tree. The men are close enough that I can hear them speak to each other even over the crackle of the burning carriage. I listen closely so that I don't miss anything as the one with the cowboy hat walks over to an unmoving, presumably dead body and kicks it. Cowboy hat says something in a dry voice to the others. I guess they weren't too tough to all die after a simple ambush. Another man next to him with a large machete in his hand responds. You know how the new hunters are. All bark and no bite. Leaves plenty of loot for us, though. Cowboy hat agrees with a humph. Aye. Gather what you can, boys. Boss wants us to kill and loot anyone coming through this area, so be quick. If you find a fancy revolver, let me know. Hearing that final statement from the man sends a chill down my spine. Are they after me? And the lily? Possibly. Edmund said that all hell broke loose once people found out my father wasn't still around to follow through with his threats. I look over at Edmund and see that he is slowly making his way toward the edge of the forest. Jarred by his sudden movement, I begin to follow, but I'm already over a dozen feet behind him. I hear the men on the road continue talking amongst each other and see that one stands and looks towards us in the forest. Edmund considers this as well, and it seems to me as though he was prepared, for the second the man opens his mouth to alert the others, a blood-red knife appears in his throat, and he falls forward, grasping at his throat. I pause for a moment. Am I ready to kill someone? Do I even need to? Edmund dashes forwards toward the rest of the men with a blood vial in both hands. He throws both in front of him, and they explode in the air to create a wide sanguine web that entangles two more. I sprint after him, unable to answer my question but determined to help, even if it means not listening to Edmund telling me to stay put. I head towards the two, Edmund covered in his bloody web as he turns to handle the last underling and the man with the cowboy hat. I reach the duo in the blood web just as one untangles himself. It looks like he is wrapped in a bloody placenta as he tries to stand up. I go to stab him with my talon in the arm at first, but I see him draw a 6-shooter and begin to raise it to me. This hardens my resolve as I redirect my talon toward his neck and close my eyes. I feel a bit of resistance, then nothing. I open my eyes, half ashamed and in shock at what I did. I missed his neck, and more horribly, I stabbed him right in his mouth and out the back of his head. Looking at my hands and then back to the man choking on his blood attached to my rapier, I shudder. Just a few days ago, the worst thing I had ever killed was a squirrel. My vision narrows as I hear fighting to my side and someone struggling near my left. I feel as though I have lost something forever. But my situation doesn't allow me to panic as I hear the man to my left escape from the web and stand. He looks at me, and I see the shock on his face as I realize what I must look like. I have a sword stab through a man's open mouth as I stare at it. The man breaks through his shock quickly, though, as he draws a scimitar and swings it toward me. Due to my minor breakdown, I react slower than I should, only dodging when the scimitar is close to my body. I clumsily pull my rapier out of the dying man's mouth and bring it in between me and the attacker. This knocks me backward and onto the ground as my sword falls out of my hand. There is a skull-shaking impact, the back of my head kisses the ground furiously, making me see stars amidst the flames in front of me. I force my eyes to stay open and try to move the glitter from my vision. While doing so, I see a shadow block out the light of the burning carriage in front of me. As the shadow approaches, I try to focus my vision on it as I hear grinding teeth and an enraged voice. Damn, psycho kid. Killed my best friend. I ain't gonna kill you though, just gonna rough you up a bit to take back home. Still trying to clear my starry vision and shaking my head, I feel a sharp kick to my ribs with an audible crack that makes me roll further on the dirt road. The acute pain of the man's boot into my ribcage rapidly calms my spinning head and clears my eyes. Covered in dirt, blood, and ashes, I see a dark-haired man standing over me with a near-cut-in-half scimitar. The blade is only held together due to a small piece of the edge still intact. He points the sword at my left leg and stabs it down. Fully conscious this time, I spin my leg to the side to get away from the blade as it leaves a small line of blood on my calf. Stop moving, or I'll make it much worse. You already ruined my sword as well with your crazy needle. I reach down to grab the lily but hesitate. I only have 3 rounds left. Wasting them on this piece of trash is not worth it unless he almost kills me. Looking to my right while scooting backward, I see the talon. Its trait was sharpness and flexibility. I guess that makes it sharp enough to cut through regular swords. I just need to get to the talon or somehow break off the last of his sword. Maybe both at once. During my contemplation and movement, the man only grows more frustrated. He attempts to jump on and grapple me, but I roll to the side and kick dirt into his face, making him cough it out. As soon as the dust clears, I point the barrel of the lily at his face. This gives him enough pause so I can quickly stand and start moving to the talon. Once the man with the scimitar realizes I won't shoot, he yells and charges me. Still, now I'm far enough to have time to dive for the talon and swing it behind me toward the approaching attacker. Obvious to me, the man isn't expecting this as he is skewered on the talon while attempting to grab me and drop his scimitar. Unobvious to me is how the man doesn't immediately die after being punctured. While impaled and lying on top of me, the man tries to scream, but all that comes out of his mouth is blood. After realizing he is dying, he decides to take me with him as he wraps his calloused hands around my neck and tries to choke me. Unsettled and unsure of what to do, I keep my right hand on my rapier as I shake it and try to pull it out of the man. With my left hand, I try to pull off his hands to no avail. He is very strong enough to send me rolling from a single swipe of his scimitar or a kick. With our close proximity, I cannot retrieve the talon from his chest. Giving up on getting my sword and panicking, I try to pry his fingers away from my collapsing windpipe. My vision quickly darkens, probably because of my recent rapid and energy-consuming actions, leaving my body drained. I finally succeed in pulling off one of his fingers as I look him in the eye. The man's eyes are bloodshot and filled with swirling red. His open mouth has blood dripping out even while strangling me, the liquid staining his teeth and gums. By this point, I've lost all peripheral vision, my thoughts are slowing, and my attempts to save myself are growing weaker. Feeling this slow, weakening calm, I remember the lily. With my last reserve of energy before oblivion, I reach for the lily and put my hand on it. Unfortunately, I won't have time to pull it out before everything goes dark. The world slows to welcome this approaching nothingness. I feel like I am stepping into a legendary river of the underworld. Nothing can save me from the light within my eyes narrowing to a needlepoint. Then, I hear a click less than a moment before utter darkness. Within the pinprick of light that my vision has become, I see a shaky and bloody barrel being pressed against the man's head that is thrown back, causing it to explode and the vices on my throat to loosen. Instantly, I take a breath. The most beautiful breath of my whole life. It feels like nirvana. Like death herself was about to welcome me. Then out of nowhere, again, I live. Coughing and taking in as much air as possible, I roll onto my side to see my savior. Unsurprisingly, it's the old man, Edmund. But he looks almost as bad as I feel. Covered in blood, I guess that's as usual as a blood taker. Edmund has a smoking six-shooter in his left hand pointed at where the man's head that was choking me used to be and a badly broken right arm and hand. Bones jutting out from his forearm and fingers looking like they were put in an automatic thread weaver. Still unable to speak, I continue to cough and try to stand. I only get halfway up before the world goes sideways, and Edmund catches me. Helping me stand, I hear Edmund talk in the friendliest and calmest way ever. "You did good, Wyatt. Much more than I could have asked for. Come on. I know you're wobbly, but we gotta get moving." Their leader called for help before I could put him down. Damn mentalists. Unstable and still trying to fix my breathing with the pain in my throat, I continue stumbling alongside him as we walk into the forest on the other side of the road with the crackling of the burning carriage behind. 7. The hunt begins. Edmund Bloodhound Dudley. Bloody and battered as usual after a scuffle, I step away into the forest, but it has been a while since I had another beside me after a fight. Speaking of that brawl, it would have been a breeze had I not been so low on ether or blood vials, of which I'm down to 3. I ambushed the outlier and finished him quickly before using a full vial to incapacitate the other man beside the cowboy. Being left with just the cowboy became a battle of attrition where he would use his telekinesis to cut or hurt me, and I would slowly whittle him down. So here I stand, battered, but standing and helping Wyatt through the dense dreary forest. Looking down at Wyatt, the kid just about old enough to work on a farm for pay and inflicted with dark purple and black bruises on his neck, I feel a deep worry. This entire breach almost certainly occurred because of his mother's death, and whoever, or whatever, started it is after either Wyatt himself or something else about him. I need to get him to the closest regional headquarters immediately. Unfortunately, I, a mere third sigil, cannot contend with whatever started a breach. I feel a wave of anticipation, excitement, and worry for Wyatt. He took on 2 first sigils as an unsigiled and successfully felled one. The second definitely was a soldier or freak to have the strength to make Wyatt's neck that bad after just a few seconds. This kid's got some good potential for a hunter. I just gotta teach him to be proactive, not reactive, in a fight. Pausing my thoughts, I move the ether within me in such a way as to activate the skill that my title is named after, Bloodhound's Nose. Immediately after starting the skill that my second sigil granted me, I sense dozens of dense ether signatures within a mile. Locking onto the densest signature, I recognize it as a flavor similar to mine, but it reminds me of bone instead of blood. That's not good. And the ether signatures are closing in on us, slowly but surely. I've been running on little to no sleep for over a day now, wounded by several fights starting from Elderfield, and with the use of Bloodhound's Nose, my body is on the verge of ether oversaturation and physical breakdown. Not to mention my aging body, I'm not as agile or quick as I once was. I heal so slowly that I can't close my wounds, merely stop them from bleeding. Due to all these factors, I recognize that I am doubtful to defeat another third sigil like the group leader around the carriage, let alone another third sigil followed by at least 30 other men. It's times like these that I wish I had followed through with a metamorphosis, but I know I reached my peak long ago in my youth. I started my journey as a hunter in my mid-30s, far too late to achieve a powerful level to enter the big leagues. My resonation with sigils is too low, and I've lost the ambition I once had to continue advancing. Perhaps no. It is simply too late. My duty is to keep this child alive. My mission here is not my own survival. It's the survival of my protégé. Throughout my long career of over 50 years as a hunter, I've had innumerable trainees die. Yet, I've never had a trainee die under my watch. I look down to Wyatt, who is doing his best to keep up with me despite being unsigiled and without any ether to manipulate, and make an oath to myself and the Red Judge, just in case he is listening. Come hell or death herself, I ain't gonna fail this kid. Wyatt Graves. Every breath sends a pang of burning agony to my brain from my ribs and neck, reminding me of how close I came to dying just a bit ago. The darkening and slowing thoughts with rough, calloused hands wrapped around my throat. I try to ignore and push the ideas to the depths of my panicked mind and focus on the demanding obstacle ahead. Edmund and I have traveled through these thick woods for nearly an hour since reaching the carriage. He gave me more bandages to wrap around my neck and torso to help heal my wounds. I do my best to keep up with him while we move in odd patterns, like dodging some unseen entity. We continue through the dark forest for what seems like forever. Then, finally, with the autumn leaves crunching under my boots, I see a brief glimpse of light through the trees sunward. Dawn is approaching. That's bad, isn't it? We will be easier to see during the daytime and won't be able to sneak up on a group like before. I look to Edmund beside me for advice. He seems worse for wear, with his one hand bandaged up and several deep but bloodless gashes on his body. As I ask him our next step, I see his eyes narrow and focus on the forest floor before us. Edmund answers my unasked question. Leopard tracks. It should be just one, and close at that. Looks like you might get your rematch, Wyatt. Worried about the breach, I ask about what we should be doing. Do we have the time? Are we not trying to escape? Depressingly, Edmund shakes his head. Not anymore. We're surrounded. So, our best shot is to get you a sigil. Here's to hoping you resonate with this one. I could use a trusty partner. This revelation only deepens my worry. So surrounded? How are we to make it out alive? If there are multiple groups like the previous one, we're toast. Evidently, this concern shows on my face, and Edmund tries to reassure me and pauses in his steps. Focus, boy. We'll be just fine. This phrase doesn't earn a reaction from me, so he tries again. Look at me. I stop as well and turn to look at his scarred face. In such a secure way, almost as if he's seen the future, Edmund continues. I've been in this dangerous gamble of a game a long, long time, Wyatt. Just trust me, and we'll both get out of this just dandy, you hear? Feeling a little more confident, I nod and resume walking once he does. I mean, let's think this through. Edmund is old, I'm not sure exactly how old, but if he's lived this long, undoubtedly, he's survived something like this before, right? Definitely, otherwise, he wouldn't sound so confident. With this renewed outlook, I feel better about what's to come next and confident in making it out alive with Edmund. Interrupting my thoughts, Edmund points at a spot of disturbed dirt and what looks like a wooden handle sticking from the ground. We both walk closer. It seems to be a recently opened, old, sunken wooden trapdoor with the footprints of a four-legged animal leading to them. Can leopards open hatches? No way. They don't even have the hands, let alone the mind, to use them. But thinking again, leopards likely move in packs, and if there is a loner like Edmund said, it might be the one that ran away. And that one showed some intelligence and emotion behind its eyes, like it saw the world similarly to me. So maybe it can open a trapdoor. Edmund crouches down and reaches for the old trapdoor with his unwounded hand, but not before putting another vial of blood in his broken hand. He then looks up at me and calmly speaks. I sense a weak but unique ether signature inside. Reminds me of the leopard that escaped earlier. Not entirely sure what's under this trapdoor, though. So, you ready for your first hunt, kid? Surprised that he would leave this to me, I didn't immediately answer. I crave the idea of gaining a sigil and the power that comes with it, though. Edmund can do amazing things, and I wish to do the same. But am I ready to hunt? Unsure, I answer. I don't know. Do you think I am? Frowning, Edmund replies. Honestly, kid. No. Not at all. Most trainees are taught strategy and how to fight for close to a year before their first hunt, not just that, but they begin in pairs. I have seen you fight, though, so don't be unconfident. You're a natural. Just after you kill the leopard, wait for me, and I will guide you through the sigil assimilation again. Till then, I will do my best to keep you alive from afar, so take this vial. I take the smooth glass vial of blood Edmund hands me and place it in my pocket. Then I draw the talon with my right hand and my small knife from my old home with my left. It's likely to be dark underground, so the lily will not help much. Better to have a knife and sword ready before shit hits the fan. I announce my preparedness to Edmund as I stand before the trapdoor. Okay, I think I'm ready then. Not much other choice. We are low on time, right? Edmund sighs before trying to encourage me again. Wyatt. It's now or never. You either become a hunter with their first scar or die in this breach. The claws are tightening, and even I cannot stop the crunch. As he finishes his attempt to encourage me, he swings the trapdoor open, revealing the darkness within carried up with a set of worn stairs. Tightening my grip on the blades in my hands, I gaze down into the depths. Edmund's not the best at encouraging, but I will do my best. I don't want to drag him down further than I already have. He wouldn't have gotten as hurt if he didn't have to save me in the previous fight or worry for me. I can't be a hunter and bring down others. I steel myself and promise that I won't be a burden to Edmund anymore as I step down into the darkness. Immediately a few rays of light from the rising sun illuminate a bit of the room, revealing pieces of it to me. The room looks like an old and abandoned shelter or hideout for a previous hunter. Ancient rusted weapons, shovels, and other odd things are lying about on the ground. Gazing deeper, I try to see the edges of the cellar, but I cannot as the rays of light are not numerous enough to reach the ends of this vast underground room. Then I hear above and behind me at the top, Edmund curses, something I don't quite catch before he yells, "Good luck and devil's strength," before slamming the trapdoor shut, leaving me in darkness with whatever is deep within. Feeling the creak of the steps beneath my boot and the cobweb that brushes my face, I listen for any movement or sign of life within this pitch-black cellar-like thing. Instead, I hear activity above me as several pairs of feet slam into the dirt above the cellar. I hesitate for a moment. Should I go back up? No. I'll likely just hold Edmund back. I don't even have a single sigil, and I am trying to help someone with 3 fight. No way that continues to go well for me. I've been lucky so far, but luck dwindles rapidly. Ignoring the commotion above, I crouch into a position that lets me move easily and aids in not running into anything in the large dark room. Only once inside do I notice how truly dark it is. I can only see my hand when I put it up to my eyes. I make it down to the bottom of the set of weathered stairs before coming to a realization. I don't have to fight in the dark. The Loper definitely has better senses in the dusk than me, no matter what category, hearing, sight, smell, or feel. Sheathing my weapons, I pull off the trim backpack I have carried since I left home. I scramble to open the worn pack and hear nails clack against a stone. I reach within and pull out my box of flint and tinder. Flint and tinder are used to create small campfires or signals. If I light at all, there may be enough light to fight. I hear approaching claws scratching stone from my right as I frantically try and fail to ignite the tinder using sparks created with my flint and steel. Doing so in the dark is tough as I have to do it solely by feeling. Doing my best to focus and ignore the impending attack, I again attempt to create light. Damn near slamming the steel along the flint, several sparks emerge, radiating the immediate surroundings. In the corner of my right eye, I see a single claw momentarily before the area is plunged back into darkness. I try to quietly shuffle away, holding my fire starter kit steady in the dark. Then, I sense something substantial brush just past me as I hear claws smash into the stone floor like the beast was pouncing. Phew. That was close. I think it is attacking me based on sound. Unfortunately for me, using the fire starter is quite loud and will definitely reveal my location. Despite that, I still need to use it. I'm no beast that can fight merely through sound. Stabling my hands and the tools within them, I go for one more strike with my steel upon the flint. As I do so, I hear movement from the Loper towards me. This time enough sparks are made that they catch onto the tinder and shed some dim but lasting brilliance. With this faint light, I finally see the Loper that I have been trapped in with, and I recognize it. It is the same one that escaped earlier. Knowing this, I don't have to worry as much about its speed as it wasn't as fast as the other Loper. The only bad part is that the Loper is very close and immediately pounces once the fire's light is perceived. I see its mouth open wide as it snarls and slashes toward me with its claws. I drop the newly born fire, hoping it won't go out, and jump backward to evade the pounce. Then, I unsheath the talon and my small knife and try to circle around to the right of the Loper. Darting in quickly and fast, I try to draw the first blood with my talon and a smooth stab. The Loper senses this and evades as well but moves much further back than me, fading into the darkness where the small fire cannot reach. I pause and wait. I constantly scan the edges of the fire's light, looking for any sign of the beast. Then there it is, a clack of nails and a swift blur of black fur that charges at me from my 2 o'clock. I immediately try to move to the left to not get hit, but the Loper adjusts its dash, locking onto me. Instead of dodging early, I decide to go in for a hit and try to minimize the damage dealt to me. Using the faint radiance from the fire, I bend my torso to the side of the Loper, trying to prevent any damage dealt to me while I lash out with the talon. I feel the talon sink into the Loper, but less than a fraction afterward, the Loper brings a claw toward my face, and I go to block it with my knife. Somehow, the Loper slides its foot around my knife and pulls it straight out of my hand, leaving a gash on my forearm and wrist. What the hell was that? Did an animal just disarm me? Stepping closer to the fire, I put my now empty hand onto the talon so I won't have my rapier stolen from me. After disarming me, the Loper kicks the knife away as if it knows it is a weapon despite not being hit by it. Is the sigil it is attuned to intelligence related? How else would it know? I don't have time to ponder this, but maybe I can use its intelligence against it. I tighten my grip further on my rapier and press the Loper away from the flame. Instead of backing away, however, the Loper grows annoyed and dodges my blade by a single inch, and moves closer to me in an attempt to bite me. Just as the Loper is near biting the right side of my hip, I draw the lily with my left and point it right at its face. Using the same trick as I did on the man who almost killed me, I try to feint out the leopard, hoping it will recognize the item as a gun. And it does. Instead of pushing through with the attack like a wild, unknowing animal would, the leopard flinches and twists its body to slide past me. As it does so, I get a cheap shot in with the talon, stabbing it through the torso, making it yipe in pain. Then, using its agility and swarthy fur, it limps into the dark, but not before leaving me with a present. I watch in horror as the leopard slams its paws onto the flame I set alight and descends the area back into the dark void it once was. And as soon as the cellar is sent back into darkness, I try to rush the leopard and listen for its claws scratching the floor, but this time, I don't hear anything. Just a quiet and faint dripping in the dark. Unfortunately, my ears aren't that primed to locate a beast from dripping liquid. Shit. It was playing with me. It could always move silently and function in the dark. Like a cat playing with a mouse, but now I angered it. I used all the tinder at once due to the difficulty of igniting it in the dark. There's no way I can light it again without being ambushed in the deep shade. I strain my ears further, hoping to discern where the dripping comes from. I am unsure of my future because I don't think I'm the predator anymore. 8. Lost imagination. Lawmen gain the ability to inspire confidence, strength, and courage in others. Makes your words have more power and authority embedded within them. Increases affinity with all weapons. Commonly appears in pack animals like direwolves. Conman makes others more susceptible to your lies. Gain an aura of likableness and forgetfulness. Makes your words have more believability and rationality. Increases affinity with small weapons significantly. Uncommonly appears in pack animals like direwolves and commonly in lone hunters like deceiving foxes. Excerpt from the Prime Sigils manual. I stand in the dark low to the ground listening intently for what's to come. Then, hearing nothing but my own heartbeat and frantic breathing and feeling nothing but the dull pain from my wounds, I try to shuffle towards a wall slowly. Putting my back against the wall will protect me from the leopard in at least one direction. After taking just a few creeping, careful steps, I feel a swift wind that is nearly instantly followed by a searing pain near my left thigh as a colossal force passes by me. Grunting in pain and trying not to scream, I swing in the general direction of where I think the leopard went. Nothing. Taking another step, I double over and fall to my right knee as the fire in my leg becomes overwhelming. I focus my mind and try to ignore the pain and stand once more, but I cannot. The leg will no longer support my weight at all. Immediately after I realize I cannot stand, I come to another realization. This is a perfect opportunity for another ambush. I'm on my knees and vulnerable. The only question is where. I think I can take at least another attack from this leopard. I just need to protect my head. Pulling my bag to cover the back of my neck, I focus again and try to listen. The only thing I need to do is react fast enough to grab onto it. Otherwise, it will slowly kill me like a wolf stalking its wounded prey. For a moment, I honestly wonder how intelligent this animal is. Am I about to kill something sentient? Why am I only thinking about this now as my possible death approaches? However, these questions are wiped from my mind as the animal I ponder over takes the initiative once again. This time though, I react a little bit faster as I anticipate the wind from its movements. Unfortunately for me, however, the leopard goes for my unprotected, already wounded left arm. The instant I feel the leopard movement through the air, I turn to my left at breakneck speed to try and grab the beast. But, instead, powerful jaws tear into my arm before I can fully position myself to wrestle the owner of the jaws. The shock from the pain of the teeth puncturing through my left arm slows my movement but not enough to prevent me from wrapping an arm around one of the beast's legs before it can get away. After getting a grip on the beast, I feel it tear into my arm even further as it realizes I have a hold on it. Ignoring the beast grinding my arm into mush, I use my one working leg and try to throw the leopard onto the ground with me. Upon hitting the ground with the leopard, I feel its claws try to dig through my clothes as I angle my rapier and stab it in its vitals. It quickly becomes a mindless brawl as two beasts and two hunters, one new and one old, try to kill each other. After just a few moments of this brawl, I feel my body grow colder as I finally recognize how much blood I have lost in the past minute. Hurried due to my weakening limbs, I try to back away from the beast, moving backward using just one arm and leg. Unfortunately, the leopard notices my retreat and growls at me as it tries to stab back up. I've also wounded it during our short brawl, but I can't tell how much we are hurt due to how dark it is. All I know is that my extremities are growing cold rapidly. In this brief respite, I try to bring my left arm to my eyes to discern its condition. Still, nothing enters my vision, just blinding pain that, thankfully, I'm getting quite accustomed to. Sadly, this break ends just as quickly as it began. And even sadder before I am ready. A considerable weight pounces upon me and slams me into the cellar's cold, hard floor. This impact knocks the air out of my lungs as I struggle to recover as the beast on top of me tries again to end my life. Stabbing my rapier into its side, I hear the leopard growl and deftly smack it out of my hand with its paw. Without a weapon, I genuinely lose direction of what to do as the beast roars into my face, and I feel its anger. I'm the one who entered its lair out of nowhere, intending to kill. But, of course, it's angry. The furious leopard goes to bite my throat to end the fight once and for all as I intercept its mouth with my uninjured arm, taking the gruesome bite to a non-lethal area. While pushing its threatening maw from my free carotid, I draw the lily with my marred and barely functioning left hand as I realize I have to use a bullet to get out of this alive. I only know that I draw the gun because of the chilly sensation flowing into me from my left hand. But the beast upon me notices the colt as well, and it releases my right arm in its flesh-gnawing mouth. I try to bring the barrel to point at the leopard, but it's come to no avail. Then, right before I squeeze the trigger with my severely mutilated arm, the creature on top of me quickly smacks the lily out of my weak grip. I feel despair. My last hope has been dashed. Again. I should have known that the lily will not continuously save me. My right arm, which was just gnawed on, drops to my side heavily, but it hits something hard and cold. I move my arm to put whatever I feel into my hand as I see the leopard take the lily in its mouth and throw it disdainfully to the side. Only right as the leopard turns its face back towards me do I realize what is in my hand. It's my old knife that I dropped early in the fight. Instantly the fire within me is rekindled. I grip the knife as hard as possible, readying to stab the leopard. And the beast gives me the perfect opportunity as it goes in for the kill again. But before it can reach me, I muster all my remaining strength and stab the knife deep into the leopard's left eye, all the way to the handle. The beast screams and whines in an awful sound as it backs off of me, careful of my knife. After I put the knife into its eye, I feel my body grow feeble and slow. At this point, the only thing keeping me going is the pain all over my body that prevents my eyes from closing, even in this pitch-black, seemingly eternal darkness. I can almost hear Ma's voice in the dark, whispering to me alongside the pain. Cheering me on. I focus on what I know is a delusion to give me strength as I roll my body over and reach in the direction that the lily was thrown. Ignoring the now approaching leopard, who has likely adjusted to its lost eye, I reach out and grasp for a handle in the dark. After just 2 tries of moving my arm, I feel something. And I sense that cool sensation once again as I hurriedly bring the Colt back to me and point it forward while on my back. I feel the wind again disturbed as I immediately pull the trigger toward my feet, where it is likely coming from. Less than a second after, I feel an enormous weight slam into me and go limp as it loses the drive that created its momentum. The leopard's head ends up near mine, and I hear a small, quiet, and pitiful whimper as I am pinned under its dead weight. It's dead. I did it. Extreme joy and exhilaration wash through me momentarily before it is stifled as my body grows weaker and colder. But just before I pass out, an incredible burst of warmth floods my body that I recognize as the lily's healing. I can feel my body being put back together and my blood restored. And alongside that healing, I am hit with an absolute torrent of emotions and memories that I can only assume are the leopard's internal sentiments. I feel how unsettled the beast was while fighting Edmund and me earlier, with the rest of its pack rapidly falling around it. I feel its anger and disbelief at being found by us in the middle of the woods, deep in a cellar. I feel its curiosity about who and what I am, a walker of 2 feet. I feel its loneliness that was never satiated, even by its pack that is immediately followed by a vision. I see a short memory that I instinctively know is the leopard's. First, it is lying apart from the rest of its pack while they all eat and enjoy themselves. Then, through the eyes of the beast I slayed, I can see ethereal chains that wrap around all the other members of its pack. This memory is followed by an even briefer memory, just a single image with powerful emotion. The image left burning within my mind is a young cub chained and left in a cage alone, feeling helpless and alone. After this deluge of feelings, I pull the leopard off of my body as I realize what I had just done and what I did just a few hours ago. I search for and grab my weapons that were scattered during the fight. Then, sitting and resting a hand on the rapidly drying body, I choke up. I've killed both a helpless man and a lonely animal where neither wished for death. I don't even know which one I just feel worse for. I don't even know if I should feel guilt for their deaths, but I do anyway. I hate myself for not even thinking about the man who choked and died on my blade until now. I should have felt something before now, regardless of what I've been through. Killing feeling, thinking, and caring sentient beings was never something I imagined while wishing to be a hunter. None of Ma's stories about my father included any of these moments. It was always filled with action, adventure, and the slaying of giant nasty monsters. Not adolescent lonely animals that have been stripped of their family or bandits who you watch die. I feel myself rapidly deteriorating and my thoughts growing even more self-agonizing, but I don't care. I deserve much more than just chewing myself up. Out of nowhere, during my self-abuse, I hear approaching footsteps behind me. Extremely high-strung and on edge, I immediately turn and reflexively stab my rapier in the direction of the sound. Just halfway through the thrust, my arm is captured and twisted as I hear an old, deep, reassuring voice. Relax, Wyatt. You need to relax. You're okay, lad. You did it. My teacher consoles me as he brings me in for a hug and wraps his arms around me. I hug Edmund back as I finally notice light streaming into the cellar, allowing me to see the damage done to the leopard. This time, I notice how much smaller it is compared to the other leopard, at most 2/3 the size. Covered in many stabs wounds and desiccated from the lily, it died curled up. Distracting me from my thoughts once again, Edmund pats me on the back and asks if I'm alright. Are you alright, Wyatt? You looked like you were about to break down crying. I take a moment to think of the man I killed, whose name or identity I don't even know, and the animal I killed before responding. I killed a man earlier, Edmund. And then I just killed another. This leopard was just as intelligent and feeling as us. I hear Edmund take a deep, raspy breath as he breaks the hug to look me in the eyes. He seems just as wounded and exhausted as I feel, with 2 black eyes and his silver hair dyed red and brown with blood and dirt. But despite his wounds, he focuses on providing me aid. You gotta put your mind past it, kid. Or it will eat you up inside. The man you killed was a bandit. Likely a murderer and a rapist. It was good for a man like that to be put down. And the beast? It was killed or be killed. I immediately argue with him, the reasons bursting out without pause. Maybe that's true for the man, but for the leopard, it wasn't like that. I could have just not attacked the leopard and left it alone. I didn't need to kill it. A sigh streams out of Edmund's mouth. Maybe that's true, Wyatt. But I sent you down here, so if you wish to think that way, blame me instead for pitting you against it. However, no matter how you think of it, if you truly feel grief over its death, take it with you in life. Absorb its sigil and take a part of it with you. I just take his answer, for now, to move past it. I guess so. The moment between us quickly passes as I look away from Edmund and at the beast's corpse and feel a sense of attachment to it. I don't know why I do. My only interactions with it were in life or death combat. Kill or be killed. Why do I feel such emotions? Edmund walks towards the corpse while telling me to come with him. Come over here. Based on your feelings and that you killed it yourself, I think it's time you get your first sigil. I followed while nodding my head. I can't bring up the excitement I had previously thought. The emotions and feelings from the leopard after I killed stifled any elation I would have. Edmund continues to guide me while crouching next to the dead animal. Just put your hand upon the corpse and attempt to sense the ether within. Then focus on bringing it to yourself. It's likely to be much easier this time. And Wyatt, when you successfully do so, stay calm and cool-headed. Be careful and deliberate in your actions and thoughts while attuning. I reply with a question, hoping for more help. Okay, I will try. Anything else I need to know? Edmund stands and begins walking toward the hatch to the outside before turning and answering me. Nope. Nothing else that will help you. The hard part is out of the way already, kid. I'll be right back. I ask where he is going, worried I will be left alone again. Where are you going? You leaving me again? Edmund puts down my worries while stepping up and out of the cellar into the rising sun's light. You growing attached, Wyatt? Put away your worry. You weren't the only one fighting. I gotta grab some bodies so they don't attract more attention. Right, Edmund was also fighting. I had completely forgotten about that, too focused on my own hunt. I wonder how many he was forced to kill in defense of himself. I doubt he sees it that way, though. To him, it's probably just his job. I ignore my distracting thoughts and turn my attention to the dead leopard lying in the cellar. The light from the outside just barely covers the corpse at the end of the circle of light that streams from the hatch. It makes me think of a boundary or the jail that the leopard was in its memory. What lies beyond? Will I become like Edmund, unfazed by killing? I don't know. But I will try my best to keep my compassion and imagination for others' feelings. Ma once said that too few people have imagination. That they can't imagine how others suffer and live. Because of that missing quality, they cause others to suffer so much more. Only now do I begin to think that maybe she was talking about my father. He must have gone through the same things Edmund has and lost his imagination. Especially if he became a powerful enough hunter to prevent a breach with his possible presence. Looking at the leopard, I make a promise to myself. And a Graves never breaks an oath, so I am confident this will hold. I promise to carry its sigil and memories with me for the rest of my life. As I do this, I place my hand upon it, closing my eyes in an attempt to sense the ether within its corpse. It is much easier this time, maybe I am more in tune with this beast's ether. As I delve deep within the body with my mind, I can sense a pulsating and undulating bundle of energy within the beast. I continue to observe it for a while as I can feel it is beginning to fade and leak outwards. A thought arises when I see this phenomenon: how are sigils created? Are they just inputted into beasts and demons? That doesn't sound right. I'll have to ask Edmund. Discarding the thoughts that only serve to distract me once again, I focus on the ether. This ether is unlike the slippery type like the rogue sigil. Instead, it feels strange and undulating, as if it is being pulled back and forth by an invisible chain. After feeling the ether, I then try to just move the ether with my mind towards myself. It reminds me of the feeling of curling my tongue backward somehow. An odd, unique, and exotic sensation that can still be understood. The movement of the ether begins, and it quickly starts to flow toward me like a downward stream. And for the third time today, I feel a cool sensation enter my hands and then ebb towards the rest of my body. I feel no change in my body, however, in response to this sensation, a word interjects itself into my mind. Philosopher. Confused by this intrusion, the unrelated word, and the sudden stop of energy flow within, I open my eyes. But my eyes see not the cellar I just recently almost died in. Instead, I see inside an old, dark cabin and a weathered Purple Heart table in front of me. And resting on the table is an oversized book, almost covering half the table. The word implanted into my mind is put away as I'm alarmed and look around. Still, this cabin has no doors, windows, or other features, and the only light seems to emanate from the book on the table. And something that only furthers my panic is that while looking around, I could have sworn I saw a colossal eyeball through one of the gaps in the wood. But the next second I look, it's gone. I try to ignore it and focus on the table. I look closer at the book, and I see veins of multicolored light upon its cover. Some symbols remind me of words, but not in any language I've ever seen written, and most certainly not one I know. Feeling as though I have nothing else to do, I reach toward the book that lies ahead of me. 9. That which restrains us. Craftsman ability to create simple ether-infused weapons and prototypes. Increases intelligence and memory. Commonly appears in cast beavers and rarely within empirical ants. Shaman ability to create advanced bombs using herbs. Things like healing, sleeping, or adrenaline bombs. Increases plant growth nearby and allows one to sense nearby plants and their traits. Commonly appears in types of living trees and uncommonly in giant spiders. Excerpt from the Prime Sigils manual. Before my hand even gets near the cover of the old book in front of me, and really, tome is a more fitting word, it spreads open quickly on its own to the first page. This surprises me and makes me jerk my hand back in reflex. But quickly after, I realize that there is nothing dangerous or scary. It is just a bunch of illegible scrawls and scribbling all over the first 2 pages like a madman drew them erratically that is open to the air. And at first, they appear to be completely mundane. As I look closer, the scribbles begin to glow and physically move on the page somehow even more erratically than they were placed. Entranced by this phenomenon, I continue to watch the scribbles move, and eventually, they combine in the center of the left page in a heavy dark look that formulates a sentence. No, a question directed at me. Wyatt Graves, what does a restraint look like? Extremely confused by having a book ask me questions, I pause and look at the words on the page. Is this part of attuning to a sigil? Does one have to answer odd questions? Damn, Edmund told me I didn't need to know anything else. This would have been a good piece of advice to give me, as I get the feeling it will affect my sigil somehow. But, on the other hand, maybe he thought it better not to tell me of this. I'll have to see, but he did ask me to stay calm. Following Edmund's lack of advice, my attention returns to the question after my minor bout of frustration with him. A restraint. What is a restraint? Well, it's something that restrains someone, right? Considering the mystical aspect of the book, I assume that it is not asking for a physical restraint, though, and instead means a metaphorical or philosophical restraint. I'm no expert on philosophy or words. Ma only ever taught me what philosophy is, not the intricacies of it. After pondering for a few moments, nothing obvious comes to mind besides apparent things like obligations, traditions, and rules. Upon further contemplation, I figure choosing the one that fits best would be best. And right as I decide on obligations, the image of the chained leopard comes to mind. And with that image comes the thought that the restraint could be physical and metaphorical. Restraints could be chains that bind us both literally and mentally. Not just that, for I made it a personal obligation of mine to carry its memory onward. And there is no better way to do so than basing my first sigil off a core memory of it. I quickly cement my decision on a restraint being a chain, whether physical or mental. First, I look at the book and the words written on the page, unsure how to answer. Then, based on when it opens from my intent, I place my hand on the question inscribed into the page while thinking, chains. Instantly, the words unfuse and begin to erratically move on the page once again, but they do the opposite of the first time. The terms continue to spread until the whole page is full of intricate and unreadable symbols on the left, and on the right side of the page, a vast symbol is drawn with another sentence beneath it. But before I can read the page on the right, I feel words, phrases, and an incredible amount of information enter my mind as if flowing from the illegible symbols on the left. The reader of this page now embarks on the journey to absolution on my behalf, and for that, I thank you. Your first sigil toward release, toward freedom, and toward limitlessness now joins you. The philosopher. The ponderer and observer of reality. Able to see the chains that bind us with their eyes, allowing your vision to supersede your frame. Your very body, mind, and soul have now been sharpened to a fine point. You will feel increased precision, speed, and introspection in every aspect of your life. And most importantly, your limit of channeled ether has drastically increased compared to others sigiled in preparation for your release. Lastly, the final gift the newest aspect of yourself grants you is your mind the power to affect reality, although subtly. May your journey, while certainly filled with thorns, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. I recoil from the book in sensory overload from the words that flow into my mind and an image of a hooded figure writing said words. There is so much for me to digest. What is absolution, and whose am I embarking towards? What are release, freedom, and limitlessness? What does it mean to be a philosopher for your sigil? Things like soldier and rogue make sense with their simplicity. And most important and scary is who wrote all this. How does someone know what this sigil does? All I know is that my sigil is philosopher and the benefits the sigil grants. The benefits seem to be many and, at the same time, perplexing. First, the increase in precision and ether limit will be beneficial, even if I'm unsure what that entails. It already answers a few questions about how the leopard could so deftly disarm me. But the ability to view chains is an unknown. How does seeing chains work? Does it allow one to see in the dark or something? 'Cause that would explain how the leopard kept finding me in the pitch dark. I'll have to check once I'm out of this cabin. And upon reaching that thought of the cabin, I realize that the symbols on the left page have turned dark and dim, barely recognizable as being on the page. This decreases the light in the small cabin by half, leaving only the light of the sizable intricate symbol on the left and the words underneath. Turning my attention to the right side of the tome, I look deeper into the symbol before I make a realization. This is a sigil. And likely the philosopher's sigil. It is ether put into form, and unlike the slipperiness of the rogue sigil, it feels deep and unfathomable. Like a massive dark unending hole dug into the ground that you can't see the bottom of, let alone estimate the depth. And if I look close enough, I feel as though I can see something that resembles chain links among the abstract lines beneath the surface. Then after inspecting the sigil, I read the words inscribed into the page below. A philosopher is able to see and question the world around them and the chains that bind them. But for a philosopher to grow further, they must awaken to what the world truly is and expand their minds. And to be prepared to do so, they must find an answer to the philosopher's metaphor. If chains are the medium that restrains us, then how do they act upon the real world? To begin, my philosopher, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. So is that the restriction that prevents people from just consuming more sigils and growing powerful nearly instantly? Do they have to solve a riddle? Is that why Edmund is still a third sigil? Because he can't figure out his puzzle? That doesn't make sense. He's intelligent and has had 3 sigils for a long, long time. So there must be something else. Maybe it grows beyond just simple riddles. I hope it never grows to become math expressions. I hate arithmetic even more than I hate reading. Yet, somehow it's even more boring than sifting through large amounts of uninteresting words. Although, reading this tome was quite the opposite. I felt adrenaline course through me just looking at it. But I need to return once I came to ask Edmund what is happening to me. Following the unknown being's directions, I try to place my hand on the sigil with the pages and try to enter it with my mind as I did with my rapier and the dead leopard. However, the instant my mind touches the sigil, my vision goes black. And from that black comes whiteness, then grayness as I return to the dark cellar around me. I look at myself to see if anything has changed or is new. Maybe I look a bit more muscular. After that thought, though, I feel a tingling in the back of my mind like a new muscle. And I follow that tingling, activating that new muscle which gives me a peculiar feeling, similar to moving one's ears with your scalp. Then, after feeling a minor flow-like sensation that ends in my eyes, this action causes me to see something on my body that causes me much surprise. 5 thin, dark red chains are wrapped around my limbs, and one around my neck. I reach with my recovered left arm as I touch the one around my neck. My hand passes right through. Looking closer at the chains on my left arm now that my hand is closer to my eyes, I see that they are ethereal, not quite wholly tangible, and can be seen through. So this is what the tome meant. I can see actual chains. And I doubt it's just for myself. Wanting to test this, I walk further into the cellar towards the darkness and wait for Edmund. I hear his boots smack against the stairs as he walks into the basement, and before I can see him in the dark, I see the chains around him. Compared to mine, his are much thicker and visibly more condensed. Not only that, but his chains are a different color. They are bright, almost white, and yellow. He also has an additional chain that is wrapped around his heart. My first thought is of the rainbow. The order of the sigils must follow the colors of the rainbow. That makes sense, right? If I'm red and he's yellow, that would fit with orange being between us. Maybe it has nothing to do with it, though. And the thickness might also determine the strength of the individual. But how would I see the strength of someone? No, that's not what I'm seeing. I see restraints placed upon them, right? So maybe just the more that restrains someone, the more powerful they are. This might explain how the Lopard could see me in the dark. But, on the other hand, these chains are pretty damn bright, and if unsigiled have chains, then it could have easily spotted at least my frame in the gloaming. Furthering my investigation into this new site, I look to my weapons to see if it also works on them. But, again, I see nothing out of the ordinary except that the lily's flowers now appear a bit closer to purple than red. So I guess it only works on living things. I'm going to call it Chain Eyes. Sounds cool, and it fits, obviously. After deciding on the name for the new ability or new sigil skill according to the Hunter's Prime Sigils manual, I deactivate it and feel a slight pull of tiredness offsetting the energy granted by the lily. I'll have to use this sparingly as it tires me to have it on. After all this introspection, I walk over to Edmund, who is busy moving bodies into the cellar. I wave at him, feeling slightly off with my arms' movement as they feel stiff and robotic. Edmund looks excited to see me up and moving and asks me what happened. Did you see the cabin? How'd it go, kid? I respond with a little attitude, yet I am still excited about the recent change. Yeah, I saw it. Why didn't you tell me about it? He moves closer to inspect me as he shuts down my attitude. I thought it better to not sway your thoughts. The first question asked within the cabin is always the most important. It lays the foundation of your future sigil's powers. And in my experience, it's best to follow the heart. Anyway, what did you get? The beast looked like a possible trapper, shaman, or prowler. Backing away, I answer. That makes sense, I guess. I got the philosopher sigil. Edmund's face shrivels in confusion before his mouth widens into a beaming grin. Philosopher? I've never heard of that one before. Definitely not one of the 20. It must be an unconfirmed sigil. That's great, Wyatt. What does it give you? Puzzled by his excitement, I wonder what an unconfirmed sigil is. Why's that great? What's so special about an unconfirmed sigil? He answers quickly, still fueled with excitement for me. Unconfirmed sigils are rare. So rare that they are, obviously, not confirmed to exist. This rarity gives them the upper hand in many situations, as they are hard to predict and analyze. I once knew a man with the gambler's sigil as his first, and the luck that granted him alone was enough to push him high into the circle of hunters. So, what does it do? His words alone excite me. Unconfirmed sigils must be great, then. I hope I can find more because, if I remember correctly, if you follow just one sigil, they tend to be more potent than if you split them up. I answer Edmund after I have these thoughts. It gives me this ability to see chains around people. According to the cabin, it's supposed to be a manifestation of that which binds us. I'm guessing it allows me to estimate someone's strength as your chains are thicker, more solid, and a different color than mine. It also said it increases my precision and limit of channeled ether. He gives me a nod as he puts his hand against his chin in thought. He then speaks, obviously trying to hype me up. That sounds incredibly useful. You'd be a good scout if you could identify strengths. That precision will be great with a firearm or a weapon like your rapier. Finally, and probably most useful, is the increased ether limit. That'll be a huge advantage over others. Later, I'll show you how to control and use the ether you now beget. It works, and despite that all that has happened the past few days, I smile and laugh, completely forgetting my next question about what the cabin is. Edmund continues speaking, though becoming more serious this time. One final thing, Wyatt. Now that you have your first sigil, I'd like to introduce the Hunter's Plea to you. It's a promise to yourself to help protect your own future and guard your mind. The plea can help pull one out of the darkness, as it's a plea to their future self to protect themselves and others. It's not required, as we hunters don't have any necessary pledge, but the Hunter's Plea is famous. If you would like to make the plea, repeat after me. I plead to my past self to be a strong enough anchor to push me forward. I plead to my current self to uphold the strengths of humanity. I plead to my future self to not fall to madness or succumb to the darkness. I can visibly see Edmund's sincerity. And I repeat after him, trying to say it as meaningfully as he did, putting my heart into it. I agree with its sentiments entirely. That, and I have no reason not to. If it can help me later, why wouldn't I? Though, no mystical effect or odd feeling comes over me after I say it. I guess that's to be expected, though. Not everything is powered by ether. Sometimes just a hopeful plea to the future is enough. After his short explanation of the plea and my own plea, Edmund pats me on the back and laughs along with me as he gives me a loaf of bread. Proud of you, Wyatt. Good job on getting your first of many to come sigils. Go get some rest as a celebration, and here's some food. We can hide in this cellar for a while. I'll wake you in a few hours to actually train you for the first time. Smiling, I nod and thank him. Then, I go over and sit near a rack of tools in a dark but the not unseeable level of a dark corner to eat my bread and relax. As I eat my bread, I finally notice what increased precision means. I can feel every piece of bread and can accurately chew it. I'm interested in exploring this odd new ability and the other ways it can benefit me, but I'm also exhausted. So, I lay my head on my backpack facing the wall as I listen to Edmund work behind me. I slowly unwind as I lay down. For the first time in what feels like forever, my muscles relax, and my heart calms. And under my stable heart is an excitement for what is to come. 10 on the dodge. Augur gains a sixth sense that is sensitive to danger. Increases the ability to make predictions based on situational clues. Excellent hearing and eyesight. Rarely found in beasts or demons of any type, commonly found in other planers. Abbot increases sense of self. Increased understanding of what is heard, allowing a nascent sight without eyes. Access to vigor. Commonly found in Rougarou. Excerpt from the Prime Sigils Manual. The next day, Edmund begins to, for the first time, actually teach me. Instead of just giving me a paper to read or a little advice here and there, he is teaching me how to fight. Or in his words, you need to learn how not to die. Fortunately and unfortunately, in some ways, you appear to have no fear of death. I've only seen you fight a handful of times by now, but every time you bleed more than your enemy. You're a natural fighter, but you fight like a man condemned to the gallows. And he does so by having me line up against him within the cellar and restrained by the bounds of a circle drawn on the floor with mud. So I stand against Edmund with my rapier drawn while lit by lanterns and candles he found within the cellar. The second he signals to start, a wave in the air, I move towards him. I see Edmund raise his dagger-wielding hand, and I dash straight for him. My legs go out from under me, and I feel steel against my throat. Gritting my teeth, I push against his arms just precisely enough to get the knife from above my throat to above my head as I slide out of his grip. I feel a vice-like hand on my ankle barely a second after I escape. Edmund grabs me and pulls me directly to him. I feel the concrete under me as I'm ripped away and the debris on the floor that grinds against me. Before I even get close, however, I feel a massive force in my stomach. Gasping and coughing, I try my best not to puke my recent breakfast of jerky and bread on the ground immediately. I look up before I even catch my breath. Edmund is standing with his foot on my stomach and a smirk on his face. Heat rises within my skull, anger overflowing. He's not even teaching me. I gather my strength and try to push his foot off me, but the pressure only grows. Edmund asks, behind his sly grin. You give up? I growl in anger. Then I pull the lily and point it at him. He retreats at this, obviously anxious about it, but still laughs. That only works as long as you have bullets left in it. You need to learn how to dodge, Wyatt. How to evade when you cannot block. And most importantly, how to run when you are outmatched. Still on the ground, covered in dirt and sweat, I ask him to teach me how to. Okay then, teach me. And show me how to use ether then. Is this not a waste of time to just beat my ass? Edmund replies as he reaches out and pulls me to my feet. No, it's not a waste of time. He then continues once I'm standing up in front of him. I'm showing you that sometimes you are simply outmatched. A hunter needs to know when to run and when to stand their ground. An easy example for you to understand is when I forced us to run from the cabin because of the breach. It'd be suicide for both of us to remain. Even if we hid in the vault, eventually, it would be broken into, and we'd be left inside starving. So, I'm going to first teach you how to run and how to dodge. Then and only then will I teach you how to manipulate ether. Annoyed by his long explanations and lack of action, I just agree. Okay, then, let's do it already. Edmund nods, reaches down to his boot, and draws another small dagger to match his first. I'm going to go fast, Wyatt. So, just focus on dodging and blocking. And as soon as he finishes his warning, he's on me again, this time with 2 daggers instead of 1. He swings at my hip sideways in a reverse grip, and I retreat backward to get out of the way. I think I make it before a drop of blood reaches the end of the dagger and juts out, causing a thin line of blood to appear as it cuts through my pants. I grimace from the pain, but I have no time to ponder as he continues pressing me. Front stab, I sidestep, then a second comes from the side and grazes me. Side slash, I retreat again, further this time, but then I trip and fall backward on a mound of congealed blood. Then he goes for a grapple as I fall to the ground. I just barely get out before he cuts me again. I continue to dodge and move backward and sideways as he tries to impede and injure me. I faintly feel the increased precision in most movements, guiding my feet and hands into stable actions. I especially notice it when I go to parry his dagger with my rapier, and I can feel and sense how to accurately deflect it. Yet, despite my perfect deflection, my blade doesn't even graze Edmund on the counter. This onslaught continues for what feels like hours. The whole time he teaches me more and more about fighting. Well, less about actually fighting and more about surviving. Plus a bunch of other little phrases and tidbits that might help me later, like he spoke about how harmful overconfidence is nearly 10 times. And after a long time of fighting with a lot of lost blood, just as my vision begins to waver, Edmund notices my weakness. He then waves his hand as all the blood I spilled flows into his hand and walks towards me. Come, let me restore your lost blood. Despite the blood loss, you did well for the first drill and improved considerably towards the end. That precision your sigil gives you seems to work wonders. Let's eat lunch, then I'll tell you more about the hunters while you rest. It's only lunchtime? It felt like he was attacking me all day long. Panting and stumbling, I walk over to him in disbelief of everything. I've gotten my ass kicked several times, but I always felt there was a chance at victory. Against Edmund, though, I never even put a speck of dust on him. I was always on the back foot, under his control. My internal impression of him raises significantly, which I wasn't sure was possible as he places his hand covered in an orb of blood on my shoulder near my most extensive wound. Then I watch, transfixed, as the blood flows back into my body. And within just a moment, I feel so much better. My vision is no longer wavering, and while still tired, it no longer feels like I'm about to pass out. I feel so much better after he performs his ability on me. However, my wounds are still open despite the ability performed on them, so they still bleed a bit. To rectify this, Edmund helps me wrap up my cuts and put salve on my bruises. At this point, I am pretty used to being injured just enough to feel it throughout my day. We both go over to our packs, and Edmund pulls out some rations. together we eat the rations that Edmund had prepared in case of emergency. More tough jerky and stiff bread. While we eat, though, Edmund tells me more about the hunters and their structure. There are 9 ranks within the hunters. Each is normally given to an individual with either the sigil of the corresponding rank or the proven strength of one. They go in order from weakest to strongest: agent, deputy, and sheriff, which are all base realm ranks. Then there are captain, major, and colonel for the wondrous realm ranks. And finally, the angelic realm is a bit different, but they are general, martial, and prime. I interrupt his explanation while eating to ask a question. I thought the prime was the strongest, not a rank. He nods and explains. Yes, it is both. The prime is the strongest human, but simultaneously, it is scarce for there to be 2 or more humans at the 9th sigil. In fact, it has only ever occurred once in history. And when it does happen, they share the position. But amongst these ranks, there are more divisions. Each rank has the distinction of new, simple, and old, with old having the most commanding power. This allows for more obvious rank and coordination among teams. I say when he takes a breath from his explanation, curious but already somewhat sure what rank I'd be. That makes sense. So what rank am I? And what rank are you? He points to himself and then to me while explaining it all. I'm an old sheriff. You'd be a new agent had I successfully registered you. As it is, you're just a trainee. Knowing the various ranks, I ask about all the other hunters and where they are. Like, why are we all alone here? Yeah, that's about what I thought. What else, though? Like, where are all the other hunters right now? With a wave above us, Edmund details where they may be. Right now? They've likely all head further eastward, beyond where the breach will reach. Few hunters live in Tornridge because of your father. When the rest of the world learned of your father being missing, a great change began. He may not have been one, but he had the strength of a pillar, the 12 most powerful humans, who are each 7th or 8th sigiled. Whenever one of these men or women falls, we lose the area they are meant to defend. Or at least normally. If the prime moves, it can be fortified for a while as we try to get a replacement, for his presence alone is enough. Amazed at my father's strength but frustrated, I ask more about him. Why was he not a pillar? And where could he have gone if he had the strength of one? Edmund shakes his head before he responds. I dunno, kid. That stuff is way above my pay grade. All I know is he left the hunters shortly after becoming a colonel. I used to know him before he even reached my rank. When he was just a lad like you. Barely any power, a bit unique, though. But now? And with his strength? Especially his ability to be nigh unkillable? I don't know where he went. Could have gone just about anywhere. From the deeps of the borderlands to the fiery depths of hell itself, I'm fairly sure someone like him could survive just about anywhere. After all, it's said that he is the only human to have ever entered the deepest and most dangerous reaches of the borderlands, the Badlands, and came back alive. So my father was mighty, huh? Strong enough to keep Ma and me safe without being present. Strong enough to protect a whole region. Strong enough to survive just about anything. Then where the hell has he been? Edmund takes my silence for boredom as he claps his hands and stands up after his meal. Then he walks over to his backpack and pulls out a small gray cylindrical piece of metal before walking back to me. He then sits and hands the item to me. I take it. Before I can ask him anything, he speaks in his essay-like speech. This is an ether receiver. A device to help newbies train how to control ether. Once you learn how to stably output ether into the receiver, you can learn how to manipulate it within your body. First, you learn to crawl, then walk, then run. You can fiddle with it for a while and try it out. I will scout around and see if we need to move out and, if so, how soon. He just keeps giving me things to do with little actual direction on how to do it, just a bunch of explanations about other things. Finally, I ask, somewhat annoyed, if he'll show me how to use it. Okay, so are you not going to show me how to use it? Edmund replies while walking towards the hatch and waves his hand toward me in denial. Nah, you can figure it out. Then I watch as he opens the hatch and climbs out, dumbfounded. Did he just leave me here alone? Yup. He did. I look at the device in my hand with zero idea of how to use it. So, after a few minutes of thinking, I just try a few things with little faith in them actually working. First, I try to do something similar to how I sense the sigils within my rapier and the lopard. It kind of works, but I don't feel any ether in the device. I just sort of sense a lack thereof, like it could fit ether. Of course, dumbass. That's precisely what Edmund said it would do. Receive ether. Next, I try something different. I activate chain eyes, trying to get the same flow-like feel to understand how it triggers. Doing so, I can feel that same flowing sensation in my eyes. I try to follow to see where it originates. I focus intensely and slowly trace where the feeling is coming from. It's pretty ethereal and hard to follow, but eventually, I track it to the base of my skull on the back of my head. That's where the feeling stops moving. Then I deactivate chain eyes, and the flow stops abruptly. This must be where my ether is stored. Close to the top of my spine. Is it in my brainstem? Or my cerebellum? I'm not very good at anatomy, but I think it might be my cerebellum. After discovering where my ether is stored in my body, I focus again on the location. It feels like a bubble that I cannot quite peer within. Observing the outside of this bubble, I try to imagine a small flow like a newly born stream. Unlike the last time dabbling in ether using threads, the flow from chain eyes reminds me of water, so I try replicating that. I try to force this reservoir of ether to follow my directions and flow down from my neck. Then to my shoulder, then slowly along my arm towards my hand. And finally, from my hand into the receiver. Only once I imagine the destination do I feel a slightly cool sensation flow from the base of my skull near the bubble toward my imagined target. I do this for about 30 seconds before I feel a slight tinge of tiredness. Stopping the flow slowly, I open my eyes to the receiver. Nothing is noticeably different to my naked eye. Unwilling to immediately believe I failed, I try to sense if there is any ether within the receiver. And there is. It's a small amount, barely enough to sense, and nowhere near the receiver's max, but there it is. I got it to work without any help. I feel a sense of self-satisfaction and pride flow through me as I imagine Edmund seeing me succeed at filling the receiver. Then the feeling passes and is followed by a want to improve. What if I show Edmund a full receiver? Would he be blown away? And so, almost until Edmund walked back into the cellar over 4 hours later, I practiced filling the receiver. Toward the end, I started to get a pounding headache and slowed down. I filled roughly half of it. At least, I think it's about a third. It is pretty hard to tell precisely. The tone from the cabin said that as a philosopher, I have increased ether limits, right? So, I must have filled it much more than should be possible by other first sigils. Curious to the limits of what most can usually use of ether, I finally read more of the hunter manuals. And within, they state how all first sigils are given the same amount of ether in their body, and the only difference in how much they can use is their resonance with their sigils. The higher the resonance, the higher their ether saturation, and so, the more ether they can output. Running out of ether to actually use is near impossible. What most actually reach is ether saturation. A state where one's body cannot withstand the energy flowing through them and begins to collapse. Resonance is how in tune a person is with their sigil. 1 in 50 would have a high resonance. 1 in 1,000 with a perfect. This is a gradient, though, so there is variation. This can increase over time or if one performs an absolution. What an absolution is, though, the manual doesn't say. It's the second time I've read the phrase, though. Then it continues and says that a basic ether receiver would take around 21st sigil individuals with normal resonance to fill within 4 hours, rotating when they hit their saturation limit. Or approximately 10 high-resonance individuals in the same amount of time. It could also take 3 to 5 perfect resonance individuals to do the same in an equivalent period. After I digest that load of information, I realize that I can output nearly twice the amount of ether from a perfect resonance individual. How much that truly is, I don't know. But I'm sure it'll surprise Edmund. I read further, curious about what receivers are used for and what the manual touches on them. It says that they are used to save ether for later by powering items or defenses only usable by inputting ether into them. Examples given are particular kinds of bullets, creations from a craftsman of some sort, or some variety of antiques from old ruins. So, they can be used instead of a person's actual ether, saving their internal saturation for later or if they are already reaching their limit. So then, as Edmund has told me multiple times, I read a few more of the base sigils until I hear footsteps above me. Excited for Edmund to return, I get off the ground with a grunt and walk closer to the hatch. Once in front of the hatch, I hold the receiver out before me, waiting for him to walk in. 11. Greased lightning. Sexton, speak with recent spirits and enhanced spirituality. Very little control over said spirits. Commonly found in ghosts, reavers, and wraiths. Night owl can function with very little rest, only a few hours of sleep a day are needed. More energetic at night. Can see in the dark. Commonly found in rigid bats or dark owls. Excerpt from the Prime Sigils manual. Opening the hatch is an obviously sweating and tired Edmund, who rushes in and moves past me in a hurry. Something must have gone wrong during his scouting. I look at him as he bolts over to our packs, and he speaks without his usual long-winded explanation. We need to go. Whoever is chasing us is closing rapidly because of their lost squad. So pack up and follow me. Right after he finishes, Edmund swings his pack on the ground over his shoulder and starts to walk out. I'm still standing by the entrance in a daze. Already? Who is even after us? Can I not have a full day to rest? Guess not. Sighing, I bring down the receiver that I was holding up enthusiastically. Edmund notices this as he passes by to head up and outside. Stopping momentarily, he holds his hand towards the receiver, asking me a question. Did you figure it out? Despite the oncoming threat that is guaranteed to be coming, I smile and nod. After my jovial attitude, he takes the receiver to inspect it. A single moment passes as he runs his dirt-covered hand over it. His eyes widen, and he looks at me with impossible-to-miss shock. Then he looks back at the receiver. And back to me. I reply to his face with a noticeable edge. Good, right? Maybe I'd do better if you actually guided me. Edmund narrows his eyebrows and smirks before replying. Good? No, not quite. You have to fill it to full for me to be impressed. What? No, the manual definitely said it would take at least 20 people with normal resonance to fill it to complete. Is he messing with me? Or was the manual wrong? I look at him again from the receiver before seeing his lip curl. He is fucking with me. I raise my voice and point at him. Damn it, Edmund. Why are you lying? Laughing, he responds as he hands the receiver back to me. Ha. Gotta keep your confidence down to a reasonable level. I assume you read the manual about the receiver? I nod in admission. Yeah, so you know your ether limit is extraordinary. Seems to me like it's likely increased by 3 or 4 times what it should be. That sounds about right for the main feature of a sigil, with the others being fairly lackluster. But, don't let that go to your head. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, especially for a hunter. The positions can always change, and... Enough of that, though. Good job, pack up, and let's get moving. Even in a hurry, he still lectures me before patting my shoulder. Something I guess I've quickly grown used to. And I try to force his advice into me as I remember the encounter with the leopard in this very cellar. I started out as the hunter, and it switched almost instantly. I scramble and try to pack all my things that are strewn about as I get myself comfortable. And I realize quite fast how little I actually have. Most of it is just my bedroll and waterproof blanket that Edmund gave me. The rest are just small trinkets like my pocket watch from Ma and my small knife. I take a breath to check the time on the pocket watch. As I flip it open, I see a small photograph of Ma when she was young. Apparently, this was her father, my grandfather's pocket watch. She was so beautiful. The clock's ticking gradually brings me out of my reverie and into a focused state of mind. It's 7:17. Time to go. I flip the watch closed and put it into my pocket. Once my small but meaningful collection of belongings is gathered, I follow Edmund outside into the newly descended night. The sun just set recently, and it's easy to notice from the chill autumn air and the small glimmer of sunlight that permeates the air despite the sun being under the horizon. I take a deep breath once up and out of the cellar. The cool air flows into my chest and calms my nerves, relaxing my body. Only at this moment do I realize just how nervous I was about leaving the cellar. Besides the initial fight for it, the basement has been safe and welcoming to me. I quite liked it. I look to Edmund while taking a breath and see him motion me forward. And so I follow into the nippy darkening evening. When I'm at his side, he turns to face me. Good at ether, eh? Wherever your core is, mine's in my heart, channel your ether into the rest of your body. You can access ether at any part, but your core is where your body creates, stores and transfers ether from the outside. So, start slow, then ramp it up like riding a horse. Once you can do that a little, then we begin moving. Much faster than last time. I reply shortly. Okay, I'll try. Then, I close my eyes. In just a moment, I sense the core he mentions, assuming that's the source of my ether in the back of my skull. From there, I make a similar motion of creating a minute-flowing stream of ether as I did into the receiver. But instead of having it end at my hand, I try to have it flow through the rest of my body. Thinking of Edmund and how he said his core is in his heart, I first send the ether to my heart. Then I imagine it spreading to each limb simultaneously like water trickling over a rock. And I finish it by applying it from the limbs to the extremities like my feet and hands. At first, I don't feel much. Just the usual cool sensation that I've rapidly grown used to when using ether. Then I try ramping up the flow, as Edmund said, from a small trickle to a more significant, faster one. That's when I feel a slight pressure in the back of my skull and stop increasing the flow. It feels like I've taken a dozen cups of coffee at once. Energized, robust, and sturdy are the only words to describe me, like a well-oiled blade. It feels incredible. More than I ever imagined it would when I first heard of ether. I open my eyes to Edmund, smiling. And so, I smile back. I did it. He replies in his usual fashion. I can see. You've learned your first general ether application or skill. A skill that anyone can learn with access to ether, physical strengthening. It increases all your physical attributes based on what you're already good at. Already fast? Faster. Already strong? Stronger. I imagine this is when you'll notice the increased precision your sigil gave you. There are other, more complex, as well as more straightforward versions, but this is simple and easy to learn, even for newbies. Just be careful not to go overboard, don't want to burn your insides, do we? For the more complicated general skills among hunters that can be used regardless of sigil, I'll have to teach you those once you've mastered this one. I take a second to digest his explanations, like usual. I learn my first actual ether skill. And I will have an advantage over others, for I won't have to be as careful as most do not reach my saturation limit due to my enhanced ether limit. I won't count chain eyes, as that seems to come in some form with my sigil. I wonder what other kinds there are, and so I ask before we begin moving. What other types of general skills are there that you can use ether for? Edmund tilts his head in thought. A lot. I know nearly 100 general applications of ether just due to my age and experience in the field. But there is normally a restriction. For example, suppose it involves an affinity of some type. In that case, it cannot be a general skill, so most are unattuned or elementary in their construction but useful in application. Hence the other name, ether applications. I squint my brows in confusion. Affinities? What are affinities? Edmund turns his head forwards before replying, looking like he wants to start moving. But he still does answer. All sigils, or at least most sigils, come with an affinity, sometimes more. Depends also on the person. Like mine, Bloodtaker gives me an affinity for blood. This means I can more easily manipulate and control blood with my own ether, which allows me to use a wider variety of skills using blood as a focus. Without an affinity for said element or concept, it is tough, almost impossible, for a base sigil to create an external phenomenon using their ether. It's just a lack in volume, density, and range of the person's ether. Now, no more questions. They take too long to answer. We leave. Now, as he begins running so much faster than the last time he had me run with him, I mumble quietly. It's your fault, not mine. You take so long to explain shit. And after my complaint, I follow. The second my foot hits the ground to send me forwards is when I genuinely feel it. The power, the speed. I'm probably moving twice as fast with physical strengthening than without it. Edmund was right, quick to even quicker. I can feel the ground speed underneath me as I try to catch up with Edmund. I even have to take fewer breaths as it seems the ether helps supply me with energy. Looking around, it feels like I'm faster than a sprinting horse with just my bare feet. I've always been quick on my feet, and this speed just fills me with joy. I laugh and try to move faster to catch up to Edmund. This makes sense how that one guy could send me flying like a dozen feet away just from hitting me. He could have crushed me easily if he could do this while enhancing his strength. Which I guess is precisely what he had done. My straying thoughts cause me to lose focus on running. Which I desperately need as it's my first time running a mile in under 2 minutes with the ground disappearing beneath me as I snag my foot on a root. I begin to tumble forward and immediately regret being so playful with this skill. Trying to save myself, I plant my other foot on another root just barely. This is when I finally feel my increased precision come into play as for the next couple of steps, I just barely keep myself from falling. And it takes near-perfect footholds to do so. After I pass this patch of rough terrain, I stabilize and begin to speed up again, but this time, I'm more careful. And I have to refocus on physical strengthening again, as that fall almost made me lose focus and stop the flow of ether fueling it. I remind myself while running that ether is not a toy, and neither are the things you can do with it. Instead, they can be deadly tools and weapons when used appropriately. A quick flash of the man strangling me with an impossible-to-break grip comes to mind as I cement this thought deep within. After this thought, I resumed running without any more accidents. And during the run, a question comes to mind while I look at Edmund. Does he have any children? Just based on the few days or so I've known him, he seems like he'd be a much better father than my own. Because no matter how awesome or powerful he is, I've grown to realize it's useless if he's not here. I voice this question to Edmund while we move, genuinely curious and trying not to eat dirt again from a distraction like this, so I take my time to say it. Hey, Edmund. Do you have any kids? He looks to his side at me, and I glance at his face momentarily. Extreme sadness shows on his face. Oh shit. I shouldn't have asked that. He answers just before I tell him to ignore the question because it is stupid. I have 7 children. One's a hunter captain with a similar sigil to mine. I'm sure you'd love to meet him. A captain. That's incredible. He must be even more powerful than Edmund. I ask again without thinking and immediately hate myself for not considering what he meant by only mentioning one kid. What about the others? Do they do anything cool? His shoulder slumps the second my words leave my mouth. The rest died fighting in the last great outbreak almost 20 years ago. All by demons. And for the first time ever, I see an unbelievable amount of emotion from Edmund. Not quite tears in his eyes, but for the old man, a waver in his voice and a pause are telltale enough of his sadness. I couldn't save them despite being so close. At least Edward was too young to join his siblings at the time since he was only 4 and stayed at home with his mother. I can feel the sadness in his voice and his unspoken meaning. He wishes he was able to protect his other kids. I stay silent for the moment as we run quietly, with only our movement making noise. Maybe he would. I begin to voice my question, and he cuts me off, but for the first time, he fails to predict my question. No, I have no idea why your father would leave despite his power. Just keep running. I refute his guess and ask my own question. That's not what I was gonna ask, Edmund. I was going to ask if you'd adopt me. Better an existing father than one that never existed. Edmund stops running at these words and looks at me, leaves scattering due to his quick stoppage. He scans my face with his eyes before sighing. Finally, he turns to look away toward the moon and replies. I can't do that, Wyatt. And you're a crazy kid to even ask that. Confused, I ask why. Why not? And how does that make me crazy? He shakes his head while restarting a walk. You barely know me, kid. Less than a week. I ain't adopting you just 'cause your daddy is gone. And I've learned you do things quite quickly, Wyatt, but this is far too fast. Not to mention, if your father somehow ever comes back, I'm a dead man. So just keep running, kid. No more silly questions tonight. His serious ending to his response makes me look down. Nevertheless, it wasn't a silly question. No one but Ma has ever been as kind to me as Edmund. Whenever we'd go into town together for food or supplies, we'd always be ostracized and left alone. I rarely got to talk to people growing up, let alone spend several days with someone other than Ma. Edmund speeding back up into his run forces me out of my thoughts. I have to run to catch up and focus on not falling due to my quickness, which doesn't allow for much mental space beside that. We then continue running for close to an hour as the world grows darker. It's deep into autumn, so few bugs are flying around, but suspiciously, we have seen very few animals in the forest while moving. Maybe it's because of the breach? On the other hand, it might have scared away all the critters. And where we stop, the shrubbery is exceptionally thick, which makes it even harder to see if there are any signs of animals. We can barely see more than a few feet through with fallen leaves and cramped trees, and the hill in front of us prevents us from seeing further. When we do come to a stop, though, I am thankful. The slight pressure in my skull has grown to a dull ache, which I recognize as the start of ether saturation. Even with my hardy limit, I can do only so much before I begin to feel its weight. In addition, I can feel a bit physically tired, as even physical strengthening can't entirely offset the exhaustion of running close to 40 miles in an hour. Along with that pressure buildup is Edmund crouching as he motions me to do the same. Then he turns and whispers to me. Keep your skill up. The come down may cause your death in a few minutes, as there are enemies over this hill, along with another group, possibly hunters, on the other side. So, run with it until you go dry, or I tell you to do so. And for your last lesson of the night, flow your ether down to your feet. Try to create a cloud or cushion of some sort. This is called sneak, helps muffle your feet and can even slow falls a tad bit. Physical strengthening has a side effect? Actually, that just makes sense. Of course, my body will tire from having ether flowing through it. Maybe it'll lessen over time, though, as I grow used to it, kinda like getting used to running every day. Start out a little at a time and work your way up. Once I finish my thoughts, I focus on the task at hand. Edmund watches my feet after directing me, and I try to follow his instructions after thinking about his warning. Once again, I delve into my body and the core at the back of my skull. I create another flow to accompany physical strengthening and immediately feel a much stronger ache in my mind. Seems as though two skills at once are much more complex than one. I push through the ache, hoping my sigil's gift of increased limits will help. And it does. I get the second stream to trickle into my feet and circulate the creek in both feet. I try and make it spread out in wishy-washy patterns like a cloud. I feel a bit lighter on my feet and open my eyes while attempting to keep the ether flowing in both streams. It's quite a struggle at first without actively focusing on it, but after a few minutes, I get it under control. Edmund notices this and nods at me. Good. Stay low. Follow me closely. He begins to crouch and slowly walk up and through the branches. Edmund is careful not to step on any twigs while doing so, and I try to mimic him as best as possible. The ether swirling in my feet nullifies almost all the sound of the leaves under my boots, making me silent, except for my breathing. We crawl up the small hill on all fours when we pass the branches. Without Edmund telling me, I try to use sneak on my hands so the leaves don't crumple. Besides a rapidly descending headache and a minor lapse in movement, it works. Skills like sneak seem to be quite malleable. I guess that's what makes them hunter general skills. If I covered every part of my body with this swirling cloud of ether, would it make me impossible to hear? Silent to all but myself? Thought for another day that has to be pushed behind my mind in a way to make room for focused thought as we crest the hill. I see a reasonably large group. Over 8 tents in a campfire surrounded by at least 5 rowdy men. And I spot one relatively large man off to the side who appears to be about to piss about 50 yards from the rest of the group. Edmund gets my attention and points to the man I noticed. Then he cuts a thin line on his thumb with his very teeth and forms a small wire out of his blood. Always amazed by his skills, I just watch. Finally, he motions the wire like a noose on his neck and points back to the man. Ah. I see. He's going to try and choke him out. I nod as if I understand, but then he hands the blood wire to me. Huh. Does he want me to do it? No way. I'd be seen or heard. Edmund sees my reluctance and draws some more blood. Then, with his very own blood, he creates floating letters in the air. Fast. Quiet. Outlaws. Recently killed. The rest. Me wire to mute. Sword loud. I digest this insane form of communication before trying to understand it. Writing out of blood, crazy but practical for him, I guess. I shake my head inwardly before focusing once more. He wants me to be fast and quiet, right? I can do that. I move with a breakneck speed with physical strengthening and damn near completely muted with sneak. Maybe I can do this. The other bit that gives me confidence is that he says he will handle the rest. For a second, I feel a bit guilty. But then I remember the man who almost killed me. These are outlaws. They will do the same as he did for sure, and apparently already have. Kill, rape, and plunder. Just like the stories always said. And so, as I nod to Edmund once more in confirmation, he reabsorbs his used blood and stalks off the side and quickly fades from even my vigilant sight. He is incredible. Every aspect of a hunter he can do. From training to fighting to scouting to stealth. I take a moment to just take in his skill. Enough of my procrastination, though. I stand a bit taller and move quickly but quietly toward the man, away from his group, like a panther in the jungle. I try to stalk around him and stay out of sight of the campfire. But I take too long. Before I'm comfortable to ambush the man, he finishes his business. Damn it. I need to go before he gets close. Right now, I'm only slightly behind and to his left, not quite fully on his flank. I give myself a second to steady my nerves before, on an impulse heightening the flow of physical strengthening. Hope the speed boost is enough. And just as the man turns entirely around to face the campfire and head back, I burst into action, moving as fast as greased lightning as the ground disappears beneath my feet. 12. Quick brush. Swimmer swift in the water, and water rejuvenates the user, healing both wounds and fatigue. Commonly appears among sea creatures and Mermoa. Priest able to cast simple ether prayers, heal, rejuvenate, purify, etc. Common among Hierophant bears and clerical wights. Excerpt from the Prime Sigils manual. The ground disappears beneath my feet so quickly as my body groans in denial of the ether I'm flooding it with. I move so fast that I almost don't react in time to attack the man. Instead, I jump and slam my knee into the man's back, and as he reels and falls forward, I slip the blood wire around his neck. Thanking my even further enhanced physical precision that allows me to pull off this absolutely inhuman feat, I slam the man into the ground and tighten the blood wire around his neck. I tighten it as hard as I possibly can. And boosted my physical strengthening, especially this stronger version, I pull very tight. But it's only secured enough to stop him from screaming, not fighting back. The man is on his stomach and is being pressed into the dirt by the knee I have slammed into his back. Unable to turn and look at his assailant, the man with a leather jacket that I'm only now noticing swings an elbow backward at me. Still surprised by my successful takedown, I don't notice the elbow. Instead, it slams into my side like a freight train, knocking the wind out of me. The shock makes me lose focus on the current skills I am supplying ether. As a result, I can only salvage and continue physical strengthening just barely before the man acts again. Even with my blood wire around his neck and knee into his back, the man, with an apparent ether-enhanced strength, pushes off the ground and stands with me still hanging on his back. Only in this position do I realize that this man is an entire foot taller than me, but this just makes me pull the wire even tense in hopes it will drop him. It does not. Unable to make any louder noise than a quiet grunt, the man flails momentarily. Then while struggling to breathe, he tries to figure out what to do. And then he makes a decision. The man whose back I have a knee wedged in stands tall and holds me tightly. Oh shit. I feel him begin to leverage himself forward. As he does so, I wrap my legs around him for stability and leverage before I tighten on his neck with my wire. Then he does the last thing I expect. He jumps back into the air and slams himself, and me, into the hard dirt beneath us. And because I am on his back, I take most of the force. For a split second, my vision goes white, and my mind goes numb as I withstand the inhuman crash impacting my body. And when it recovers enough for me to see, I realize that the man is continuously slamming me into the ground. I panic momentarily until I realize I never let go or untightened the wire, even in shock. Instead, I subconsciously kept it going. Without physical strengthening, this man might have just taken me out in one hit. This realization makes me focus on two things as hard as possible. My flowing ether and the wire that I'm wrapping around his neck. Every time the man slams me into the ground, my world goes white, and just before the subsequent impact, it recovers. So I marshal all the energy I can in my body to increase the flow of physical strengthening. I hope it can protect my body a bit more from this beating and take this guy out faster. And so, it's an endurance contest for the next half a minute or so. Me and my blood wire around this guy's throat versus him and his insane brute strength slamming me into the coarse dirt beneath. He slams me so many times that I become unable to breathe by the fifth, so I just close my eyes and tighten the wire so much that my hands begin dripping with blood. I don't know whether it's the blood wire breaking or my own, but I just keep holding it with all my strength. And by the time I can no longer count the times I've been slammed, and my skull begins vibrating in acute pain, I feel a heavy weight on my body. I did it. I finally truly helped Edmund. This guy was so strong. At least a second sigil, right? My relief makes me lose focus on my physical strengthening. And I instantly feel the come down. Intense pain wreaks havoc on my body, followed by deep enervation and exhaustion. I gasp but cannot breathe fully due to the weight on my chest. And so, unable to move, I just lay underneath the dead man as I examine him. He looks like a rough and brutal man. Scars all over his face and hands. But what really draws my attention is the thick lines circling his neck. The blood wire did that. I did that. I struggle to flow ether in my body as it begins to resist my will, but I push through and activate chain eyes. And I don't know why, but I feel so much less guilt this time, maybe because of the murder not being worthless. Not being pointless. The last time felt like desperation, but this was to help Edmund. I wish to know at least a little about the man I just killed. Maybe that will lower the guilt even further. With my new sight, I see something new. There are 5 chains on this man as well, and they appear a tad bit more solid than mine and orange. So he was a second sigil. Or at least, probably. First is red, second is orange, and third is yellow. Just makes sense. The only question is what are 7th, 8th, and 9th. Because we run to the limit of a rainbow which is purple at 6th, right? I don't know. I'm sure I'll find out someday. After laying still for a moment in my exhaustion and thoughts, I hear some fighting and hollers in the distance by the campfire that quickly dies down. Then, another minute later, I hear a familiar pair of boots approaching. And a familiar voice. I know you're not dead, Wyatt. I can sense your damn blood. You barely lost any. Get up. I try to reply while being squished, and it comes out muffled. Can't. Lost handle on the skill. Too tired. Huge migraine. I hear him sigh and can even imagine Edmund shaking his head. Damn it, boy. I told you not to drop it. The first use is always the worst. Normally lays newbies like you out for a day or so. And after his complaint, I feel the weight on my body drop as the dead man is lifted off of me. Edmund whistles in surprise before putting out his hand. Wowie. You did quite a number on him. Look at that neck. You about tore it off. Did you increase your strength further? I nod as I clasp his hand and am nearly instantly pulled to my feet. And just as fast as I'm pulled up, I begin to fall back down as my wobbly legs won't keep me up. Then before I actually drop, a hand catches me by the shoulder. Damn boy, that's impressive. You went to what, the second step? Maybe even third to do that. Your damn sigil gave you the ether limits of a second sigil. You might be able to just push it to a greater version from pure volume. What a monster. This is certainly a bad idea, but it's the only one that will keep you on your feet. Restart physical strengthening. It's always worse to use it while still suffering from your last use, but well, you're gonna drop anyway. So why not do it even harder? I barely grumble out a reply. Okay, I'll try. Then I spend the next minute doing my best to ignore my splitting headache to restart a small but not subtle flow of ether back around my body. Instantly I feel a bit of relief and power return, not quite as much as the first time, though that's obviously due to my overuse. Not just that, but the pain within my bones and body recedes quite a bit. Now able to stand, I look back to the campfire to see the aftermath of the bloodhound. It looks like a tornado of blood passed through, and I can barely stand the sight. It reminds me of when Ma had me butcher our pigs one year for food, but oh, so much worse. There are several men torn apart and cut in half. And when I notice a woman's head that was thrown into a campfire, I look away, back to Edmund. I voice my disgust. Did you have to kill them like that? Edmund looks at me. Then looks at the bodies. And he turns back to me with undisguised melancholy. You ain't ever been outnumbered before like that, kid. And there are no easy and nice kills in war. And that's what this is. A war against the demons, monsters, and maniacs in this world. Sometimes it gets brutal. Especially when you're like me and your primary tool and weapon is blood. I just keep myself from using other people's. Hard to use it if they ain't willing. Affects the mind. You're just gonna have to get used to it, sadly. I nod in understanding before walking away from the massacre. I don't even think he needed my help. But I see him stumble in the corner of my eye. So, as quickly as my body allows, I approach him and try to help. You alright, old man? He shakes my hand off. But I can see how pale his face is. He used too much of his own blood fighting. He did need my help. I'm fine, Wyatt. Just a bit tired. Thank you for taking that big old guy down. He was definitely their vice leader. Would have been quite the hassle for me. Again, I nod, but this time lying. I know he's not tired. I've felt extreme blood loss before, and it's not fun. Siphons away all your energy and thoughts. We gotta find those hunters he mentioned soon so the old man can rest for a bit. Where are those hunters you said you sensed? Edmund looks around in confusion, then he answers. I don't know. They're gone. That's odd. Even if they died, I'd still sense them fading. Unless... Frustrated by him not finishing his thought, I blurt out. Unless what? He looks at me and continues. Unless they were cloaked somehow. Whether that's good or bad, I dunno. My nose is quite good but not infallible. I'll keep my senses up longer to see if they reappear. Anyways, here, take this, holster in your boot. Never know when you need an extra or hidden gun. Edmund pulls out a small 4-shot snub-nosed pistol and hands it to me. I take it and do as he says. It's a single action, so I don't have to worry about accidental fire while hidden. But just to be safe, I take out the 4th bullet in the chamber that the hammer rests on like Ma always told me to. Don't even want to risk it. I didn't see that snub nose earlier. So where did he get it? I subconsciously glance at the still-lit campfire and get my answer. So what's next? We gotta find those other hunters soon. Even if they're cloaked somehow, like Edmund said, we should still look for them, right? I voice my opinion to Edmund as he wraps a bandage on his right forearm. So, what do we do now? Are we gonna go look for the hunters you sensed? Because I know I'm tired, and you look like a pale ghost. Edmund just looks around as if he's sensing our surroundings like a dog with a good sense of smell. Then he turns back to me. Yeah. That's probably a good idea. We won't last quite much longer before exhaustion takes us. The last I smelled of them was towards the northeast. Before we go, though, do you need any more of my blood bandages? More of those healing wonders? Of course. Maybe it'll lower a bit of my pain. And it won't hurt to ask for more, right? Yes, please. And could I have a few extra? You know I get hurt pretty often. Edmund snorts with some modicum of laughter before pulling out 3 wraps of bandages and tossing them to me. Yes, you do. I fumble and catch one but drop the others due to my body's current all-encompassing weakness. Then I bend over and pick up the 2 I slipped as I hear Edmund chuckle nearby. Finally, I wrap one of the bandages around my torso underneath my roughed-up shirt, and when I pull up my shirt to look at the damage, I gasp. My torso, sides, and hips are covered in blue and black bruises that have already formed. Compared to the injury, I feel little pain, only a dull throb throughout my whole body. I guess physical strengthening reduces pain as well. Or am I just flowing in too much adrenaline to feel these bruises? Either way, I suck in a quick breath and wrap the incredible healing bandages around myself, trying to cover each of the darkest and worst bruises. Even as I put on the dressings, I can feel the dull pain lessen. When I finish and pull my shirt back down, I hear a snicker and the click of a lighter. Thinking it's Edmund laughing at me again, I turn to look to my side. And a smiling man is lighting a cigarette while leaning against a tree. He is wearing dark clothes and brown boots and has a black bandana covered in clouds around his neck but below his face. After lighting the cigarette, but before taking a hit of it, he looks me dead in the eyes. Then, he acknowledges me, using my name that few know besides those that live near Ma and me and, of course, Edmund. So, you're Wyatt Graves. Don't look like much. Certainly not like the monster your father is. But that's how you all start, right? Before you descend into madness. 13 Deadshot. I look at this man, confused, as he takes a pull of his cigarette. How in the hell did he get here? Is he one of the hunters that Edmund said disappeared from his sight? And what the hell is he talking about? I go to voice my curiosity, but a firm palm on my shoulder shuts me up before I even start. Edmund's. But quickly, I feel that palm shake nervously as he whispers so softly into my ear it's almost inaudible. Be very careful with what you say. That is Alexos, the Phantom Pain. A 6th sigiled outlaw. He could kill me very easily even if I wasn't exhausted. Try to get out of this without fighting, he clearly is interested in you. And I look at the man in a new light with the information provided by Edmund. He certainly doesn't look like an outlaw. He has no scars, nor does he look adamant like the ones I've seen. And Phantom Pain? What kind of title is that? Does he move like a phantom? Ma told me a few stories of phantoms that my father had fought. Quick, deadly, and capable of phasing through the tangible. If I remember correctly, he had to burn them to kill them. These thoughts make me activate chain eyes and curiosity and the need to know. Unfortunately, immediately upon activation, I'm hit with a significant push onto my mind, making my headache even worse and almost making me visibly flinch. I see a dark blue set of almost physical chains tightly wrapping around Alexos. The chains even actively dig into his skin in my sight. I would have thought sixth sigil people would have violet or purple chains. Following a rainbow, right? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. I guess not, then. Makes me even more curious about what 7th, 8th, and 9th have in store color-wise. I wish to continue my thinking and exploration into my ability, but Alexos, the threat in front of us, speaks up, his voice clearly mocking. So, is that the famous bloodhound I see? Why are you here with this abomination, Dudley? Where are your trainees? I feel Edmund's grip tighten on my shoulder, almost making me wince in pain before he answers. But I do notice a bloody handprint on my shirt's shoulder. I even feel a cool sensation enter my shoulder, like being dipped in water. I stay quiet about the feeling, however, and trust Edmund. I'm currently training this kid to be a hunter. Is there a problem, sir? Alexo's face contorts into a scowl, and he growls out a response. Of course. An abomination like him ought to be put down. Soulless bastards, the all of them. Unable to hold my tongue, I blurt out. What do you mean soulless? I'm right here, you know. Alexos looks at me for a brief moment. Then chuckles. You truly do not know what you are. A Graves with so little training. What a treat. Do you know how mad your family is? Especially your father, little beast? I go to respond, and as I do, I hear another whisper from Edmund, laced with dire concern. Careful. No, I don't. Is my father not a powerful hunter, or at the very least was one? How is he mad? Are you not the mad one? Are you not an outlaw? An even louder chuckle, this time, enters my ear, but it comes from behind me. I quickly turn my head, and I see Alexos behind me. Turning back, he is also in front of me. What's happening? Before I can figure out this phenomenon, Alexos extravagantly raises his arms and proclaims a wild accusation. Maybe once upon a time. But he has become rabid. About 20 years ago, he went around butchering villages and collecting the blood of innocents. I was out doing a research project with some other academics. Massacred the whole town and left after taking all the hearts of every person in the village. And I began my righteous crusade against him, which allowed me to see how vile he and your family truly are. Too bad the other powerful hunters don't like it when someone goes for one of their own. But who cares if others see me as evil or as an outlaw? The one I hunt is far worse. Worse than most demons I've seen or other planers I've heard of. I glance at Edmund for confirmation of this information, and he nods. Is my father truly that terrible of a man? Of course, but how could he be? Ma has told me so many stories of him saving people. Never of him hurting innocents. How could they not tell me? Edmund has even mentioned him many times, yet he never spoke about this. Edmund then speaks in my stead because of my silent contemplation. So what if his father went mad? It's common in our field, especially for one like the Undying, who constantly fought battles with those who follow the lower gods. It has no correlation with Wyatt. The kid is untainted. Once again, a chuckle appears, this time, from above us. I look up. Again, nothing. I notice this time that Edmund didn't look around. Is he making illusions? Is Edmund not hearing this? I turn back to Alexos. Alexos continues raptly. Tisk, TSK. You see, that's just plain incorrect. I went through the records. Every single one of his family has gone mad and killed thousands. Sure, they serve at first and do so gloriously, but they kill as many as they save. And the only special part about Killian, compared to the others, is that his kid has become a sigil before his death. Edmund falters in his defense of me. I see him look at me with a little bit of worry and indecision. But he quickly pushes this doubt aside and looks back to Alexos. And how does this happen? Surely there's a way to stop it if what you're saying is true. Alexos replies more standardly this time but stares into my eyes the whole time. It happens because they are missing portions of their soul. At least, that's what I think. Every one of them exhibits traits of abnormality. I studied to discover that his grandmother, Coral, couldn't feel sadness. This caused her to be unable to understand when others felt pain. His father, who I figured out on my own with fights against the man, cannot feel pain of any kind. It seems as though he might not even feel emotional pain. I wonder what your vice is, Wyatt. What will lead you to your tomb? No empathy? Maybe it's the same as your father's sadness. Enjoy pain? Or inflicting it? My mind shakes in surprise and confusion at what Alexos is saying until he begins addressing me directly. And each time he finishes a question, I feel deeply about what he is saying. When the word empathy leaves his mouth, I feel intense sorrow, hate, and rage that seems to come from before me. And before I can even understand these emotions, he continues speaking. When the word sadness leaves his mouth, I feel deep heartbreak and grief, followed by tears flowing out of my eyes. Overwhelmed, I wipe my eyes, but he doesn't stop talking. When the word pain leaves his mouth, I feel such incredible pain that it makes me double over and fall to one knee, gasping. My only solace is that when he finishes his questions, the last one only leaves me with a sense of guilt as I am still reeling from the others. But amid my overwhelming emotions and mind-numbing pain, I realize why he's called the phantom pain. It has nothing to do with phantoms but the concept of phantom pain. He can affect minds and make them feel what's not really there. That must be why Edmund could not hear the voices from different directions. He creates specialized illusions or something similar. I do what I can to stand again and focus on Alexos, but my feet fail me. The staggering onslaught of emotions made me lose my hold on physical strengthening and chain eyes. No longer can I do anything but kneel on the leaf-covered ground and pant heavily. I can barely even look ahead as I see Alexos slowly walking toward Edmund and me. I miss what Alexos and Edmund say next due to the sudden attack on my mind. But it appears to be something that riles up Edmund. Worry rises within me as Alexos dangerously approaches further. Then Edmund leans down and whispers to me. Draw your iron, kid. Take the shot when you're sure. I trust you. And before I can respond, leaves burst into the air as a figure rushes past me. Edmund. I endeavor to force my dominant right arm to rise and pull the lily from the holster, but I can't even move it. My left arm is even more dead. Just a hunk of lead attached to my shoulder. Not to mention my legs are tingly and numb. And so, I'm just forced to watch the old man who has taught me so much dash toward what is likely certain doom, all for me. And I can do nothing to help. Too weak to even raise an arm despite his plea. Edmund arrives in front of Alexos as he swings his arm forward, and a sanguine blade appears directly from his arm. Alexos does not attempt to dodge or block as the edge rides past him. Just more laughs appear all around us before his voice reappears. You know, Dudley, you could have just left. The boy must die, but you're a respected veteran. Fought for many years and trained future hunters for double that. 100 would come to your aid should you give the call. I give respect where it's deserved. You don't have to die today. Edmund doesn't reply verbally. Instead, he snarls and opens a massive gash on his arm with his fingernail. More blood flows out of him as his face clearly begins to pale. Then he creates a vast crescent wave of thin, sharpened blood and sends it out to his right. It sails through the air and cuts through a multitude of trees and shrubs before Edmund calls the blood back and holds it attached to his arm, similar to a gauntlet or bracer. Alexos once again laughs and says a simple response. Okay. Message received. Then out of nowhere, the man appears in front of Edmund again. And this time, he fights with him, swiftly drawing a knife and stabbing it toward the old man. Edmund responds with a small sidestep, just perfect enough to dodge the blow, evidence of his experience. But before he can entirely avoid it, I hear him gasp in pain and look to his right, where there is nothing. And so, a knife plunges into Edmund's left side. Alexos must have made him think there was another attack or something. My brief thought is barely fast enough to flow to my mind before Edmund counterattacks. A spike of blood shoots up from the ground, and Alexos is forced to draw another knife. And as he pulls it, Alexos deftly deflects the spear before bringing the second knife to Edmund's neck without even taking out his first. Without missing a beat and a split second before his carotid is slashed, a pane of blood emerges from Edmund's right eye, blocking the slash. Edmund is exhausted, that is obvious, but the old man has many tricks. And I think Alexos attempts to affect Edmund's mind again as I see Edmund look right and pause with eyes filled with fear. Then, refusing to fall for the illusion again, he ignores it and returns to Alexos. And thankfully so, as he had pulled out his first dagger while definitely masking the pain of its retrieval, or it would have alarmed the old man. I see Edmund try to take the initiative and make a sweeping kick with his right leg, which is covered in bloody spikes. Alexos jumps over the swipe before throwing his dagger at the back of the leg that passes him. And it sinks deep into the calf of Edmund as he grunts in pain. Edmund then tries to ignore the pain and keep fighting as he swiftly glances back at me, paralyzed in exhaustion. And while looking back at Alexos, I can see the side of his face narrow in focus and desperation. Their fight continues at a rapid and life-threatening pace for Edmund as I push myself to raise my arm. But this time, I do more than just physically try and lift it. This time I force ether into my right arm, my mind immediately spiking in pain. Then, like a hammer, just beat against it. And eventually, through shaky vision, I watch as my arm moves to the holster. Just as my hand reaches the grip of the lily and its smooth, cool sensation enters my hand, I feel warm liquid trickle down my nose and into my mouth. I taste the iron in my own blood. And the dripping blood gives me an idea. Edmund can use blood to fight, but it doesn't have to be his own. Just willing blood so as not to affect him. And I may be feeble, but that has nothing to do with lost blood, I have plenty to spare. So, with a force of pure will, I draw the lily and bring it in front of me, but I do not aim or fire it. Instead, I yell at Edmund, despite the sledgehammer that knocks on my brain from the loud noise. Old man! Use my blood to fight. You'll kill yourself otherwise. Both Edmund and Alexos pause for a short, very brief moment to look at me. Then Edmund shakes his head with a yell. No! Why would he give up on extra firepower? More blood would clearly give him at least a better chance, right? Edmund then turns back to the fight amidst my thoughts, and Alexos mocks his decision. Heh, he's offering you help, and you turn it down. Aren't you so unthankful? Or are you too scared to take his blood? Because you see him as one of your lost children, Dudley? I can hear Edmund's teeth grit and jaw tighten from here, over 20 feet away from the scuffle. Edmund replies simply, his teeth closed so tight that it stops blood from leaking. Shut up. You know nothing. Alexos smiles before attempting to take advantage of Edmund's distracting thoughts by going in for a grapple. Edmund is unfazed, however, and pushes Alexos to the side as he brings up a knee vertically with a scarlet blade attached to its front. And yet, Alexos still dodges backward, even if just barely. Then he stepped back once more before continuing his scornful remarks. Oh, quite the contrary. You know, it's a very well-known thing. Your eldest was known for having perfect resonance, after all. For one of his talents to fall so young is a shame. Such a shame. I reckon he could have reached my skills at the minimum, perhaps even taking the leap above. And your shame, no? I mean, if you had ever used only your own blood to start with, most of your children would still be alive. Edmund's kids died because of him using other people's blood? That actually makes a lot of sense. It explains why he refused to use others' blood in a fight. Even the blood of his enemies. Maybe it's less of a restriction based on his powers and more of a mental one. I see Edmund almost fume in rage, and I call out to him. Edmund! It'll be fine. Just use my blood. It can't get any worse, can it? The bastard is toying with us. Edmund turns to look at me as Alexos smiles with glee. Well, this sure will be interesting. Go on. Go ahead. Kill your newest child, you dog, I won't stop it. The old man sighs in defeat, suffused with frustration, and steps back closer to me while watching Alexos closely. Then once he is close to me, he whispers into my ear while I kneel on the ground. Are you sure, Wyatt? The last time I took someone else's blood, it consumed me. I nod with determination. And reply to him verbally with the last bit only mouthed. Yes, just don't take too much. I still need to aim. He smiles, seeing that I have not yet given up. Then he bends over and places his hand on my shoulder. And once his hand rests upon me, he takes a breath and silently utters a lonely word. Take. I feel a vast siphon of strength leave my already near-collapsing body as I see a stream of blood flow straight out of my skin, through my worn-out shirt, and into Edmund's body. Then the old man stands directly, seemingly younger, less wrinkled, and more energetic. I fall forwards from my kneel, no longer able to sit up. But I can position my arm outward if I must fire the lily. Edmund glances at my fallen form before returning to the threat at hand, Alexos. Who, in turn, claps his hands maniacally and bursts into admiration. There he is. There's the bloodhound, who used to be famous all across the territories. For his wit. For his drive. And lastly, for his bite. How come you never advanced further? Certainly, it's not talent. It is that pathetic. In the middle of Alexos speaking, Edmund rushes into action. Covering ground at a blistering speed such that I have trouble following with my eyes before he tackles Alexos to the ground, raising leaves and dust into the air. Alexos, who is obviously surprised, takes several moments to get out of the grapple and push himself away from Edmund. But in those moments, Edmund rips several chunks of Alexos' flesh with his hands and teeth. My eyes widen. How brutal. Truly a hound that's out for blood. For the next minute or so, Edmund hounds after and chases Alexos with incredible perseverance. Wounds don't bother him. They heal almost instantly. He moves with animalistic intent and speed. Sometimes even dodging attacks by pushing on his arms and legs before pouncing once again. I take this minute to gather my strength and force what remains of me to cock back the lever on my lily. Then I am with an incredibly shaking hand, and while I lay on my stomach, I wait for an opportunity, like Edmund said. Surely the lily will kill this man. Or at least do some good damage. It's obliterated everything in the past, so it'll be fine here. And after a few moments, I find the chance. Edmund has pushed Alexos closer to me over time, and at this current moment, his entire body is open to me. I prepare to squeeze the trigger as I see Edmund land a cut to Alexos' side as he gasps in pain. I refuse to let myself miss this chance to remove this threat. Once I am sure I won't miss, with the iron sights on his heart, I pull the trigger. In the instant I do, time moves slowly, and my heart sinks without knowing why. But I figure out why almost instantly. The Alexos between me and Edmund wholly disappears as another one appears behind Edmund. And without anything to take the unstoppable bullet of the lily, it continues onwards and enters Edmund's heart. 14 Final Monty. I watch, petrified by guilt, shame, and self-hatred all at once, as the old man who has given me so much is slowly drained of his life and falls onto his stomach facing me. A black stream, much more visible than the time the rat beak was killed by the lily, flows into me. And I have never hated the feeling of warmth and rejuvenation more than now with what is currently flooding through my body. And I can see that even though Edmund is being consumed by the shot from the lily that I fired, his face is devoid of hate or anger while looking at me. Just sadness and acceptance. Then, with what is probably the last of the energy within him not yet siphoned by the lily, he mouths to me as he cannot speak. I can't quite catch all he meant to say, though, and I can only see his mouth move. Quiet words stab at me, each of which digs deep into my heart. Sorry, I wasn't. My mind shakes with the impact of Edmund's death as my body rapidly recovers. The shock of his death overwhelms me, and to make things even worse is the chuckle and derision that spews from Alexos. Ah! Isn't this just wonderful? The little monster slays his teacher. It's like an old literary tale I've once read. The Owl and the Ferret. The old ferret taught a young owl to hunt, but eventually, once the owl became self-sufficient, it grew hungry throughout the winter and ate the ferret. What a tragedy, indeed. Short and sweet. Despite this hateful thing that is occurring, I still notice that I am healing so much faster and being restored with more energy than any other time I've fired the lily. And within 5 seconds of the trigger being pulled, I can already move again with my exhaustion subsiding considerably. But before I can take advantage of this renewed strength, Alexos walks closer to me. Or at least what he is willing to show me walks to me. I think I vaguely understand how he does things. He never shows the real him. But maybe he will just before he kills me. That is his goal, right? Someone as confident and crazed as him will likely want to gloat. And I got 1 bullet left in the lily. I try to hide the lily behind me as I cock the hammer back without looking. I pay close attention to every action Alexos and I take, for I have to be careful of what's real. And what's not. What is merely a figment of Alexos' powers or reality? Alexos then reaches me and kneels down to meet my eyes. He stares at me for a moment, and I do the same. Then out of nowhere, a dagger appears and goes flying into my vision. I don't flinch but immediately pull out the lily and pull the trigger, hoping to kill him as I die. As I see the knife grow exponentially more prominent in my left eye, in my other eye, I see the hammer of the lily pull back as the barrel is pointed at him. And then, anticlimactic, nothing happens. The dagger flies through my head like an illusion, and the lily doesn't even fire. Shocked and confused, I stare out the gun before it's gradually replaced with a small ordinary tree root in front of my very eyes. The all too familiar and hated laugh of a man I've quickly grown to despise chuckles once again, standing just a few feet away from me, this time with an acquainted gun in his hand, the blooming spider lily. Ah, sorry about that. I know that little gun you had there, and I just had to take it. You know, it was your father's. I saw him with it once. Of course, only once, but that's enough to make it his. Crazy how many he must have killed to create the river of darkness within this thing. Oh, and I think I figured out what's wrong with you, kid. You don't seem to be afraid of me. Or even dying, for that matter. What is he even talking about? Fear? How can I not feel fear? Is that not just similar to shock? I don't understand. What's he talking about? My father killing people to make the lily. I figured he found it during his travels. Unable to help myself, I ask Alexos. What do you mean by not feeling fear? He points at me with excitement. See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You are about to die, yet you still ask as if nothing is wrong. Tell me, do you know what it's like to simply look at something and be paralyzed, unable to move because you know it can kill you in seconds? Or have your heartbeat soar and mind give up in the face of an unstoppable threat? What? No. Why would I be paralyzed just looking at something? Of course, I would act even if I'm likely to die. How could I just not do something? Not fight? I just don't understand. Ma never taught me to back down from a fight. Alexos breaks my train of thought abruptly with words that widen my eyes, first in relief, then shock. Oh, would you look at the time? The nearby hunters have finally arrived. Too bad they most definitely saw you shoot Edmund with me nowhere to be seen. I hope you have fun explaining why you killed a decorated veteran. They seem competent, so I'll speak with you again if you somehow live through this. Ciao. And with his goodbye, he completely fades from my vision as I hear shouts and approaching footsteps to my right that are already way too close for me not to have heard previously. Damn it. His fucking illusions. With little time to spare, I only glance at the root in my hand before I throw it to the ground and draw my sword and knife. Then I look towards the new looming threat. I can't believe I might have to fight hunters. They're the ones I wanted to join. Goddamn it, Alexos. Not to mention I haven't even fully processed what just happened to Edmund. But he might still be alive somehow. I've only ever shot first sigiled and below things with the lily, so he might be okay, seeing as he was a third sigil. I hope. But despite my hope, I don't have it in me to look at him right now. I can ponder Edmund's condition no longer as the approaching hunters enter my vision in the dark forest. There are 3 of them, spread out into an arrowhead. 2 guys and 1 girl with the girl in the lead. All with weapons already drawn. The guy on the left of the arrow formation has a bow and an arrow already knocked as they come close enough to see through the thick trees. He also appears to be wearing a full camo suit but with the wrong camo for this environment, which is more white and black than green and brown for the current climate. The girl in the middle has 2 twin daggers resting in her hands that curve like an adder's fangs. She has her hair tied up in a ponytail and is wearing leather armor that doesn't seem to restrict movement. And lastly, the man on the right is a mountain of a man wielding a massive greatsword that fits his stature. He is definitely close to 7 feet tall. He looks pretty bulky in his thick leather armor, incredibly thick armor near his right shoulder. They all together assess me. And I just watch with my weapons drawn, waiting to see what they do first. And the first to act is the woman, who asks a question to the man with a bow as she looks at Edmund and then back to me. This the kid who shot the bloodhound? You sure? The man with the bow replies clearly and briefly as he nods his head. Yes. Just him and the bloodhound. No one else. I raise my hands and try to plead my case. I don't want to fight these guys. They'll probably kill me. I killed him, yes, but it was an accident. We were fighting the phantom pain, and he made me shoot him in an illusion. And the faces of the 3 in front of me do not reflect what I just said. Instead, they twist into hate and disgust as they spread out further around me. What the hell just happened? I try again, growing increasingly worried that something is wrong. Hello? Did you not hear me? We were fighting the phantom pain. Delusions and shit? And they just speed up further as they close in on me, using hand signals to communicate instead of speaking. And I have no idea what they mean. But at least the confusion is cleared in just a short second as I hear a voice that makes me grit my teeth in anger. I couldn't have this be all sunshine and rainbows. I want to see you suffer, so I made a little change to what you said in their minds. Something a little more psychotic. Have fun. I'll be watching. That fucker. I twist my jaw even further in anger, but I can't be distracted right now as the giant man with the greatsword approaches me. And before he reaches me, I rush deep into my mind and frantically force my dull and slow ether into the stream of physical strengthening. I will need every scrap of power I can for this, as it seems they are hellbent on killing me. I almost regret using the skill as the headache that slightly subsided with my lack of ether for a bit returns at full force, plus some change. I am thankful for my recent practice and almost constant use of the skill because I barely get it flowing before the man is upon me. He exhales a huge breath visible in the chilly autumn air before slamming a massive foot into the ground and swinging his greatsword at me dangerously. It comes in at a diagonal towards my right shoulder, far too fast for a man of his stature. I quickly go to dodge underneath the swing, but I see an arrow currently flying toward where I wish to escape. Hoping my precision and speed will prevail, I swing my dagger, trying to hit the arrow at the last moment while the air just above my head wails in turmoil. I hit it, but only barely. My increased precision is enough to knock it off its target, my chest, and into my right shoulder. I grunt in pain before sidestepping further to get away from the big man, but I make sure to keep my body facing him in case of a follow-up attack. I realize my focus on him alone was a mistake very quickly as I feel a sharp pain in the back of my left ankle as I lose balance. I turn back reflexively. It's the woman with the daggers. She approached me without my notice and sliced my Achilles tendon. I have to push the rest of my weight onto my right leg now, and my left refuses to hold even an ounce of weight without screaming in pain. Their teamwork is incredible. Is this a typical hunting party? I really wish to stop and admire their efficacy at killing. Still, I cannot when that efficacy is directed toward me. A short lull in the skirmish is made after my tendon is cut. The three reset their formation. This time, the archer knocks 3 arrows. Again, I need to do better. I haven't even hurt one of them yet, and I have an arrow in my shoulder with a disabled leg. I have to take the initiative. Edmund used to say the few times we train that I'm too reactive. So, I do as he advised. But just before doing so, I push my already withered ether to branch into another stream, chain eyes. I gotta know what I'm working with here. The man with the greatsword and the one with the bow have faint red chains surrounding them, similar to mine, while the woman with the daggers has a deep orange one. So, 2 first sigils and a second sigil. This is gonna be rough. I ready my stance to be prepared for what's to come. Then the big man charges me once more after the woman, who is probably the leader, gives him a hand signal that I have no clue what it means. But despite not knowing its meaning, I take his charge in stride as I meet him. Limping heavily but still faster than the man, I dart in with the rapier, trying to hide from the archer using his body. I get a quick stab in and try to replicate what the woman did to me by hitting vital points. He is too slow and bulky to stop a thin blade from entering his wrist, accurately going around his gauntlet. The blade tears a small hole into his wrist, making that arm unable to help wield his enormous sword. But it doesn't help me much as I curse because it just hefts it with one hand and swings it at me anyway. He only has one arm in the swing, though, and I'm close to half his size, so I take advantage of this. I know my movement is hampered by a wounded leg, so I use him as my cover. I leap up at him, trying to get too close for his blade to reach me, as I grab onto and wrap around the arm swinging at me with my whole body. A vast force enters my body as I cough out all the air I just inhaled, but I elude his blade. I must look like a small monkey on an ordinary man as I hold onto him. Then, ignoring the humorous position, I take my knife and try to stab him in the eye. As I do so, I see him flinch, and because of that, I hesitate. Do I really want to go in for the kill? I can't. These people think I'm the bad guy. That I'm the murderer. They are just doing their jobs, trying to help others. My hesitation lasts long enough for the man to recover and his archer to get into position. Then, I hear a whistling arrow and see the mountain I'm currently climbing go to headbutt me. And in the corner of my eye, I can see that the arrow looks to be aimed to land behind my head. The pointed projectile will get me if I dodge back and try to jump off. If I try and turn to avoid the arrow, the headbutt will. So, I do the only thing I can think of in less than a second. I wrap my legs around the man's arms and let go with my own arms. Gravity pulls me from the man's held-up arm and towards the ground. I dodge both the arrow and the headbutt. Then, taking this brief second falling, I come to a decision. It's my life or theirs. And I'm not gonna let Edmund die for no reason. These people don't even know who really killed him. So, it's gonna have to be them. Maybe I can wound them enough to try and explain myself. But no. That wouldn't work because Alexos is still here. He'd ruin any chance of communication. So, these people must die, for I cannot. Only now do I understand what Alexos meant about fear. Or at least partially. I'm not quite frozen in action, but I am hesitating. Is that because I'm unwilling to hurt them? Of the consequences that might occur? Or just guilty? I'm unsure what the difference is. Anyway, my inner contemplation and conundrum come to a close, with me slamming my knife into the back of the man's knee as I spin towards the ground using his arm as leverage. What I didn't expect, however, was that as he fell, me being upside down now, I was the first to slam into the ground, and I did so head first. I roll away from the fallen man while I try to shake out the impact that shook my brain in its skull, but before I can recover, I see the woman go in to land a strike on me. With my still shaken mind, I attempt to scramble out of the way, but she catches me with one hand and nails my right arm holding my rapier into the ground with her dagger. I yell out in pain as I knee her in the stomach and force her off of me. Then, as I yank the serpentine dagger still in my arm, another arrow comes whistling at me. With no other choice, I let the arrow slam into my back, causing another sprout of pain, thankfully lessened by physical strengthening. Using that pain as motivation, I ripped the dagger out of my arm as a large river of blood pools out of the wound. That's way too big to be usual for a stab. Scrutinizing at the dagger, I can feel some ether within it. Definitely a claymore of some sort with an enhancement like my rapier but geared toward blood loss. I loop it onto my belt for now. And with this increased blood loss, I'm starting to feel woozy, even with physical enhancement still flowing through me. I take a gander around me as the three of them back off a bit, and the archer knocks another arrow. I then move into a kneel with the knee of my torn heel on the ground and the uninjured leg's foot planted firmly into the dirt. Then without giving them a chance to stop me, I close my eyes once more and force my ether to flow again, even if it may be the last. 15. Taradiddle. As I close my eyes for a brief moment and envision my ether, my mind undulates in pain. The last time I used too much ether, I couldn't even really control it yet, still such a novice. I could barely sense it, let alone use it. And while my actual skill with it likely hasn't grown by much, my sigil's benefits allow me some leeway. And so, I push through the pain, and oh, it is terrible. The trickle flowing from the back of my skull reminds me of a drying creek, and I do all I can to restart it and more. So I push, and I push with my mind onto the core of my ether. After what feels like a full minute, due to the agony, I feel more ether begin to join the flowing stream. The pain in my head lulls just a little, and the pain in my body lessens as heat suffuses it. And with a smile, I open my eyes to an arrow rapidly growing in size as it approaches me. With a jerk, I shove myself to the side and duck the arrow. It only grazed my left shoulder. I peek around and see what changed during my short delve into my mind and notice something startling. My vision is beginning to cloud, unlike a tired cloud or black spots, but I no longer have any peripheral vision. Something is preventing my sight, and I don't know enough about both ether, the side effects of skills, or if one of these hunters is doing it. But I am forced to focus my eyes to see what's around me. The big man is limping around but still in shape to fight. The woman is nowhere to be seen, and the archer has an arrow pointed, once again, directly at me. I hope to take advantage of the man with the greatsword limp, so I tentatively test my injured leg, hoping the extra boost will let me put weight on it. And it does, but the pain sears through the gulf of physical strengthening and wakes me from the delusion of using it. Only in the worst case do I step on it for leverage or speed. So, instead, while keeping my eyes on the archer and trying to sense the woman in any way I can, I stumble towards the warrior in front of me, trying to make my leg look much worse than it seems. This isn't very hard, seeing as the tendon is cut and held together by adrenaline and ether. Once I get close, the archer circles around so that he isn't forced to aim at the warrior in case of crossfire. And I know that the woman is around here somewhere, just stalking me. So, I get the idea to bait her out by attacking the big man with a feint. I get close to him, and with my rapier, I go in for a stab but don't fully commit and back away when the tip of my blade is still a whole foot away. The big man overreacts and puts his sword before the feint, probably careful of my attacks now that I've injured him. Then in the heat of the moment, I came up with another idea. Instead of going for another, more realistic feint, I grab my knife with my offhand and flick it at the big man's face, going for a kill. Then as something similar to what I thought would happen, the woman appears directly to my left and catches my knife before throwing it back at me. Disregarding my blade, I let it pierce into my torso, barely even feeling the new wound added to my likely already mortally wounded condition. This surprises the woman as her eyebrows widen when I follow through with the knife, throw my rapier at the big man, and tackle her to the ground. In a short wrestle, I punch her in the jaw, definitely making her see stars, and unloop the serpentine dagger from my belt. Then, I try to stab her in the neck with it, but she catches my hands. We have a short contest of strength before she begins to win. I drop the knife and pull out the one embedded into my stomach before I stab it into her stomach and twist it. Then out of nowhere, I feel a vast force slam into my body as I am lifted off the ground and sent tumbling several feet away. I recognize the armor of the big man now pressing down upon me. I struggle to move but am unable to do so. Despite its fruitlessness, I continue to struggle as the man presses his entire weight upon me and holds me down. Then the woman I stabbed hobbles over while covering her wound alongside the bowman. She gives me a cruel smile before impaling my own knife into my right palm in the hard dirt. Then she does the same with her own dagger on my left side. And finally, she finishes it with 2 more knives into each of my ankles. I yell in pain as my vision begins to truly darken. No longer is it only my peripheral that is shutting down on me. I can barely even process what is happening due to the massive amount of blood I must have lost. As I watch the archer pull out a bundle of rope, the big man pulls back his arm and clocks me right in the face. The next thing I know, I'm weightless. Like I'm sailing through a cloud. I get a few snippets and glimpses of trees in the sky, but none last longer than half a second. And as I drift away, an old memory comes to mind, one I have long forgotten. Of the first time I ever fought. At the time, it was a simple kid fight. Only now does it seem weird, and the memory of Ma appears unlike what I remember. But as I watch the memory repeat, and so perfectly it's eerie, I realize I must have only been 8 or 9 winters old. It takes place during one of our rare trips to a nearby town to sell extra produce and buy supplies. This one was Palegate, a small town with at most 100 residents. Ma went off to sell and buy stuff but left me a quarter to buy some hard candy. And that I did. I went to the general store and bought a piece of hard candy to suck on and enjoy. The flavor was strawberry, my favorite. And that piece of candy happened to be the last strawberry-flavored one in the general store. Unfortunately, another kid in the store who wanted the candy, who was larger and older than me, pushed me out of the store, trying to make me give it to him. I refused, and so he hit me. And down I went. And cried, I did. The other kid then reached for the candy out of my hand, and out of nowhere, Ma appeared. She looked me in the eyes and threatened me so sinisterly that I had never heard from her before or since. Get up. Fight. Don't want to disappoint dear old Dad, do you? So I did. I got up, and she told me to fight back again. So I tackled the kid to the ground, unknowing what else to do, and he just hit me to the side again. And once again, Ma threatened me to fight, this time with a dangerous feel to her voice that I am now certain was not there in the original memory. Fight or I will kill you myself and try again. Can't have a coward for a son. This disjointed and different memory brings me out of the first person and thinking of myself as the Wyatt in the memory. Tears are brought to the younger me's eyes from the words as well, but he gets up and tries again. And again. And again. And again. Unwilling to disappoint his mother, the kid continues to get beat down until the older kid is exhausted and looks at my mother in bewilderment and another emotion I don't quite catch. Confusion maybe? Or nervousness? Anyway, he seems uncomfortable. He then hands the younger kid the candy and walks away as the mother smiles. Then the mother picks up the younger kid. Together with a kid in hand, she walks away towards the edge of town while humming to the kid some kind of nursery rhyme that sends chills down my spine. I've never heard anything like it, and to make it worse, her voice modulates and, at some points, is incredibly deep to others that are as light as a feather. Oh, graves! What unholy soul! What an unholy goal! What unholy blood! Forever stuck in the mud. Forced to wade through horrors. The last explorers. Unable to take their last breath. For none can meet death. She is unwilling to take us young. Unwilling to take us strong. And unwilling to take us wise. Only mad, old, or covered in flies. She embraves. And without being given time to process this bizarre and eerie retelling of my past, I gasp quietly with wide eyes and take in the forest surrounding me as I am bound in chains, ropes, and a collar onto a tree behind me. And the tightest restriction is the collar that connects me to the tree and makes breathing difficult. However, my wounds are no longer bleeding and are wrapped up in bandages. The only thing that prevents me from thinking this is another dream or hallucination is the nails being driven into my skull that are still left over from my overuse of ether. That and the voices I hear are just a few feet away from me. It appears the hunters are speaking to each other instead of using their hand signals now that I'm no longer a threat. I try to listen to the voices out of my sight through the haze fogging my mind. A reserved male voice asks a question. Do we just kill him now? There is no way we can drag him through this break and bring him to justice. Then another, more rough, male voice argues with the first. No, it's wrong to just execute him like that. Maybe he can still be helped. He's a damn good fighter, especially for a kid. It'd be a waste to kill him just like that. I mean, look what he did to my leg. I know I'm young, but why does everyone still call me a kid? It's incredibly irritating, but I obviously don't speak up and interrupt. The reserved voice returns, this time with a little more energy. And if we get killed because we escort him back to Sylvia to help rehabilitate this mad little kid? Rehabilitate? What the hell does that entail? The rough voice argues for me once more. So, you're saying we should just kill this kid? I mean, you saw him. He looks like he's barely 15 winters. 16? The reticent voice raises in volume, ignoring my unsaid complaint. Yes. Why risk our lives for one little lad? We've got to report back to command in Sylvia. We lost a sheriff last night to Dash. The woman, who I've come to think of as the group's leader, cuts the man off. Hush, he's awake. Why don't we speak to him one more time? We'll decide after. Then all three of them come into my view. The big man, who was, I assume, the rough voice arguing to spare me, has a splint on his leg that I wounded. And the other one I injured, the woman, has a wide bandage wrapped around her midsection. Finally, the archer, the only one I didn't manage to hurt, is glaring at me. I watch as they approach, careful to not say anything to make my situation worse. That, and hoping that Alexos has left, too bored or busy to still be watching. The woman crouches in front of me, who is tied up 101 ways, before speaking. Can you speak anything besides madness, kid? I take a deep breath, and then I speak slowly and deliberately. Can you hear me? The woman looks at me weirdly as if I said something odd. Which, I guess I did, but I wasn't expecting that face. And the archer scowls and then calls me mad once more. See? He's insane. Who asks if you can hear them? The woman raises a hand and makes him stay silent. Then she focuses back on me. I can hear you. Why did you ask that? I take a second to think. They can actually hear me. Does that mean that Alexos is gone? He said he would be watching, but the sun has risen, so several hours have passed. Surely, he's still not standing at the fringes, casting illusions to fuck with me. In what is probably the most paranoid fashion possible, I look around wildly, grasping for clues that might show if Alexos is around. Anything out of place or odd. And I don't see anything. So, I take a sigh of relief before answering her question. There was a powerful man here last night. Who could conjure illusions? Capable of changing reality for one or many at a time. His name was Alexos. Recognition flashes through the eyes of the woman who wields daggers. She knows. Alexos must have left. Alexos, you say? Here, let me get those chains off. And she surprises me even further by leaning over and reaching over to put a hand on the collar on my neck that ties me to the tree with little room to breathe. But the second her fingers touch the collar, the world around me begins to splinter and crack like a broken mirror. A voice that summons extreme indignation from within me appears alongside the splintered world, mocking me. Oh, that's rough. You almost had M. Couldn't make it that easy, though. You knew that, right? And as the cracks in my world disappear and reveal what is behind them, my eyes dilate. The reality is entirely different than what was just happening, as the conversation must have taken a drastic turn at the start due to Alexos. I am kneeling on the ground with my head resting sideways on a tree stump, and the three hunters are around me. I am still chained, but instead of to the tree trunk like earlier, I am wrapped with my arms behind my back and legs bound together to force me to kneel. Confused and unsure of what is happening, I try to look around as best I can to gauge the people's reactions. The archer is standing to the side with his hands in his pockets, but his thigh is bandaged for some reason. He notices my frantic gaze first, commenting on it to the others. "See Reuben? This kid is fucking insane. Looking around like a headless chicken after threatening to cut off our heads." Cut off their heads? God damn it. Alexos needs to die. He keeps fucking everything up. Then the woman chimes in, standing a little distance away with her arms crossed. "Come on, Reuben. I know he looks like your younger brother, but just do it. We need to get a move on." That's an order. I wonder what she ordered him to do until I see him sigh, shake his head, then draw his greatsword before walking closer to me. Oh. He's gonna cut off my head. That's one hell of a way to die. I fruitlessly try to shake out of my bonds. My body is still frail, and even if it weren't, there is no way I'm breaking through metal, rope, and this collar. So, I resign myself to death. There's nothing else I can do, right? I struggled as long as I could. I was just dealt a dead man's hand. I close my eyes and hear the crunch of the leaves underneath the big man, Reuben. But right before my eyes close all the way, I see Alexos sitting on a tree branch, eating a piece of jerky. And rage boils within me. I can't die because of this duplicitous, illusory, and masochistic piece of shit. Ma's airy hum crosses my mind as well. Ma said death won't take us young, strong, or wise. I'm all three, no? Well, maybe not right now because my body is too weak. Wait, that's the answer. The answer to the cabin's question. Our bodies are how the chains restrain us. The chains must approximate or represent our own body's limits. So, is there a way to break those limits? The cabin spoke of release, freedom, and limitlessness. So is the first step to release me from these chains? My mind has broken through the fog of awakening long ago. It is moving at a rapid, rarely before seen pace as my executioner approaches. I quickly come to a decision, unknowing if it's the right one or not. I should infuse as much ether as possible, hoping it breaks my chains. It's my best shot at survival. A Hail Mary at the substance that is said to hold incredible power. And so, I close my eyes once more, this time with purpose, as I delve deep into my own mind and arrive at the point behind my skull. Then, disregarding the rapidly rising pain and needles that gouge my brain, I push as much ether as possible. Unrelenting, constantly increasing the flow, even as I feel my brain begin to melt. I've never tried to increase the ether as much as possible. Edmund always warned me that ether which is not tightly controlled and managed, will kill the user as it wreaks havoc through a body not meant for the energy. But, for the first time I can remember, I ignore wisdom from Edmund. This is a time to gamble. To draw until I win or the clock reaches zero. And so I continue to push, turning the regular trickle into a small stream. Then further into a more significant stream of ether. Then even further, I go with my mind overheating, and I feel sweat pouring out of my body. I'm definitely experiencing ether oversaturation. And yet, with no other choice that I can see, I continue. I push even further. As I feel my mind crack and crumble in pain, I grit my teeth and push. As blood gushes from my nose, I open my mouth to breathe and push more ether. As blood exits my eyes and ears while they constantly pop and crack, I externally scream at the top of my lungs and push. As my lungs and throat begin to fall apart and fail, I internally shout and push. As I feel the wind moving above me through the hair on my neck, I tighten my neck and shoulders and push. As my mind crumbles, my thoughts slow, and my hold on the increasingly larger river of ether loosens, I continue to push. And finally, just as I begin to lose hold of my mind because of the side effects from ether oversaturation, a noise other than my internal scream appears. I hear the turning of a page, followed by a crack that shakes me from within. 16. In comes ether. Immediately, all the pain and tiredness I feel slips away. Then, while confused about whether I'm dead, I open my eyes. And what I see surprises me just as much as the first time I saw it. I'm back in the cabin with the tome in front of me, opening to a new page. All the surroundings look precisely the same. The same purplish wood. The same massive book. And the old and weathered cabin. The only thing different is now what lies within the newly turned page. Confused, excited, and worried, I move a little closer and peer at the page's contents. Congratulations, young philosopher. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the struggler. You have performed an act of absolution in your attempt to overcome your own limits. You brought yourself to your very limit. And then one step further. Again and again, until your very body began to collapse. But within that collapse and stress, a diamond emerges from both you and your sigil. And so, may your philosopher's sigil shift into a purer form, for you, the soon-to-be struggler, have performed the struggler's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it just as it shifts to better match you. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, young philosopher. Like an old blade removed of millennium-old rust, your sigil shall now be more powerful, more vibrant, and more pure. From the young philosopher you once were, now, you are the striving philosopher. One who strives to fight against the very world and the cards that have been dealt into your hand. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength. A new aid to you in your long journey. One that is premature, yet effective. For a single breath, a single gasp of defiance, may your chains loosen. In comes ether, for your body and sigil are too weak to supply the mass amounts required for defiance on its own. And out comes the defiance of the struggler. In defiance of their final gasp. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is more pure and effervescent than ever before. Unlike before, all this information is on only one side of the page, the other, on the right, is left blank. As a result, I am forced to spend several minutes rereading and understanding the knowledge given me. I am forced to spend about half of that time staring at the sigil that is etched, not written, into the page. This is because it's so mesmerizing and beautiful. An intricate thing made of an eye glimmering with defiance wrapped and squished with chains. I process what's happening only after staring at the sigil embedded into the page for a while. I accomplished an act of absolution. The first text on sigils I read mentioned these. They allow for a sigil to grow beyond what was initially obtained. They are the only way to gain another skill from a single sigil. And I assume the part that speaks of breaths and defiance is my new skill. A gasp for the struggler, says that my chains will loosen, and that in comes ether, and out goes defiance. Maybe a bit on the nose, but I think I'll call it struggler's gasp. The other part of this that surprises me is that the name of my sigil changed. The text never mentioned anything like that. But the tone does say that I resonated with a future step along my path. So, is a future sigil titled Struggler? And if that's the case, how far did I jump? It doesn't matter. What does matter is how long I'm in this place. Does time stop or something? Because otherwise, I'm pretty sure I'm toast. The executioner was walking towards me before I even tried to infuse myself with ether. And I think I felt a blade approaching my neck right before I came here during my act of absolution. This thought awakened me from my reverie and slow contemplation of my situation. I need to go back to my body now. I need to leave this place immediately. No more time for pondering what this all is. So, similar to last time, but without direction, I place my hand on the tome. Just before I do, however, a chill goes down my spine. The kind you get when someone looks at you just in the corner of your vision. The type of defense mechanism to protect one from a predator. I turn and look around the small cabin. And there is nothing. Then, I remember the tiny glimpse I had last time of that colossal eye. Curious about what is looking at me, I try to peer through the cabin walls from standing at the table. The second I do so, the feeling of being watched goes away. I continue to look for another moment but cannot find anything. Just darkness beyond the planks of the wall. I shake my head in confusion before turning back to the book. Then, finally, I place my hand upon the contents of the tome in front of me. And I return to my desperation. I can feel the air above my neck moving like a blade is about to remove it. But as I open my eyes, I feel time slow down. The big man, Reuben, is swinging his blade down at me in a clean sweep. But it now moves at a snail's pace. This must be the near-death effect Ma once told me about. How time doesn't actually slow, but that our minds speed up. Desperately trying to remember and catch anything that might be of use. And I do. I can feel the ether in my body that was once destroying me begin to funnel outwards from my body. I look to where this torrent of ether is going and can see the chains on my body, even without activating chain eyes. And said chains are gradually enlarging and becoming more transparent, slowly loosening their grasp on me. Remembering the phrase from the tome within the cabin, in comes ether. I take a breath, the deepest and fastest one of my whole life, as I struggle to fill air into my lungs that cannot accelerate like my mind. This single breath changes everything. First, I can literally taste the ether flowing through my mouth and into my lungs, then stuffing my body. Then, I finally feel the effect of the loosening chains as my diaphragm fully expands my chest and upper body to fit the newly enlarged restraints. And with that, the rest of my body bulges as the ether that was once killing me is now strengthening me with what seems to me to be no limit. I continuously feel stronger. The pain from my wounds is still there but duller and more faded. Every single short, minute moment before the executioner's blade arrives makes me a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, and a little bit more alive. Until it stops growing. My breath cannot provide ether, and the stream within my body is insufficient to supply the mass amounts needed. This halt in growth and the blade that is less than an inch from my neck forces me to move. In one action and a show of immense strength, I rip the rope and chains off my body and wrench my body backward to dodge the blade. Then, with my brain still in death still, I can precisely plant my feet and keep myself from falling after jumping backward off the tree stump. Then, I stand tall, covered in wounds and bandages like a mummy, still restrained but a little closer towards release. I crack my neck in satisfaction to be alive as I rest on the heels of my feet from my swift landing. Renee Lightstep Hayes. I hop on a tree branch as I watch Reuben go to execute the insane child. This mission has been nothing but chaos since we set off. A simple extraction was all it was supposed to be. Find the bloodhound, retrieve the object he saved from Elderfield during its fall, and deliver it to the captain at Sylvia. The bloody palm. An artifact of maybe not incredible power, but very useful. Capable of being used to heal someone from grievous wounds or placed upon someone in case of deathly injury. Though, like all artifacts, it has odd and unpredictable effects. Sometimes, it only replenishes the blood within someone and doesn't actually heal, only delaying a death. We were sent anyway, however, as Captain Neal wanted something to help her fight longer through this breach as the Scorpion deemed the attack beneath his concern. And we were told it would be an exciting mission due to the ongoing breach, but this? None of us, especially me, ever expected to see the bloodhound get killed. That damn old man's been around longer than any other hunter I've ever seen but the colonels and up. And as a second sigil deputy, I most certainly don't see those very often. And the craziest part? This little wiry kid here is the one who killed him. Don't know how. All that Gus saw was the kid pointing a wooden branch at Edmund, and then Edmund dropped. I tried to speak to him several times to figure out what happened. Hoping it was an accident or foul play, but alas, the kid was mad. I reckon he was the Bloodhound's newest apprentice and went mad because of all the fighting to escape the breach. The kid looks so young that, at most, he was taught for a year. Not much you can learn about being a hunter in a year. Took me 3 years just to show I had the skills to fight a base monster to get my first sigil. That fact made me not want to kill or bring him to a judge. His skill, ferocity, and strength. What kid can fight like that? Damn kid fought like a monster. But, uncaring of his own safety, he is only satiated by the blood he can draw. So, I tried to give him a final chance. 'Cause a fighter like that? I'd gladly take him into my squad. And while tied up and completely restrained, he still somehow drew a dagger and stabbed Gus in the thigh. That's when I made the decision. He can't be saved. Something broke him beyond repair, or the bloodhound chose the wrong apprentice. A monster in human skin. Now, I just watch in sadness as a boy with near unlimited potential is killed because of his crazed mind. And as Ruben's blade falls, I see the kid's face twist in agony and something else. Determination. I only have a split second to think that something is not correct as the boy inhales quickly, so quickly that I don't even see his mouth open. But I do notice the inhale because all the ether within 100 feet or so is siphoned directly into him. What the fuck is happening? A first sigil will undoubtedly die from that much ether, even just a tenth of it would cause a coma or multiple organ failure. Something is not right. Before I can even shout out a command to Ruben, the kid's chest bulges, and his muscles seem to grow slightly from his wiry frame. Then, the split second before Ruben's greatsword, chopper, removes the young lad's head, the kid somehow erupts in strength and speed, completely unbefitting his sigil, even my sigil, for that matter. He rips the chains and ropes binding him to the tree stump we placed him on, and then he bursts backward at a speed I couldn't match even with Lightfoot and physical strengthening at full force. For a moment, he appears more like a third or maybe even a fourth sigil than the first than he obviously is. For me to match his instant speed just now, I'd have to upgrade my light step into a third sigil, probably more focused on just speed than my rogue and priest mix. That, or I'd have to make a new skill to enhance my pace even further, not that I have any ideas on how to do that. He then lands on his feet despite his obviously unexpected speed as he struggles to land. But he does. Resting on his heels, this re-emerging threat cracks his neck and looks at us with what appears to be frenzied bloodlust. I stand in shock momentarily as I watch Ruben try to pry his blade from the tree stump, only to be unsuccessful. Then I turn to look at Gus, and good old paranoid Gus already has his bow drawn, ready to fire. Unwilling to fall behind him, I unsheath my dagger and begin the flow for Lightfoot and Light Screen, the former to lighten my feet and quicken my speed with the latter for shielding me from sight. Before either Gus or I can even move, however, the maniac in front of us is already upon Ruben. And I have one last thought before they clash: we never did find the bloody palm. Wyatt Graves. Time speeds back up as I watch the big man, Ruben, struggle to take his blade from the tree stump. The other two aren't quite ready to fight as they are still drawing their weapons, so I ignore them despite their upcoming threat and choose to focus on the man with the greatsword. I am pretty keen to finish him while his weapon is unusable. Taking advantage of his weakness, I push off my feet and dash forward, entirely surprised by my speed. I struggle to keep up with my own movement now that my mind is no longer slowing my perception of time. But I manage it, as each step of mine is somehow planted into the coarse dirt, careful to not trip and fall like my first time moving fast. I'm on him quickly. So quickly that he hasn't even turned to look at me yet. I take the short moment where he has not yet reacted to find a tool or weapon because mine were taken from me. Then, moving my gaze to the ground, I see the chains and ropes that once held me to the stump. There, indeed, were only a few chains that held me. That is probably why I could break out of them even with struggler's gasp. I disregard the ropes and instead flick up a link chain roughly 3 feet long with the toe of my boot and catch it with both hands. Then, like the last time I fought this big man, I jump onto him, but unlike last time, I have a plan before I do so. And the plan, newly made with the chain link in my hands, based on Edmund's with the blood wire, is to strangle this man with the steel to make him pass out while using him as cover from the damned archer. I try to follow through with this plan as I wrap the chain around his neck and squeeze it as tight as I can over his airways. Ruben gives up on trying to quickly remove his sword from the stump because of my actions. Instead, he wraps his big meaty hands around the steel and tries to pull it off of his neck. This usually would have worked with probably little effort, however, because I am bolstered by struggler's gasp, it does not. The feeling of ether surging into my chains and loosening them is terrific. I can overpower someone twice my size and who most definitely has a strength-based sigil. I don't let my success in this strength contest blind me with confidence, however. At the same time as I try to choke Ruben, I focus on keeping the archer's bow on the other side of the big man's body as I twist, turn, and reposition myself on the bumbling oaf who cannot get me off of him. And boy, does he try, but I shake off his efforts every time. I try to stay in a position such that if he slams himself into the ground backward, I can jump off of him in time, but he doesn't. So instead, he walks toward where the woman used to be. Shit, I forgot she can cloak or go invisible. Either that, or she is really fast. I hope it's the former. I try to listen for her to predict where she will come from, but I have too many things to juggle at once, and my mind can't keep up. She appears behind me as I dodge a well-timed arrow from the archer. I only notice her because of the hair on the back of my neck, the fibers alerting me. I twist and pull myself up and over Reuben to his front, earning a considerable gash along my back down from the top of my spine to the middle of my back. I feel it bleeding pretty bad too. She definitely got me with the dagger that causes blood loss. But I take this movement in stride. As I flip over to Reuben's front, I kick him in the face as hard as I possibly can with all of my momentum and strength that pushes me to the ground in front of him. Already red-faced from the lack of oxygen and still wounded from earlier, my knee makes a pronounced effect as he steps back, wobbly and unsteady. I catch myself with my hands before my face slams into the ground from my odd angle. Then, without giving Reuben a chance to recover, I turn back to him and kick his already wounded and splinted knee. I can see an arrow coming at me in the corner of my right eye, and in the corner of my left, a woman crouched, ready to strike. I ignore both of these looming threats in favor of evening the cards against me. 2 against 1 is much better than 3. And so, as Reuben falls to his other knee from the wounded one while screaming in pain, I quickly wind the chain around my fist and deliver a swift jab to his face that ends with a crack and him falling onto his back, unmoving. Following that is a yell from the woman. "Reuben!" This sends a rush of adrenaline and joy through me. 1 down, 2 to go. But my happiness is quickly shot down by an arrow that sinks accurately into my hand, wrapped in chains. The new pain sobers me of my overconfidence as I quickly turn to the other threat, already at my neck. A dagger is swiftly approaching my neck, and I go to intercept the hand that wields the blade, but I am still unused to my new speed. And so, instead of catching the hand, the arrow stuck halfway into my hand seizes the dagger for a moment as I miss. Then as another approaches, I feel out of options before the old reliable is the only one to come to my mind. Take a hit, then return my own. With incredible deftness, I move so that the second dagger only grazes me, initially going just for a light wound, but my speed continues to surprise me. Then, I kick at the woman in front of me's center mass, aiming for her bandaged wound. Instead, she dodges the attack, moving backward, seemingly cautious of my blows since Reuben fell. Then a lull appears. An archer behind me and a dagger-wielding rogue in front of me. Only at this moment do I realize that I have yet to breathe this whole time, and because of that, my chest is screaming for release. 17 out comes defiance. The break only lasts for a moment as I realize how much of a timer I am on. Already the struggle to keep my breath within me has begun. I rip the arrow off my hand, grimacing in pain even after its reduction by my ether skill. Then I wield it in my other hand in a reverse grip. At least it's a weapon that can deal damage. And before the archer can knock another arrow, I charge at the woman before me. Unwilling to let her get me with the dagger again as I feel the blood loss slowly eat at the energy and new life that Struggler's Gasp awarded me with. But it is not a one-on-one fight, so I have to first circle around her and make it more difficult for the archer to get a shot in, obviously unwilling to commit friendly fire. The woman notices this, though, and tries to stop me. She darts out with a quick stab from her dagger as I try to maneuver around her. I am forced to jump backward, and then as I hear an arrow whoosh towards me, I hit the floor as quickly as possible, keeping my good foot that hasn't yet been injured, ready to push me back up. The woman with twin daggers follows me closely, eager for my demise. And I am keen to meet her. So, with the ball of my foot planted into the dirt, I leap forwards at her and swing the chain that is partially wrapping my hand at one of her arms. She doesn't even try to dodge, letting my chain wrap around her left arm as she goes in for the kill with her right. Then, in one swift motion filled with suicidal tendencies, I pull her closer to me with the chain wrapped around her arm, my body still full of the strength need to overwhelm Reuben, the giant of a man he is. Then, as she is being pulled closer, with her dagger in her right hand going low, I pull her even harder as I swing the arrow in my other hand in the reverse grip towards her chest. She notices the oncoming attack and deftly twists her body even against me, hauling her towards me. The conflict ends up with us both wounded. She stabs me in the gut like I expected as a much larger torrent of blood than usual begins gushing out of my wound. But it's not all bad because the chain I had her gripped with kept her from moving entirely out of the way, and instead of me putting an arrow in her heart, one landed in her upper left arm. So now, her arm just dangles loosely. But I don't let up even for a moment. I learned time and time again that being passive to a threat will only make it worse. So, before she even pulls the adder-tooth-like dagger from my gut, I tackle her into the ground. I see her face scrunch up in determination as she begins to rapidly stab me with her dagger using her uninjured arm during the fall to the ground. I didn't even have the chance to follow through with my tackle. The incredible pain erupts and stuns me momentarily as my body goes into shock. I cannot do anything as the blood in my body just falls out in massive heaps. Almost instantly, due to her insane number of stabs into my torso, I lose the new strength in my body and fall on top of her, constantly being drained of life from her dagger. The breath I had deep within me is almost released, but I hold it in with everything I got, hoping to do one last thing before I bleed out. But before I had the opportunity to, my body disobeys me and goes limp. The person beneath me sighs in relief and victory before pushing my body off to the side. My body is so numb and weak I can't resist. I can feel my vision rapidly darkening and drawing me to the abyss. I've felt this quite a lot lately, honestly, it's inviting. Is this what death is like? I can hear the woman say something to the archer as my hearing begins to fade and distort. Then, out of nowhere, my shoulder starts to burn. And with that burning sensation comes heat that returns to my body. Then, the heat returns my strength. I sit up abruptly, still woozy, as I see the woman turn and look at me with wide eyes and the archer gazing at me frozen, his mouth wide open. Then I slowly stand, and curious as to why they are looking at me like that, I look down at my body. Oh, right, my entire torso was just ripped to shreds. At least 20 or so stab wounds, not to mention all the other previous things that have piled up. But from those wounds stream mass amounts of blood. Constantly. So much blood exits my body that each second, it has to be as much as there is in my whole body. I hear the woman whisper with panic dipped in a fury. Why you, had the bloody palm? Why would he give to you? I go to ask what the hell that is, but I stop, unsure if that counts as exhaling. And even if my chest feels like it's been put through a meat grinder, I refuse to let go of struggler's gasp. So, instead, I tilt my head in confusion at her. The man behind her speaks to her, filled with derision. It's the bloodhound. Of course, he gave his protégé the healing artifact he retrieved. As I look down at myself, I realize they must be right. Indeed, Edmund had an artifact of some sort. And I had wondered why he never used anything like that fighting Alexos. But he did. Right at the start. He gave it to me when he placed his hand on me. I feel a ball of emotion well up within me at that moment. Still, it is abruptly ruined by another whistling arrow that streams toward me from the archer, who is rapidly backing up. I dodge the arrow by moving to the side. Avoiding an arrow without being in the middle of combat is much easier. Then, hoping to end this fight soon as it's gone on for far too long and my chest feels like a bomb about to burst, I charge at the woman. This time, I grab her dagger hand to prevent it from stabbing me again. She awakens from shock just as I reach her and tries to evade my grasp, but with my speed, she fails. I catch her arm and punch her in the gut, twisting my body for maximum effect. Edmund taught me that during one of our spars. Then, I take an elbow from her to the face as I take to the ground again, being sure to keep her hand with the dagger away from me. For a moment, we have a contest of strength, but unlike the one against the big man, Reuben, my power has waned due to injuries and long, troublesome use of struggler's grasp. So, she slowly begins winning as she, back up and lying against the tree stump that was my execution block, pushes her dagger toward my neck. Just before the knife reaches my throat, my lungs begin to burst due to how long I've held in all this ether. Finally, unable to hold on any longer due to the pain in my chest and the need to use my breath for leverage, I breathe out. And just as the tome said, out comes defiance. When I breathed in to start up struggler's gasp, all the ether nearby was sucked into my body to power the skill. And so, it must be funneled out, or else it will break me apart from within. On the way out, however, it exits much faster than the way in. Colorless ether that I can only sense due to its recent connection without me rapidly vacates my body full of force, and I exhale as hard as I can once I realize its power to maximize it. The wind that leaves my body in a grand exodus is so mighty that it sends all the dirt, grass, and sticks flying away from my position while slamming the woman's head into the tree stump behind her. The force is so much that it instantly makes her eyes roll as she is knocked unconscious. But before she does, I see betrayal, anger, and sadness enter her eyes as she looks past me. With the last little bit of strength still remaining in my body, I look behind me. And I see the archer running for his life in the opposite direction. What a coward. Who runs from a fight when it's one-on-one? I try to stand and yell at him, but my legs give out, and I fall backward onto my back as blood continues to fall out of my body. I look up at the sky, its cloud-covered sun unable to move in exhaustion. And I laugh. A hearty laugh filled with relief, happiness, and satisfaction. I did it, Edmund. Not so weak anymore, huh? I wonder if he'd be proud. Maybe not, because those I was fighting were hunters, but one can hope. Then after a flash of darkness breaks me out of my delirious thoughts, a figure stands before me. One that elicits unending hate and can bring just enough energy into my body for me to tilt my head toward him. Alexos. He's back. I completely forgot about him while I was fighting. He has always been there, watching and waiting for something. But only he and the devil would know precisely what. I try to speak to him, but only blood gurgles out of my body, paralyzed by severe physical trauma and the side effect of overflowing my body with all that ether through struggler's gasp. He laughs at my attempt and bends down to kneel next to me. Wow. I'm honestly impressed. You all truly are tough bastards. I don't know what you pulled off there, but I assume Edmund gave you some artifacts. If he had used that ether overflow thing and the healing one, he might have won against me. But I guess he made a bet. That I was lying about my story. That I wouldn't kill you. Just hurt you. Real bad. What the fuck is he talking about? What bet? Isn't it literally just about two? And that ether overflow he's talking about must be struggler's gasp. Did he confuse it for an artifact? My confusion must show on my blood-covered face. He keeps talking to me, the unmoving bloody corpse that can only control its eyes. You know, it's a funny thing, revenge. I lied about wanting to kill the Graves family. It's a hard habit to break when almost everything you do is a lie. Especially the pain that comes with being truthful. I've spent decades chasing Killian to make him pay for what he did. And over the years of spending time with other outlaws much worse than me, I've changed. No longer do I just want to bring him to justice. I want to make him suffer. Which is impossible to do now that he's up and disappeared. So, for many years, I have just wallowed in my sorrow and slowly grew stronger, collecting artifacts and followers. The Great Phantom Pain, huh? What a fitting name they gave me. Anyway. I just sat, waiting, until Dash. He pauses and then looks me deep into my eyes before continuing. His face constantly shifts except for the area around his eyes, the two cold orbs staring into my soul. Until a little crow told me something. That Killian had a son. And I thought, perfect. I'll torture him with the death of his family as he did to me. But, he's not even here, is he? How am I to get to him without him even being here? Was he ever even there for you, lad? I have trouble imagining him caring for anyone but himself. He stops again to see my response. I shake my eyes left to right, indicating no. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was a good man many years ago, and I guess I was also. But entering the Badlands changed him. He saw something or someone that no man should see. No, that's wrong. All it did was reveal who he naturally was. A monster. Anyway, I just wanted to get that little bit off my chest. Been a long time since I talked to someone like this. Therapy is good for you, you know? It's nice. Most people fear just seeing me. But you, lad, can't even comprehend fear. For a moment, I think that Alexos is about to be kind. To be merciful, that just maybe my display of will changed him. But then, just as fast as the thought appears, it disappears. Just like him with his illusions, something disgusting and terrible is always hidden within. So, I've decided. Instead of killing you, how about I adopt you? I could always use a partner. Haven't had one in over a decade. Could be fun, you know. Me and you, going around the wilds. Exploring, finding ruins, and adventuring. Maybe a little bit of murder here and there. The thought of being his son and following him sickens me. Without even thinking, I desperately move my eyes back to indicate my refusal of his proposal to adopt me. How could he even come up with that idea? Was he watching us when I asked Edmund? Alexos looks dejected for a moment before cheering back up, definitely having an even more sick and twisted idea in his head. That's fair. Didn't think you'd agree anyway. But how cathartic would it be to adopt your most hated man's son and raise him in their place? Oh. And if someday we found him and you killed him because I asked you to, that'd be glorious. Well, since you said no, I'll return to my writing roots and be a little more poetic. I'll leave you to be hunted down by hunters for the rest of your life. That is, if the acute ether saturation that you're under doesn't kill you first. The worst way to go out, in my eyes. He finishes his verdict on my fate as he places the back of his hand on my bloodied cheek. Then he winces in pain as he quickly pulls away. Who? That's burning. Yeah, good luck with surviving that. You put yourself through way more ether than a human body can receive. The torrent you received would even strain me. I doubt you'll live longer than a week without seeing a doc even with your freakish constitution and that artifact that heals you. Too much ether kills. Not just that, but that artifact is known for having a pretty bad side effect. Then he stands and walks over to the fallen hunters, the ones that I knocked unconscious. The giant of a man Reuben and the deadly swift woman, whose name I never caught. I watch him draw a short, thin knife from his belt. He's going to kill them. I can't let him do that. They are good people, just trying to help. I don't know the deal with the one that ran, though. Maybe he was going for help. But regardless of his plans, I can't have these people die just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, I try to speak up through the blood that is still flooding out from me constantly. I cough and gag, only managing to wheeze out a quiet singular word. No. But that's enough. Alexos is a powerful man, and I suppose with that comes keen senses as he turns to look at me. Don't want me to kill them? Well, too bad. Wait, actually, it might be more fun if they survive to hunt you down. A little bit of a rivalry is never too bad, eh? Then with all the madness of the fallen academic he is, Alexos sways back and forth as he picks up the two unconscious hunters. His feet then carry him away as the air around him distorts. His illusions obviously returning. The last thing I see from the madman is him waving toward me and yelling. Don't die too soon. The more pain you go through, the stronger I get. Don't forget that. I wince once more just at those words. But, of course, he grows through others' suffering. With the ability to inflict false pain and senses like that, it only makes sense that he can grow better by seeing other people's pain. The best way to fake something is to see it in action first. I wait quite a while after he leaves, just watching around, waiting for him to return. But he doesn't. I was never a paranoid person, but now I definitely will be. Eventually, my eyes grow heavy under the setting sun. The sounds of birds, crickets, and the occasional squirrel slowly drift my paranoid but exhausted mind to sleep. And the rest is much more intense in sound than usual, despite being in the middle of the woods on the ground, so it causes me to dream much more than usual. I dream of a long, flowing dark river with red spider lilies upon it, slowly drifting away from me. I try to reach out in the dream to stop it from leaving me, feeling uncomfortable with its loss. But to no avail, the stream slowly fades from my fantasy. After the first dream, many more come screaming past. Fragments of instances and scenarios that I cannot hope to remember come morning. My body heats up and freezes and all the in-between as I sleep. But one dream sticks out both for its content and because it's my last dream. A colossal glowing eyeball staring at me through a hole in a wall, the pupil so significant and mesmerizing that I lose myself in it, unknowing of time, space, or anything else. I get lost in its call. It's a call for silence. It's a demand for obedience. It's an order for all to never defy it. This last wave that flows through me strikes a chord deep within me, waking me from the dream with my mind spinning. 18 Afterclaps. I wake up after an unknown amount of time in a strange place. An unknown location that, on the surface, I recognize as this particular section of the woods. However, still, I have no idea where it is. My body is incredibly sore. All over, I feel pain, and it hurts just to sit up. But I do after mustering up the strength to think about Edmund's corpse just sitting in the woods. To be eaten by scavengers. Once I sit up, I notice 2 packs lying on a tree roughly 15 feet away. They are Edmund's and mine. Then, before I go over to them, I try to assess my body's current situation, and it gives me an instant wake-up, removing all the sleepiness from my eyes. I look down, and my shirt is absolutely torn, so bad that I just pull it off of me with little effort. And underneath the torn shirt, I see something that makes me gulp alongside an item that falls to the ground from my movement. All across my torso are thin red pulsing panes of flesh. Like a piece of bloody skin was stretched over to fill a hole. There are at least 20 of these panes. And one is so thin on my chest that I can see my beating heart. And there are more than just those on my torso. I look carefully and find them all over my body, covering every wound I've sustained that wasn't already healed. I am momentarily confused about how this happened until my eyes glance over at the object that fell off me. A pale, wrinkled, bloodless wrist connected to a palm and 5 fingers. It reminds me of the hand of a zombie. I touch it slowly, careful not to disturb or break the pieces of flesh that are literally keeping me in one piece. I feel something exit me, a strand of cold sensation entering my body. And now that I'm more used to ether, I recognize it. It's ether leaving my body. The sensation is similar to how whenever I touch the lily, it would make my hand cold. So maybe the lily was taking ether from me all along. But I had it before I got a sigil, so what did it take before that? Unable to answer my own question, I think of another one. If this is the bloody palm the woman spoke about and probably the healing artifact Alexos mentioned, how do I use it? I don't think now is the time to test it out, seeing how weak I am, but I should definitely do so in the future. I push aside these thoughts and use the scraps of my old shirt to wrap up the palm before my attention returns to the bags. I attempt to stand up and immediately feel woozy, starving, thirsty, and another 30 negative signs from the body that screams of emergency. So, instead, I settle for crawling over to the packs. And when I make it to them, I break open Edmund's to look for food to ease my starving stomach and water to satiate my mouth full of crusty iron-tinged blood. Inside is jerky and several containers of water. I eat for quite a while, just enjoying being alive. Nothing has ever tasted better than this hard jerky and stale water. Then, I just watch my surroundings and the peaceful forest around me. Small glimpses of the previous fight for my life come to mind, but I force them aside in favor of the peaceful one. I do notice, however, that there is a blood-red circle roughly 10 feet in diameter where I slept. All the plants have died from being soaked in the blood that the bloody palm produced for me. After resting for about an hour during my meal, I rummage through my pack and grab what little I need. just my old pocket watch and a fire starter. I pause for a second before remembering another thing and capturing them. The notes that Edmund gave me what feels like forever ago. I pull them out of the pack. A large stack of paper, unorganized but helpful, with little specks of blood here or there on the side. The cost of some battles where I fought with the pack on. Then I put the items into Edmund's pack. Unfortunately, neither of our packs has a spare shirt, so I am forced to go shirtless with my pants torn up because of arrows and daggers, but still partially intact. With the old man no longer here to teach me, I will need every scrap of information I can get, no matter how much I hate reading. Like, I need to know what the acute ether saturation Alexos spoke about is. But there are more pressing matters, at least emotionally. Then, I pick up Edmund's pack and unsteadily stand. With my head shaking and my legs wobbling, I walk to where his body last lay. While walking a few hundred feet, I feel a fever come over me. I begin sweating heavily, and my head pulses in pain, like when I use too much ether. Then just as fast as it comes, it leaves, and a chill descends upon me. And the opposite happens, my body hurts instead of my head. The pain is so great I have to pause several times before walking just this few hundred feet. And when I near it, I see a wooden cross above a mound of disturbed dirt. And atop the cross is a hat. Edmund's hat. The grave is much better constructed than when I made the grave for Ma. I scramble closer, hobbling the whole way but desperate to read the words that lie on its frame. I fall to my knees once I get close enough to read the words drawn onto the cross with what was some knife, the alternating fever and hypothermia too much for me to handle at the moment. I read the words faster than anything I've ever read. Still, also the most carefully and attentively I have ever read. Here lies Edmund Dudley, the Bloodhound. Father of the Blood Beast. Teacher of Greats. Slayer of the Nocturne Tribe. Then, underneath is the traditional phrase for those who die in combat. Ma told me of this long ago. Only hunters who die fighting can be blessed with this phrase. May the devil weigh in your favor. The last sane god, the devil, the red judge, the arbiter of chaos. The only time he will ever possibly skew his decision is if you gave your life in pursuing something more extraordinary than yourself. He is the one who chooses how your afterlife will be. Death only claims and drags you down to the underworld to keep you. Or at least that's what the legends say. Who knows if that's all still true with ether and whatnot? Hell, it probably is. I take a moment and repeat the phrase with total sincerity and thankfulness to the man who saved me. Saved me multiple times. Taught me so much. A kind old man to the end, he was. Giving me the bloody palm instead of using it for himself. I'm sure he knew what it did. He knew everything. I have to carry on for him. Take a little piece of him with me like I did the leopard. Before anything else, though, I do what Edmund would want me to. I sit beside the young grave under the cool sun of autumn and pull out the notes on sigils and ether that he had given me, hoping to find something about acute ether saturation or what happens when a human dies with a sigil. I glance through the pages, trying to find something helpful. There are probably close to 30 pages, with many becoming wrinkled from being in the pack for so long. They are still readable, though. And of the first of the two questions plaguing my mind, I find the answer to the second. What happens when a person dies with a sigil? It lies on the 22nd page. Upon the death of a sigiled, like any other creature, their sigil will be available for others to take and use for their promotion to a more powerful sigil. But there is a difference between unintelligent beasts and men. Over time, the latent will and desire in an intelligent creature can twist the sigil if left unchecked. As a result, this twisted sigil will slowly form into what is called an artifact. Commonly, and unfortunately, they resemble the limbs of those who lost them while at the same time having disastrous side effects. Fortunately, however, artifacts' powers are unique, obscure, and often more potent than the previous possessor of the sigil's abilities. The power of artifacts is why many seek them out and a primary reason for the existence of outlaws. Many hunt others to see if their corpse creates a tool for them to sell or a weapon for them to use. One can guess the artifact's power and how far it has strayed from the predecessor's power and intent by what the artifact looks like. Extremities, fingers, hands, toes, and feet are the weakest artifact form. Next are limbs, arms, and legs. Then there are non-vital organs like the appendix or a single kidney or lung. Next are the vital organs that are not the heart or brain. Finally, the most potent organs to become artifacts and the ones to be most wary of are hearts, brains, and eyes. These have side effects that correspond to the increased power. Very rarely, however, the predecessor's will is so powerful that it can overtake and possess an item on their body. These are the most powerful artifacts, as they can take on actual weapons or armor. They are also the hardest to find out if they are an artifact or not due to their similarity to crafted items imbued with sigils. Many would think they are just an exceptionally powerful Colt, claymore, or another piece of gear. One can only learn whether it is by experiencing the side effects and power of said item with the power of artifacts outclassing similarly ranked crafted gear. In the rarest incidents after the death of a sigiled, the nigh impossible is that their sigil itself becomes sentient. Deformed and grotesque things are born of these abominations. The only warning when one comes across these is that you must tread very, very lightly. Their minds and personalities from when they were alive are there but twisted beyond recognition. Rumors exist of things more singular, but none are confirmed to exist. I pull out the bloody palm wrapped in my old ripped-up shirt. So this creepy wrinkled hand used to be someone's hand? Damn, that is disturbing. I can't believe that sigils can work like that. Does that mean that Edmund's sigil will create an artifact, or is there a chance for his sigil to take him over? I feel like I have more questions than answers, as initially, I was just curious as to what may happen if no one takes the sigil from the deceased. I guess I have my answer now, in an unsettling way. For a moment, I consider seeing if an artifact was born of Edmund's sigil. I quickly shake my head, though, and continue rifling through the papers looking for something helpful to the obvious affliction upon me. After flipping through the pages, I find it on the last page. A segment on the side effects of the overuse of ether. And this one is tagged by a doctor at the front, which probably explains why there are so many medical terms within it. Tested, discovered, and written by Dr. J. H. Jules, head of medicine at the Hunter Academy. One should always be wary of using ether. It is both our most excellent tool alongside our minds, but it is also a deadly poison. To drink the well of ether is only a temporary stopgap for a problem. Hunters are taught to find the most efficient use of ether possible instead of blindingly infusing it into their bodies. The average human body is unfit to imbibe even tiny amounts of ether, as it will likely just lay within the muscles and tissues after use, causing many future issues. Only through slow, careful, and continuous experience can one's resistance to ether grow. It also will naturally grow as one's sigil does, but at a much slower rate. Sometimes, this can even cause those who rise rapidly in ranks to die of the ether output from their own sigil. For most, however, the small amounts of ether that surpass our body's tolerances will slowly be expelled through rest and recuperation. This is simply ether oversaturation. Common side effects include headaches, nausea, pain in the extremities, and dizziness. Suppose you are experiencing any of these symptoms. In that case, it is recommended you escape from whatever is forcing you to use ether. When one experiences too much ether such that their body can no longer expel it on its own because the natural release of ether from their own sigil either equals or outdoes the amount that can be discharged by their body, it is called acute ether saturation or AES. This is more common in sigiled than in unsigiled, as unsigiled will just die abruptly from ether being stagnant in their body. This is highly fatal. Nearly 99% of patients suffering from acute ether saturation die without treatment within 1 month. Symptoms of AES include pain in the head, pain in the limbs, pain in the mind, severe all-encompassing pain, headaches, migraines, blindness in one or both eyes, deafness, numbness in arms, legs, and eyes, hyperthermia that rapidly switch, weakness in muscles and tendons, partial organ failure, total organ failure, multiple organ failure, memory loss, stroke, and death. Holy shit, that's a lot of symptoms. Am I fucked? Severe all-encompassing pain? What the hell does that even entail? How is pain all-encompassing? And how can your eyes be numb? What kind of list is that? I am definitely under AES or whatever it was called. Like half of those symptoms, I can feel even while sitting down. Hyperthermia and hypothermia, especially as they are tied with their corresponding headache and bodily pain, respectively. And the bit about not just blindingly infusing ether, hoping it will fix the issue, Edmund never told me that, did he? Oh, maybe he did. I can't entirely remember. Wait, was memory loss one of the symptoms? Oh shit, it was. Better read the rest before I die from partial, total, and multiple organ failure. There are only 2 ways to treat AES. The first is to be administered a detoxification concoction by another person with ingredients to expel the ether in one's body through their pores. All hunter squads of 8 or more are equipped with a detoxification concoction brewed by certified doctors. And those of ranks higher than 3rd Sigil who experience AES must immediately seek medical attention at the nearest forward base or headquarters. The other way, which is significantly more dangerous but is sometimes required when in the wilds, is to expel the ether from one's system and acclimate to it. Attempting this method only reduces fatality to 95%, however, despite the best discovered instructions, few wish to subject themselves to ether baptisms for testing. The old custom of finding out who was sensitive to ether had a high mortality rate and, as such, was discontinued by my predecessor. And the instructions are as follows. Sit still. Very still. A single movement in your surroundings may break your concentration. Focus inward on your sigil. Imagine its shape, look, feel, and name. Create a tiny, almost non-existent piece of ether using your way of forming ether. You will feel immense pain at even touching ether with your mind during this part and all that follows. Do not lose focus. Coax the ether to gently exit the core surrounding your sigil towards your body. Pain will erupt. Repeat steps 1 to 6 as often as possible until you can move a piece of ether from your core to your feet, head, fingers, and back again. The typical length for recovery in this way is between 2 to 6 weeks. The higher your resonance, the more excruciating an experience because of its want to output more ether into your already damaged body. There is one silver lining about the likely death of one who performs this type of treatment, also dubbed as self-immolation. By forcing one's body to acclimate to higher levels of ether, one's natural affinity to sense ether and ability to withstand large amounts of foreign and internal ether will rise drastically. This will not allow one to create larger displays of ether, but instead, do it for longer and more consistently while at the same time being more durable and perceptive to the use of others' abilities that use ether. The long-said phrase stands true for us of the territories, and us only. What doesn't kill you only makes you harder to kill. I, Dr. J. H. Jules, ask that any who survive this treatment please come to me for testing in Brightford, Blackreach. With your help, I can help create better treatments to help future AES patients become survivors like you. After reading only negative things about how likely I was to die from this condition, the last little bit made me smile. I hope one day I can meet this man. He sounds impressive, creating treatments and medicine for future hunters. I quickly turn my attention to the actual information despite my interest in Dr. J. H. Jules. The first 3 steps in the instructions don't seem very hard, but the 4th and especially the 6th are pretty ominous. Why is "do not lose focus" written in all capital letters? What does "pain will erupt" actually mean? I have no idea about the 2 new questions I created for myself. And when I'm confused, I just do. So, I sit still as the sun begins to set. I've spent a considerable portion of the day just reading and resting. I always have issues sitting still. My energy and curiosity are too much to not move and do something. Ma used to say Lagertha, the god of lethargy, would hate me if he ever saw me. But of course, that's if he was still alive. But sit, I do. This is important to my very own life. I have too many things to do before I let my skill kill me. And I finally figured out why I am under AES. It had to have been Struggler's gasp. Well, probably that. I doubt it was the other 10 or so times I ignorantly went beyond the safe threshold for ether in a desperate gamble to survive. Definitely that one skill. Yup. Blame it on the executioner's block I was placed on. I shake my head to clear my thoughts. A pretty hard thing to do. Focus when your life isn't on the line. Maybe that's why I don't dislike fighting, just what it feels like after. The feeling of getting punched in the face 100 times. I try to clear my thoughts again, but it doesn't work at first. So, I just go into myself mentally and look at where my core is for the first time since the recent trip to the cabin. And I see something new behind the back of my skull. 19. Acute ether saturation. Within my skull, using my way to sense ether, which is basically just closing my eyes and feeling for something, I see a beautiful thing. There is no longer a vague bubble I cannot sense within, acting as the core and origin of most of my ether. Now there is a dimly glowing symbol. No, a sigil. It looks identical to the one I recently saw in the cabin. An eye that has a look in it. One of defiance and hopes of eventual freedom. Surrounded though by chains that tightly wrap around it. It appears a bit more abstract and less natural within my mind than when it was inscribed into the pages of the tome on that purple table. I begin to follow the directions. After viewing the shape of my sigil, I try to sense what it feels like. Slowly, I let my mind drift around the beautiful piece of art that rests in my skull. And over time, I began to get several emotions and sensations that entered my mind. I feel boldness, opportunity, and a deep sense of fulfillment. I also hear the swaying of grass in the wind. Not just the grass around me that I'm trying to shut out, no, I hear two separate instances of a high grass swaying. I have absolutely no idea what that means, so I continue to the next step. While looking at and sensing my sigil, I slowly say its new name within my mind. Striving Philosopher. The second I finish this arbitrary step, I feel a wave of calm settles over me. Followed by a deep sense of understanding with my sigil. Like I just inherently know its traits and personality, if one can call the emotions I get from it a character. It strives for freedom, life, and adventure. Similar to me. Maybe that's why it resonated with me in the first place. Then, after acclimating to this weird state, I begin step 3. Carefully, very carefully, like it said, I create a small amount of ether, about the identical amount I made the first time I used my core for ether. But, unfortunately, with that tiny amount I create comes a great deal of pain. I feel like a hammer just slammed into my head as I try to focus and not lose my grasp on my ether. I try to continue to the next step. Bringing the bit of ether out from the area that surrounds my sigil. The second the piece exits the threshold of where the bubble used to be that has now shrunk to become the sigil in my mind, well, pain erupts. The pain is so great I begin foaming at the mouth, forcing me to spit or I'll choke on my own saliva. It truly is all-encompassing. Despite the ether still being in my skull, it hasn't even entered my neck yet. I can feel a sensation similar to every toe getting cut off at once, a snipping like bone on steel. This pain is far too much to bear, and I am forced to quickly release the ether I created into my body. This only worsens it as the ether begins to sink into my body, further increasing the misery. I begin convulsing due to the overload of my system. Finally, the pain and seizure of my body make me fall onto the dirt, unable to simply stay seated. The agony lasted for close to 10 minutes after I lost hold of the strand of ether I had made. And for what felt like forever, I just lay in the dirt gasping for breath through the aftershocks of trying the treatment for acute ether saturation. I guess that using ether is a no-go for a little while. Just using that little bit felt like it was going to kill me. Unable and unwilling to muster up the will to move or get up, I just crash on the dirt and fall asleep, once again exhausted. Renee Lightstep Haze. I awake feeling as though I am hanging upside down. Woozy and with a splitting headache, signs of a concussion. Before I open my eyes, I try to remember what brought me here. The last thing I remember is the kid I had stabbed probably close to 30 times, standing back up, bleeding an inhuman amount of blood, then charging back at me. Then while we fought for the knife, and I almost won, he roared at me. After that, I saw ether give intangible form, which doesn't usually happen until the third or fourth sigil except for sigils like scholar or occultist, exit his mouth and create a shockwave. Then, the bastard Gus, who I plainly should never have recruited, ran away just as I was knocked unconscious. Is that it? Yeah, I think so. Nothing else is past that. So, I open my eyes. And I'm hanging on a tree attached to it by a familiar rope at the end of the forest. I can see the open road that leads to Sylvia just a ways away in the distance. Turning to look around, I also see Reuben, the kind giant hanging from a tree just like me. He's still knocked out, drifting from his rope in the air. That kid must have hit him like the fucking steam train. My voice reaches out to Reuben. Reuben! Wake up! He doesn't respond. Damn it. Gotta do it myself. I spend several minutes reaching for the pocket knife hidden in my boot and using it to cut the rope holding me up. I land nimbly, using my hands to catch myself. Then I climb up Reuben's tree and cut him down. He falls to the ground, and the impact finally wakes him up. He looks around in confusion before he sees me climbing from the tree. Then, Reuben moves over to me and wraps me in a hug. Then, while tightly squishing me with care, he cries out to me. Oh, thank goodness you're okay. I had a dream where we all got beat up by a little kid. Where's Gus? I push away to exit the hug before I tell him what happened. Of our defeat and Gus' betrayal. Of my newly lost daggers that I just recently acquired. Anger flares within me before I speak. We did get beat, Reuben. Really fucking bad. That kid was a monster, especially with whatever artifacts he used with the bloody palm. No other way he would be that strong. I can't find our fucking packs, and I have no damn idea where my adder's fong went either. At least your heavy-ass greatsword is on your back. Reuben notices my anger due to my high amount of cursing and comments on it. Calm down a bit, Ray. We'll get you a new set of daggers. We can even sell off my sword if we have to. We're a team. We do things together, remember? What happened to Gus? I take a moment to calm down. But it doesn't really work. I'm usually quite level-headed, or at least like to think so, but I'm far too pissed off right now. I answer his question, though, as I motion him to follow me towards the road to Sylvia in front of us. He abandoned us. As I was knocked out, he ran away as fast as he could. Thought he was a bit frayed and jittery, but never thought he'd run away on a fight. Reuben looks surprised, then follows me in anger as he kicks a rock on the barren road we reach. Are you serious? Blazes. I thought we could trust anyone Willis recommended for a team. Gus was a new member of our team. Recruited just a week or so ago by recommendation Willis, the man to go to for information and gear at Sylvia. Gus was rumored to be an excellent tracker, always alert, and very sensitive to danger. That was true. Maybe he was too sensitive to the point that he scared himself shitless and ran away. I guess not. There are always a few bad apples, right? Reuben agrees with me as we continue to walk down the road in silence for a while. Eventually, though, he breaks the silence. So, that kid. I guess the bloodhound bit off more than he could chew, huh? The poor old man probably thought he was the perfect student, only for him to be mad. That could be the case. Maybe. However, something didn't feel right while we were fighting, especially now that we are alive. My gut tells me it's not what it seems. Yeah, that may be the case. Though, something didn't quite feel right. I mean, like, why are we still alive? With how bloodthirsty he looked, surely he would have killed us. Even if just to keep the information that he killed his teacher to himself. Reuben touches his chin before nodding. You're right. Nothing felt right about that encounter. Like there was something just at the end of my mind. I dunno what. Maybe the kid was just too scary, and he freaked me out. Like, did you see how he broke those restraints? Those damn things have held a dire bear. I nod before recounting my own story after Ruben got knocked out. Well, you wouldn't know that kid at his worst. I stabbed the lil fucker like close to 30 times, and he just stood back up and ran at me while bleeding a literal river of blood out of all his stab wounds. But then, the worst part was how he beat me. Basically just roared at me and made a shockwave strong enough to rattle my brain. The only thing Ruben says in response to that is a groan. Damn. Let's walk a bit faster. For a while, we walk. Still limping from his earlier injury, Ruben groans the whole way, but he's tough and can pull through. Finally, after a few hours of walking, we see buildings in the distance and some commotion approaching us. Finally, we reached Sylvia. As we walk closer, I recognize the commotion. It's a platoon that returns. But their numbers are decimated. Nearly 50 hunters who move in unison to take down significant threats have been reduced to only 6. Not just that, but as I get close enough to hear the voices, I nail one down as someone I know. Grant. The sheriff who's the vice leader of the Red Hawk platoon. Pushing my way through the people who are gawking, I get close. And Grant looks terrible. The cherry dark-skinned man I once knew is gone. He's missing an eye and his left arm. He looks so downcast that I can't even bring up the courage to speak to him. Finally, however, he notices me, but hearing him through the chaos is pretty hard. Renee. You and Ruben make it back, all right? Glad to at least see you made it out of that hellhole. The Andrice forest near us? I know it's dangerous, but it's typically used as a shortcut through to the dunes. What do you mean, Grant? What happened? We only came across 2 people on our trip in the Andrice. Hay looks a bit happy for me but is overcome with sadness. That's quite lucky. My platoon encountered a shade who ambushed us with nearly a dozen phantoms following it. Only me and 5 other of my boys made it out. The captain held them all off while we ran. You didn't see any spectrals while in the forest? Or anything else? There's been non-stop reports of sighting of creatures that shouldn't be round here. A shade? Holy shit, that's big news. If I had known spectrals were in the area, I would have never gone in to retrieve that artifact from Dudley for Captain Neal. Spectrals are one of the worst types of enemy to come across, well, I guess, except for demons and other planers. They are hard to sense and predict and even harder to hit. Shades are some of the worst. They are capable of turning other people's corpses into phantoms that are bound in servitude in it. I gotta go report this and the crazy kid to the post quickly. Not just that, but depending on the kind, they can be far worse. A Tawiskara, a particularly nasty shade with far too much time to grow, was recently slain by the Hallowed One up north and killed thousands before it was finally put down. I get shivers just thinking about it. Damn, Grant. Sorry for what happened. I gotta go report what happened on our trip. The Bloodhound fell in combat. If you need a team for a little bit, Ruben and I are here for you. The news I drop onto Grant makes him look even worse as he curses several of the living gods. Fuck fuck fuck. Devil damn Genesia. Fuck Mephisto. The devil better pardon him. I was going to ask him to hunt the shade with me for revenge. He didn't take missions anymore, but I reckon he'd do one for Werner. Dudley may not have been as high in sigil as Captain Werner, but I'd trust no one else but him to go hunting for something like that. What the hell killed him? A hierarch? Planebreaker? Had to have been at least 6th sigil to put that old man down such that he couldn't weasel his way out in some way. Yeah, I thought so too. I really need to report on our failure, though. And tell of Gus' betrayal. And get Ruben to the dock. No, you just have to wait for the report or for me to tell you in the bug house. See you later, Grant. Offer is always open for me and Ruben to help you out. He nods at me dejectedly. Yeah. See ya. I don't know if there's much you two could help out with, though. I will go to Nielsen and see if she can do anything for the platoon. Can't let the Red Hawks end like this. For Werner. I then pull out of the crowd and find Ruben. He's over on the side talking to some short lass. probably a local of Sylvia. I make eye contact with him and then head to the post at the front of the town. Sylvia is a medium-sized town home to close to 200 hunters at any point in time, with probably twice that number in the surrounding area on bounties. The post is the part of a town that hunters check in at to let the higher-ups know the status of their bounties. It's also used for payout. This time though, I head to the solid concrete building at the town's forefront. The only such building made of concrete in the whole town. And I step up to the counter, pulling out my badge that indicates my rank. I keep it in a sealed pocket so I don't lose it. They are relatively expensive. The man who rests behind the counter sits slightly straighter, seeing someone he has to serve. Unfortunately, I don't recognize this man. The usual one behind the counter is Mike, an old friend, but obviously, he's not here today. The unfamiliar man clears his throat before asking an obvious question. Name? I sigh. The fucker could just read it on my badge. Renee Hayes. Title? Why are you such a hard ass? Mike's never this difficult. Just read my badge. Title? Man, come on. I don't have time for this bullshit. I almost just died a bit ago. Soon this asshat will have someone much less patient than me stab him in the face. Light step. Okay. Was your mission to recover the bloody palm a success? No. What occurred that prevented you from succeeding? This type of back-and-forth exchanges for quite a while as I described how my team almost died, how Edmund Dudley fell, how Gus deserted, and how I lost my newly acquired second flam daggers, all because of a psychotic kid who was definitely either overusing ether or possessed by something. Then I watch as the man writes down the events for the next 10 minutes. Asking questions here or there. Eventually, he puts his pen down and asks one final question. So, this kid that you fought, his abilities included being hard to kill, incredibly bloodthirsty, skinny, fast, strong, and the ability to roar shockwaves. You are the first to document this boy. What title would you like to give him? There's always a silver lining to all bad things. And for hunters, that's commonly naming whatever made you retreat, whether it's a new species, which is relatively common, or a new powerful outlaw. It lets you make your mark in the world. Discover or name something that may last longer than you. Feels more solid and physical than just the gratitude of those far away to the east in their pretty cities. I have never had this chance before. I've only been a hunter for a few years and have slowly made my way up since making the team with Ruben, me the striker, him the big shield and distraction. So, I have to think for a while before deciding. Skinny, fast, brutal, and hungry for blood. The way he would fight even with apparent mortal wounds. The psychosis. The starvation in his eyes. The need for release. I ask the man another question, worried about my thoughts and their meaning. When was the last Wendigo sighting? He looks surprised at my question, eyebrows raised. Then he looks behind him and grabs a ledger. He spends a minute flipping through papers before finding whatever he's looking for. Then, without even looking up, he answers my question. Last sighting was in 1653, close to 31 years ago, in an obviously now removed city called Clarent and Valens by Lake Fell. Maddox's fame to claim was slaying it, you remember? If you want to title this kid Wendigo, it's free. Few, very few, are willing to name something the same as those abominations. Bad luck. Maybe he's right. Wendigos are heavily cursed creatures, said to bring bad luck, hunger, and 100 other things in their wake. But something makes me stick to that. I feel like it's an apt name for that little monster. So, I nod and confirm the title for him. Yeah, set that as the title. He takes a second to pull out another piece of paper, this one quite large. Then he stamps something on it before drawing my description of the boy in less than a minute. He hands it to me after he's done. Go put this up in Sally's saloon. I set him as a 4-star bounty. And special requirements are that none under 3rd sigil can even join the team for the bounty hunt. Anyone less than that will get butchered by this killer of the bloodhound, the Wendigo. I take the poster and head to Sally's saloon to meet some friends and have a good time after the recent near-death experience. It's been days since I had some strong liquor. Hopefully, this break will end soon. It should, though. It is odd. Why are beasts, outlaws, and the occasional demon attacking now? After over 2 decades of peace here in Tornridge, they strike? Why? I came here to chase the occasional hiding outlaw or rare beast, not fight hundreds of crazed enemies. What changed here? 20. The Wendigo. Why at Wendigo graves? I awake, freezing with a splitting headache. It must be the ether saturation. I look around and find it is unlit, seemingly just before morning. With a considerable force of will, I sit up and heave my pack to me. I am absolutely starving. The wounds on my chest have healed a decent bit, and the parts where I could see through to my internals are slightly less noticeable. Still, I notice, even through the dark, that I am discernibly skinnier. I was never a big guy, yet I always had a good amount of muscle with a bit of fat. And now, when I look at myself, it seems like the fat is all gone, along with the extra bit of skin in some places, just leaving muscle. And along with this realization is grumbling in my stomach as ravenous hunger descends. I tear through my pack and find food. The remainder of Edmund and my rations. Jerky, hardtack, a few fruits, a single piece of broccoli. I shovel them down my mouth as fast as possible until nothing remains besides the hunger left with me in this solitary forest. This isn't good. There is no more food, and I am not feeling up to going hunting either with a rapier. Maybe without my injuries, I could take something like a mountain lion or perhaps even a small bear, but as it is, I'd get killed by either. The sickness from overusing ether is too disabling. No bow or gun either to make an easy hunt. I could try to find one. Maybe the hunters left something over where we fought. And so, I shakily stand up from the spot beside Edmund's grave I fell asleep near. Then, I stumble to where the battle occurred, careful not to move too fast or trip to worsen the fever that replaced the cold. Eventually, after a few minutes, I reach the area with the stump I almost died in like what? 2 days ago now? Maybe more. Who knows how long I was unconscious after the fight in the dirt. All I know is that it was not long enough for me to starve or die from dehydration. I search for a few minutes in the grass and the surroundings with my eyes. Then, just before I give up from being unable to find anything, a little gleam catches my eye, and I hobble over to it. 2 serpentine silver daggers with ivory handles sit in the grass, wet from morning dew. The ones the woman used. The ones that stabbed me so many times. I picked them up. They are definitely better than my rapier. Just the blood loss they cause makes me sure of that. I go to check the sigil within them but quickly stop myself. Because if just holding a piece of my own ether hurts me, I can't imagine what would happen should I encounter ether that is foreign. The 2 daggers are fastened onto my belt through the little hoops at the end of each handle. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to keep the blades in, so I go back to the pack and tear off some fabric from my pair of socks I recently changed out of due to their blood-soaked state. I create a little makeshift scabbard for each of the daggers. All the sheaths do is stop the knives from scratching me as I walk. They have almost zero actual protection for the silver steel they are made of, but it'll do for now. After I make the scabbards, the sun begins to rise. And along with the sun's radiance, so too does my hunger. I quickly pull out my pocket watch and check the time. It's 7 a.m. Time to go. Best get out of these woods before I damn starve to death. I begin to hobble away from the part of the woods I've spent the past few days in. Luckily it hasn't rained, but the blood I've spilled has wet the ground enough that rest was never too comfortable. Before I leave, though, something on Edmund's grave catches my eye. The hat that rests on top of the wooden post that marks his grave pulls my pupils, unwilling to let them go. Taking several minutes, I move to the grave and put my hand on the hat. Should I take it with me? Like I did with the Loper's emotions? I think I will. Better that than letting it slowly get destroyed by the elements or a stray wildfire. I pick up the felt-crafted white cowboy hat and place it on my head. I feel a bit silly doing so, but it fits. Quite well, actually. Makes my head and ears slightly warmer from the cool air. Taking one last look at the grave, I speak to it, hoping the old man will hear me pour my heart out to him somehow despite his residence now in the underworld. Thank you for the kindness you showed me, Edmund. It may not have been for long or much, but you showed me what a good man is. And I won't forget your lessons, especially the beatdown about not getting myself killed. Despite being alive right now, I'd say I failed that test. But I won't next time. I promise. Then after saying my personal kind of goodbye, I limp away, still suffering from the severe oversaturation of ether. Edmund was a good man. He should not have died that way. I should not have killed him. But I did. And I got to make up for it. Somehow. To do so, though, I got to survive. Which means I need to get out of this damned forest that took him. So, I walk. I walk for a few hours before my hunger degenerates even further as I feel it directly gnawing at me. Eating parts of me to fuel the recovery. While resting with my hand on a tree's trunk, I remember a phrase from the recent notes I read about artifacts. Commonly, and unfortunately, they resemble the limbs of those who lost them while at the same time having disastrous side effects. Could this hunger be a side effect of the bloody palm? It would make some sense. Because where would the nutrients and energy come from besides ether or myself? And if this healing was fueled by my or the artifact's ether right now, something tells me I would be having a much more miserable time. I am also healing much slower than I did during the fight against the hunter squad. So maybe the artifact has two states, like a passive effect and one that can be fueled or channeled with ether. The passive might be increased healing in exchange for extreme, almost unbearable hunger, making you eat yourself from the inside out. While the one that needs to be activated with ether is a considerable boost to regeneration instantly that can help keep one alive from mortal wounds by using an immense amount of blood. Previously when I healed during the fight, it must have been fueled by some ether, and it wasn't my own, so it must have been Edmund who charged it up before he gave it to me. Sounds pretty plausible to me. I'm not sure, though, if artifacts even work like that. Haven't had the chance to actually use one knowingly. Another spike of pain breaks me from my rest and train of thought as the freezing cold strikes my body again with its piercing headache. It would be fine as I'm slowly getting used to the switch between the cold and hot from AES, but sometimes the pain from the oversaturation of ether lines with a hunger pang. The two together are too much for me to even think. With my concentration broken, I persist in walking with leaves and sticks crunching underfoot. Hours pass until it's nighttime again. I've had to take several breaks to rest throughout my walk, but I still haven't found my way out of the forest. I blame that on how I'm pretty sure I walked in circles for over an hour before I realized I needed to be heading north. West would make the breach and let loose monsters kill me, while east would get me killed by hunters. And I don't know which I would prefer, to be honest. Both are equitably brutal. So, I spent most of the day heading north toward the Bone Dune territory. Currently, I am in the Torn Ridge territory. Spent my whole life in it, in fact. And from what I learned from Edmund, it seems as though Torn Ridge will soon no longer belong to us humans because of my father's confirmed disappearance. Instead, the higher-ranked demons and monsters will swarm in and make it their new territory after the breach of the weaker ones ends. I'm sure someone like Alexos will have a field day with that. Before I lay down and go to sleep at the end of the day, I perform another bout of treatment for my acute ether saturation. Unfortunately, this time is just as bad, if not worse. This time, however, I make my piece of ether move more than an inch inside my head before I lose hold of it and become paralyzed by the pain. And so, while seizing and shaking from pain and the cold night, I fall asleep again. The next day the cycle repeats. This time though, the hunger gets so much worse. I begin to hallucinate and dream even while walking. I see shadows and small little things move at the corners of my vision. It feels like I'm constantly being watched despite no one being around me. And so, with my body eating me from within, I continue. Like the 2 nights before, I again attempted treatment for my condition. Once again, I fall asleep, shivering and seizing. This process repeats for what I believe is 2 more days. I am not entirely sure, though, as my memory is clouded and weakened both by the delirium and the AES. This last day of delirium is the worst. The hunger feels as though it is an animal inside of me, scratching, clawing, and biting me from the inside out. Unable to stop it. I look down at myself, and even through the haze of my vision, I can clearly see every bone in my body. The skin is barely pulled over each cartilage piece and hard tissue. As a result, my veins pop out, and my heartbeat slows. I walk still, 1 foot after the other. And as I walk even through this fog of pain and misery, I begin to hear things. And to truly see things. Voices whisper to me, just quiet enough not to understand, but they sound oh so familiar. I turn and look around crazily. Nothing. No one is around me. When I look down, what I see is my true self. A wasting, dying abomination of a human, just like Alexos said. Wrapped so thickly in chains he can barely walk forwards. In my madness, I scratch at myself only to realize that my body already ate my nails for nutrients. Only the nail beds remain. Thin and bony, just like the rest of me. And so, instead of scratching myself to try and somehow force a change, I just numbly abrade my sides and arms while I walk. I feel a little bit of warmth leave me even as I continue. Completely ignoring the blood that leaves me in tiny drops despite seeing it occur. This continues for quite a while through the day until the sun begins to set. At this point, my hallucinations shift. I see the world around me pivoting and waving until I hear a voice in my head of my mother's. A quiet and slow voice like I'm used to, but the content is way more indecipherable in a language I do not know. All that I can tell is that the words sound guttural and rough. Slowly, the words shift as my surroundings do as well. And out of nowhere, through my haze of consciousness, I arrive home. Lying in my bed. With Ma sitting on the edge of it. It reminds me of the time I had influenza and was bedridden. She'd sing me to sleep every night to help ease the pain. At this moment, my mind clears fully for the first time in a long time. The now habitual humming hunger hacking at me is no longer present. The fatiguing frost and harrowing headache. The furious fever and acidic aches. None of it is present. Instead, Ma looks at me worriedly. Looking as though she cares while guttural and unnatural sounds leave her mouth. Her face morphs and distorts the whole time as if she's not even here with me. The words shift and turn until, eventually, I can understand them, but only a phrase is heard before the delirious memory shatters, triggering via an unsettling smile from my ma that sends a lightning bolt blazing down my spine. Death will not take you. She is afraid. Afraid you'll resist. The last thing I feel is her hand on my cheek, the soft caress of her backhand, hurtling back into suffering. But, unfortunately, his short rest without suffering lasted only a minute or so. Immediately, I'm back in the forest. Face down in the fallen leaves that smell of recent rain. I only have a moment before the duet of pangs of hunger and debilitating sickness strikes me again to think. What was that language? If there is a demonic or hellish language, I'd guess that's it. But why was Ma speaking it? The last dream I could try and blame on Alexos somehow, but this one has to be all me. He is nowhere to be seen. I doubt he could keep himself hidden from me for over a day. Not because he isn't good enough, but because he seems to crave my attention. I force my mind to go on to other things, though. More pressing things. Like the wet ground, I lay on. And the cold that's slowly creeping in. This cold is unlike the internal one. I don't think this one will go away and turn warm on its own. It had not been raining previously. I need to get up. As I try to move my body, it feels weak. So weak. I realize my vision is blurry as I look at my arms to see what's wrong. My heart sinks as I see just how gone I have become. Even worse than before, my skin now appears to be stretched by 2 separate wires to cover my body. So thin and unprotecting. and the abrasions I gave myself in my madness only made my skin look even worse, like ground-up meat that was stretched. There is only one silver lining to this. Most of my deadly wounds are healed. Only about a dozen or so patches of see-through flesh remain. The only one that lets me see an organ is the fleshy window to my heart. So far, for all intents and purposes, technically, I have been healed. And that sounds like the type of harmful side effect that something called the bloody palm would give. But, at least this hunger did something. Even if it's slowly killing me. This positive thought reaches me just as the anguish returns. I shudder in pain. My mind, body, and soul shake under the weight of myself. Yet, I hold on to one thing to keep my focus even if I cannot understand or comprehend its meaning. To keep me moving even through the torment. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. I repeat this again, trying to move. And with every repetition, I move just a little closer to standing. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. I rest on both knees, taking a deep breath before I continue. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. I rest on one knee with the other leg's foot planted onto the slippery floor to force myself up. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. I pull myself up using the tree beside me as leverage and my legs as the levers. But, unfortunately, the first attempt to pull me up fails as I fall onto my scrawny ass because of the wet ground. And yet, I try again. By the 10th repetition, I stand again, looking at the night sky. The duo of moons that float above all. Alaji and Mua. The first twins, brother and sister, respectively. While repeating the mantra that keeps me intact, I watch them move in their otherworldly ways. Watching them makes me wish I had a brother or sister. Someone that could not follow me but instead walk beside me. This makes my raw mind think of Edmund, of the things we could have done if not for his death. If not for me killing him. A tear falls from my eyes and lands on my boot as I shake my head and look back down. The teardrop is red, complementing my torn arms from my self-made abrasions. I ignore these things and push forward for Edmund and myself. I force my legs to move under the machinations of my withering body. I can feel my bones grinding against each other, desperately trying to fulfill my unreasonable demands. Still, I repeat the phrase granted in the dream, unwilling to lose grasp on the words for even a moment. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. 21 Living Chow. I continue for an unknown amount of time. Just putting one foot in front of the other to eventually leave this massive forest while constantly saying the phrase I heard from my ma. Over and over again. For some reason unknown to me, nothing approaches or attacks me, even in this state. Eventually, though, as I move through this forest that is twisting, turning, and shifting before my delirious mind, I hear something other than the constant whispers in my mind. Shouts come from in front of me, of panic and distress. Too far to make out precisely what, but they sound young. Like me. I force my body to move faster, provoking another pang of debilitating hunger. I need to reach these voices. Maybe they will have food. Soon, my feet carry me out of the forest and onto a dirt road that rests beside the maze of trees I have been stuck in. And on the said road is a single wagon with a horse pulling it with 5 other people standing with their backs to the carriage. They do so because of the 4 oversized wolves that are circling them. My mind instantly sobers up at the thought of food. Even if I have to fight for it. My heart pumps with energy once more, taking probably the last of my body's reserves to give me the adrenaline I need to ignore the pain of, well, everything in the weakness that clouds my mind. Neither of the 2 groups has noticed me yet. A single person is trying to stand up to the wolves, though. It's a young man, probably similar in age to me, holding a single-barreled shotgun aimed at the wolves. The man constantly yells at the wolves to get and go before he fires. None of the other people have weapons as I look closer at them through my adrenaline-fueled soundness of mind. There are 4 others besides the young man. 2 children at most 10 years old, alas probably close to my age as well, and another young man wearing glasses who holds a book close to his chest. None of them appear to have any ability to fight. I am unsure how to fight these wolves, but I am too hungry to think much more. I was given a moment of clarity from the discovery, yet the hunger still calls. I draw both of my new daggers, thirsty for blood and hungry for food. I need to get up close and personal with these wolves, preferably behind them. Otherwise, I won't be able to use my daggers and will unlikely be fast enough to dodge in my current state. Out of habit, I reach into my mind and touch my sigil for ether. It's gotten a bit better, so the pain now only appears when the ether leaves my head and enters my neck. Unfortunately, I realize my error of habit before it gets any further past my jaw, and I reroute the ether, creating a small loop inside my head. The fog of my mind clears slightly more from this unintended help. So, with this fragmented clarity, I wait for a chance to strike. I wait as the wolves circle and get closer. As the 2 kids cry and scream a little bit more. The young man frantically aims his shotgun and fires, hitting one of the wolves. The wolf appears severely wounded as it yipes in pain and falls limply. Then, the wolves who were not shot pounce. And so do I. I scream in rage with all the pent-up fury and pain of my current existence. And I run like the barbarians of my ancestors, and somehow, even with my present state, I run. I run and jump onto the back of the wolf in the front of the pack, about to pounce on the young man. I stab, 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 and stab some more furiously into its back. And as the daggers force the wolf to bleed, I drink. The blood only makes me hungrier. The wolf yipes and turns to me before trying to bite me, sinking its teeth shallowly into my shoulder. The newfound craving makes me bite back instead of using my weapons. The yearning for sustenance does give my jaw power, though. My teeth sink deeply into the eye socket of the wolf as I rip out its eye and eat it. Once again, my hunger only deepens. I ignore the other wolves that now focus on me and not the people of the wagon carriage. This large wolf I am on top of struggles against my onslaught as I bite, stab, rip, and tear away at it, desperately trying to restore some lost part of myself. Quickly, far too quickly for me, as I yearn for the flesh, the wolf stops moving after it has lost too much blood. But the fight is still not over as I am tackled to the side by another wolf that tries to bite my jugular. The only reason it does not succeed is that at the last second, I turn to it and stab my dagger into its right eye. Together, we fall to the ground. The last wolf, besides this one, draws closer to my outstretched leg. I stab and bite at this wolf clawing frenziedly at me as I recognize a familiar look in its eye of hunger. These wolves are the same as me. Driven only by the screams of the damned that come from our bodies. This wolf also dies quickly as I realize how powerful these daggers are. The blood from the neck and head of the wolf is just falling upon me like a waterfall as I struggle to drink it up. But something breaks me from my indulgence. A sharp pain in my thin and weak left leg. I look down and over the wolf on top of me, breathing its last breath. The last wolf is boldly biting my ankle even after killing the rest of its pack. I feel a little kinship with it that is rapidly dispelled by more passion for nutrients. Then, flamed by the burning cauldron of hunger within me, I push the wolf on top of me to the side as I bolt forwards at the wolf with a speed I've only ever felt while under physical strengthening. When I reach the wolf gnawing on my bony limb, I sink both daggers into its neck. Then, I rip open the wound I made further and bite into it. Ripping away a chunk of still living flesh. Only when I chew the meat do I pause to consider what I am doing. I pray that this is not the true me, it is the bloody palm that makes me this hungry. That I wouldn't stoop this low otherwise. But this consideration is only to rationalize what I'm doing. Not to prevent it. I continue to jab into and rip flesh out the last wolf until it is unmoving. I sit there breathing heavily until voices reach my voice. Real ones. Not the ephemeral ones of delirium. I shakily stand from the encounter, still full of adrenaline and the unwilling last vigor of my body, and look at the other people present. The young man has reloaded his single-barrel shotgun and aims the barrel at me, much more shakily than when he aimed it at the wolves. The other 4 are cowering behind him, trying to hide from my gaze. Why are they acting like that? I just saved them. I turn to see if another wolf behind me may be causing their caution, but no, there is nothing there. Only the dying wolf that got hit by his shotgun lies behind me. I step closer and see the man wrap his finger tightly around the trigger. I pause and put my hands up, but they quickly go back down. They go down because my adrenaline is fading now that I'm not actively in combat. I feel very nauseous, like I overate beyond my stomach's size. But that doesn't make sense. I haven't eaten in days, and it feels like I haven't in a month. Quickly, that nausea gets even worse as my stomach feels bloated. I fall to the ground on my knees and begin coughing profusely. Then the coughing evolves to retching as I struggle to remove whatever in me that is causing this. While I sit on the ground, gagging and trying to expel the contents of my stomach, I hear footsteps approaching. I look up, hoping to see the people trying to help me. Instead, what I see is the butt of a shotgun stock rapidly approaching my face. Then a sharp flash of pain as the world goes dark. Leonard Clark. I breathe heavily in panic as I watch the thing before me collapse and fall unconscious. The smack from the butt of the shotgun, thankfully, is enough to knock it out. I don't know why I didn't shoot it immediately after it killed those wolves, but after it put its arms up, I realized it could understand us. The thing is lanky, gaunt, and has see-through bits of its skin. It looks like I'm looking at an undead horror or something. The skin surface on its arms looks like it's been through a meat grinder. And the way it moved sent chills racing down my spine. The way it killed those wolves was the worst, though. It had weapons and still chose to bite and drink from them as it fought. Footsteps to my side bring me out of the entrenched fear as I hear Elizabeth gasp and run forwards. I go to grab her, but I react too slowly. She kneels down to the creature and yells at me. "Leonard. This is a person. Come help you, idiot." "What? No way. It's some kind of monster." I turn back to the rest of the group and say to Earl, the future but already accepted student of the Cornway Academy of Sciences in Brightford, Blackreach. "Keep the little ones away, I'll knock some sense into Liz." I walk closer and reach down to pull Elizabeth away from this thing, as I see it, is wearing a cowboy hat with a very wide brim and a backpack on its back. Devil shit of a turd. It is a person. But how? How can someone be this hellishly malnourished and still be alive, let alone able to kill 3 wolves as he did? I think I can see his intestines through his skin. Always the quick thinker, Elizabeth opens the man's pack and searches through. I try to get her to stop, my stomach vibrating at the sight of the thing. "Ah, Liz. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Who knows what's in there?" She responds without even turning back. "We don't have bandages, Leonard. Look at him. The wolves got him bad. I was the closest to him earlier, so I know, in fact, most of what is wrong with him is not from the wolves. Only a single gash on his torso, one on his shoulder, and the deep bite on his ankle are new." I hold my tongue, though, not wanting to distract her. Elizabeth pulls out a bundle of blood-red bandages that kind of glow dimly. I stare at them, amazed. What the hell are those? They don't look like any regular bandages I've ever seen. Elizabeth, the toughest gal I ever knew, wastes no time gawking like me. She quickly wraps up the person's ankle and then moves on to other wounds. Only when she reaches his upper chest, where his heart is visible, does she pause. I can only watch her work, my hands shaky and sweaty. The man's heart is clearly visible. Like a pane of flesh-colored glass, a piece of muscle covers the heart, allowing total visibility to the inner workings of the body. We both watch for a moment in awe at the slow beat of the cardiac muscle within his body. Elizabeth first breaks out of this hypnotic state, looking up at me, who has done nothing to help. "Leonard." I turn to her, confused. "What?" She yells me into action, and her voice is so easy to listen to, especially when angry or panicked. Go get food. Look at him. He's so skinny. I bet he's been starving to death for over a month, maybe 2. Okay. Okay. I'll be right back. I return to the carriage and grab some bread, water, and a few pieces of jerky before stepping back. On my way back, though, Earl grabs my arm. What's going on? Why are you grabbing some of our last supplies to feed a freak? Pausing, I think for a moment. I had only just instinctively followed Elizabeth's orders. She's much smarter than me. But Earl's more intelligent than us both. But we gotta help, right? I'd want someone to feed me if I was like that. Plus, I'm the one who knocked him out. It's just the right thing, man. By good rights, everyone should have an opportunity to live. And he just saved us. Earl thinks for a moment, thumb on his short chin before he nods. Okay. Okay. We'll have to find a stream to compensate for the water. And one of us will have to butcher the wolves for food. Ain't gonna have us die to save someone else. Come get me when you're done. I'ma be looking at the map for a creek or stream. I nod back at Earl in understanding. I worked as a butcher's apprentice in our old town, Ludner, for a few months before I got kicked out. So, I should be able to get the meat from the wolves. And the reason for being fired? Sleeping on the job. Pa beat me over it every day for at least a month before he got tired of doing so. I miss him. And Ma. Us 5, me, Elizabeth, Earl, Lonnie, and Esther, have been on the road for over a week since it happened. Since our hometown was overrun with monsters. Tall insect-like things that stand on 4 legs with 2 scythes. Our small shanty town only had 100 or so. And our only guard was an old retired hunter. He died within 10 minutes of the attack. Only killing 4 of the insects before he was beheaded. We all ran out of the town and panicked while our neighbors were murdered like unwanted cattle. I never even saw Ma or Pa that day. I was out following Earl to collect herbs. He's trying to become an alchemist. And I'd say he's pretty damned good already. Being able to make elixir and bombs to treat burns or cuts. I don't think he's good enough to make something to help the starving man I'm walking back to, though. We found Elizabeth and the other 2 while running away from an insectoid monster. Luckily, I had brought my hunting shotgun, so I could kill it after Elizabeth distracted it with a rock to the head. Then we all ran away until we found an abandoned wagon with a horse and used it to escape faster toward the northeast. But all this came out of nowhere. My pa used to talk about how dangerous this region used to be. The Torn Ridge territory, how just less than 30 years ago, was covered in monsters and other terrible critters. Until one day, they all disappeared. Replaced by a haze of blue and a new river made of blood. The Vein Spring River. It's no longer made of blood, but its shores are still red nonetheless. Pa used to say that someone made a deal with the devil to clear the region, and in the Red Judge's fairness, he did so. Well, I guess the agreement had a time limit. I stop reminiscing as I return to the unconscious gaunt man and Elizabeth. She has his head resting on her lap as she looks through the pack, probably to find anything useful. I notice that his curved daggers are put onto the sides of the bag. Looks like she tied them on using their hoops and a piece of fabric. I announce my return while handing the supplies out to her with open arms. I'm back. Brought some jerky, bread, and water. Elizabeth looks up and smiles. The smile instantly puts butterflies in my stomach with how cute she is. Her long midnight black hair cascades over her shoulders, further intriguing me. She was the cutest girl in our old town, which isn't saying much, to be completely honest, as the bar is pretty low, but she is lovely to me. Then she takes the bread and water, thanking me. Thank you, Leonard. Maybe we can still save him. I've never seen someone this skinny all my life. A few vagabonds and refugees that used to go past Ludner would be thin and frail, but never this bad. Help me carry him to the wagon. I wake up from my distraction as she speaks to me. Okay, I'll get his legs, you get his torso. Elizabeth looks at me and then back at the person. Sounds good, just don't touch his ankle. Don't want it to get any worse. I nod, and together, we lift him, both surprised by how little he weighs, probably around 70 pounds. I could carry him all by myself. Once we get him onto the wagon, the two little ones come and try to look at the new passenger. I shake them off and tell them to play with the horse for a few minutes. Elizabeth then sits back down next to the person on the wagon and returns to caring mode. She looks up at me. Go and watch the little ones or Ever'll do it. We should get moving soon, for the blood will probably attract more. I must feed him slowly and with soft food, or he'll start choking. People who are starving can't handle hard food immediately. She finishes speaking as she tilts the guy's head and splashes water onto a rag. Then with the wet rag, she wipes his bloody dirt-covered face. We both gasp simultaneously for what is underneath the mask of dirt and blood. It's a kid. He may be a little younger than me in my 17 winters. Maybe he's Elizabeth or Earl's age. They're both 16. I hear Elizabeth whisper to herself. Oh my. What happened to you? And I think the same. I'd be long dead if I had even a fraction of his wounds or if I had twice as much meat on my bones. The guy looks about 5'9" to 10 inches tall but, at most, 75 pounds. I think even little Esther might outweigh this guy. A yell from the front of the carriage by the horse near Earl makes me take action once more. Leonard. Hurry up and butcher one of the wolves. I found a creek to go to. It's north. I shake my head and take the knife from the scrawny kid's pack. Elizabeth gives me a death stare. I put my hands up. Hey! It's for him. He needs to eat, right? How else will I butcher those wolves? She nods, then goes and pours some water and bread before putting the mushy mixture into his mouth. I turn and hop down from the wagon to butcher a wolf, sighing. I hated that job. Made me smell oh so disgusting after a shift. Just like what's about to happen now. Well, at least Earl and his dumb glasses and freckled-covered face found a creek. 22 warmth. I sleep soundly. Warm and cozy. Full and satiated. Like I am wrapped in the warm embrace of my mother. For the first time in a long, long time. I feel shaking and worried voices reach me, trying to wake me up. And I groggily open my eyes slowly to the sounds. A young woman's voice comes to me first. Get another towel. He's burning up. With a hint of arrogance, a young man's voice joins in. I thought you said he was hypothermic. The woman's voice returns. He was. I don't know what's wrong. A third voice, a male, seemingly a bit dull, notices my wakefulness. Guys. He's awake. The whole area comes into view as I fully wake up. In front of me are 3 young adults similar in age to me, with 2 children behind them. It feels and looks like we're moving. The wagon I'm on is cluttered and has a high top with a sheet canvas covering the roof. I feel multiple gazes turn to me while I lay on the floor of the moving wagon. Then, finally, the tall young man that notices me waking up asks me a question. What's your name? The girl slaps his arm in obvious annoyance. He just woke up, Leonard. Give him a second. I try to sit up to respond, but my body still feels weak. So, instead of repositioning myself, I slam back into the bottom of the trim wagon. The one with glasses now speaks after my failure. Careful there. It normally takes weeks for one to recover from that kind of starvation. I get frustrated with my situation. Just days ago, I was moving over 40 miles an hour while spurred on by ether. Now, I can't even sit up. So, I just answer the dull one's question as my voice comes out dry and rough. Wyatt. The girl claps, clearly happy with my ability to speak. Good. Good. So, your name is Wyatt. I'm Elizabeth. The one with the muscles is Leonard, the one with the glasses is Earl, and the 2 little ones are Lonnie and Esther. Where are you from, Wyatt? We're refugees from Lewdner. I answer again. This time my voice is a little less rough. Area around Elderfield. The dull one, Leonard, speaks up in surprise. God damn, Wyatt. That's far. You must have been traveling non-stop for a month on foot, no? I don't explain in detail and, instead, just respond grimly. Yeah, something like that. It stays silent for a moment until the girl delivers some good news. Well, Wyatt, we've been heading northeast for about a day now with you in tow. I'm glad you're awake. The creek we've been heading towards is probably only about an hour away, right, Earl? The young man with glasses nods. Yeah, it should be nearby. That sounds wonderful. I haven't adequately cleaned myself in at least a week or two. Maybe more. I have no idea how long I trekked through the forest for. I should stick with these people for a bit. Try and use their mobility to treat my ether saturation problem. So, Wyatt. What were you doing in the Andrice forest all alone? Is it not super dangerous? We've steered clear of entering it entirely. Earl interrupts my thinking, asking about my past. Perhaps I should open up a little. These people seem pretty nice. And the cheerful Elizabeth quickly makes me feel just a little bit better. As she does so, I notice that most of my hunger is gone. I look down and am still deadly thin, but some of my muscle has returned, and I am wearing a shirt, something that was not on me earlier. While looking down, I speak. I am a hunter. I was going through the forest to reach Sylvia with my teacher before we were ambushed. He didn't make it. And can I ask a question? Why am I not hungry anymore? Leonard, the young man with muscles, exclaims, surprised by me being a hunter. He is interrupted partway through by Elizabeth. Whoa, you're a hunter? I thought they didn't recruit anyone until 18, and that training takes years. Do you have any special powers? Like can you? Slow down, Leonard. He's sick, malnourished, and hurt. Let him be your saloon attraction later. I fed you while you were out, Wyatt. You literally ate an entire wolf over the past day while asleep. Or at least the edible parts of it. So, I'd hope you're not still starving. They fed me an entire wolf? How did I eat that much? Where did it all go? Doesn't matter. I'm sure it's some ether or artifact shenanigans. Again, I thank Elizabeth for her kindness. Thank you, I'll make it up to you guys somehow. Earl, the one with glasses, snorts. You better. We only have a single day left of food because of you. Elizabeth jabs him with her elbow. Don't say that. It's rude. Earl counters as if he's always right. It's true. Elizabeth huffs back at him. Why does only what's factual matter to you? Can't you just be kind for once? I speak up to stop their arguing. Hey! I'll go and hunt for some food then. That's what I am, after all, a hunter. I can kill both the normal and the abnormal. So you guys don't have to fight each other over this. Earl looks at me from my head to my toes, then back again. How are you going to do that? You're basically paralyzed, and don't think I didn't hear or see your madness from before. What's to say that won't come back? That's pretty fair. I can barely move, how will I get them food? I need my pack. Maybe the bloody palm is recharged. If it can heal me again, then I can move. But that returns to the hunger problem, as I'm pretty sure that's what made me almost starve to death in just a few days. Whatever, I'll cross that bridge when I reach it. Can you give me my pack? Elizabeth nods and reaches over beside her to grab my backpack. Then she sets it down next to me. What you need from it? I already used the rest of your bandages, sorry about that. I figured you'd rather me use them than die. I try to explain as my hand touches the bag. Yeah, I do prefer that. I'm grabbing an artifact to help me recover. Maybe you guys should step back a bit. I see them look confused, not understanding what I said. Oh, of course, I'm stupid. They have no idea what ether, artifacts, or sigils are. I guess most normal people don't. They just know what hunters are and what they do. I try to clear any confusion in the air. It's an object with supernatural powers. Don't be shocked by its appearance. It will look quite odd, to say the least. Then, I dig into the bottom of my pack and pull out the bloody palm, still wrapped in my old shirt. As I unwrap it in their view, I hear a few gasps as some of them breathe in sharply. I do notice, though, that Earl does not. Although, it is slightly less pale and dry than the last time I looked at it. So maybe it recovers its powers over time. Like I do with my own ether. While showing it to them, I try to describe what little I know of its uses. This is the bloody palm. I got it from my teacher. It can help heal people in two ways, one by replacing lost blood using ether and the other by increasing one's natural regeneration. Unfortunately, this natural regeneration also seems to make one very hungry, though. To the point of starvation. I see them look both enamored and a little disgusted by the look and abilities of the item. And to prove my point about the hunger part, just holding the palm makes my hunger return and my stomach growl. Elizabeth notices this and tries to help. So, that thing makes you hungry but also helps you recover, right? Do you think if we fed you our food, you would recover enough to hunt? Earl gives her a glare, apparently not liking this idea of hers. But I do take a moment to think about it. I have two separate issues right now. First, my acute ether saturation keeps me from using ether and, at the same time, severely weakens me. Additionally, I am riddled with wounds and a physically weak body. Nevertheless, if my wounds heal and my hunger leaves, I may be capable enough to kill a deer, wolf, or bear for food. The main issue is still my ether, though. Without that, I will be limited to ordinary wildlife, even with my daggers. I voiced this to Elizabeth and the others. It is possible that it might allow me to recover enough to hunt. But my starvation and wounds are not my only issue. I'm suffering from the side effects of a powerful hunter ability. It prevents me from using any other similar abilities. It is constantly plaguing me, similar to having influenza and smallpox simultaneously. Until that is resolved, I may be unable to be of much help except for in small bursts. Elizabeth looks downcast after I explain my condition. But after a few movements of silence, as the wagon continues, she looks back up at me with determination. So, you're saying there's a chance you will be recovered enough to help? And how long would the side effects from your ability take to go away? I try my best, to be honest, but I'm not all too sure. Yeah. There is a chance. And the side effects could take anywhere from 2 weeks to never going away. Depends on how much time I have to treat myself. She nods and then turns behind herself, digging into a brown sack. Okay. We'll feed you right up then. Earl and Leonard obviously don't agree with this decision, as they yell at her to stop. What are you doing? So we can waste the rest of our food? Liz. Slow down. Don't make a decision without us. I just watch as she explains without turning back. What if more wolves approach? Or if those insect things catch up? Who knows what else is around us? Wyatt, did you and your teacher kill whatever ambushed you? I answer truthfully, despite the complications of the situation and my wish that it did not occur that way. No, we were ambushed by a famous outlaw. I barely got away with my life intact. She continues her rant, shutting down Earl and Leonard before they can speak. See? An outlaw. We haven't even heard of one being in the surrounding 20 miles for over a decade. Shit hit the fan, guys, and we need someone to protect us. Better we go hungry than we go dead. Her reasoning makes sense, even to me, who would benefit most from this outcome. Earl and Leonard both also see reason and begrudgingly agree. Then she pulls out the rest of the group's food and hands it to me. Eat up, Wyatt. We're gonna need your help soon. I can just feel it. I'm gonna go talk with the little ones at the front of the wagon now. I take the food and begin eating. Leonard also follows Elizabeth to the front of the wagon, just barely fitting next to the two little ones and Elizabeth on the front seat. That just leaves Earl and me in the back. We sit silently for a while as I chew, but eventually, he speaks up. What's it like being a hunter? I wanted to be one when I was little but was too small and frail. My eyesight is far too bad too. My pa said I'd never make it, as did the retired hunter we had in our town. So, instead, I grew up learning herbs, tools, and animals, hoping to be an alchemist with the help of that old hunter. Ernest was a simple trapper, so I also fiddled around with metal and wood, following the hunter's footsteps to learn how to make traps. He made me grow up wanting to support the westward expansion in my own way. I pick up from his explanation that he knows about sigils. Maybe he spent enough time with that old hunter to pick up some information from him. Hell, he might even know more than me without the manual Edmund left behind. An alchemist could be very useful for my current situation. Maybe he could make me the detoxification elixir the manual spoke of. After thinking momentarily about the prospect of him being an alchemist, or at least a learning one, I explain what my past few weeks have been like, generally. Naturally, I leave out most of the gory details. It's rough. Hard on the mind, body, and spirit. Full of blood, guts, and death. I've seen more people and creatures die in the past week than all my life combined. He stays silent shortly, pondering as we listen to the soft conversation at the front of the wagon. Then he speaks up after finishing his thoughts. So, would you rather not be one? I can kind of see where this is going. Or at least, maybe. Does he want my sigil? I don't know. And it doesn't matter, for I enjoy being a hunter. I hate what it's done to me currently, but the most fun I've ever had is tied between sparring with Edmund and racing after him through the forest at full speed. So I respond honestly to his question. No, I enjoy it. I enjoy the adrenaline. I enjoy the fun of improving myself. I just wish less had to die for me to enjoy those things. I see. He just responds simply as he pulls out a book and begins reading it. Silence then once again pervades the back of the wagon. I eat for a while longer. There is so much food. Enough for 6 to eat 4 times. I try to eat it all. The bloody palm that rests on my leg forces my body to run in overdrive, trying to digest and restore my body. Eventually, though, my jaw grows tired of eating, and I speak back to Earl, who reads as I think of an idea. To put this idea into action, I grab the stack of notes that Edmund left me. You said you wanted to be a hunter, right? Well, I can try and make that happen. You just first have to read through the hunter manuals. He looks surprised because of my sudden proposal and asks for confirmation. Are you serious? Do you know how much those are worth? And how could you make me a hunter? I didn't know the manuals were worth a lot, but it makes sense due to how valuable the information is. I confirm that I am serious, but add a stipulation as I cannot allow these notes to get destroyed or lost. I haven't even finished reading all 50 or so pages. I reach out my hand as I offer the terms of the deal. Yes. You can read through these. I'll explain more about how I'll help you be a hunter once you read through the first few pages of the manuals. 2 rules, though, whenever you are done reading, and I don't care when you put the pages back into my pack. And you will help create my elixir and potions to help rid me of illness and wounds? We got a deal? Joy lights up in his eyes. The first time I'd seen any aspect of happiness in this academic man. He leans forwards and sharks my hand. We have a deal. I'll do my best, Wyatt, thank you for giving me this chance. I'll memorize these pages within a week. Memorize them in a week? Shock definitely shines on my face. I haven't even read a 10th of these yet, and I've had them for at least 2. I don't need to tell him that, however. I'll just ask him if I need any information from them. Kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Makes me not have to read all those damned words, and I get the information anyway. Our discussion gets stopped halfway through as I go to tell him a bit more, trying to weasel in the fact I may not be an actually licensed hunter. However, I am compelled to keep that part to myself due to the energetic children at the front of the wagon yelling something about water as the wagon comes to a stop. Earl understands, though. He looks at me and offers a hand. Seems like we made it to the creek. Want me to help you up? I nod and clasp hands with him as he grunts and struggles to help me up, obviously much weaker than I was before my starvation. Seems as though Earl is warmed up to me now after I offered to fulfill his childhood dreams. I'd probably do the same, to be honest. I take a few steps with Earl before I pause in relief. Standing now, I notice a huge difference compared to an hour earlier. My body feels much lighter, and I can move. It's not easy, but I still can. The involuntary hunger from the bloody palm seems to do work, returning me to a state where I could walk with just a little bit of help from Earl when, less than a day ago, I was basically in a coma. Together we walked to the creek. It's a quaint little thing. Just big enough to support some small fish, frogs, and maybe a bobcat or two that are hidden from view. The children are already playing in it as Earl and I approach. Water splashes, and the cerulean sky is reflected on the man-made waves. Laughter rings throughout the air originating from both the children and Elizabeth. I tell Earl to go over to them as I stumble over to the water on the side. While spending the greater half an hour cleaning and wiping myself down with flowing creek water, I watch the little group I chanced upon enjoy themselves. Even Earl, the know-it-all, is playing in the water, laughing. So I just sit on the shore and watch. Not because I don't feel invited, but because I feel like I'd ruin it. They're fun. It seems to be something I'm pretty good at. Ruining things. Elizabeth offers for me to join them, but I decline. So instead, I use the excuse to watch out for danger to keep myself at arm's length from the rest of them. I wonder for a moment if I have ever indeed had a moment like that. The innocent joy. Because ever since I gained my sigil, my childhood memories have been vastly different. Coming in and out with things that threaten my very knowledge of who I am. What I am. So, I just sit watching and thinking. Eventually, without anything unexpected happening, except for Lonnie getting a fish stuck in his pants, we head back to the wagon. 23 Harmony Town. Weary but recovering, I travel with this mostly merry band of refugees for several days on the road without any incident, and only a single pleasant surprise occurred. The group of vagrants seems to be quite resilient even after their hometowns were destroyed. Still, I guess near the borderlands, even a usually safe section, people grow up tough. They play cards, joke, laugh, and learn. Earl spends the first day after I gave him the manual constantly reading, and I take that next day to rest while the others just continue with our travel northeastward. Not honestly what I'd wish is I'd instead go straight north into Bone Dunes, but it beats walking by a mile. Instead, we take a meandering path towards Bone Dunes, the territory that rests on the edge of Torn Ridge. And more specifically, Earl found an approach to a small town called Harmony Town, where we could relax. Earl also said that we should be outpacing the creatures from the break, so the town there should be safe, at least for a little while. None of us know how far this outbreak from the borderlands will reach, but something deep inside tells me it's not gonna end anytime soon. So, while we travel, I try to rest, but I force myself to get up and use Leonard's shotgun to go hunt after my single day of vacation. Of course, I am careful not to waste any ammo. Still, it will be much easier to try and take something mobile down with a gun than just my daggers or rapier. Because few animals will try and fight you, only those that believe they can kill you will. And I'm in no shape to fight any of those. Not just that, but we are now far from the Andrice forest, so it's much safer to hunt in the small surrounding woods or meadows. My first hunt for them ends with a bit of surprise. While the rest of the group took a short rest and let the horse relax, I went off and found a burrow of some unknown creature. At first, I thought it was a rabbit warren, but quickly my thoughts changed. It's much too big. Probably a fox or badger den. I take a moment to practice my still stagnant and weak ether while outside the den. At this point, my ether can enter any part of my head without severe pain or nausea. And I learned something new in my last battle: ether circulation in the brain can have a positive effect. So this might be true for most other things. This logic leads me to move a tiny bit of ether into my ears, hoping it might enhance my hearing. At first, when the ether first starts to move, I don't feel any change. Nothing sounds noticeably different. But after a moment or two, I detect something new. I can hear things just a little bit further than I used to be able to do. For example, I can hear leaves moving in the wind much further than I used to be able to. And if I really focus, I can hear distant shouts and laughter from the others. The apparent improvement makes me push the ether just a step higher in flow speed while being extremely careful not to let any go below my head and enter my neck. This new pace of ether flow quickly allows me to discern its difference from the previous one. I can almost distinguish the words within the faraway shouts and whose laughter is whose. After confirming the enhancement but unwilling to push the ether much further to not exacerbate my condition, I place my ear on the ground, listening. I listen for a full minute before I hear movement within the den. Finally, I hear two separate creatures move. Still unable to tell what they are. So, I wait. I wait for something to leave the den. After I wait for about an hour, the quiet noises from the hole stop and slowly grow quieter, similar to something slowly stepping away. Did they fall asleep? It's possible, but my gut gives me doubt. It's midday. If the creatures were nocturnal, they would never have made any noise inside the den. Just peacefully slept. So, they must have another way out of their shelter. I look around, searching for disturbed earth, and find another hole next to a tree. With that discovery, I catch a glimpse of red fur. I found them. As quickly as I can, still weakened by hunger and sickness, I get up and move around the tree, searching for a fox with the shotgun. As long as I can get one, it'll feed us for a little bit. Unable to find a fox on the ground, I search with my ears. Finally, I hear quiet nails scratching upon bark above me. Quickly I turn up, and I see it. A duo of red foxes moving on top of the branch of a tree in this small forest. I take aim. I'm not an outstanding shot by any means, but with a shotgun, I'm confident in hitting at least one. While I take aim, just before I squeeze the trigger, the foxes discover me. Instantly they attempt to dart away in opposite directions. I track the one on the left of the tree branch that's a tad bit slower and pull the trigger. A considerable noise shakes the woods and me from the gunpowder in the firearm. The shot landed, causing the fox to fly off the branch onto the leafy ground. I walk over to it and see that it's dead. I utterly destroyed its head. I mean, it was a 12 gauge, after all. I'm lucky it was far enough that there was any left to eat. I put the bloody fox into the sack that Elizabeth gave me and reloaded the single-barrel shotgun before I went back to the den. Maybe the foxes left some food? Of course, a recently dead squirrel wouldn't hurt. Once I return to the den, I stick my arm into it now that I'm sure nothing can threaten me inside. The other fox went scurrying away into the distance. I feel something warm and soft within the den at the tips of my fingers. Curious, I grab it and pull it out. What exits the den both surprises me and makes me a bit sad. It's a baby red fox, a kit, I believe they are called. Too young to actually have a red coat, instead having a dark gray one. So small, soft, and fragile, just quietly sleeping. Unbothered by me even touching it. I take a moment to look at the fox in my sack to determine its gender. It's a female. That's why it was moving slower. It had just recently given birth. I sit for a moment in silence to pay my respects. The father probably won't return after his mate was recently killed and his kits are touched by human hands. Loathing being the reason for such a young animal to not have parents, I reach back into the den to see if there are more. There is. I continue and pull out 4 more foxes, 5 in total. Holding them together in my arms, I notice how cute they all are sleeping. So small, so frail. Like weak candles. Little bundles of fur. Innocent and unknowing of what just occurred to them. Their lives have forever changed simply due to my being in the area. I pick them up and bring them back to the group, careful not to wake them with my noise or movement. No idea, though, how the crack of the shotgun didn't wake them. When I reach the group at the wagon, I see them all sitting around the grass talking. The little guy Lonnie is the first to notice me and the critters in my hands. He comes running over, curious about what I have in my hands. What are those? Are they puppies? I shake my head as the others come walking over, except for Esther, who also comes running at me, asking 1,001 questions. I try to calm them down as Elizabeth and Earl look at me weirdly for bringing back these animals. These are kits, baby red foxes. I killed their mother to feed us and didn't want them to die. So, I took them. But, don't worry, I'll take care of them myself, you guys don't have to do anything. Elizabeth looks at first saddened by the news I killed a new mother but soon cheers up like her usual self I've quickly come to know. She reaches out and beckons for me to give her them. Who are you kidding? You can barely take care of yourself, mister, I have a seizure and go comatose every night. So I'll help take care of them. I doubt you know how to take care of animals anyway. I helped my family raise cattle, pigs, and chickens. So a few foxes shouldn't be too bad. I wasn't expecting that. She's always way too cheerful. I hand her the little kits before turning to Leonard, taking the sack with the dead mother fox, and offering it to him. Can you cut this one up? Maybe make a small pelt out of it. He looks at me like I'm talking nonsense. I can get the meat from it, yeah. But I have no clue how to make pelts. Oh. I thought he did. He cut up all that wolf meat I ate, right? I just assumed he was a butcher or trapper or something. Okay, well then, I hope he can just cut it up. So, can you just get the meat from it? It should hold us over for the next day or so. And then I'll go hunting again tomorrow. He nods and goes over to the wagon. I gave him my old hunting knife to use previously. I need both of my daggers in case a fight arises. They are my best weapons for close quarters combat by far. I think I might give the rapier to Earl once he gets a sigil. I don't know when that'll be, but I did promise to help him. I watch as Elizabeth takes the kits into the back of the wagons, with Lonnie and Esther trailing after she asks questions about the foxes. Finally, Earl and I are left standing out from the wagon. He looks at me. You know the fox you killed would probably feed us for over a week if you weren't here? Your appetite is only growing the longer you hold on to that artifact. It won't be easy to care for all those foxes. Most, if not all, will die. Foxes that young can't see or hear. We will have to do everything for them for several weeks, if not months. I nod without even turning to him. Earlier, he read through the passages that delved deep into artifacts and told me how the longer one uses an artifact, the more dangerous its side effects and abilities become. I've been almost constantly holding onto the bloody palm, letting it restore my body rapidly in exchange for the extreme hunger it inflicts upon me. There aren't many other choices, I need to recover fast. Who knows if or when more threats will appear? Yeah, I know, Earl. I'll just have to do what I can. Hopefully, I will make up for it. Come on, let's get on the wagon. The horse has had several hours to rest. And I'm hungry. Earl laughs at me jovially. Aren't you always Wyatt? I ain't known you for long, but if I didn't know better, I'd think you were a zombie or some other monster that feasts for flesh. I laugh back awkwardly. That description hit a bit too close to home. I really felt like that when I was alone in the forest. Just searching for a way out and food. We return to the wagon and continue after a few minutes of chatting with the others. And so we have an excellent time for the rest of the week. I spend most of it between hunting to fill my ever-increasing stomach, treating my catastrophic ether saturation, and tending to the baby foxes. It feels great. My body truly starts to recover from my starvation. The bloody palm just funneled calories, nutrients, and other substances into my body and caused me to quickly regain my lost mass. By the end of the week, before we reach Harmony Town, our destination, I've gained probably close to 15 pounds back. Still not quite back to my usual 130 or so, I am now around back to 90 or so pounds. No longer feeling lethargic all the time and weak. The most important part of the week is how far my treatment of my acute ether saturation has gone. The side effects like sudden hypothermia and hyperthermia are slowly lessening, only occurring now during medium to heavy exercise or treatment. Now, I can move my ether into the top of my chest, shoulders, and most of my right arm, ending near my wrist. Earl and I think that once I can flow ether out of my hand, I can activate the bloody palm in case someone is hurt. This would make me not rely on the passive hunger and healing it gives when held close. So, I feel remarkably recovered as we step out of the wagon and walk the last mile or so to Harmony Town, which is in the distance. It's rude to enter a town while in a wagon. Most like to see the face of who joins. That, and the dust that now suffused where we are, stepping into the bone dunes, is all over the wagon, making it uncomfortable to sit. While we walk, Lonnie and Esther each hold onto 2 baby foxes and pet them. They both named 2 foxes, and the last one, the one that I first grabbed from the den, lays down in the wagon alone. I haven't named it yet. I was unwilling to let them name it, but I still don't have a name. Eventually, I'll think of one for it, though. As we approach the town, Leonard and Elizabeth talk about farming stuff. Something about the best way to herd cattle. I don't pay too much attention as I am busy looking at the town. But, even from this far away, my gut just tells me something is wrong. I don't see any movement. No dust swirling in the air from footsteps, no humanoid figures that should be visible from even this far. When we get closer, I hush the noisy couple and tell Earl to keep the 2 kids quiet. They all listen to me but look at me weirdly. I look closer, using my new techniques using ether that I've slowly been practicing with. I put a small swirl of ether into my right eye, and the faraway town is more straightforward and easier to see. Harmony Town is far, far too quiet and idle. Earl said that Harmony Town should have 200 to 300 residents from the map, with 2 hunters stationed in the vicinity. I see absolutely nothing to indicate this. Only empty roads and dust-covered buildings. I alert the others in my group. Guys. Something's not right. The town is empty. Should we still enter? Elizabeth and Leonard look shocked and a little confused, while Earl looks incredibly perplexed, not understanding. He speaks up first. What do you mean empty? How can there be no one? A couple hundred used to live here. Is there not even a vagrant in the streets? I try to clear up his confusion, but I'm frustrated. He always seems to ask if I'm right. Like he never wants to be the wrong one. There's literally no one, Earl. Maybe someone is hiding in the buildings, but that seems unlikely with the lack of footprints in the dirt. Doesn't matter how many used to be here. It's a ghost town now. The next to speak is Elizabeth. We should go in, right? I mean, like you said, there might be someone. That, and I could use a night's sleep in a bed. There's a chance there's even food in a pantry or something. I say we go. We are still ahead of the breach, so it should be fine to take a little break. Leonard agrees with her, like usual, but surprisingly, Earl also agrees. His reason is that he wants to see what happened to the missing people of Harmony Town. I sigh but eventually settle. My gut just tells me something wrong is gonna happen. I'll just have to do my best to prevent it. And so, we walk into this deserted ghost town quietly, just observing our surroundings. The only noise in the whole village is the wind, the dust, and our wagon's wheels rolling. I'm constantly on high alert as we walk through, looking for an inn or large saloon to stay in. Finally, a door swings open on the jail to the side of us as I reflexively point the shotgun at it. It takes just a single glance for me to notice that the wind opened it as it swings back and forth naturally. Several of these kinds of instances happen as we travel the town, but eventually, Earl spots a small inn that we all head to. The door is a swing-open style wooden door and flaps as we enter. I sit by the entrance at one of the tables with the fox I took from the wagon as everyone else disperses and does their own thing. The place has large, rounded wooden beams that keep its second floor, the floor with rooms, above my head. Just about everything in the building seems to be covered by a layer of dust and dirt. As if no one has been here for weeks. Or even months. Towards the back, Behind the bar is a staircase that heads to the second floor and a door into the kitchen even further behind that. So again, it's a relatively small place. Elizabeth goes looking for nice rooms to sleep in, Leonard goes searching for food and ammo for his shotgun, Earl scavenges for bandages or alcohol to help with wounds, and the two little ones sit at the bar with their baby foxes, trying to feed them food that is much too big for the trim kits. Still suspicious of the town, I turn away from them and look toward the outside, sitting at the front of the building with the shotgun on the table. My baby fox sleeps beside the gun. Eventually, we gather again for dinner, and at the end of the meal, I promise everyone that I'll stay up through the night and protect them just in case. All they need to do is yell if they are worried. Then, they all go to do their own things as I stay in the main room for the evening. My eyes don't leave the entrance, a terrible sensation rising in my gut as the night creeps along. 24 Things that go bump in the night. The night quickly falls once everyone settles into the inn. They all pick their rooms, but Elizabeth chooses a room with the two little ones. None of the others have any issues, just going to sleep, but something gnaws at me. So, instead, I sit in the main room with the old dust-covered bar, tables, chairs, and wine racks as darkness descends and the rest of the group falls asleep. I perch myself, still facing the outside, with the old shotgun on my lap and my head resting on my chin. Something just doesn't feel right. This place is just far too silent. Far too isolated. In the back of my mind, like an old memory or warning keeps going off without stopping. I cannot figure out what it is for the life of me, though. So, I just sit and listen. Listening in case anything goes wrong in the night. Hours pass as my alertness slowly fades into tiredness. The darkness and my recent comforts slowly ground away at my suspicion. Unable to keep my head up, I put my head on the table to rest for a moment, telling myself it'll be fine. Then, a noise rings out behind me, like the tapping of a finger on a table or wall, but multiple at once. I turn, expecting it to be Elizabeth or Earl who awoke in the night, but amidst the darkness, I see a creature attached to the wall. It is a humanoid creature with a large head with even larger eyes missing both a mouth and nose. The eyes glow eerily cerulean in the dark. What attaches it to the wall perpendicularly is its unusually long fingers. Each finger is more like a tendril, where each is close to the length of my entire hand. For a moment, we just looked at each other. Me not truly believing what I'm seeing, and it, for some reason, stays perfectly still and silent after alerting me of its presence. I activate chain eyes during this stare down. And nothing. When chain eyes are active, there are no chains wrapped around them that I can visibly see. Does that mean it doesn't have a sigil? Or is it not even real? Am I hallucinating again? Or do some things just hide from my sight? If so, that would suck, as it's the only sigil skill I actually got from my original sigil. My thoughts are forced to stop as I see it pull out something from behind it. A seashell or some sort that it reaches out like it wants to give it to me. We are still close to a dozen feet apart, though, with it hanging from the wall and me in the center of the room. So, I slowly stand up and walk towards it carefully. I don't know what it's doing, but with how it snuck up on me, I don't want to provoke it in any way. When I get close enough that all I need to do to receive the shell is outstretch my hand, alarm bells ring within my mind, warning me not to do whatever I'm about to do. The kind of sixth sense that has helped keep me alive in combat. I trust it immediately as I back up. The second I backpedal from the creature on the wall, it turns its head as if confused. Then, it points one of its single tendril-like fingers at me. And instantly, a dozen more of the same creature appear around me. Each is noiselessly attached to a wall, ceiling, or the bottom of a table, the creatures arising out of nowhere like the previous one. When I become surrounded, a phrase from Edmund's notes is randomly thrust into my mind. The unknown is infinitely more dangerous than any known. You can make a deal with the devil, but not something you do not understand. Immediately I move in response to this sudden flash of remembrance. I grab my pack, swing it on my back, and put the small fox in the pocket of the coat I found within this building before I dash up the stairs, shotgun in hand. I hear fingertips tapping as I hurriedly reach the top of the staircase. Without looking back, I rush down the hallway to the first door on the right. Elizabeth, Lonnie, and Esther's room. Their room was the biggest, with multiple beds, one for each. I slam the door open with my shoulder as I rush with my shotgun raised in case any of the creatures are within. There is one. One that is less than an inch away from handing Lonnie, who slept in his own bed, a shell. Everyone in the room is alarmed by my entrance and is only further pushed into yelling in panic as I scream at Lonnie. "Lonnie, stop. Don't take it." The child, overwhelmed by everything, doesn't pull his hand back. And so, the shell reaches him. Then I watch in shock and worry as the shell enters Lonnie's hand and disappears. He then looks at me. "What's wrong, Wyatt? The kind man just wanted to give us free food." Elizabeth and Esther get out of bed as quickly as they can, both confused and yelling at me to tell them what's wrong. On a gut feeling, I ignore them and point the shotgun at Lonnie despite how much it hurts to do so. Lonnie looks at me with a look I can't understand. Wyatt, what are you do dash? Lonnie is cut off mid-sentence as his head begins to distort, growing larger. Esther screams while Lonnie's mouth and nose shrink in on themselves and disappear. His eyes then grow even more extensive and glow cerulean. The last part that changes is how his fingers expand and elongate. Unknowing what to do, I pull the trigger with Lonnie and the creature beside him in the blast range of the shotgun. The impact sends them both flying across the room and into the wall with a huge bang. The sound of the gun reverberated in our ears. Elizabeth screams and tries to pull the gun from me. "What the hells are you doing?" I shake her off of me and quickly take another shell while expelling the previous one and loading it in. I look back up, dismayed, as both things get back up. The turned Lonnie and the thing that turned him both standing on the wall with massive wounds covering their bodies. I hastily try to explain myself to Elizabeth. There are creatures in this town. Do not take what they offer. They turn you into those things. But, unfortunately, I was too slow, they had already got Lonnie. And apparently, they don't die from gunfire. At least not easily. Elizabeth tears up for a moment as she looks at the thing that Lonnie has become. She then wipes her tears and picks up Esther, holding her two foxes with wide eyes, unmoving like a deer caught in the sights of a rifle. "Then let's go. Leonard and Earl will need us." I'm surprised and impressed by how quickly she turned her state of mind around. One moment unbelieving of the situation, the next making a plan. I nod and turn back to the doorway. 3 things are looking into the room, all hanging on the doorframe. Unwilling to even touch them, I raise the boomstick and fire, causing the entire doorframe to fly off its hinges and all the creatures to get sent to the opposite wall. Then, while reloading the shotgun again, cursing at how I only have 5 more shots, I hurry into the hallway before they get up. Blood pumping and adrenaline coursing just how I like it, I peer down both sides of the second-story hallway. The way I came from is absolutely covered in these things. Every wall, including the ceiling, has multiple stacked on each other, just their long fingers going between the others to hold themselves up. The way towards the other 2 rooms we need to enter is relatively straightforward. One is starting to crawl into Leonard's room on the left by opening the door and entering through the top part of the doorway. So I bolt towards that door. Once I turn into the room, I see 3 humanoid creatures around Leonard's bed, with the one that just entered on the ceiling directly above him. The other 2 are situated on each side of his headrest, just tapping their fingers, obviously trying to wake him. I breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Leonard, the unobservant man that he is also a heavy sleeper. So I position myself as fast as possible to hit both things on his headrest with 1 shot. And I take the shot just as I hear Elizabeth catch up to me through the path I cleared. Both creatures are sent flying, and Leonard wakes up, somehow unbothered by my previous gunshots, which makes me only worry more for Earl. Leonard looks around, confused, as I yell at him. "Run to me. Right now. Don't look up. Don't look behind you." The idiot looks up and screams. Then, thankfully, he jumps out of the bed in just his underwear before running towards us. I reload before giving him back his shotgun and the remaining 3 shells. I draw my rapier from my hip. Something tells me these things won't bleed, so speed and reach are critical. Turning back to the doorway to Leonard's room, I see the entrance covered by the creatures. South close to at least 8 or so just dangling onto the doorway, and even the open door just looking at us with their deep sea blue eyes. I yell at Leonard to help. Shoot the doorway. I'll take it from there. Leonard, as quickly as his tired and recently awoken self can, points the gun and shoots it at the doorway, only managing to hit all the creatures hanging from the left side. So, I have to pick up the slack. I dart in with my rapier and stab into the closest creature suspended from the actual door itself. The blade enters the creature effortlessly, unlike any flesh or skin I've stabbed before, as I dart back. The creature looks almost unaffected. It just moves a little bit away from us. Without a better option, I focus on that. I get in and stab the remaining ones on the door close to 5 times each before I hear Leonard yell for me to move. I sidestep away from the door, assuming Leonard meant he reloaded. And my assumption was correct. He fires into the crowd that now encompasses the right section of the door, clearing it. I take this moment of opportunity to dash through and slash at anything that is nearby the door. Then, I slam myself into the door opposite Leonard's Earl's. The entry is covered in shrapnel and lead from the recent shotgun shots, so it's easy to break into. And within is a sight that I was most definitely not expecting. Earl is sitting on his bed, pen and paper in hand, as he looks at one of the creatures on the ceiling trying to hand him a shell. He appears to be moving unhurriedly toward the creature as if to make it think he will take the item. Clever Earl. He looks at us, who enters his room and speaks. Get close to the window. I'm still trying to figure out what these are. I trust the guy who has shown me he's pretty intelligent and lead the other 3 behind me toward the already open window. Outside the window is an entire town crawling with these things. But curiously, none are on the streets. Looking back to Earl and the things slowly funneling into the room, I yell at him. What are you doing? Come on. Earl nods as he finishes whatever he is writing before jumping back away from the creature, grabbing his pack, and running toward us. I motion for each of the others to exit through the window. And as they do so, I flit in and out from the slow creatures stabbing and slashing their light, almost intangible bodies dozens of times to keep them away. I do this for nearly 30 seconds before I hear Elizabeth yell from outside. Come down, Wyatt. We're safe. I turn away from the creatures surrounding me and hurtle out of the window before sliding down the building's roof shingles and dropping to the ground, landing roughly on my feet. Then, I dash towards the wagon, which sits in the center of the street with the others around it. As I approach, I hear Leonard asking where Lonnie is, and Elizabeth, full of tears, tells him that he got turned into one of those things. I speak up and add to her story. He took the shell thing that it offered and turned into one of them. To my side, Earl is furiously flipping through notes he has written down. Esther is beside Elizabeth crying and pointing at all the buildings that have every inch of their outsides now covered in these long-fingered, big-headed, and mouthless creatures. Leonard looks to the ground, broken by the news of what happened to Lonnie. Elizabeth asks me a question as I walk up. How did you know those things were here? I answer without any pause as I head towards the wagon to prepare it to move and check my pocket watch for the time. It's 1:08 a.m. This place has never felt right, so I stayed up through the night with the shotgun ready. Then, finally, one of them appeared before me, and I was about to take the shell from it before my mind screamed of danger. Elizabeth goes to speak, but just as she opens her mouth, Earl yells Eureka. I found out what they are. Wyatt, the manuals you gave me are roughly 20% about the creatures one can encounter in the wild. I only read through them all briefly, so it took some time for me to put them all together. They are Bakwas. He turns to me, expectant. I ask him what the hell he's talking about. What the hell are you saying? What's a Bakwa? He tilts his head before answering my question with another. You've never heard of them? They were in your manuals. Frustrated both by my own lies of being an actual hunter and him not just spitting out the information, I yell at him. No! Just tell me what they are. He sighs, obviously hurt, before speaking up again. They are types of spirits. Nocturnal spirits that grow and spread by giving cockleshells to people, who, in turn, transform into one of them. Once one is turned, they are essentially dead with no way to return. Normally they spread very slowly as it takes a single one weeks to months for them to gather the ether required to transform someone. I have no idea how there are so many. It would have taken decades for this many to occur, and surely someone would have noticed. Okay, that's some not very helpful information. I already knew part of that. I snap at him again, hateful at the death of Lonnie and my inability to stop it. So, how do we kill them then, Mr. Genius? What happens if we touch them? Why aren't they leaving the buildings? He looks crestfallen at my need for more and pauses momentarily before continuing. I think the manuals said they are immune to most common weapons without ether or that have little ether. And regarding touching them, it recommends not to do so as one would gradually slow and harden into a human-sized shell through enough exposure. As to why they aren't leaving the building, I'm not sure. It never speaks of them being restricted and moving. Oh, except for one thing. They loathe entering the presence of another kind of spirit. We all collectively at once say, shit. That means there is something else in this town with us. If only I could use my ether, these things would surely die quickly. I turn and look around but cannot find anything else in the street. Then, I feel a slight movement in my coat pocket that distracts me. I pull out the trim kit that is nestled within. I can't fight with this baby in my pocket. Fuck. I hand it over to Earl. Take care of this little guy. I don't want him to get hurt. Earl nods and then speaks about the foxes as well. No problem, you just worry about fighting. And what happened to the two foxes that Lonnie had with him? Blossom and Ruby? I don't know. Where did they go? I look around as I see Elizabeth look at Esther before talking. Blossom and Ruby were in bed with Lonnie. He'd go to sleep every night with them in his arms. Wyatt. I think you killed them with the shotgun. This hits me like a steam train. I killed even more than I meant to protect. I'm a terrible guardian, aren't I? Nothing like Edmund. I guess that's just one more to add to the list that's likely to never end. What can I do to stop it? Elizabeth puts her hand on my shoulder, trying to comfort me. I shake it off before walking out into the middle of the street, trying to make myself the target of whatever else is here. 25 Nain Rouge. I stand in the middle of the street with my arms out, beckoning whatever is out here to come at me. Nothing does. I just wait out on the road while the rest of them get the wagon and the horse ready. The whole time, Esther cries, and Leonard is quiet. A question comes to mind while I am unoccupied, searching for danger. What sigil do these things have? Certainly, they have some other weaknesses besides ether. So I ask Earl, hoping he remembers or wrote down the answer to this in his notes of the manual somewhere. Earl. What sigil do these things have? I hear frantic Paige turning for several seconds before he yells back at me from on top of the wagon. It says that most have none. Only the firstborn from the spirit realm colliding with ours has a sigil. The rest are created eventually through the first one spreading outwards. That actually might not be that bad of a thing. Maybe if we can find the first, we can kill the rest. Although, the rest would probably be all the townsmen and women that used to live here. Is there anything special about the first one? Like if we kill it, do the rest die? More page turning just as the horse begins moving. Elizabeth and Leonard are getting the wagon ready while we figure this out. I don't know. There were only a few paragraphs on the spirit. It didn't even say what sigil rank they were. I wrote down everything there was. This is just a guess based on other spirits I read about, but it will likely be denser, larger, and faster. That's common among the more powerful spirits. So for us to put an end to these creatures, we will likely have to find and kill their progenitor. I have a hard time believing it will be easy to do. Probably better to just escape the town while we can. No point in risking our lives more than we have to. Mainly because I doubt any townsmen or other good people will be following behind us. I'd be glad if someone like Alexos or other outlaws got stuck in this town and turned into a Bakwa. The wagon approaches me, and as I walk further into the street, the horse begins to move. No longer do I need to yell. Okay. Let's just try to get out of here and hope the other thing doesn't appear. I'd rather not try and take on a huge spirit while I'm still recovering. I'll stay on foot, though, just in case. I see Earl nod at me while he holds the reins on the horse. Leonard sits next to him in the front with dead eyes. I don't have time to try and cheer him up, no matter how much I wish to. So instead, making eye contact with Elizabeth, who is holding on to the weeping Esther, I walk toward the edge of town in front of the rolling wagon. While the whole group heads towards the edge of town, which is only a ways away, all the creatures on the building move along to follow us without ever setting foot on the ground. Instead, they just stalk and follow the billowing dust in the wake of our movement at night. Very little occurs as we move, the sound of tapping fingers surrounding us. I can hear the grinding of teeth from behind me in the wagon. I must constantly turn back to ensure whoever is doing it is okay. Leonard frequently sweeps his shotgun back and forth at all the creatures around us, careful not to use his last 2 shells. Eventually, though, we reached the edge of the quiet and foreboding little town that put my hackles up the second I laid sights on it. Harmony Town. Quite the fitting name, for sure. And when we do reach the end, by way of the main street, a hooded shadow emerges from the ground around 20 feet from us, blocking our way. It wears a dark outfit cloaked in hard-to-see-through shadow. Then, it carries a step towards me, taking its hood off and smiling with its red impish face. It appears to have red skin underneath the hood and be very short. At most only 4 feet tall, and it holds a cane made out of dark wood in its hands. Its face is broad and almost gleeful at our current situation. I quickly turn back to Earl, hoping he knows what's happening, and all I see is him flipping through more pages. Great. He's got no clue. So, I draw one of my daggers in my left hand and hold my rapier in my right while I prepare Leonard. Get your finger on the trigger, Leonard. Don't know what's about to go down. I hear him shuffle and the clank of the shotgun stock on the wagon's wood. Even better. He's panicking. I see the miniature red thing in front of me take another step as its smile widens, and I take one as well to try and make it back off. Abruptly, I lose balance as I fall, barely catching myself with my closed fists right in front of it. Glancing up, I see it wave its arms outwards and back in on itself in a grand gesture before it steps away from me. Then, a torrential downpour of tapping fingers appears. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all. This little red dwarf must control these tendril-fingered things. I step back and activate chain eyes, hoping to see something appear on the red dwarf. And I do. It's covered in dark orange chains that sting my eyes just at the sight of it, like being in the presence of sulfur. Okay, second sigil. I can deal with that, probably. Then, I turn and scan the surroundings quickly, unwilling to use ether for long periods in my condition. I see hundreds of unchained tendril-fingered, big-headed, cerulean-eyed, deformed humanoids imminent towards the wagon. And among a considerable group currently heading down from what appears to be the town bank is one of those very creatures, a Bakwa, wrapped in yellow illusory chains. I found it. Didn't think it would be that easy, to be fair. However, my heart sinks as the odds don't favor me too heavily because the creator of all these other Bakwas is the same sigil rank as someone like Edmund. And yet, I ignore the little red dwarf slowly walking away and instead move towards the wagon. I have a spirit to slay. As I walk past, Earl sticks his head out and quickly flashes at me a sketch. A drawing of a short red creature that resembles the one I saw, but poorly drawn as if made on the fly. Is this exactly what you saw? I couldn't completely tell from here. I look at it for a split second and can already tell that it's definitely the same creature. I nod. Yes. Short, red, and holding a cane. Do you know what it is then? Earl pushes up his glasses before speaking from memory. Nain Rouge. These aren't on the manuals as they're very, very rare. But, I remember that the old hunter Ernest said he met one of these decades ago. Killed most of his group of 5. Left only him with bad luck for years. Most of this is from folklore and old tales, but they are demons of misfortune and strife. A kind of imp. It's said their inborn curse, something most demons have, is to only be capable of directly hurting those who have killed another sentient creature. Otherwise, they use the ability to set up unfortunate scenarios to get victims killed. None of this is confirmed, but it's better than nothing. This doesn't sound too good for you, Wyatt. I think it can only hurt you. I let the information sink in as I watched the Bakwas move ever closer, creeping towards our stopped wagon. I don't know much about folklore besides the simple like werewolves and vampires and their traits, so I just believe in Earl's guesses. It can cause bad luck and sets up misfortune for others. Is that how I tripped just a moment ago? And the bit about only hurting those that killed another sentient creature doesn't sound right. It got Lonnie turned into a Bakwa, though, so what do you mean it can't directly hurt others that haven't killed other people? Earl instantly answers the justification obviously already in his mind. It didn't turn him into a Bakwa, though. Another Bakwa did that. I think it means that it can only directly affect you with its hands, cane, or misfortune capabilities. Everything else must be set up indirectly. The townsmen must have slowly been killed through this Nain Rouge raising these Bakwas. He probably took out the hunter first due to their almost guaranteed chances of already killing someone. I guess that's true. The little red demon wasn't anywhere in sight when Lonnie accepted the shell. Damn, Earl really knows his shit. He barely knew anything about the supernatural just a week ago. How's he this good now? Earl, how do you know this much? You've only had those manuals for a week. And the Nain Rouge stuff isn't even in them. Despite the looming threat, Earl sits up straighter and seemingly basks in what I just said. He must genuinely like being questioned or something. The whole time you were hunting, practicing, or treating your illness, I read and wrote notes. Not just that, but I have been compiling all the folklore I've heard over the years in case any holds true. I'm not a fighter, and I probably never will be one, even with a sigil. So it's best if I can help you fight. Help you have the tools you need to win. And knowledge is the most powerful tool for a hunter. Now that I think about it, he's had his nose in a book and a hand on a pen for the past week and since I met him. I could never do that. My body won't let me sit still for that long without something to do. And the last bit he said resonated with me. It's one of the first things Edmund ever told me. I remember him saying something along the lines of hunters need 3 things: grit, knowledge, and skills. Alone, I only have 2 of those at most. I definitely have grit, and my skills are debatable. But knowledge, I sorely lack. That I have to recognize that even if I hate learning. There are more pressing matters than my weaknesses, though, like the Bakwas nearing their approach on the back of our wagon. I walk towards the back to try and get a good view of where the one with yellow chains is, but I cannot see it. So, I yell at Earl and Elizabeth to get the wagon moving again and move against the Nain Rouge. The only one it can directly hurt is me. After all, no point in being extra careful against it like we previously were. I hear the wagon's wheel turning and rolling against the dust and dirt underneath as I face the oncoming horde of Bakwas. I hesitate as I face down the onslaught and unending tide of these monstrous spirits. How am I going to reach the big guy through this swarm? How am I even going to kill the big one? The shotgun only stunned them momentarily while all my rapier did was make them uncomfortable and slowly retreat. Maybe my daggers could fare better as they are likely a second or third flam, but I feel like, as Earl said, ether is their weakness. Without it present in the attack, they will likely shrug off whatever hits them. My feet twist and turn in the dust as I devise a better strategy. The Nain Rouge was likely what kept them from the street and what helped them grow. Maybe if I kill it, they will stay away? It's just an idea, but it's much better than attacking the Bakwas, who won't be affected by my attempts. So, I dash back to the front of the wagon towards the Nain Rouge, who just stands to the side observing. And as I run towards the Nain Rouge past the wagon, I hear Elizabeth scream. I quickly look and see her falling off of the wagon. Too far to catch her as I near the Red Dwarf, I see her slam into the ground as dust and sand fly into the air. What the hell was that? Did someone push her? I take an extra second. I probably don't have to spare to look at the front of the wagon where she was previously. The side of the seat she was formerly sitting in looks like it broke off from stress or wear and tear. That can't be a coincidence when the Nain Rouge is here. But, I thought it could only affect murderers. Oh. As I focus on the Nain Rouge, I cast away the burgeoning suspicious thoughts in my mind. When I reach it, the dusty and sandy dirt beneath my right foot sinks, making me get stuck and fall flat on my face. I expected to trip this time, not get caught in a trap. Then as I try to get up, I hear a small grunt from above my fallen self. A hard object slams into the back of my head, knocking my back into the sand as I attempt to stand. I see stars and black spots waving in my eyes. The damn red demon dwarf fucker hit me. I look up to see it smiling with a wide mouth and flared nostrils on its rough red skin. Then, it raises its cane again to presumably hit me once more. I hurriedly use my arm to pull my leg from the sinkhole that was unfortunately made just for me. Then, as I hear the whooshing of air above me, I roll to my right to prevent another bonk to the head. I slash my rapier in my right hand, trying to hit the little demon and get it away from me, but my sword hits its cane and gets lodged into it. The demon grins even further at me as I unsuccessfully attempt to pull the blade from the club. Then, to make things worse, I feel something stand behind me, just the presence of it, putting the hair on the back of my neck up. Letting go of the rapier and rapidly drawing my other serpentine dagger, I twist away from the things near me, just trying to take a breath. Fighting something that can control luck is a pain in the ass. Feels like I'm climbing a muddy hill on a rainy night. Zero progress. Just keep rolling back down. The other creature behind me makes me breathe in relief and frustration. It's a Bakwa and not the big ol' one either. The relief is for the fact that it's a devil I know, and frustration for the fact it means the others should be close nearby. But I don't have time to spare a glance as the Bakwa presses me, using its long tendril fingers to rush me with more speed than I've ever seen in their kind. That's when I feel the wind. It's fast and on the Bakwa's side. But, of course, the wind could make these things move faster. They are light enough to stick to walls. I react to the imminent Bakwa as I hear a commotion behind me and the rapid slapping of reins. Still, I have to focus on the more significant threat. It's unknown if the Nain Rouge will follow us or what it can do if we try to leave. So, it's better if I kill it now. Carefully, I strike at the Bakwa with my daggers, unwilling to let it touch me, for I'd preferably not turn into a shell. My dagger sinks into the Bakwa as I see it visibly flinch and move 10 feet backward. So, my blades seem to work the best at dealing with these things. Good to know. Using this opportunity where the Bakwa has fallen back, I push onto the Nain Rouge, who hid behind as I hear the crack of a shotgun and pain blossom in my right ankle that causes me to instantly lose the leverage I need to run. Falling, I turn back to look as I yell. What the fuck, Leonard? Before I again faceplant, I see that Leonard shot several Bakwas off the wagon, and I just happen to be about 50 feet behind them. The distance is roughly the maximum range for his shotgun's pellets to reach. He continues attempting to push more off the wagon as they move. I grit my teeth and try to stand with my other foot before taking another bonk from the Nain Rouge's cane. My world goes spinning as I fall back to the ground. Trying to stand again, I keep slipping due to my dizziness and the constantly shifting slippery sand from my bloody foot. Then I feel something touch my back as it grows stiff, like when you sit too long in the same position. Frantic, I turn and see that one Bakwa is grabbing onto my backpack and affecting me through it. I twist, trying to shake it off, as just another comes and holds onto my left arm. Then my left arm rapidly begins to stiffen. Damn it. I will not become a fucking shell. I swing my daggers in reverse grips to try and force these Bakwas off of me, and it works for a moment. However, my low position is due to my inability to stand up swiftly, not allowing me to see how many are approaching. But even without seeing the attackers, I rapidly realize how many Bakwas are around me as several long tendrils wrap around every limb of mine, and I'm surrounded by cerulean glowing eyes and gray bodies. 26. By the skin of my bloody teeth. I try to push the Bakwas off of me, but there are too many of them to noticeably move them all. My daggers, while helpful in striking a few of them, are even beginning to move slower and hitting less of them. I can feel myself rapidly grow stiff and slower. Finally, in between the gray Bakwas, I see a hit of red. The Nain Rouge. I need to get these things off of me, but how? Nothing physical works, not guns, not swords, not daggers. Fire might, but I have none that I can easily access. My fire starter is in my backpack. However, I have nothing to burn but myself. So what else can I do? I hear the loud boom of another shotgun shell. Leonard's last one as my heart begins to beat fast in worry. Then an image of the shotgun blast sending the Bakwas flying across the room and Sibian comes to mind. And then another of the last moment of Struggler's gasp. Out comes defiance, right? I just need to do that with my ether without killing myself. Even a miniature version should work. These things are light, after all. But this is gonna hurt for sure. As my body rapidly stiffens and slows, the ether within the reaches of my mind speeds up. The ether will need to be both fast and abundant to create a blast of wind, so I gather up as much ether that can fit within my head comfortably and launch it toward my still not wholly recovered right hand. When the stream of fast-moving ether reaches my wrist, boiling lava emerges in my veins. Again, the heat is overwhelming but expected. I grit my teeth and push the ether further. Ice then appears in my arteries. And again, the chill was overwhelming but still expected. I continue to drive the ether forwards and out of my outstretched palm with all my might, closing my eyes in concentration. Abruptly, I feel a blowback of air as most of the tendril fingers vanish from my senses. Then, as I reflexively open my eyes, the pain erupts and crescendos in intensity. I squint my eyes and try to prevent the oncoming seizure and lock-up of my body due to using ether when I'm not quite ready for it yet. With my squinted eyes, I see that I blew away the majority of the Bakwas near me, and the Nain Rouge looks at me with wide eyes, clearly not expecting my solution to be overwhelming. Hurriedly, I look at the wagon and see that it has made it out of the town, with several Bakwas attempting to catch up to it and one climbing on its side up from the bottom. Leonard is currently smashing that one with the butt of his empty shotgun to no avail. Damn it, they need me. None of them have any way to even stun the Bakwas without ammo. If only we had found more during the day in the town. Disregarding my bright ideas, I endeavor to stand once more. This time nothing external stops me, but instead, it's internal. I feel my legs, lower torso, and arms, where I have not yet acclimated to my ether saturation, lock up and begin to shake desperately. I fight against the feeling, undertaking the mountainous effort of stabilizing my limbs. This is the first one I am actively trying to fight against and prevent from happening. The muscles in my legs stiffen as my joints lock up. I feel pins and needles against my torso and arms. My whole body is stiff beside my head, neck, and right arm. The rest of my body is dead weight as I withstand probably my most forceful seizure yet besides the first ever. More Bakwas approach and return to me, who just blew them away. I urge my legs to move as they approach, but they won't. I'm stuck. Frozen. Not in whatever that Alexos called it where people's minds are frozen, but because my own damn body will not react. A Bakwa reaches me during my stagnation. With my still mobile right arm, I swing my dagger at it in a jerky, unstable motion. The strike lands but sets me off balance as the pain in my injured ankle spikes, and I fall again. But the weightlessness of falling only lasts briefly as I feel arms wrap around mine, and a feminine oomph comes from behind me. I turn and look. It's Elizabeth, red-faced, sweating, and straining to hold me up but still trying her best to help. She starts taking steps backward while holding on to me and struggling to breathe. Noticed that you needed help. Thankful, but still worried for her as I'm sure the effects of these Bakwas are more prominent on unsigiled than sigiled, I tell her to go. Just go, if they touch you, you're done for. You don't want to become a fucking shell, do you? Elizabeth ignores my plea for her to leave and continues pulling me away as fast as she can. Which is, unfortunately, slower than the oncoming Bakwas and Nain Rouge. I hear the stomping of the Nain Rouge's cane against the dusty sand beneath us as Elizabeth scrambles to pull me backward, my dead weight making it much more difficult. She takes a deep breath while hauling me back. Can't let another friend die tonight. Lonnie was enough. But, come on, do something to help Mr. Hunter. Friend? Is that what she sees me as? I don't think I've ever had one of those besides Ma. I didn't know you could become friends with someone this quickly. It's only been a week since we met, and I spent most of my time away from them, practicing ether and treating my oversaturation. Do I see them as friends? What would that even mean? My inner dilemma is cut short as a Bakwa reaches right before us. Only able to move one unstiffened limb, I swing my right arm out again, wildly trying to protect Elizabeth and me. It goes about as well as one would expect. The dagger only slightly slashes the Bakwa as it flinches for a moment before returning to its unsettling crawl with its fingers toward us. Elizabeth frantically tries to yell at me while at the same time barely having the time to breathe. Do whatever you did earlier again. She wants me to use that wind blast thing again? Then, of course, it caused a seizure where I couldn't move. Another one will likely knock me unconscious. I can't. It'll only make it worse. My hand isn't treated yet. Elizabeth again tries to speak through her, towing me along with her. Then, use another part. Doesn't have to be an arm, right? Realization hits me. I'm so stupid. I always try to use ether through my hands because Edmund said that that's the best way. But that doesn't mean it's the only way. I take a deep breath as the first Bakwa in front grabs onto me. First, I funnel ether towards the top of my chest and diaphragm where ether can flow, careful not to take it any deeper. Then, I begin swirling the ether faster and faster, trying to compress the air. Once the Bakwa starts to pull on us, I promptly release the hold on my breath and push the ether out along my throat and out my mouth with the air. Out comes a much weaker blast than the one from Struggler's gasp, this one unable to tear grass and roots from the ground. But, it successfully pushes the Bakwa away from us without deteriorating my condition. It goes sprawling backward like a gust of wind just pushed it in reverse. The sound of the air is also near deafening as it makes my ears ring. With my newfound success, I continue releasing the air bursts out of my mouth. The horde of Bakwas continues toward us with their unpleasant tapping of fingers. As fast as I can, I charge and release compressed air from my throat, similar to a bear's roar. Each windy roar that leaves my mouth pushes several Bakwa back and helps Elizabeth drag my stiff body to the wagon behind us. By the fifth roar, however, the high-powered wind produces and drags blood from my throat. I briefly choke on the blood and swallow it back down before I go to condense another. Then out of nowhere, I feel another pair of hands touch me. I impulsively turn and almost immediately release the compressed wind within me until I see who it is. Earl and Elizabeth are holding on to me and lifting me into the back of the wagon, yelling for my attention. Still, I only hear the painful ringing left behind by the gale-infused roar. I look at them confused and stiffly point to my ears with my half-usable arm. Earl immediately puts the loud noises earlier and my charades together because he's the brilliant man that he is. So, instead of fruitlessly screaming at me, he points to the front of the wagon, where Leonard is being held down by Bakwa. Fuck. I can't reach from here, and the wagon has stopped moving because of the lack of someone holding the reins to the horse. I nod at Earl in understanding and make a motion with my arm, trying to convey that I need to get closer. He blinks twice, then nods before quickly saying something to Elizabeth and prying the dagger from my unmoving hand to give to her. Good move, I can't even lift that arm, let alone wield that knife. Once he gives Elizabeth a weapon that can at least partially affect the Bakwas, Earl begins dragging me as fast as he possibly can across the small wagon. As the splintery floor of the wagon scratches and sinks its teeth into me, eliciting an inaudible groan, I see Esther hiding underneath a blanket in the corner. I smile at her, trying to show that everything will be all right, but I quickly stop as I feel the blood drip out of my open mouth. Esther only looks more traumatized. That went great. But before I can attempt to sway her woes, Earl turns my head to point at the Bakwa on top of Leonard like some kind of Gatling gun. And I oblige, instantly releasing the long compressed pocket of air within my chest through a torrent of ether. The Bakwa is sent flying off Leonard and into the dusty ground to the side of the wagon, sending a tremendous amount of dust into the air. I see Earl mouth something to Leonard before grabbing the reins and ushering the horse to move. I quickly realize what that something was, though, as Leonard, the physically strongest of our group, quickly lifts me over his shoulder and carries me towards the back of the wagon where Elizabeth is. I notice that he is moving very slowly despite the look on his face like he's running as fast as he can. It must be the Bakwas curse or whatever they give us when they touch our skins. I am forced to watch for several seconds as Elizabeth tries and fails to fight off a group of Bakwas that board the wagon while it's still. Eager to help, I once again compact the air in my chest using ether in preparation for when I get close enough. Elizabeth gets knocked over by two Bakwas while wildly swinging my dagger, and her skin rapidly turns brownish and blackish where the fingers are. It was my first time seeing the stiffening in action, making me even more impatient to help her. Eventually, Leonard delivers me to the wagon's edge with his slow movement, and I release my Zephyr. This time, however, it comes out as a choked cough filled with ether-filled blood that pellets all the Bakwas at high speed along with the concussive gust. This actually deals a noticeable bit of damage as the skin of the Bakwa sizzles, and not only are they flung back from the roar onto the ground, but they stop chasing. I made my own kind of shotgun out of the blood. Edmund would surely be proud, but seriously, why does my blood hurt them? Is it the ether that exits with the blood? Surely the spirits can't be that weak to ether. There has to be something more. Elizabeth looks up at us now, holding her hands to her ears and sporting a pained face. Yeah. Didn't think about that one. Only makes sense that the target's ears are hurt too. The wagon continues to move away from the ghostly town as Earl commands it. To keep them away, I release several more wind currents at the oncoming Bakwas. Finally, and only once we make it about 1,000 feet from the town, do they turn back, unwilling to chase us further. And as we escape, the Nain Rouge just stands in front of the horde of spirits, watching us as we leave. He stands next to a small and familiar Bakwa. Lonnie. Then, as he raises his cane at our wagon, my hearing returns. Just soon enough to hear a deep and ghoulish voice reach us over and through the nightly wind. This undecipherable word rings out through the darkness of the night and echoes into the distance. I turn to look at the others behind me. Elizabeth and Leonard are both sprawled on the wagon floor, panting and covered in sweat. Earl is in the front driving the wagon. Now that I can hear again, I ask Earl if he knows what that word is or means, but I feel intense pain at trying to speak as I taste blood in my mouth. I wait a bit as everyone is trying to recover from the harrowing event, still with stiff and paralyzed muscles from my seizure. That, and I'm sure the times the Bakwas touched me, didn't help either, but gradually as the wagon leaves the area surrounding the town, my movement returns. With my return bit of movement, I gingerly wipe my mouth, and a large amount of blood comes off. Well, I guess I'm gonna be eating a lot tonight. Taking my time due to the soreness left behind by my ether-induced seizure, I open my backpack and grab the bloody palm. Then, I just watch the town slowly disappear in the distance quietly, letting my body recover while devouring itself rapidly. About an hour after we leave the town, it starts raining. An absolute downpour. One that immediately slows our journey and makes us hesitate to move forwards. But, in the end, we vote and continue through the rain. Elizabeth and I vote on continuing through the rain in case the Nain Rouge or the Bakwas follow us. Earl is adamant about stopping during the rain because we all need rest, especially the horse which pulled the wagon. Leonard didn't vote as he was too busy looking off into the thunderous clouds. I didn't ask him what he was thinking about. I already knew. Lonnie. Instead, I pat him on the back as Elizabeth takes the wagon's reins and Earl comes back underneath the canopy. It's not your fault, Leonard. None of you are prepared for anything like this. You're just simple people. It's my job to keep y'all safe. And I failed. Leonard looks at me and nods. I can practically feel the weight that leaves his shoulders and falls upon mine. The more, the merrier, right? Even the cabin itself mentioned that pressure makes diamonds. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it does or not. It's up to me to protect them. I just wasn't alert enough this time. I should have listened to my gut and not let us enter that damn town. Abruptly, I feel the wagon lurch and fall forwards. Instantly, I stand up and hobble towards the front with my still bum but rapidly recovering ankle. I yell out to overpower the sound of the rain, my voice scratchy and incredibly painful due to my recent use of that application of ether that creates a blast of wind. What happened, Elizabeth? She responds near instantly with high-pitched confusion that pierces the sound of pelting rain. I don't know. I think a backwheel got snagged. Earl and Leonard look over at me, who is up and walking, apparently unable to hear Elizabeth from the other side of the wagon. I give them a thumbs up and yell. I'll check it out. I follow her directions, coughing from using my voice too much, aka, more than 0 times. Then, I turn to hop off the motionless wagon. But, just as I am about to drop down, a thought comes to mind. That's awfully misfortunate to get a wheel snagged or possibly broken right now. Misfortune, yeah, that's not a good sign. I stick out my head from under the canopy first to check and see if I see any red little dwarvish demons. I don't. Neither do I see any big-headed freaks either. Can the Nain Rouge's misfortune reach this far? We've had to have traveled at least 15 miles by now. Because I don't see any sign of danger, I proceed and slowly let myself down from the wagon into the ankle-deep mud that has appeared from the rain astonishingly quickly for how long it's been raining. Almost as if all the rain has gathered in this area. More misfortune, huh? That's a pain in the ass. I turn and hobble through the squelching mud and downpour to find the back wheel that has issues. And quickly, I found out what that issue is. I sigh deeply and see a lumberjack's axe lodged into the wagon wheel. It splits the back right wheel in half and lowers the entire wagon by the break in the wheel. We're in the middle of a chilly thunderstorm, with a broken wheel on a wagon without any extra and with a demon that may or may not be hot on our tail. Fuck. 27 Bloodhound's Step. I first try to push the wagon, hoping it will move a little bit through the mud. Unfortunately, where we are now is a terrible place to stop, with the area having absolutely 0 obstacles to protect us from rain. The closest thing is a large rock formation towards where we are heading. To both my expectation and sadness, the wagon doesn't budge. And even if it did, what would I do? Push it for miles? I shake my head and return to the wagon as lightning strikes and thunder booms in the distance. Once under the canopy of the wagon, I look at the others and shake my head. Then, I speak up, instantly regretting opening my mouth as my voice comes out raw and bloody. We're gonna have to go by foot from here on out. I need to rest my voice. Throat hurts. The mood immediately drops. No one wants to have to walk in this storm. Can't we just catch a break? Earl begins to argue that we should have listened to him at first and stopped the wagon, but I just shake my head and down on a piece of paper how it's likely the Nain Rouge's misfortune. Finally, Earl ends up agreeing after a moment of thought. Yeah, you're probably right, Wyatt. He must have done something to us with that word he said. I've got no idea what, though. None of the manuals have details about languages other than Chiro. Then the discussion returns to what we should do next, and for a while, we are undecided, mostly me, Earl, and Elizabeth having input. At the same time, Leonard sits on the side, still upset about Lonnie. During our talks, I hold my fox and feed it some of our remaining food, trying to ease its worry and wrapping it up in a small blanket to keep it from freezing in the cold. The conversation continues for a while in the rain, for we just cannot decide on our next move. I want to continue northeast. Elizabeth now wants to stay, and Earl has changed his mind, wanting to head straight eastward towards a town called Rustbank. In the middle of our discussion, though, Leonard speaks up. Has anyone seen Esther lately? I haven't heard from her in a while. We all turn and look around the small wagon that's completely cluttered and trashed. Where did she go? Everyone else starts looking behind and under stuff. My first idea is to check outside the wagon, and I do so, again not seeing anything alive or moving in the mud. Then, a memory flashes of me trying to cheer her up. I check the blanket that she and her kids hid underneath in the corner, and when I lift the veil, I find her curled up and crying, holding her baby foxes. I kneel and hug her, trying to comfort her. You're safe now, Esther. It's okay. The spirits are gone. She looks at me all teary-eyed and pushes me away. Go away. It's all your fault. No one got hurt before you showed up. If it wasn't for you, Lonnie would be fine. We'd already be far away in a nice place if it wasn't for you. Her words sink in deeply. I am the reason they are still not safe. They were forced to make several stops for me to hunt, and if they had never found me, they would have had enough food for weeks of travel by rationing it off. But being the starving man afflicted by the bloody palm that I am, I ate the vast majority of the food. Then as I just crouch there and look at her, Esther yells at me again, full of tears and snot, and breaks down at the end of her scream. You said you'd protect us. That's why. That's why we weren't scared to stay there. I hate you. Go away. This one hurts so much. I did promise I'd keep them safe. Multiple times, in fact. Their trust in me is why they wanted to stay the night. Yet, I failed their faith. Tears come to my eyes just as Elizabeth brushes past me and grabs Esther. Elizabeth then looks at me and softly whispers to me. She doesn't mean that. Lonnie was her twin, they were inseparable. Just give her time to calm down. I nod somberly before backing off and sitting at the other edge of the wagon from Esther. With the mood the lowest it's ever been and the literal atmosphere thunderous and furious, we just decide to stay here for the rest of the night until morning. I check my pocket watch as the rest try to get more sleep despite the traumatizing night. It's 4:28. Only a couple more hours until sunrise. I sit on the edge of the wagon with most of my body in the rain, watching where we came from. Waiting for the Nain Rouge and its misfortune to reach my eyes. I instinctively put my hand on my hip for my rapier's warmth and security, just to find none. I left it embedded in the damn red imp's cane. Fuck. I'm just a hard case, aren't I? Lost the last of my family, Butter. Lost the last thing from Ma, the Lily. Lost the last thing from Edmund, my deaf Talon. Lost the first person I promised to protect, Lonnie. What's next? Am I gonna lose the rest of them? And have nothing? I'm probably just a day or so away from losing this watch. I just sigh again in sorrow for what I have already lost. All within a short month. Just a fraction of my whole life. This is not at all what I imagined. It will only worsen unless we make it to a big town or city soon. Winter's coming soon, after all. To distract myself from the sad reality of my life, I draw my 2 serpentine daggers and play with them using the hoop on their ends. It brings me joy to watch the daggers spin around my recovered fingers. Nothing eventful happens as the sands of time pass, and the sun slowly lights up the world from behind me. I let the others sleep a little bit longer past sunrise as I stare at my pocket watch. I use the small ticking hand to ground myself and my mind. I watch the time slowly change. 6:50. 6:51. 6:52. And so forth until it's almost 8. 7:48. I only wake them up after gazing at the ever-ticking watch long enough to think. Think about my life. And what bothers me the most is those few memories of my ma that I've remembered differently. The odd and weird ones. The ones that someone helped me in those bleak times despite the contents and portrayal of her being antithetical to everything ma was. But I am unable to find an answer to this question either. and I give up on trying for now. Every question I seek to answer, I either make it worse or am unable to find the resolution. The only thing I can do is do better. Somehow. Practice more ether. Train with my daggers. Exercise my body to improve my speed. And I can't believe I even have this thought, but I could learn more. Lonnie would be alive if I knew what the Bakwa were at first glance, or even just 50% faster. But, again, I have to force myself to stop with what-ifs and questions as I get up and wake everyone else. I don't wake up Esther, though. I let Elizabeth do that. I don't think she wants to talk to me or even look at me. Then, together all drowsy and tired from lack of sleep, we gather our belongings while we wait for the rain to stop. It soon does, and we begin our walk east, making a new way toward Rustbank, a town known for its relatively shady dealing and lack of active hunters. I asked Earl if this meant unprotected, and he said not at all. Rustbank has a bevy of inactive hunters, possible outlaws, and other influential figures. This comes from being a frontier town but not one within the Tornridge territory. Despite Tornridge being human land, few hunters, outlaws, or other sigiled ever enter it. I'm sure that's my father at work. Rustbank, though, is the closest large settlement to Tornridge, and it's also a relatively large settlement, more fitting to be called a burge or small city. 1,000 or so in total live there. While we walk, Earl goes on and on about how the weather should be similar but probably even worse as it rests within the Bone Dune territory. Even colder, sandier, and dustier from where we are now. How great! The Andrice Forest, near where I used to live, is the only forest larger than 1,000 acres within 200 miles. Elizabeth asks Earl many more questions about where we are headed while we walk, and she tries to get Esther to ask him some as well. So, for the next 2 hours, as we hike through the dusty lands, Earl goes on and on about a bunch of nonsensical herbs, spices, and minerals found in these areas. Eventually, I tire of the forced learning and move to the side a bit away, where I can still clearly see them but can just barely hear them. And I begin to practice. I rehearse using my ether repeatedly, trying to speed up the activation of things like chain eyes and the new ability I learned that Leonard, in his infinite wisdom, jokingly referred to as holler. Which, of course, much to my chagrin, stuck. The name made Earl, Elizabeth, and even Esther laugh due to its simplicity. So, now that's what I call it, as it's stuck in my mind as that. The other thing I try is a new idea that came about while thinking about the trip into Harmony Town on the moving wagon in the dreary rain. It focuses on how the Bakwas moved primarily by pushing themselves forward with their hands and fingers. Now, I'm not as light as them, so I likely can't do it to the same degree as them, but if I can enhance my arms, hands, and fingers enough with ether, maybe it can help me move. Not just that, but Edmund also moved similarly when he was bolstered by my blood. On all fours, he raced after and attacked Alexos. It might not have been enough to kill him, but it certainly was faster and more robust than when Edmund was on 2 legs. I need to be more unpredictable and snappy in my movements like the Bakwas and Edmund. Taking from an old lesson my ma once told me about my father about how he would learn from everything he fought when he was in the wild. If a creature could hide better than him, he would try and remember how it did it. If something was faster than him, he would try and replicate how it moved. If something was stronger than him, then he'd train until he was stronger. I think I need to do the same. Unfortunately, I'm pretty limited in the ways I can use ether. My entire lower body, from my ribs down, cannot withstand any amount of ether without severely affecting my whole system. So, I need to be creative and flexible in my ways. Thankfully, the recent event where I blew ether out of my palm like a shotgun spitting out pellets helped my case by forcefully acclimating most of my right wrist, palm, and 2 of my fingers to the ether I sent through it. Doing that again and again until I fully recover is something I'd like to do, but the situation demands otherwise. I can't just let them carry me for hours on end as my entire body goes into shock. So instead, I will have to do it slowly and steadily, acclimating a bit at a time as I fall asleep. So, anyway, that's enough pandering. Time to do. The idea is to move using my hands and fingers. First, I crouch down into a courier's running start, the kind they use when running from town to town and stretching their legs first. The standard part of their start is one leg behind, stabilizing my body, and one leg underneath ready to push me forward. Then, I switch it up a bit to use my arms. I put my right arm in front of me to use as a spring whenever I push off with my leg. But, for now, as my left arm is not treated yet for my ether saturation, I just let it hang, but in the future, it will do the same as my right. I start the flow of ether into my right arm, being careful to only reach the unclogged area and capable of supporting more ether. Once I am confident in the path the ether flows won't make my acute ether saturation act up, I ramp up the flow and volume. Just enough so that I really feel the strength boost. Then, I shake my legs and arms to prepare as I look at my target to race to. Leonard, Elizabeth, Earl, and Esther are getting pretty far from me. So, I need to catch up, and the best way to do so is to test this out. I take a deep breath, and then, all in one smooth motion guided by the precision given to me by my sigil, I burst up and forwards. My legs push me upwards and make me advance. At the same time, my right arm lands on the ground, like a paddle in water, slams the surface of the sandy soil, and sends me forwards even faster. I reach the group rapidly while I feel the wind rushing past me. They turn, probably surprised by the sounds of dust kicking up, and see me approach swiftly. Of course, I'm not as fast as when I used physical strengthening, but this can be more versatile, and I'm not that far off, either. The next time I get shot in the ankle or my Achilles tendon cut, I can do this and not lose as much speed. Once I arrive in front of the group, I see Earl raise his hands as if telling me to stop. I quickly try to stop and slow down, as I never thought about that. I hold my arm out in front of me to stop, and all that does is use it as a pole to leverage me up and over my outstretched arm. I roll head over heels at the rest of the group, who are just walking away, burdened by their backpacks. It's much harder to stop running that way. I think I'll call it the Bloodhound's Step. It's named after how Edmund moved in the fight against Alexos, low and unpredictable. I hope I can develop it further to honor him. My inner thoughts and deep contemplation are broken by laughter and Elizabeth cursing at me. Elizabeth Strawwater. I turn to the sound of beating footsteps, but unlike the horses, I'm used to the footsteps repeating in triplets, not quartets. And what surprises me is what is making the dreadful noise. It's Wyatt. The crazy kid who is, I can only assume, practicing his hunter's skills and running towards us at terrifying speeds. I worry as he nears us because he's not slowing down. My worries are brought to fruition as Earl raises his arms to shield himself, and Wyatt attempts to stop but just goes flying face first into our crowd of people. I fall backward and onto Leonard, who is in front of me, and together, we all just fall into one big dust pile. The hilarity of it all and the contrast with what happened just a few hours ago makes me laugh. And then, once I start, everyone else joins. For the first time in a while, we all have fun together, even Wyatt. Someone, I think it was Earl, to be honest, who pushes Wyatt into the mud in faux anger while we're all in one big pile. This creates a battle of mud, dust, and dirt as Wyatt retaliates. We throw dust and dirt at each other, sometimes still wet soil, just goofing around. It's a distraction we all sorely need after Lonnie's recent passing. All of us are quiet and shrunken because of it. Earl has even been asking fewer questions as we walk and talking less. Esther especially needs this as she even joins in and throws mud at Wyatt, who she tends to focus on instead of anyone else. But the boy is fast and is rarely hit with balls of mud or splashes of sand. I think he's even using this as training and practice because of how weird his movement is. He looks like a startled deer when he moves like that. It certainly works, though. He really tries so hard to help protect us. I feel so bad that he keeps failing to help. First with his teacher and now with us losing Lonnie. I just don't know how to comfort him. I can't tell him everything will be alright when he is the one we depend on for that. Especially when I was hurt by Lonnie's disappearance too. Not quite like the infinite void in Esther's heart, but still a void. I had been taking care of him and Esther for a while now. It hurts deep down not seeing Lonnie as we walk. He and Esther are pretty quiet kids, but they get energetic and love playing around. Some of my favorite moments are playing games with them as we travel. Now a vast fissure exists without Lonnie. And it's evident to me how much his death weighs upon Wyatt. And sure, sometimes we can step up and help reduce his burden, like when I drug him to the wagon, but most of the time, he acts. It's him who killed the wolves, he who hunted for us, he who found those foxes, who are extremely cute and help our sanity to play with, and he woke us up and fought for us in Harmony Town. I could cook him food or take him to a play, but we aren't in a place where I can cook a great meal or a town where we can enjoy a raucous theater. I just wish I could do more for him because he's almost always gloomy. Even while we throw mud at each other in the bone dunes, he's still got a grumpy look on his face. Only alleviates for a brief moment when he makes a successful dodge. Like that's the only time he lets himself be happy. When he's improving in some way. That, and how he looked at me when I fell off the wagon, there was only confusion, no hate, made my heart flutter. Surely he knew that the Nain Rouge targeted me? No wagon just as part of its seat break out of nowhere. So maybe he wouldn't judge me if I told him? But, of course, he would. Anyone would judge someone who was raped and then killed their rapist. My family sure did. 28 Campfire Beneath Stars. Elizabeth Stroudwater. We camp for the night after traveling some more miles throughout the day. Leonard spotted a large rock in the distance, and we went for it for shelter throughout the night. It turned out to be a massive rock formation with a decent overhang. I try to distract Esther by having her help me cook from the campfire that Wyatt started. Earl scavenged some of the inner wood from the wagon that was still dry before we left, which was used for the firewood. And while Esther and I cook, I watch Wyatt in the corner of my eyes climb up the rocks and use a vast sheet of canopy left over from the wagon to cover our heads from potential nighttime rain. Leonard is trying to teach Earl how to make a bow and arrow. Without any feathers for an arrow, though. And very little wood. Bone Dunes isn't known for its trees. Even the region just closely surrounding Bone Dunes has few forests. The closest is the Andrice Forest. It's pretty comical, but Earl is always eager to learn, and Leonard is always keen for attention. I've known them both for a long time, ever since my family moved to Ludner from Brightford a few years ago. I always thought that Leonard and Earl were an odd duo. Leonard is the lovable dunce that he is. And Earl, who was so clever and naturally gifted in academics, my father used to say he'd make a great doctor and go places, and because of that, I should woo him. I hated that idea. I'm much more capable of doing something like that myself. I just don't know what it is yet. Maybe being a hunter with Wyatt and Earl would be fun, though. From what I've heard between the discussion of Wyatt and Earl during our walks and downtime, you just need to kill something with a sigil and take theirs. I wonder what mine would be. I certainly don't want Wyatt's, though. The Philosopher. Sounds like a sigil for thinking and learning. It most certainly is not. But with how much Wyatt gets hurt, it definitely gets him thinking. Thinking about pain and suffering. Especially when the most potent ability from his sigil basically cripples him for a month. It's already been around 2 weeks since he was initially hurt by that ability. I wonder how much longer it will take until he fully recovers. My thoughts end when I finish cooking dinner with Esther. A load of scorpions and small lizards that Wyatt found during the day roasted over the fire. We don't have any seasoning or anything to liven up the flavor, so we have to eat it as is. I section off the meals onto one large skewer for each person and 3 large ones for Wyatt. He's gotta eat a ludicrous amount of food to not starve because of that item he's got with him. I offered to take it as I could always use it to be a bit skinnier, but he immediately refused. And so, I gather everyone about, taking Wyatt out of his ether practice, Earl is reading, and Leonard from his stargazing. Together we eat around the fire with little conversations happening here and there. Mostly me, and Leonard trying to liven up the most while Earl asks questions like he always does. Esther and Wyatt, though, stay pretty quiet. I try to engage Esther and get her to open up more, but it's still too soon because she remains just silent and ignores me. I hope what she says doesn't hurt Wyatt's feelings. She was just hurting, after all. Wyatt, however, does answer but just with short responses. For the most part, while we eat, he just stares into the flickering flame of the campfire that he spawned. I leave him to it after a few times of trying to get him to tell me about his parents and his home life before the break. He just says they're dead and goes quiet. Eventually, though, Earl and Leonard's back and forth strays to the recent attack. Earl goes on and on about what could have been done better and how we should improve in case another episode like that occurs. Next time we're attacked by spirits like that, you guys shouldn't interact or speak with them in any way if you do not understand them or are alone. This will help keep us safe and keep a repeat of what happened to Lonnie. Frustration comes to mind as he's a hypocrite. He was also interacting with the Bakwas. He was taking notes while one stood next to him and offered a shell. Hey, Earl, you did that too. You were taking notes while a Bakwa was next to you. So you shouldn't just blame us. He looks at me and then argues. I wasn't blaming anyone, I'm just saying we must be more careful. Especially you. How did you even fall off the wagon during our escape? My heartbeat rises. But then begins to fall back down. He doesn't know. He just thinks you're an idiot. Better that than a murderer. I strike back. I fell because Mr. I'll fix the wagon, no worries, did a shit job at keeping it up to date. How incompetent do you need to be to not see that a whole section of the seat is rotting off? Earl fumes. I can just imagine the steam coming from his ears. I know he hates nothing more than being called slow or incompetent. Leonard steps in, trying to defuse the situation. Guys, calm down. We're all friends, just trying to figure out how to survive. Earl ignores Leonard, his pride wounded. The words that leave his mouth make me flinch. Your fall from the wagon looked quite like when Wyatt was attacked by the Nain Rouge. The unexpected misfortune. I always wondered why your parents seemed to look at you weird, your dash. Wyatt looks up from the fire at his name being said. My heart beats 1,000 times per minute. No. I need to stop him. I interrupt him before he finishes by flicking some flakes of ash toward him with my boots and yelling. Shut up. Earl flinches back from the fiery ash, but Wyatt catches it out of the air for him, the reflexive and protective man he is. But he'll hate me if he knows. Knows if I'm a killer. Earl screams back at me, obviously hurt. You psycho. Why would you throw ash at me? Wyatt now stands and puts himself between us. Leonard grabs Esther, who looks even more traumatized watching her only friends fight. Seeing the hurt in both Earl's and Esther's eyes and the confusion and anger from Wyatt's, I begin to cry. Something I haven't done in a long time. You are gonna say. Earl looks at me positively incredulous. Then raises his voice back at me. Say what? That you used to have a twin and killed them before birth? How is that worth throwing smoldering ash into my eyes? He didn't even know the truth. Damn, the guy is too intelligent for his own good. He never even thought for a moment I killed someone. Instead, he came up with some roundabout, out-of-the-box explanation that only he could. Wyatt looks me in the eyes and calmly asks me as he puts his bony hands on my shoulders. What's wrong? What did you think he would say? I pause. For a moment, I hesitated in telling him. Unwilling to see how he'll treat me afterward. If he and the others will shun me for what I did, like my family and friends from Brightford. But I look at him again. And I look to Earl. Earl no longer looks angry after I started crying, now he just looks confused as he widens his eyes and raises his eyebrows at Leonard. Leonard just shrugs his shoulders. I see the care in Wyatt's eyes and spill. I'm a murderer. Not a protector like Wyatt, who has killed bad people to protect himself and others. I see Wyatt flinch as I say those words. My heart drops because of his possible reaction afterward, but I continue anyway, rushing and misspeaking words the whole way out of anxiety. My parents, 3 years ago before we moved to Ludner, set me up with a marriage to a man. An older man who was not a hunter or scientist but a banker. They did it for more money to send my younger brothers to get trained. He assaulted me on the first date that we had together. I tried to fight him off, but I was barely 14 and not nearly as powerful as the man. That night, I picked up the gas lamp beside us while we slept and beat him with hit until he stopped breathing. I pause for a moment to take a gasp of air. I look, and Wyatt is looking at me with worry evident on his face. Earl and Leonard appear to be taken aback and surprised by the revelation after knowing me for years. I try to finish. Then, in fear of what would happen to our family, my father made us move to Torn Ridge territory, away from any bankers, hunters, or outlaws that could be paid off by the man's family to hurt us. My parents despised me from then on, unable to get rid of me. I'm sorry if you guys hate me like them for being a killer, for being tainted. Silence grows after I finish speaking. Tears still roll down my eyes even after I finish speaking. Earl breaks the silence, always asking his questions. So that's why you always refused Frank when he tried to court you? Because you were afraid he'd see you as tainted or a murderer? I nod at him. Then Leonard speaks next with heartfelt concern in his voice. Why would we hate you for that? You're the bravest girl I ever met. Beat a guy to death who raped you. I'd honestly expect you to beat him before he made it even close. I never asked you out just because I figured you'd do that to me. That one gets a small chuckle from me. But then, I see that Wyatt begins to speak up. Slowly but deliberately, and for the first time, he opens up a little bit. I'd never hate you for any of that. The man sounds like he deserved it. If I had known this, I would have done it myself. It just sounds like you didn't want to be alone and didn't want us to leave you in case we were upset with what you had done. Why you were always next to one of us at the very least. I know what it's like to be alone. I spent most of my life with just my ma. And when she passed, I clung onto the lifeline she left me. To be a hunter. A lot has happened since then, but I don't know what I'd have left if I quit that goal. I'd be alone in this dark world. Silence returns for a moment. I didn't know why it felt so alone. That the only thing he really has left is being a hunter. He always acts gloomy, but I thought that was his defense for grief. My mood instantly increases due to the caring atmosphere as I wipe the tears from my eyes and face. One that I did not expect from how my family treated me. I look at Wyatt and try to comfort him in return. Hey Wyatt, you're not alone. You got us. If you ever quit being a hunter, we'd still be your friends. I see Leonard and Earl nod, but Earl speaks up before I can hit him for ruining the moment. I hope you don't quit though, 'cause otherwise, how am I gonna get a sigil or be a hunter without a guide? Those notes aren't enough. Wyatt Wendigo Graves. Internally I recoil and get hurt on the inside when Elizabeth mentions me quitting being a hunter. I want to tell them that's not the issue. The problem is that I'm genuinely being hunted down, or likely to be so. That I'm branded for execution on the gallows. That I'm an outlaw. I wouldn't know what to do. These people would surely leave if they knew I had killed Edmund. It's nothing like Elizabeth's situation. One of the most potent hunters in the whole area. Widely renowned. Even if it was an accident, I don't think it'd matter. Without breaking a sweat, I killed someone who could have saved all of these people, including Lonnie. I just need to keep this going. Everything will be fine if I can get these guys to Rust Bank. They won't have to associate with me, and hopefully, I can get Earl his sigil on the way or after. I feel like he is the most likely to understand what happened and not hate me for it. I do get a laugh out of how Earl asks for his sigil by ruining the moment. Always so expectant of others. And himself, I suppose. I promise I won't quit being a hunter. I just worry what might happen if something prevents me from being one. Earl looks at me and makes a face as if he understands the true meaning of my words. Ah, I see. You're troubled about being crippled. You got pretty close before, so it's a reasonable worry. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Retired hunters are treated nicely just about anywhere in the territories. I show that I understand by nodding. After that, though, the conversation shifts into a much lighter tone. The increased light comes from Elizabeth, who seems to glow without the weight of what is pressing down on her. But the weight I feel only grows. So much to prepare for. So little time. I need to be ready to escape from any bounty hunters, those who specifically hunt outlaws, just in case I'm actually one. And from what Earl told me from the retired hunter that used to live in his town, those are some of the most brutal, cruel, and brawny men alive. So I stand up from the campfire when I'm done eating, and the discussion is no longer interesting. I walk a decent bit away before sitting down and attempting to treat my ether again. It's become a nightly occurrence to torture myself with pain from deep within my veins. But it's slowly getting better. The stiffness, joint pain, headaches, heat, cold, and all the other symptoms gradually fade or are just being relocated to where I have not yet reached for treatment. This seemed to be much easier to treat than the manual entailed. Is it because Philosopher has increased ether capacity and made it easier for me to adapt? Not just that, but I figure that the striving Philosopher sigil made it even easier. Because absolutions increase resonance, affecting how much ether one can safely use. And so, for the next few hours into the night, I sit and bombard my arms with little pieces of ether, trying not to fall unconscious from the actions. Progress is much more rapid now that I've cleared probably a quarter of the total ether in my body. All I need to do is raise the threshold my body can hold in each place to expel the extra to return to normal. Eventually, I lose control of the pain and give up, breaking into a fever while sprawled out in the dirt. Slowly, I pull myself back to camp, where most of the others are asleep. Then, I pull out my blanket and barely pull it over me before completely collapsing. My lack of sleep, tied with 2 bouts of pain induced by ether saturation, is too much for my still recovering system to handle. I quickly fall asleep without even trying. In the morning, though, I awake to my little kit sleeping underneath my blanket with me. I turn and look around because I don't remember that happening, and I see Elizabeth smile to the side of me. I whisper, trying to not wake up the sleeping fox. "Did you put him under the blanket with me?" She quietly shushes me and nods while pointing at the rest of the camp. Leonard is asleep with his head resting on a rod. Earl fell asleep rereading the manuals, so he's in a weird position too. Not quite sitting but not entirely lying down. Esther is the most normal, but she's absolutely just wrapped in blankets. At least 3. I chuckle low enough just for me to hear. They're too funny. Then, Elizabeth and I just sit together, a few feet apart, and wait for the rising sun. It's a beautiful moment where we both just watch the iris of fire come into our eyes and bless the land with its pure light. The scene is so perfect that we are no longer speechless due to not wanting to wake up the others. Now, we are speechless due to its perfection. The warmth feels great on my skin in the chilly air. We watch the perfect flame of radiant petals rise for nearly half an hour together. Elizabeth slowly moves closer to me as time passes. Sadly, the moment when our silhouettes join is ruined by Leonard. He sits up from slumber and abruptly sneezes before looking over at us. 29 Earl's enthusiastic education. We all get up and begin moving eastward about an hour after the sun rises and warms the land. But first, I must pick up the canvas I placed earlier and shove it back into my backpack. Today is a bit warmer than the past week or so, so none of us are wearing our coats as we trek through the sandy dunes. And gradually, as we move, the dunes become larger. Initially, the sand was merely covering the ground lightly, like back when we were near Harmony Town, just blowing in the wind. But now, the sand is more plentiful and the air drier. With parched lips, we try to conserve water while we move up and over small hills of sand. Esther and Earl have the most issue with how unathletic they are. Esther because she's still a young child and Earl because he's Earl. The sand slows us down considerably, and I am forced to put the bloody palm deep into my pack to try and reduce as much hunger as possible it forces upon me. Without its healing ability to numb and assuage my recent wounds, my ankle only grows to hurt more and more as the day passes, and I refrain from speaking to not exacerbate my raw throat, which has partially healed. The others mimic my silence, but Elizabeth stays close to me for most of the day, only separated when I chase down a white jackrabbit with 2 black furred tails. I heard it moving amongst the sand in the distance because I constantly circulated a small ether throughout my ears and eyes to increase my awareness. Unfortunately, it tires me and gives me a pounding headache after a few hours, so I drop it and wait for it to disappear before starting it back up. The first day in the Bone Dunes ends without much fanfare as we sit at a fire like last night and roast the jackrabbit. Earl tries to talk more, but Leonard and Elizabeth tell him to be quiet to save water. There are very few plants where we are, so I let the others take the remainder of the water as I drain the blood from the jackrabbit into multiple canteens before we cook it. I do so in hopes that it will give me a bit of energy and water while simultaneously possibly satiating the bloody palm. I mean, it is called the bloody palm, after all. And while I sit taking small sips of iron-tinged blood before my nightly treatment of my ether saturation, I remember I never actually sensed the ether inside the palm. And by the devil is that blood awful. Nonetheless, with my right hand fully cleared from last night's treatment, I can surely do so now without worrying about it backfiring on me. So, I sit upon a large rock just at the edge of where we decided to camp for the night and pull out the bloody palm. Then, I close my eyes and send a small probe of ether through the fingertips of my right hand into the pale human palm that rests within it. The instant my ether enters the palm and my mind follow through with it, I am bombarded with information, foreign ether, and a deep and almost mournful hunger. I hold on to this link for a moment before the feeling of hunger becomes mine. I drop it the second I become hungry simply from touching it, but not without results. The information speared into my mind is plentiful and helpful despite the uncomfortable feeling of the foreign ether entering my hand with a slight sting and the yearning for satiation that overcame me. Within, I sensed a powerful 2-sided sigil, but one of the sides held much more power and depth. And a word appears in my mind, which I assume to be its sigil name. Bloodthirster. It seems as though Bloody Palm is just a name based on its sigil. The weaker side of the sigil I could easily recognize its ether, for I had felt a bit of it when I was in the vault with Edmund. One of the sides within held the Comanche sigil, which is said to increase senses and give more depth and versatility to them. I can see how this makes one hungrier in a weird twisted way that artifacts are spoken to have. But the other, the more detailed and vibrant side of the sigil, is incomprehensible to me as a whole. With the short amount of time, I cannot decipher what the sigils are within. What I do get from the sigil is a mix of 3 feelings: an overpowering sense of bloody hunger, a twisted connection to the living, and unwieldy strength. I can guess what each might be individually, but I'll have to discuss it with Earl to be sure. He's better at this type of brainstorming than I am. My current guesses, however, are that the second large sigil within the bloody palm is some mutated form of occultist, sexton, or abbot. I'm very likely to be wrong for the last 2. The only one of the hard-to-understand 3 I'm relatively confident on is the occultist, as those, at least in my experience so far, tend to lean towards blood, flesh, and the like. And then, I figure that the connection to living things makes the sigil possibly the sexton, as those focus on spirits and the undead. But wait. That doesn't make much sense, either. I don't know, but I will stick with that as a possibility for now. The other possibility in my mind is abbot, since I remember the manuals mention that abbot focuses on vitality and vigor, even going so far as to give them a special kind of ether, specifically called vigor. It would fit with the energy that the bloody palm restores, but also still twisted in its weird ways. So, to confirm my guess, I go over to Earl just out of curiosity. He's currently reading or rereading, I'm not entirely sure since all he does is look at them, the hunter manuals that Edmund gave me. "Hey, Earl, I got a question." He looks up at me, slightly annoyed but still willing to help. "Yeah, what's up, Wyatt?" I sit down next to him and pull out the desiccated bloody palm. He looks at it quite uncomfortably. I've noticed that no one really seems to like it. I mean, I don't either, but they all look disgusted when they see it. Even Earl, who loves to learn about anything. So, I finally was able to get a look at the sigils within the bloody palm, and I'm a little confused with what I saw. This subject piques his interest as Earl sits up and puts down the pieces of paper he is enjoying. Go on, I'm listening. When I was looking into it, I noticed that there were two different sides to the sigil, which is hard to imagine now that I think about it. What shape only has two sides? Anyway, one side was smaller than the other, with less emotion and energy. So I identified that one as Comanche, but I'm unsure of the others. Earl looks at me. Waits a moment as if to check if I'm serious, then snickers. Almost doubling over and snorting with laughter. I let him laugh for a moment in case it's something he just thought of, but after a few seconds, I grow frustrated. Hey, why are you laughing? I'm asking you a question, Earl. He looks up at me and wipes a tear from his eyes that fell during his amusement. Then he takes a page from his notes and hands them to me. Have you seriously never read through these, Wyatt? I know not everyone is like me and enjoys reading, and you, in particular, dislike reading, but come on, man. This stuff is important. What if you got an artifact and had no idea what it did? What if it was just a reusable stick of dynamite instead of something that healed? You'd never know unless you could identify the sigils within and what their powers may be. You'd just end up getting yourself killed. I try to speak up and say how I have been reading here or there. I have been dash. He cuts me off and continues. No, you haven't. I haven't seen you read from these things since you let me look through them. I go quiet. He's right. I've just been letting him learn all this stuff and regurgitate it when I need it, like an information-based pack mule. I feel a bit guilty, but I really do hate reading. Earl does continue his rant, though, despite my silence. Information is power, Wyatt. And I hate to say this, but until you get that into your thick skull, you will lose more people. You cannot protect people from what you do not understand. I let this sink in for a moment. He's right. I need to be learning more. I hate it. I really do. I'd preferably move about and practice with ether or fight a mountain lion than read a page. But if it stops people from dying, then, yeah. I guess I will. But that can come later. I'd like to know the answer to my question. Okay, I promise to read more, Earl, but you never answered my question. So what's going on with the two sides? And can you help me figure out the sigils within it? Earl sighs and then shakes his head. Then before speaking, he pats the dust-covered ground next to him, indicating for me to sit beside him. Come here, I'll tell you, my friend, who clearly wishes he was illiterate like most of the world. You're incredibly fortunate your mother could read. Few men can, and fewer women can. Normally only the rich or the highly intelligent learn. One from boredom, the other from determination. You know that Leonard can't read? And I doubt Elizabeth can either. Unless her family was wealthy before the thing. It's likely that Esther will never learn to read either. Damn. I didn't know any of that. I always thought that most learned how to read. Now I feel like a bit of an ass, consistently disregarding that skill. And so, I sit beside Earl as he flips through pages and goes to a specific one titled Sigil Growth. Then he explains a bit of it to me. Whenever a new sigil is gained, it attaches to the previous sigils, changing their overall effect, name, and ideology. This goes up to 3 unfused at a time. When a sigil of any kind, regardless of what creature, being, or thing possesses it, reaches another sigil, they compress much more deeply than when it is just attached to the person's previous sigils. This causes the sigil within the person's core to strengthen its effects with focused growth, becoming a more robust sigil. This is called sigil evolution for those that involve all of the same sigil and sigil mutation for those that involve different kinds of sigils. For example, if you took 3 more of your philosopher sigil, it would evolve, but if you took even just one different one, it would mutate. Earl takes a pause, looking at me to see if I understand. And I think I do. It's like when a triangle of sigils is put together, they compress into a single one. But why? And does it do anything? So I pose my questions to Earl. Is there any benefit to sigil evolution or mutation? And why does it happen? He pauses, glances at his notes quickly, then turns back to me, his damn almost eidetic memory kicking in. There are benefits to both. Evolution makes your sigils more focused and powerful than a mutation, but mutations tend to be rarer and harder to predict. They also commonly have a variety of powers. So, like your bloody palm. I'd guess it is more than just the heal using ether and the passive heal that makes you hungry, but I wouldn't know for sure unless I had ether myself. And the reason it occurs is said to be in preparation for when one reaches the wondrous stage and their whole self is remade. Other than that vague explanation, not much is said. Okay. So, would it be better for me to stick with my striving philosopher because it's already an unconfirmed sigil? It'd still be rare but also have that increased power due to being an evolution, not a mutation. But at that same time, rarity would be an issue. Just because it's not even confirmed to exist makes me suspicious that more will appear for me to continue along this path. So, what sigil do you think were mutated together within the bloody palm? I felt profound hunger, a weird connection to living things, and unwieldy lopsided strength when I searched the, I guess, mutated part of the sigil. At first, I just thought it was a weird form of occultist, sexton, or abbot. Earl puts his hand on his chin and pushes up his glasses, indicating he's thinking intensely. Then, as usual, he consults his notes before speaking on matters of great import. I think you might be on the money with occultist and abbot. The profound hunger and the connection to the living fit those two, respectively, to a T. Occultist commonly ties in with blood, flesh, heart, brains, the whole ilk, but it could dive into hunger when combined with something like freak, which gives immense strength to its user while also making them hungry and needing to eat a ridiculous amount as you do. Combine those two with an abbot, and I see how it can make you heal rapidly passively, incredibly hungry, and the ability to funnel ether into the palm to heal using blood. There should be one more part that you haven't figured out yet. The Comanche sigil. What it does. I nod and think momentarily, remembering when it was used during the fight against the hunters. A gigantic slush of warmth flowed through my body before my strength returned. Then a ridiculous amount of blood came out of me. That was its ability to funnel ether to quickly heal with blood. Then after the fight showcased the hunger and passive healing from the palm, but what else was there? Edmund gave it to. That's it. He never gave it to me. Edmund placed it on me when I didn't notice, and it sunk into my body, waiting. Waiting for an injury. Is that what the Comanche within does? It senses an injury or near death. I bring this thought up to Earl, leaving out most of the actual fight, and he takes a bit to think before responding. It's certainly possible that the bloody palm can lay dormant inside a creature waiting to heal them. It could have also just been one of your teacher's abilities. If it truly did come from the bloody palm, there is likely to be a side effect to this. No ability comes without consequence when it comes to artifacts. An example is I'm sure the ether needed to activate the blooding healing is immense, and you already know the side effect of the passive regeneration it gives. What could its downside be? I don't think it's a consequence to those who the palm is dormant within, as I never felt a single thing that alluded to its presence while it was inactive. Maybe it gets overworked and has to recover after something like that? It effectively brought me back from the brink of death, so indeed, that was difficult for it to do, no matter how much ether was stored in it. The palm has been relatively dormant for a while but gradually recovering a bit of its flexibility, with the skin no longer as wrinkled. I ask Earl what he thinks. Do you suppose that the bloody palm coming out from being dormant only upon the brink of death makes it consume all its energy and be forced to rest? Unable to be used with more ether to heal? Earl nods instantly, and his whole mood rises. He loves to figure out puzzles, which is evident to us all by how many questions he asks. I suppose this is only another kind of puzzle for him. That must be it. You only didn't notice this because you have been unable to use ether to inspect it until now because of your condition. Try to make it go dormant. I want to see how it works. Not just that, but if we ever get in another fight, it'll be good to know you won't go down easy. Earl gets close to my face with his and the bloody palm as he urges me to use it. I lean away from him because he invades my personal space. Whoa, chill out, Earl. Give me a second to figure out how to use it. I've never manually activated an artifact before. He scoots away from me but is still exceedingly interested in what I'm about to do. I'm unsure what to do, but I don't want to ask him again if he gets close like that. It's just weird. So, attempting to begin making it dormant or whatever, I sit with my legs crossed and the bloody palm in my lap. Then, without putting my mind into the palm, I funnel ether into it. At first, nothing happens, and I look at Earl in confusion. Finally, he tries to give me some advice, and I take it. Maybe try using more ether? But, as I said, it probably takes a lot to make it go dormant. And maybe you should think of what you want it to do. Or else maybe something else will happen. I follow his lead as I push even more ether in the stream into the bloody palm, and I try to focus on the aspect of the palm blending into my skin into a bloody mark. But, unfortunately, it still doesn't activate immediately either. And so, for the next half an hour, I funnel a piercing headache-inducing stream of ether into the bloody palm. It takes so long that even Earl begins to get bored, just laying down with his chin on his fist, watching me and yawning. I keep pushing more ether into it even as the headache makes my vision shake and my eyes water. But eventually, just before I give up and go to bed, I feel a change in the palm happen before my very eyes. 30 blood mark. The weird, unnerving, pale, and slightly wrinkled palm of a former living man slowly sinks into my right hand, leaving a dark maroon-colored handprint that covers the back of my hand. Unfortunately, it looks like I had just put only the back of my hand into a vat of blood. Considering what the bloody palm does, I might have just done. But what did it do? I don't feel any difference from before it sunk into my hand. The only new thing is the color. And the color doesn't even make it past the side of my fingers. It's like the bloody palm is invisible and laying its fingers over mine. Quite an odd thought. Surprised it finally works, Earl gets back up and inspects my hand. Then he asks me a question that I'm currently trying to find the answer to. So? What feels different? Do you feel a well of energy or something within your palm? I show him the mark on my hand and describe the new development. I don't feel anything specifically different, like a well of energy. I feel like the bloody palm is invisible and intangible while laying over my hand. Earl looks at me, and then, without asking me for any input, he puts his hand on mine to see what I'm talking about. But, then, he obviously doesn't sense anything as he pulls his hand back and picks up his pen to write. And while he scribbles notes, he talks to me. That is quite creepy if that's what it feels like. I would hate for something invisible to be resting upon me like that. It's one thing to be able to sense it, but another for it to disappear entirely. I nod and agree. It is quite weird. Do you think I'll be able to choose when it activates or not? Earl looks at me and shakes his head to indicate no. Probably not. I mean, if you can't even sense it, how are you going to use it? There is a bright side to this, though. It means no one else will be able to notice it, either. A good ace up the sleeve that's always there to lend a hand. I chuckle at his joke, but he looks at me oddly. Why are you laughing? Confused, I answered. I was laughing at your joke, Earl. He just looks back at me with that same confusion. I didn't make a joke. That was all serious. I take a second to look him in the eye and realize he has no idea the pun he made. Whatever. Okay. I'll see you in the morning, man. I get up and walk away, unwilling to be subject to any more Earl for the night. How did he not know that was a play on words? Is he that dense? Probably. As I step away to go to my sleeping bag, I hear him continue to jot down stuff from our discussion. That man needs to get away from his book, for sure. But his nose being in words all the time is valuable. He's right that it could kill me if I don't know what I'm dealing with. Those Bakwas are a perfect example of his claim. So I should finally do what Edmund told me long ago. It's time to learn all the base sigils. Or at least the few remaining. So, I sit down and read all 20 confirmed base sigils from the Prime Sigils manual, their abilities, and what commonly has them. Even the ones I've already read to commit them to memory, but I do read from the bottom up, starting with the 2 new ones I haven't read. Prowler, increased ability to track and sense living things. Increased strength and the innate ability to find weak points. Common in any bird of prey that may have a sigil. Also commonly found within Highland lions. Freak, massively increased regeneration and arm size/strength. Hunger grows accordingly. Commonly found in gore howlers and knockers. Then, I glance over the old ones quickly just for a refresher but don't read them much in depth. They're just there for later when I look at some standard second sigils. There is so much to remember, these are only the base sigils. How many second sigils are there? Let's see. Just counting the confirmed sigils, there are 20. And if there are 2 sigils that make up a second sigil, how many different combinations are there? Fuck. That's an Earl question. I don't want to ask him right now, though, as he snores. I'll try to figure it out on my own. 20. And 2 sigils. Still can't make a good picture. What if, instead of sigils, I have 2 different cards, and there are 20 total? How many combinations can I have? Yeah, I still don't know. I'll just have to ask Earl tomorrow. So, after giving up on doing an insurmountable task, I look at the most common second sigils for some of the base sigils. The manual's beginning also states that most of the powers and traits for second sigils come from humans and may vary in the wild. Rogue, major increase in speed, flexibility, and reaction speed. Commonly found in speed-focused prey like leopards or coyotes. Most common second sigil of Rogue, Thief, Rogue/Rogue, has another significant increase in speed and gains inherent ether inside the feet that silences them. Can use a skill to stick to walls. Is much harder to see in the dark. Comanche, major increase in depth of thoughts/speed and expansion in all senses. Commonly found in intelligent and careful prey like sonards. Main sigil of the Comanche tribe within the borderlands. Most common second sigil of Comanche, Geronimo, soldier/Comanche, heightened senses and faster reflexes. Can easily survive in harsh climates or weather. A great leader or scout for an expedition. Can move incredibly fast and swiftly through rugged terrain. Has a skill to boost physical power and speed for long periods that can be used simultaneously with others of the same type. Scholar, increases intelligence and memory. Able to quickly learn new and diverse ether skills. Rarely found in prey, but when they are highly dangerous due to their human level of intelligence. Most common second sigil of Scholar, Adept, Scholar/Scholar, gains a near-perfect memory and incredible calculation abilities. Able to even faster learn a variety of ether skills. Can even learn a few that use affinities they do not have by supplementing the affinity with another. Mentalist, sensitivity to others' emotions. Able to direct others easily using this sensitivity and slightly affect others' minds. Rarely found in prey, but well-known examples are the mind pushers. Most common second sigil of Mentalist, telekinetic, mentalist/freak, gains the ability to move small objects with their mind. Every thought has a little bit of ether within it. Has a skill to use large amounts of force with their minds. A mighty sigil that many should be wary of. Occultist, increased sense of ether and control of it. Able to perform simple ether rituals like strengthen, bleed, sleep, and charm. Rarely found in prey near the edge of the borderlands but are very common in the deep towards the Badlands and demons or similar creatures. Most common second sigil of Occultist, Maimer, Occultist/Trapper, of very acute sensitivity and control of ether. They can create objects out of their blood and have them linger. Commonly used for traps and retreats. Can even make weapons out of blood. Most dangerous when wounded. Augur, gains a sixth sense that is sensitive to danger. Increases the ability to make predictions based on situational clues. Excellent hearing and eyesight. Rarely found in beasts or demons of any type, commonly found in other planers. Most common second sigil of augur, extra sensor, augur/augur, potent danger sense. One is required to be stationed at every region's headquarters to raise alarms for danger. Therefore, higher-level centers have higher sigiled augurs present. I break off from skimming the information. I just couldn't handle reading it anymore. It's just so much. I tried. I really did. I mean, I read like 6 of them. That's almost half, right? They just put me to sleep. Although, I do get a piece of immediately helpful information from this. Which is that all high-level hunter locations have people who can basically just sense danger. That's a valuable thing to know since I'm likely wanted. But it is so tiring to read that I'm drifting off. So I'll just have to leave it for the morning. So, as per my nightly ritual for the past few weeks, I embark upon my daily seizure. I push ether down into my right arm while lying down and attempt to treat it for the saturation that plagues it. It's much more challenging than yesterday because I've used a lot of ether tonight activating the bloody palm. The ether is much more sluggish and hard to control as remnants of what I used previously remain in my body, not quite yet expelled. I succeed eventually, though, as my arms stiffen, my legs convulse, and agony racks my body, telltale signs I succeeded in my treatment. Now I just have to be careful not to lose grip on the ether I've used and let it slowly drain away with the pain. The good old usual lullaby to my nights. I wake up with my head elevated and reflexively shoot up from my lying position. I hear a panicked weight dash before my forehead smashes into another person's face. I roll away and put my arms up before I realize who it is. Elizabeth. She has blood coming down from her nose as she holds it, looking at me full of worry. I apologize, but Elizabeth speaks first before I can get the words out of my mouth. It's fine, Wyatt. Don't worry about it, it's my fault. You were still shaking from your treatment earlier this morning, so I put you on my lap to keep you from hitting your head. So it didn't work out, huh? I look at her bleeding nose and feel terrible. She was just worried for me, and I slammed her in the face with my forehead. I need to be more careful. A voice from the side distracts my thinking and makes me turn to look. It's Leonard. I don't know. I think you're a bit too jumpy, Wyatt. But, I mean, Elizabeth, he did hit you after waking up without even opening his eyes. Elizabeth speaks up for me nearly instantly. It's good that he's jumpy, Leonard. Without it, we would have died back in Harmony Town. We must be more careful around him when he's sleeping or resting. Leonard just shakes his head and makes a short remark before turning and getting ready for the daily walk. Earl also joins in from the side after him. Yeah, okay. I sure don't want a bloody nose. Same. Remind me not to move him or wake him while he sleeps. I ignore the duo of Leonard and Earl and go over to Elizabeth. I show her how my ma taught me to fix bloody noses. Just lean your head back all the way and close your nostrils with your fingers. Yeah, like that. You should be good a little bit. Sorry by the way, and thanks for sticking up for me, Leonard. And for not letting me slam my head into rocks. Earl would probably laugh and just call me dumber if it happened. Elizabeth nods as much as she can, even tilting her head back. Then she tries to wipe away the kindness she did for me. It's no big deal. Just speaking the truth, Wyatt. And someone gotta take care of you if you don't. She has a slight smile tugged on her lips as she communicates. It makes one come to mind as well. Now that her head is tilted back, I notice how long her hair is for the first time. Its beautiful darkness slides down like a waterfall to her lower back. She usually has it up in a ponytail when traveling, but I guess she let it down this morning. I just get distracted by her for a few moments as she continues to try to fix her bloody nose. Then, I feel a slap on my back as I sit next to Elizabeth. It's Earl, and he whispers into my ear. Come on, Wyatt. Stop gawking and get ready to go. I break from this distraction and awkwardly turn away from Elizabeth to pick up my things. Then, I quickly get ready to start walking. By the time I'm ready, I notice everyone else already is. I was the last to wake up, which made sense because I was the last to go to bed. So, they all had plenty of time to prepare. Elizabeth even got Esther ready to go before she put my head in her lap, and I heard her. I say a quick sorry for being last and another to Elizabeth for her bloody nose. Then, we set off. We walk for several hours through even more dry dunes and cold air. It's almost winter, and you can genuinely feel it, even in Bone Dunes. And we finally learn why it's called Bone Dunes, not just the dunes around midday. We walk upon a massive graveyard of bones. As far as the eye can see, it reaches out into the horizon. Within our sight, though, are a wide range of sizes of bones. There are probably millions of small bones that belong to creatures like humans and medium-sized beasts, but the larger ones? The larger ones are insane. Some of the larger bones are so tall that I swear they have ice on them. They have to be at least 100 feet tall. And none of them just stick up into the air. The big ones have commonly broken up skeletons of massive creatures, so they are anything but just white trees. The largest fossil we see is a skeleton of a spiny creature that is roughly 100 feet tall and a few hundred feet in length. The whole group, including me, just gawks at the majesty before us. What the hell used to live here? We all look to Earl, our resident genius, for answers. He sees us turning to look at him and doesn't answer until Esther yells at him excitedly. "What are those things, Earl? Are they dinosaurs?" Earl laughs but answers. "No, Esther. Dinosaurs aren't real. Those are Goliaths. Most were killed before humanity was ever even blessed with intelligence by the old gods. The remaining ones dwell deep within the Badlands. So cool. I want to climb one." I propose the question to the rest, and all but Earl agree. And so, because we voted democratically, we find a significant, probably 10 times my height, and mostly intact skeleton to attempt to climb amongst the edges of the boneyard. It's pretty easy for me with the ability to infuse ether into my fingers, well, at least my right hand's fingers, and hold on tight. Because of this, I am forced to help everyone else climb atop the Goliath's skeleton. It's challenging to haul someone up a skeleton while not falling yourself. I feel like a monkey or something as I jump from natural handhold to handhold. I actually notice that increased precision now. My fingers can accurately find the best place to hold on to all alone. It saves me effort and time when climbing up the skeleton, but we eventually all make it to the top. By the time we do, though, the sun is beginning to set, so we decide to make camp on the top of the skeleton as we watch the sun settle in the crease of the horizon and bathe us in darkness. We decide to go to bed early so we can wake up early and move on, for we wasted too much time climbing this skeleton earlier. Only Earl didn't forget that we are still running. Running from the break. We should be fine now, though, right? We're out of Tornridge, supposedly, that was the one my father kept safe. So, we should be good now. While thinking this, I perform my nightly treatment and fall asleep shaking like usual. But in the middle of the night, I woke up for some reason. A tingling in my ear is the cause when I come to consciousness, but why? The air is silent and unmoving as I open my eyes, trying to figure out what's making my ears tingle. This time, I make sure to assess the situation before moving, but something's not right. It's far too quiet, especially for my ears to tingle. We usually hear coyotes, owls, and bugs throughout the night, yet not tonight. I sit up and look around. I fell asleep feeling relatively safe from being this high up, but now that I think about it, this is probably a perfect place for predators to hide and wait. While I look around the top of the hotel-sized skeleton, I hear scratching. Quiet, but still there. Slowly and carefully, not to reveal my position, I rise as I draw my daggers. I mutely tap Elizabeth's head with my boot, who keeps sleeping close to me for some reason. Not that I dislike it, but it's abnormal. She opens her eyes to the disturbance and looks at me with my daggers drawn. I put a finger to my lips to keep her quiet and point toward the others. Finally, she gets my meaning and moves to wake them up. After getting the wake-up started, I move closer to the edge, where I hear the quiet scratching. It's getting louder. I peer over the edge slightly and see a sizable 8-legged creature rapidly climbing up the massive skeleton. It takes me a second to recognize what it really is. It's a fucking enormous spider. One that has a leg that is the size of me. And that is already halfway up the structure of bones. I motion over to Earl, who is now awake, and he comes over to me. He leans over, sees what's below, and shakes for some reason. Shakes terribly. Like he's freezing or something. But it's not that cold. Then he turns to me and hugs me before whispering frantically into my ear. I will never, 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 never be annoyed in any way by your sleep paranoia. So please, let's get the fuck out of here. The second he speaks, I see the spider twitch and then move faster, heading up. Fuck. It heard Earl. I think it was just moving up here curiously. Now it knows something is here. That's some bad luck. Earl screams, putting noise into the otherwise silent night as the spider nears the top with its furry legs tapping with a quiet unfitting of its massive size. I thump him on the head to shut him up before shoving him back as far as possible without hurting him. Then, I begin circulating my ether in the only way I can for combat, focusing on my upper body and head. Finally, I begin Bloodhound step as my body begins to lower, and I drop to all fours with my knuckles on the ground and my daggers tightly wrapped in my fists in preparation for the spider to arrive.
31. Flunking Earl. I hear the others behind me back up and scoot toward the edge of the building-sized skeleton. I do something similar and retreat just a bit, and while I do so, I can hear Earl behind me continue to freak out. And Elizabeth asks him what's wrong. SP spider. A huge one. Leonard laughs, but Elizabeth elbows him hard. I just focus on the sound of the spider approaching as they talk. Shut up, Leonard. Wyatt woke us up, so it's something serious. How big was it, Earl? Earl continues to freak out, and now he begins to hyperventilate. But he does spit out the answer. Huge. Like 6 or 7 feet tall at least. They all go silent when Earl says that, but not because of what he said. Instead, it's because the massive arachnid crests the edge of the skeleton, and we can see 2 of its legs and face. It looks like it has a big enough mouth to bite one of us in half. The mouth of the arachnid is massive, with tiny little forelimbs surrounding it and venom that drips off and onto the bony ground beneath us like saliva. But more like acidic saliva as it melts the bone beneath it, leaving small clouds of bone in the air. Earl screams, which is getting really annoying, and uses the embers of our campfire to light a torch. Even while having a mental breakdown, he seems to still be quick on his toes. But while all this commotion occurred behind me, I was ramping up the ether in my right arm and the half of my left that had been cleared. So, the instant the spider appears atop the skeleton, I strike. I flit close up to its front right leg and try to pierce its chitin with my dagger. It doesn't go too well. First, my dagger bounces off and makes my hand vibrate in pain. Then, the spider tries to retaliate with its legs, and I only realize they are sharp at the ends when they are pointed at me. Makes sense with how fast it climbs, but its speed is another factor that worries me as I struggle to maneuver and dodge the crashing down of each of its limbs upon me. Every second I feel like I come a little closer to being caught within its web. I jump, dash, dodge, and duck under everything imaginable while I stay underneath and around this giant monster. Then, just as I reach an unfortunate spot where I can see the inside of the spider's mouth and watch the venom on its teeth drip, I hear a whoosh. Then a crash sounds as a flaming bottle slams into the spider's gaping mouth that is keen on eating me. It rears back in pain and surprise as it is engulfed in fire. I take this moment of confusion to climb upon one of its legs and try to reach its main body. I hear an "oh fuck, sorry" as I do so, that I am sure came from Leonard when the next section I planned on climbing to is beset by another fiery body and set ablaze. The spider is enraged and begins to charge where the fire is coming from. This prompts me to climb even faster and ignore the fire hazard in front of me. I quickly and deftly, while using my daggers to stab into weak points and my ether to increase my grip strength, climb atop the spider. The fire burns me deeply, but I ignore it and continue forward. Again, the practice of climbing the skeleton with a handicap actually really helped here. Only this time, it's a bit direr. Once on the top of the spider, I move towards its eyes, careful not to fall off, and as I reach the eyes, I see that it has noticed me and is trying to move to buck me off. No longer chasing my friends, it twists and turns to throw me off. I lose my balance abruptly as it drops low and turns to the right, but as I fall off, I sink my daggers deep into the top of its exoskeleton near its eyes, which are thinner than on its legs. I hold tightly onto the daggers as the spider begins to move frantically, doing everything to shake me off of it or attempt to eat me. Whichever works first, I'm sure, is fine for it. Then, to avoid being swallowed or thrown off, I curl my body into a ball and force a vast deluge of ether into my right hand to be sure I won't drop or get burned by its blazing maw. Because of how the spider moves, I'll be thrown off the skeleton to the ground more than 50 feet below. That's far enough to dig my own grave upon landing. Eventually, this stalemate ends where it cannot remove me or eat me, and I can't do anything but hold on as, instead of a flaming bottle, a burning stick is thrown at the still-burning spider. The spider turns and is distracted by the new projectile. I guess it thought it was another Molotov cocktail, but I have no idea where it came from. Was Leonard hiding alcohol? I don't have time to care. I take this quick lapse of teeth not biting me to rip out a dagger and plunge it a foot above me as I try and scale back up the spider, this time using my daggers as ice picks and its body as a literal mountain face. The enormous arachnid does not like this. It screeches and tries to throw me again as huge amounts of green blood begin to shoot out of its minor wounds that I'm increasingly making. Eventually, I make my gruesome and risky way back to the top of the spider. With me now at the top, I stab one dagger into the top of the spider for stabilization. I don't want a repeat of earlier, and I take a note from the hunter woman that shanked me a few dozen times. I pierce my serpentine blood-spilling dagger into the spider dozens of times as it screeches, thrashes, and throws me about. My body hit the top of the spider dozens of times with bone-bruising force. Finally, I just grit my teeth and keep shanking. Eventually, the spider slows, and I release my dagger for stabilization and use it to hasten its death. More and more green blood spills, but the spider doesn't go down without one last hurrah. Just as I stand to hop off of it, the spider thrashes and sends me flying off it and into the skeleton it stands on. I fall close to 8 feet and slab into a hard bony floor before sliding several feet and getting wrapped in blankets and other items that prevent movement and sight as my eyes are covered. Then suddenly, I'm weightless as my stomach drops, indicating that I'm falling off the building. But soon after, I feel a tug upon my ankle, and I stop falling. Ooh, that was close. I wonder who caught me. I try to turn and move my arms, but it takes me almost a full minute to unbind myself from the blankets and sleeping bags that restrain me. I look and see no one standing there holding me, so I yell for help. Hey, guys, where are you? After a few moments, I hear feet scrambling and pressure as I am slowly pulled back up. Once up, I see that Earl's face looks green. Leonard is red-faced with sweat. Elizabeth is holding a flaming bottle of what I presume to be alcohol, and Esther is playing with a shard of chitin from the spider. I look around further and see that the spider is not moving but blocks a considerable portion of the floor we can stand on, which is probably why it took so long to get to me. But it's also the reason I didn't fall, as 3 of its legs are lying upon the tangled mess of blankets and sleeping bags that were created by me being sent overboard. I release my hold on the ether in my body and let it dissipate before falling tiredly to my knees. I had to do all that even after treating myself before bed. I'm gonna feel this tomorrow for sure. I ask Earl what his freakout was about and Leonard about the Molotovs, assuming it was his alcohol as Earl doesn't seem to be one to drink. Eel, what the fuck just happened to you? And what was with the Molotovs, Leonard? I didn't know we had any alcohol. Earl just shakes his head and shrugs his shoulders in disappointment. I have a phobia of spiders. They just make me terrified to even see them. I'm really sorry I couldn't help at all because all I could do was scream like a little girl and then light a stick on fire. Elizabeth was the one who came up with the Molotov cocktail. She saw that a bottle of liquor stuck out from Leonard's sleeping bag. It seemed as though he stole them from Harmony Town. What does Earl mean by phobia? Does he just not like them? I don't know and don't care right now. I just want to go back to bed. I feel exhausted. Checking my pocket watch, I see that it's 3:28 a.m. Fuck. The sun will be up in just a few hours. I nod at Earl and look at Leonard, trying to finish the conversation quickly so I can rest. So why did you have alcohol and not tell anyone? It would have been good to know if we had to trade it for something. He looks at me, flabbergasted. Then he grows frustrated at my assumptions. Why do I need to tell you guys about every little thing? Can't I just have a little something to help me go to sleep? That's actually pretty fair. But, of course, I already had him give me his shotgun before, so I can't ask that much of him, can I? Earl disagrees with me, though, as he speaks up. Leonard, I could have made something with that alcohol or planned for things like Molotovs previously. Do you know how useful fire would be against spirits like the Bakwas? Most spirits and ghosts are weak to fire and bright lights. A torch may not be sufficient, but a blazing liquid that covers them? Yeah, that'd do some damage. I didn't know fire could be that useful against the Bakwas. I would have lit the whole town ablaze, but Earl's not being fair to Leonard. But, of course, Leonard wouldn't know about any of that. He's just an ordinary town boy without any knowledge of sigils or the supernatural. Hey, lay off a bit, Earl. He wouldn't have known. Hell, even I didn't. So let's just leave it at that and go to bed, okay? And Leonard, I assume you don't have more liquor bottles. I see Earl shrug his shoulders in annoyance and walk away before sitting such that he faces away from the giant spider. After a few minutes, though, he turns to it with an empty bottle in his hand. It looks like he keeps hesitating to do something. I have no idea what, so I just ignore his weirdness. Leonard, however, quietly tries to refuse that he has any more, and I immediately catch that he's lying. Instead of being pissed off or annoyed, though, I try to reason with him. The Molotov was really helpful, and based on where we are, there are likely to be more creatures that could use a dose of the fiery liquid. And no, I'm all out. I only had 2 left. The rest I used to help fall asleep with. It's only been a few days since you got the bottles. How could you have possibly drunk a whole one yet? Where are they? I won't take them, but it will be good to know. He hesitates for a moment, then speaks what I believe is the truth because of how sincere and heartfelt his words feel. I got 1.5 more left. But please don't take them. Without them, I meet the Bakwas and Lonnie in my sleep. Damn, I didn't know it was that important for him. I never really have nightmares often, but Butter, my old family horse, used to have them all the time. I'd spend so many nights in the stable to comfort him. Sorry, I didn't know that it was that bad. But, yeah, don't worry. We'll only use them if we have to. If another spider shows up, though, we should be fine. I think I know how to kill them now. Shank him and their abdomen until they die. Leonard gives me a small smile before untangling his sleeping bag and trying to get some more rest in. I go to follow and grab my blanket, but a thought comes to mind regarding shanking. I'm forgetful, aren't I? I look at my serpentine daggers and sense the ether within one of them, unworried of any backlash due to their low strength compared to the lily or the bloody palm. I feel a sigil with 2 sides where I can recognize both. I remember one as being a new sigil I had just learned of. The Prowler. The base sigil can increase stealth, tracking, and the ability to find weak points. Does that mean that the evolved form can create them? Or just cause blood loss? Either way, it's useful, and I hope to find a way to upgrade them. I sense a bit deeper, grasping for a possible name to call them, and a wave of ether flows from both sides of the sigil at once into my mind. Stalker. So that's their name? I sense the other one for confirmation, and the same feelings occur, and so does the word stalker appear in my mind. Now, I'm a bit confused. Is Stalker their sigil? Probably that's how the bloody palm worked after all. It was named based on its sigil. I think I'll call them the Finders. They find and make weak points. Fitting, huh? My names are the best, for sure. Another idea comes to mind after cementing the new name for my daggers into my mind. Did that spider have a sigil? Probably, but I don't know if it's one I want. And I doubt anyone else will resonate with it because they didn't kill it or were attached to it. So I place my hand on the spider's leg closest to mine and sense for ether within it. I find a single-sided sigil, so a first sigil deep within its body that is slowly fading as ether dissipates through its body. I touch my mind to the sigil and feel its name, but I recognize it just by the feel before the word hits. It feels tired and like a shot of coffee all at once. My mind immediately thinks of Nital, and my thoughts are confirmed as that very word hits me just a second later. Yeah, that's not something I'd want at all. I like my sleep. It might sound nice to sleep less, but what else does it give? I certainly don't want that as my second sigil. Even if I am ready for a new one and could use a power boost, I'd much rather something like Soldier, Rogue, or Prowler than that if I can't find another philosopher. After this newest discovery, I sit down and return to bed after readying the daggers to my belt. Then, finally, I fall to lay directly beside the corpse of the massive spider that guards me against the chilly wind of the early morning. Before I fall asleep, though, I treat the remaining bit of my left arm for saturation and clear it out. Then, with satisfaction and achievement coursing through me, I drift away. I wake up to the spider I am sleeping upon shaking, and this time, I move instantly in case the spider is still alive. I jump backward from my blanket and my sleeping position all in one smooth motion and land on all fours. Just as I begin to flow ether with my drowsy mind, I see Elizabeth cutting into the spider with the knife I gave Leonard. She looks at me, laughs, shakes her head, and then continues cutting. Chill out, Wyatt. I'm trying to get some of this thing's chitin. I saw how it deflected your daggers with its legs. Maybe I can fashion some armor using it. I'm quite good at sewing. I could definitely use some armor. Even a tiny piece to protect my heart or something could go a long way. A single marksman could put me down quickly with a shot to the heart. And we'll meet plenty of gunslingers when we reach Rust Bank. Crouching beside her and ramping down my ether, I encourage her. Yeah, that sounds great, Elizabeth. A little bit of protection could go a long way. She agrees with a slight giggle and tells me to start to bring everyone down while she works so we can get a move on early in the day. Still tired due to my interrupted night's sleep, I make Earl and Leonard get up before I help them down the skeleton. I use the side the spider used to climb up with, and it's much more manageable. The arachnid, the size of a single-story house, put huge handholds into the wall of the bone with its legs that make the descent almost effortless, even while lugging other people on my back. The descent only takes about an hour for Earl, Leonard, Esther, and all their things. After that, I just have to wait another half an hour until Elizabeth is ready. Then, I help her descend while she has a backpack full of the harder-than-steel chitin from the spider that she slowly broke off in chunks. I don't know how she'll turn that into armor, but I'm sure she will. Elizabeth holds much closer and tighter onto me than the others while we decline down the skeleton. I smell her pleasant natural scent that overpowers my definite sweat, grime, and spider blood that covers me. Because of this, I am almost disappointed when we reach the bottom, and she lets go of me. I am forced to shake the thought of her away, though, as everyone else awaits us. Earl is already done looking at his map and impatiently tapping his foot on the ground. Leonard, whose liquor was revealed, takes a small swig when we reach the bottom. He better not drink it all. What if more ghosts appear? I just don't have it in me to tell him that, though. I guess it's time to start walking through this boneyard that stretches as far as my eyes can see. 32. I hoots along the path. The sprawling boneyard is massive but also desolate. As we walk, the flowing sand and winding bones are absent from any living creatures. I stay at the front of the group, not practicing or distracting myself with ether, but watching out for any ambushes that might occur. But no, nothing living even enters our vision. The spider must have been a fluke, or the graveyard only gets active at night. Despite the lack of threats, we collectively decide to move as fast as possible, so we spend most of the day running through the boneyard as fast as possible. I put Esther on my back and ran with her. She tries to resist at first, but after seeing how quickly she is on my shoulders, she starts yelling joyfully with the wind in her face and her hair in mine. Because of our hurried pace, we make it to a point in the boneyard where far in the distance, I can see the edge of it. I had to be on top of a 20-foot-tall skeleton to do so, but it's still definite progress. And that's not all. I see smoke and fire about a mile away towards where we are headed, Rust Bank. After a short discussion, we decided to go to the fire and see what was happening once I descended from the skeleton. At this time, the sun is just about to set, and it is beginning to drop in temperature. I am the first to see the originators of the campfire as I stand in the front. A group of 8, 3 women and 5 men, all armed and geared for life in the wilderness. My first thought is hunters when I look at them from a distance. They're all sitting around a rowdy campfire with a tent for each of them. I can't quite tell them all apart from here, but the 2 loudest ones I can recognize are a man with an eye patch and another with a massive, almost 4-foot-long shotgun on his back. Then, I activate chain eyes to get a more precise grasp of the situation. I see 5 total people with colored chains. The other 3 have uncolored and dull chains, which means they are unsigiled. Of the sigiled, the man with the enormous boomstick and another in brown leather with a huge backpack and a pickaxe sticking out of it are the only ones with orange chains wrapped around them. The rest of the sigiled bear red chains like me. So, there are 3 unsigiled, 3 first sigils, and 2 second sigils. That'd be enough to put me down for sure. I'll have to be careful when speaking to them, but they are the first group we've seen. I should see who they are and if they have any information on how to get to Rust Bank. Maybe they have any advice for the boneyard. Finally, I turn to the rest of the group, who are crouched behind me next to a tent-sized slab of bone in the ground. I'm going to see what's up with them. If anything bad happens, you guys run, okay? There are 5 sigiled among them. The guys with the big shotgun and pickaxe are second sigils, so stay away from them, okay? Earl, Leonard, Elizabeth, and Esther all look at me worriedly. Elizabeth grabs my hand before I reveal myself and walk to them. Don't go. Let's just leave them alone. We're doing fine, aren't we? I shake my head at her. No, we're not doing fine. We're almost out of food. That spider was inedible because of how much time it'd take to cut up, and we don't have that to spare. We need to find a safe way to rust bank. A few more instances like Harmony Town or last night, and we're done for. That is not even to mention the blade hanging over our heads. The break. No, we can't. We're low on food, and I don't want to starve you guys. Plus, we need to ask for information, like what to avoid nearby and about Nain Rouges. I think that one might still be following us, or at least affecting us. How unlucky do we have to be to get attacked by a spider in the middle of the night while we're all quiet on top of a massive skeleton? Or that the creature that appeared made Earl shit himself? Or that our wagon broke? None of it is a coincidence. Earl looks at me angrily when I mention him, but he doesn't refute what I said. He only nods. Elizabeth gives up on persuading me as she sees I've made up my mind. She tries to encourage me instead. We'll be right over here, so if anything happens, we'll cover you, okay? Worst case, I'll make Leonard cough up his alcohol to help. I smile at her and Leonard's not too pleased, but he reluctantly agrees. Earl pushes something softly into my hand before I step out and makes me clasp my fingers around it. It's a small glass vial with a yellowish crystal inside. This is something I made a long time ago back in Luidner. I've hesitated to use it as there hasn't been a good time except for the wolves that attack us, but you should take it. I made it using alcohol, mercury, and nitric acid. It explodes like dynamite when thrown or hit with a strong enough force. I named it Fulminate. It's the only beneficial thing I ever made when trying to become an alchemist, and this is the last of it. I used the rest of it to test and play with back in Luidner. If you're wondering why I didn't use this with the Bakwas, it is because it doesn't create flames, just a shockwave. But I think it might be useful if a large group attacks you like what's possibly about to happen. So, good luck. Earl says this all fast as if to make up for his mistakes and be helpful. Of course, a tiny little stick of dynamite could always be useful, but I do feel like all of them are making this encounter more dangerous than it needs to be. These are probably just hunters out on a job, right? What could go wrong? And before I even get up and move, I see Earl open up his backpack and call Esther over. Then he begins handing her something in a glass bottle and giving Elizabeth a fire starter. I just shake my head and turn away from them. I stand up from behind the piece of a skeleton that blocks me from vision and walk towards the group at the campfire with my hands up. Once I reach about 100 feet away, I call out to them, and they notice me. Hey, are you guys hunters? I could use a little bit of help. I'm lost. I see the entire group turn away from their conversions and the fire to look at me. Then, the one with the boomstick and the other with the eye patch stand up and approach me. The one with the boomstick on his back speaks first. What do we have here? A lost little lamb? Harold? What you think? I feel a bit uncomfortable with how he's speaking about me and lower my arms a bit. The one on the right, Harold, I presume, who has the eye patch and a wide mustache on his face, looks at me. Then, I see the veins around his eye tighten and bulge before he replies. But before he does so, I recognize that look. That's what happens to my eyes when I use chain eyes. Just for confirmation, I quickly reactivate the skill and see that Harold has red chains wrapping around him. My thoughts are interrupted by Harold and the gruff man with the shotgun speaking. He's a first, Arnold. Arnold then notices something and slaps Harold on the back. What he says next causes me to immediately tense. Would y'all look at the Harold? He's like you freak. Seems like you are gonna get your second sigil today. When he finishes his sentence, the rest of his crew behind him stand up and walk over. In a flash, I feel tiny and outnumbered. A phrase from my one and only mentor glides past my mind as I watch Harold's arm slowly reach for the holster on his side. You ain't ever been outnumbered before like that, kid. And there are no easy and nice kills in war. And that's what this is. A war against the demons, monsters, and maniacs in this world. Sometimes it gets brutal. Just as the men and women in front of me brush their holsters and sheaths with their hands, I funnel ether into my now cleared upper body and arms. I grit my teeth so hard in preparation for what's to come that I hear a tooth chip. Then, I quickly drop into Bloodhound's step and burst forward towards the first one who drew their gun a moment prior. The mustached and eye-patched Harold. I reach him before he can point his gun at me, and in one clean motion, I draw my daggers and tackle him to the ground, stabbing him the whole time. It all happens in less than a second, and it takes the group of men and women a second to react to what I'm doing, even as Harold is choking on his own blood with my knife in his throat. But when they do react, it's thunderous. I hear a crack of thunder that indicates a gun has been shot as I feel agony blossom at my side. Then, quickly before I get hit again, I jump off the dying man and dart toward Arnold, the one with the shotgun. The second sigil. He reacts fast, too fast for me to reach him, as he dodges to the side and points the fist-sized barrel of his boomstick at me. For a second, my vision widens, and I see all that surrounds me. 7 people remain standing, and 4 have guns pointed at me. 3 of them have a variety of spears, knives, and machetes. The one with the machete is directly to my side. Before I do anything, though, I ramp up the ether within me even further as a headache emerges. Then, I push off the ground with both hands and feet in one motion as I push ether out of my palms as fast as I can, similar to when I attacked the Bakwas with it. This sends me hurtling to the side at incredible speeds without any way to stop but gravity behind the machete man. But the man with the boomstick still follows me with his gun and fires even though there is now a man between him and me. I am suddenly covered in blood, guts, and brain matter as the person in front of me disappears into a bloody mist, and I am sent flying backwards several feet from flying sideways, riddled with holes and gushing blood. My ears ring, and my body shakes as I lay on the sand, stunned by what hit me. But I don't move. Instead, I lay still. None have ever expected my resilience so far. The philosopher is enduring. A hurrah enters my eyes from the man with the boomstick, Arnold. Look at the one clean shot killed him, and it only took our freeloading on Sigil to distract him. Hey, Jennifer, if Harold dies, I'm feeding you to the carrion. Then Boots approached me as I lay in agony with my body wounded so severely that I already feel a bit cold, but I refuse to let any sound escape my lips. Instead, I wait for the man to reach me. I hear the clasp of a shotgun being opened and the sound of a shell being extracted and then hitting the ground. A shell that's far too big to be any gauge I've ever heard of. He must be a strength-focused sigil to shoot that damn thing. I wait as I listen to boots grow louder in the sand. Once I feel the sand underneath me get disturbed and the very near voice of Arnold, I strike. Let's see what he had. Those daggers look pretty, AGH. His sentence is cut off by a cry of pain as I abruptly stand up from my fake death and stab him in the ankle, then the calf, and then the thigh. Then, as he falls from the weakness in his lower body, I put both of my knives into his eyes, all in one smooth motion carried by pure resolve. His scream of agony is cut off when my silvery steel slides into his brain. Still lying on the ground, I pull them out, grab his massive, now loaded shotgun from his dead hands, and step back as fast as I can while looking at the rest of his crew. 4 of them just wait, presumably to see what would happen with me, and the other 2 tend to the fallen and bleeding out Harold. The other 6 people appear completely surprised by what happened to their leader, and I take advantage of this to make it only worse. I hurl the vial of fulminate as hard as possible at the group of 4 that stand close to each other, ignoring the 2 who are tending to the dying Harold. An explosion that sends me flying once again with ringing ears. Once again, I'm stunned, but this time much worse as I took the brunt of an explosion without fully recovering from the first. While I lay and roll in pain, I feel arms wrap around me and pull me to my feet. I open my dust-filled eyes to see Leonard pulling me to my feet and taking the shotgun from my hands as gunfire reaches us. Then, through a shaky vision, I see that the 2 tending to Harold have given up on him and are now firing at us. One with a revolver and the other with a bolt-action rifle. Leonard yells something into my ear, but I don't catch what it is with my ringing ears. Then, he hefts the shotgun into the air and points it forward as he screams. His scream is quiet to me as the ringing intensifies, and he fires the gun back at the group, even while holding me. I see one of the people who tended to Harold, the other one with my same base sigil, get an entire side of their body torn off by the impact of the shotgun. They immediately drop to the ground and lie silent. But all effects have an opposite reaction. Leonard and I are sent flying backward again as Leonard cannot control the recoil. Humph leaves my throat as I slam again into the dust and slide back with Leonard. When we hit the dust, Leonard stops moving. Worriedly, I turn to look at him as I try to get up, and I see that blood is trailing from his head. It looks like he hit a piece of bone when flung into the ground from the boomstick's recoil. Quickly as I feel the timbre of gunshots in the air with my very bones, I put my finger beneath his nose and feel air passing. Good. He's not dead. Slowly, I turn to face the group of attackers and see that one of them, a woman with a black bandana, is firing her bolt action as fast as she can toward a slab of bone to my right. a slab of bone that Elizabeth and Earl keep ducking out of to draw attention. I turn my attention back to the group and see that 4 of the ones sent flying by the fulminate are beginning to recover. And so, I get on all fours and begin charging forwards as fast as possible before anyone can recover and shoot at me. The woman turns her attention to me as I near her. I watch her ready her bolt and aim it directly at me. My injured hearing returns just in time to hear another deafening bang that sends a piece of lead hurtling toward me at supersonic speeds. I try to dodge, but to no avail. Then, finally, I feel the bullet tear a hole through me, and because I'm on all fours, it does almost definite fatal damage. It enters through the top of the left side of my collarbone on my shoulder and exits out the middle of my back. Instantly, I drop to the ground and go tumbling head over heels toward the woman as I lose feeling in my legs and pain shoots up my spine. My mind goes blank. All I can feel is slithering vipers of fire coursing up my spine and into my brain. Multiple seconds pass as I lay in agony before I regain my sanity. Then, finally, my lower body goes limp just before the gunman with the bold action. Again, I spend several moments trying to wrest control of my body from the fragments of lead lodged into it to no success. No matter how many times I try to get up, all that happens is more pain appears. And I realize at this point that I'm no longer breathing, and when I try to do so, I can feel bits of what I assume to be steel stab and slice up the internals of my chest. Eventually, I give up on standing once more as the timbre of the rifle continues above me. If I can't stand, I just need to take out this girl shooting at Elizabeth and Earl from the ground. I grit my teeth, squint my eyes, and clench my fist with what feels like the force to crush diamonds as I lift my head and peer at the woman standing above me. She has ignored me, assuming I'm already dead. They really made this mistake twice? I guess that makes sense with how few people could live through what I just did. Even then, how long do I have to live right now? My lungs can no longer expand, and I cannot breathe with this shrapnel in my chest. So maybe she's not wrong to assume I'm a dead man, because I am one. Just not quite yet. I got a little more in me, and the bloody palm rests in my hand as an ace in the sleeve. They'll never expect the third fake death, right? All the thoughts pass instantly as I work up the momentum and energy to stop this man from shooting. But I have to do so without my lower body and left arm. I grip my dagger with my right hand, which still functions, and stab it into her foot as hard as possible from my current odd position of lying down after a catastrophic crash. I hear the woman curse in pain as she looks down at me and points her rifle at me with a face wrought with astonishment and another that I don't understand. Is it nervousness? It doesn't matter. I reach up as fast as I can and grab the barrel before funneling an enormous amount of ether into my already destroyed lungs. I feel them expand and push the fragmented lead out and into my other internal organs, filling my lungs with ether-condensed air. Then, I push even more ether as the torment of my internals being shredded passes through me, but I hold on even as I see the woman begin to squeeze her trigger and the flesh of her finger crease on the metallic piece. Then, just as I see the sudden flinch back of the woman's trigger, I release my hyper-focused breath of air. The bullet tears through the air towards my face, but is buffeted by the wind that exits through my mouth and has its destination distorted. Instead of the center of my face, the bullet leaves an open trail of flesh along the right side of my face like a lightning bolt. The wind continues past the meet-up between air and projectile as it reaches the woman and blows her off balance and backward. Not just that, but a tremendous amount of blood and flesh projectiles from my throat and slams the woman in the face. The woman tries to step back to regain her balance, but the dagger in her foot that I have placed holding her to the ground prevents this, so instead, she falls backward. Then, similar to how one would climb a cliff face with climbing picks, I stab her multiple times and work my way up to her face with my legs unworking. The whole while, I hear her scream, but I ignore it as I hear a Molotov land to my left and splash onto another one of these people. The explosion blinds me momentarily and slows me down with its concussive force. However, when I reach her bloody and anguished face by pulling my mostly limp body forward using her flesh as leverage, I feel the woman below me also relax and stop moving. Then, I try to take a moment to assess this mad and unbelievable situation as I hear the crunch of sand beneath a boot and turn. Then, a black shadow that resembles a boot comes rapidly into my face, making my head shake, and my vision goes black. 33. Round roulette. My sight returns after an unknown time as I feel some air enter my shredded lungs and keep me alive. It seems as though the bloody palm has done some passive regeneration, but the massive healing of my body has not yet been triggered. Wheezy gasps of air enter me as I struggle to look around me with blurry vision. And what I see and hear when I come to almost makes me wish I hadn't. For people from the campfire now stand, and one hangs off the woman on the edge. In front of these people kneel Elizabeth and Earl. Leonard lies unconscious beside the two of them. The man in front of the group, presumably the new leader, screams at Earl and Elizabeth while spraying spit all over them. I try to listen and hear what they are saying, but it takes a moment for me to come to enough to listen to what the frontman is screaming at Earl and Elizabeth. It seems as though it's the two of you now. Your lil psychotic friend over there is dead, and this one here probably got brain damage from using that damn shotgun. I don't care much that Arnold is dead, but y'all killed Annie. And in such a brutal way. That fucker treated her like a pincushion. But no one will ever say Wiley Emerson ain't merciful, so how about this? The man pulls out a 6-chambered revolver and opens the cylinder before taking out all but one bullet, then closes it back with a flick of his wrist. This man wants them to play round roulette. A game of death. 1 shot, 6 chances. Realizing this dire situation makes me try and move, but I am still weak. My torso is shredded, and my left arm is limp. Why is the bloody palm not activating? Am I not close enough to death? I can almost feel her embrace. The man explains what will happen as Earl and Elizabeth's eyes widen. I'll let one of you live. Just play a little game of round roulette. Just the two of you. I'll even let you choose who goes first. The survivor will get to join my crew. Just no fucking around. Or else we'll put you both down. The man puts the gun out toward Earl and Elizabeth. Then, the two begin to shake as they look at each other. I see Earl frantically look around and lock eyes with me. For a split second, shock shows on his face, then understanding as he quickly wipes away any emotions on his face. I see Earl reach for the gun, then, as always, the clever man finds a way to buy me time. May I spin the chamber before we start? I don't want to rely on someone else's luck. The man chuckles before he opens the cylinder and hands it to Earl. Yeah, kid. That's fine. And so, while Earl spends a few moments wasting the man's time before starting the actual round roulette, I try to fix the situation. My first thought is to use Struggler's Gasp, but that's just as likely to kill me mid-use as it is to help. My still present acute ether saturation would make sure of that. My seemingly best bet is to somehow force the bloody palm to activate. The first, last, and only time it's ever happened was when I was literally on death's door. So, do I need to make myself almost die? I decide as I see Earl spin the chamber for the second time and get yelled at to hurry up. I take this as a cue for me to go faster as well. The only part of my body that is still a little bit mobile is my right arm, so I clench my fist holding my dagger and slowly drag it across my body toward my neck. I watch Earl pull back the hammer on the revolver as I force myself to move faster. I can't let him risk even a single shot. The Nain Rouge is somehow still affecting us. He will lose. I'm sure of it. So, I take a single short and shallow breath before sinking the dagger into my neck's soft flesh. Warm liquid oozes and shoots out onto my arm, and at first, I think I just killed myself like an idiot. But just a moment later, the blood spurts out in massive volumes as every wound in my body is covered by the red substance excreted by the bloody palm. Warmth floods through my body. It gives me just enough energy to move a little as I roll over slightly and grab the bolt-action rifle that lies beside me on the corpse of the dead lady. The men and women are clamoring for Earl to pull the trigger, and he faintly squeezes it while having the barrel rest on his temple. However, before he pulls the trigger, I pull mine while lying on my stomach, and blood floods my surroundings. I aimed at the man who gave him the revolver I recognized as one of the people with sigils. The bullet tears through the air with a shattering crack and tags him in the shoulder. The group panics momentarily and looks around for a shooter before finding me lying down and still faintly moving. Earl and Elizabeth try to take advantage of the distraction I made. First, Earl stands and points the revolver at one of the men in the group, but the woman beside him in a leather jacket and pants notices Earl and swings her wooden bat at him, hitting him square in the jaw. His glasses fall off, and he tumbles to the ground rolling in pain. Then, Elizabeth tries to dive for Earl's revolver loaded with a single shot, but she is bashed by that very same woman with her bat. I try to stand as I watch Elizabeth beat and Earl fall, but my lower body barely moves even with the bloody palms healing. I think my spine got hit by that bullet and paralyzed me. The one woman stays back and continues to hit both Earl and Elizabeth with her bat while laughing the whole time. What a fucking psycho. The other two, and the barely conscious Harold, walk over to me. I watch the man I tagged with the bolt action, Wiley, grab a bandage and tie his shoulder up. Then, he takes out a pickaxe with a single pointed edge and the other with a flat axe head from within the enormous packs they carry and saunters over to me with another person behind him that tows Harold. I quickly count how many sigiled are left with chain eyes and a curse. There are 3 total left, counting Harold, and they all walk toward me. At least the one hitting Elizabeth and Earl is an unsigiled. But the one with the pickaxe is the other second sigil. Fuck. Again I try to move, but below my ribcage is hardly moving. It feels as though it's slightly healing with a tingling feeling that returns, but not nearly enough to help. More motivation hits me and makes me do something stupid as I see the one with the pickaxe's arms bulge and grow larger. He must be a freak or an evolution of it. That bullet won't do much to him with only a shoulder tag. The man laughs while he approaches and addresses me. Seems like we got a little rat that just won't die. Maybe bullets just won't put you down. Time to do it the old-fashioned style. I need to move. Now, thinking of what my late teacher would do makes me cement my decision. Just earlier, I called this idea stupid, but that was before I saw how limited the bloody palm's healing was to spinal injuries. The 3 of the sigiled are near me, and I inhale a quick, raspy breath of air. Then, another, and another as pain spikes, and I force my ether to go rampant throughout my body in preparation for a last gasp of ether. My own ether tears through my lower body and brings me pain to something I thought I could no longer feel. The sensation sorely needed to help guide the ether I'm about to bring in. I gasp. A struggler's gasp. The crunch of the men's boots on dust is wholly wiped away as all the wind, ether, and even emotion swirl through the air and flow toward me. My lungs expand, and I feel the lead within literally shoot out of my body alongside spouts of blood, creating more wounds. Then, I take the near unlimited ether funneled into me and push it into every corner of my body. I shake and spasm as I'm not ready for ether of this magnitude, and I can't imagine when I ever will be. But I focus, and while imaging the chains that bind my mortal and fragile body, I push ether into them, diverting as much of it as I can towards a thick, rusty, indented chain that covers my spine like a snake. My whole body distorts, but not in a get more significant type of way and more intimidating type of way. This time when I use struggler's gasp with a focus on my spine, I feel my body elongate. My limbs grow thinner and longer. My stomach shrinks in size as my chest grows, and all the while, my torso stretches. My fingers, hands, feet, and toes lengthen as the nails on them sharpen and extend. I still wear boots though, so my feet break out of them. Alongside these physical changes, I feel an enormous rush of energy. Feeling returns to my legs, even if it's only fire and brimstone upon them. I raise a little as I drop the rifle in my long hands. The dagger I placed into my neck now drops out and falls to the ground as my neck shrinks in size, compacting its muscles and power. Just as the man approaches me, I perform the impossible. I breathe through broken lungs. I move through a fractured spine. And while I stand on all fours with my distorted and less restrained body, I stare at the men in front of me with a gaze full of defiance. The sigiled man holding Harold, who appears a bit younger and closer to my age than anyone else in the group, opens his eyes wide upon seeing me this way. Then, despite him being unwounded and not yet having a tangle with me, he steps back away from me. However, the man with the pickaxe holds no such hesitation as he hollers and hefts his pickaxe over his head to gore me with it. I can see the anger and frustration in his eyes as he swings at me, but I give him no satisfaction of landing the attack. Instead, with a quick push from my right arm and still fairly stiff right leg, I dodge the pickaxe that slams into the ground with a mighty bang and grabs the fallen dagger from the floor. A tremendous amount of dust and sand enters my eyes because of the impact of the pickaxe on the sandy ground. I focus on this man and dart around him, slashing at him with my dagger and dodging the wide swings of his pickaxe. We dance back and forth for a few moments until another one of his crew joins him. The young man apparently worked up enough courage to help the one with the pickaxe. I feel a dangerous brush of air behind me as I rapidly turn away from the pickaxe man and take a hatchet to the side. Unflinching from the attack, I scream at the young man and make his eyes widen as he tries to step back, but his axe lodged within me prevents it. Then, I rotate my shoulder as much as possible while focusing on ether and punch him in the face with the closed fist holding my dagger within. His head goes flying backward, and he falls listlessly to the floor, unmoving. Just a few left now. Unfortunately for me, though, as I turn back around, the man with the pickaxe takes advantage of my distraction and slams my left knee with the point of his pickaxe. The hardest part of my body, my knee, shatters under the pickaxe's effects, and I fall. Mid-fall, I catch myself with my arms and push myself backward, which makes me dodge another swing. And where I land is right next to Harold, the man with my same sigil who is barely conscious and looks at me full of anger. I take this opportunity to snuff out the candle of his life while I can. I see he has another pistol in his holster, and I don't want him to use that. So as I move past him, using my arms to traverse the ground, I place my dagger into the back of his neck and take his pistol from his holster with a flick of my wrist. Only once I grab it do I realize it's a single-shot derringer. How unlucky. The man with the pickaxe pauses now that he sees me with a gun. I look worriedly towards where Elizabeth and Earl are now that I have a moment to spare, and I see Earl over an unmoving Elizabeth taking hits from the wooden bat. I quickly decide where to put this single bullet I have. It's an easy one. I know what Edmund would do. So I surprise the man before me by raising the derringer and firing it past him. My enhanced body full of ether makes the shot accurate, and it tears straight into the woman's head who is far away from me and joyfully beating my friends to death. The woman falls abruptly, now without a large portion of her skull, and I see Earl relax for a moment. Then he begins to frantically touch Elizabeth as if to wake her up. My heart sinks at the idea that she is possibly killed, but I don't have time to be distracted. Every time I am, I get hit. Wiley, who holds the pickaxe, looks back and then at me, obviously impressed. Then he speaks to me for the first time without derision. You got quite some fight in you, boy. You must be a son of one of those fancy hunter families. I bet they trained you your whole life, huh? Well, I ain't planning on dying to a spoiled little brat. Come on, let Wiley whack you. I wish I had been trained my whole life. I'm sure that'd make this much more manageable. Probably less painful, too. I grit my teeth and refute his claims, but all that comes out is a sputtered, blood-filled growl. The lack of success makes me inwardly curse and throw the empty derringer to the side. Then, the man with the pickaxe and I approach each other slowly, like two mountain lions about to brawl. My body is enhanced by its positive overflow of ether, but at the same time, it feels like it's about to explode. My lungs are on the verge of collapse. I need to let go of this breath soon. One day I wish to use this uninjured and see how long I can hold it. But today is not that day. The man opposite me is no slouch, though. His swings are filled with incredible power, and any wounds I leave on him seem to fade away slowly. So I restart our dance of death again, but this time on a timer. If I don't finish him soon, I must release this gasp. And something tells me that he won't be put down by some wind like the last girl I hit with the air of defiance. In and out, I dart as I'm much faster than him, even with my destroyed kneecap. But he just takes any damage I deal at him and shrugs it off. It feels like he knows I'm also on a countdown, and he's just waiting me out. Damn it. I gotta bid him down right now, before my lungs burst. And I flit towards him as fast as I can while my lungs are still intact. I go before him, waiting to dodge his attack before striking for the kill, but something goes sideways. Just as I attempt to duck to the side to avoid the pickaxe, my left hand, which I used as leverage, sinks into the ground and traps me. The rest of my body moves, but my left arm and hand stay put. Instantly, I know what the cause of this is. It's the same feeling as when I fought the Nain Rouge and sunk into the sand. It's here. Somewhere. But knowing the cause doesn't fix the issue. I am forced to watch the axe head of Wiley's pickaxe approach my arm as I struggle and try to pull myself out from the vice that is the sandy ground. 34. Euchre. The axe head of the pickaxe goes cleanly through my left arm, cutting it off a little before my wrist and freeing me from the restricting sand. Then, the sand devours my lost hand as it sinks into the ground. For a moment, my mind goes blank, the loss of my arm weighing heavily on my mind. Once you lose a limb, it's gone for good. I don't think even the bloody palm can bring back a hand. While my mind is focused on my lost hand, I go tumbling through the sand, unable to stop myself until a piece of bone jutting out from the ground ends my roll. I lay on the ground mutilated until Wiley comes stomping over to me, bent on finishing the job. You ain't as fast as you thought, a lad? Well, I'm sure your bones will fit right in with these long-dead Goliaths. So long, rich boy. He raises his pickaxe and hefts it high into the air before bringing it crashing down toward me. This threat on my life sobers me up and makes me focus as the point of his weapons comes barreling towards my sternum. I try to use my arms to roll out of the way instinctively, but one comes up short and just shoots pain through my mind. So, instead, I am forced to breathe out defiance as there is no way to dodge what is about to hit me. I don't use it wildly, however. Instead, with the clarity that comes only before certain death, I wait until just before the point reaches me, until I see myself reflected in the steel of the tool that seeks to harvest my life like the ore it was made to retrieve. Then, I tilt my head ever so slightly to my left and blow out Struggler's gasp. and out comes a roaring zephyr of ether from my body that slams into the pickaxe sideways before it pierces into me. I watch in slow motion as the ether from my breath shrinks my body, and the pickaxe slightly moves away from me. And this continues for as long as my breath exits me. I continue to shrink and weaken as the point of the tool slides ever so much more away from penetrating straight through me. Finally, the pickaxe nears the side of my chest as I exhale. Now, my lungs no longer feel like they're about to burst, but instead, as if I'm pushing out air I do not have. I use my own to supplement the ether leaving me, no matter how much it hurts. I pull whatever I can together and force it out with whatever struggler's gasp can manage. Further, my body shrinks, and so many detrimental effects have been placed on it. I'm surprised I'm not just skin and bones at this point. But my efforts do come to fruition. At the very last of my breath, and as I feel as though my lung is about to implode, the pickaxe slides along the edge of my torso, leaving a massive gash along my side. It's not an impalement, though, so it's a success. And the success only grows as the pickaxe pierces into the small bone slab behind me that stopped my tumble before. My exhalation causes the dust in the air to pick up and form a miniature sandstorm. For a moment, neither I nor the man can even see each other through the debris in the air. But quickly, the chilling wind of the dunes about to experience sunset blows the sand away, allowing me to see Wiley, the man in front of me. I watch the man, astonished and frantic, try to pull the pickaxe from the rock-sized bone but do not succeed. He then looks at me with wide eyes and back to the tool before dropping it and pouncing on top of me. I assume he figures he can beat me in a brawl at this point, and he's probably right. If not for one thing, I'm not alone. I see Earl walk behind the man with a revolver in one hand and a bat in another. The man punches me straight in the face with his freakishly large arms and fists, but I smile at him through bloody teeth. Fortunately, he's too preoccupied and angry at me to notice anything else. And so, he misses the footsteps behind him as he beats me, weak and almost useless due to injuries, exhaustion, and struggler's gasp, senseless. The punches stop as a wooden bat slams into the back of the man's head. He's stunned momentarily before turning around to see what hit him. Earl's not the most muscular guy, so he didn't do much damage. However, my heart aches as I see the man whirl around and give Earl a haymaker of a lifetime. Instantly, Earl drops to the floor, and while he doesn't go unconscious, Earl is in no shape to stand back up again. The man looks around at the now quiet battlefield and is the only one standing. He laughs and shakes off the dust on him. Wiley Emerson is a tough bastard, no? Finally, you and all your friends are down for the count. I ain't never seen no one as injured as you are, kid. That artifact your family gave you truly is something else. Can't wait to have it for myself. But before I take it, I gotta send you down the river. I'm sure you understand. Wiley walks over to one of the first people I killed at the beginning of the fight, a man with a machete and a revolver. Wiley picks up the firearm and strolls back over to me. Then, as he stands above me, he raises the gun and points it toward my forehead. The whole time I lie in defeat, just waiting for either the ether saturation to kick in and finish me off or for him to. Wiley pulls back the hammer on the revolver with a click and goes to squeeze the trigger. But before he does so, he nods and pays his respects to me. Nice fighting, kid. Especially for a moneyed. Gotta get paid somehow, you know? Your bounty is worth a fortune. Not to mention the haul I just got from my own crew. There's nothing more I can do. I gave it my all. I close my eyes, ready to give up, but at the last second, I change my mind. I'll die trying to live. I lean forward as much as I can and place my head against the gun barrel. Then, with as much energy as possible, I raise my arms. Only the lighter one, the one without a hand, answers my call for aid as the forearm bone sticking out taps against the revolver's steel pointlessly. I see Wiley smile. A look of understanding passes between us. He would do the exact same. He'd fight until he had nothing left. Not a tooth or bone still in existence would put Wiley down unless he decided it was time to stop. Just like me. He lowers his gun and puts back the hammer. Then, he offers me a proposition. Say, kid, you ever thought of being an outlaw? I think we'd make a great team. I look at him in surprise. But before I can answer, shit hits the fan, and the worst moment of my life begins. Earl Garner. My mind lies shaking, and my eyes are both wobbly and blurry ever since my glasses got knocked off my face by this damn bat that's now in my hand. I try to stand and help Wyatt, but every time I do, a wave of nausea and dizziness hits me that makes me fall. No matter how much I try, I cannot help with my unathletic body. That much I've always been sure of. But I planned for this. Well, not this exactly, but I expected a fight would occur. I don't know how Wyatt didn't. It's like he's fearless. No matter how scary a group of individuals appears, ostensibly, he doesn't care. His paranoia only sounds an alarm when it's dark, or we try to sleep. I wonder why that is. Did he grow up with problems sleeping? Doesn't matter. I'm just sure this will only heighten his paranoia further. For this expected fight, I gave Elizabeth a Molotov and several rocks. I told her to throw them to distract or use the Molotov in an emergency to deal some damage. I told Leonard to just wait for a moment to go in and help Wyatt. He's pretty fast and fit, but apparently not enough to shoot that monster of a shotgun. Then lastly, and I feel a bit guilty about this one, I gave Esther a bottle full of venom from the giant arachnid and told her to wait until the moment she thought that Wyatt would die to throw it. It took me all morning, 3 pep talks to myself, and 2 vomits to work up the courage to collect it. I just knew it'd be helpful. And it is. The acidity and poison come in clutch. Finding something that wouldn't be eaten by the venom was problematic. Eventually, I settled on an old tempered glass medicine bottle that I kept with me, but even that was slowly being eaten through. Too bad for Wiley that it's been less than a day since I collected the venom. Despite giving Esther the venom, I didn't want her to use it. I didn't want her to risk herself unless it was a last stand type of moment, but I would have expected her to throw it earlier just based on how many times I thought Wyatt died. Instead, I guess she is still angry at Wyatt and blames him for Lonnie's death. But she does eventually throw it. She throws it while the man offers Wyatt a chance to join him, which says to me she thinks he'd agree. I don't think he would, but my opinion doesn't matter as I don't have the venom. When she does throw it, I watch it sail straight through the air from behind a nearby rock and land on the thick of Wiley's back. First, the venom's acidity makes it tear directly through Wiley's leather coat and eat into the flesh on his back. Then the poison infiltrates his system like dysentery, going for the kill. Wiley screams and thrashes while he tries to claw at his back for any sense of release. I can't even imagine the pain going through him right now. I'm sure it's even worse because he's likely an evolved form of freak, the arms being a telltale sign of his beginning. He's probably now a second sigil mutant or outcast due to his strength and regeneration. He drops to the ground and begins to writhe in pain as the venom eats away at him faster than he can regenerate. That's going to be one hell of a painful death, fitting for someone who would like to rob and kill travelers for their belongings. My breathing finally steadies as the fight appears to be over. This type of action gives me anxiety and worry despite any preparation I try to make. Like the recent tussle with the spider? That amount gave me a heart attack. They just invoke a primal fear in me. But it doesn't matter how much the fight scares me. We won. I laugh a bit and smile at the fact that, even though none of us are standing, none of us are dead. Elizabeth is hurt, sure, but she's not finished. And Leonard, the lovable dumbass who hit his head, is just unconscious. I think Wyatt's fine. I mean, there is a worry that he'll bleed out with the missing arm, but if there's anyone who can pull through injuries like those, it's him. Not to mention, I can still hear his raspy breathing. Don't know how, and frankly, I don't care how he's so tough, but it gives me faith and security in any plan I make. While I celebrate quietly to myself and try to recover enough to help Wyatt out, I hear soft footsteps amongst the cries of pain from Wiley. My heart instantly drops into my stomach and begins beating at over 100 beats per minute again. Sweat suffuses my face as I see what walks atop the sand toward Wyatt. It's a short, red, and thin little goblin-looking demon walking with a cane in one hand and Wyatt's old rapier in the other. There are no Bakwas around it as it's daytime, but I'm sure they're not far away. A short demonic and gibberish-filled chuckle reaches my ears. The Nain Rouge has caught up to us, and I'm all out of plans. No more clever fixes or metaphorical aces up my sleeve. No more bombs, venom, or people to rely on. The only one with a weapon is me. The only one who can do anything is me. I force myself to wait, though, not take action. A great chess player lets the enemy make the first mistake. That's the only lesson I ever learned from my damn family. Assholes, the lot of them. All too focused on drinking, playing games, and gambling than ever using their minds for good. I left them because of that and drifted towards the old hunter Ernest to help me mature. I hated how despite my family's great minds, none of them ever tried to advance humanity in any way. I once saw my father count how many possible combinations there were for a single hand in a game of euchre, the game my father was best at, where you could hold 5 cards at a time in less than 3 seconds. It took me over an hour at the time to figure it out. 311,875 in 200 different combinations. I was 9 at the time of doing that. And it was at that moment I was disappointed with a man I thought was the most intelligent person alive. But then, I realized that all he did was use his mind to gamble and cheat off of others. Steal from the people who are not as intelligent as him. Make other people's lives worse. I swore I wouldn't be like him, and while I know I'm not perfect, I hope I am better than him. This situation with the Nain Rouge should have been to be expected. Most things in life work like a game of euchre. To win, one has to outsmart, outplay, or outperform another at least 3 times. Just once or twice won't always net a victory, but thrice? The third time is always the charm. And so, I wait. I wait for the final trick of the game, for the third act, that will finally give us victory. I watch as the Nain Rouge slowly approaches Wyatt. For some reason, it seems to always be focused on him. The legends say they thrive and grow on the death of evil, ruthless, and soulless men. Wyatt's anything but that, though. He's pretty moody and dark, but I've never in all my life seen someone so willing to fight for another. Maybe the legends are backward? That they focus on only the kind and caring? I know that whole thing about Elizabeth killing her assaulter came out, but still, she's incredibly caring as well. It only makes sense. Once the Nain Rouge reaches the fallen and unmoving Wyatt, it returns his rapier to him in the most brutal and spine-chilling way possible. It stabs the sword right into his crotch and smiles when Wyatt writhes in torment. Immediately upon seeing this torture ensue, I try to stand and go over to help, but I cannot. My dizziness and lightheadedness prevent me from standing without falling back over. So, while on the ground, I frantically search my pockets for anything that could help. Anything that can stop this duet of suffering between Wyatt and Wiley. I find nothing even as my hand shakes, fearing what's happening to my friend. The screams of torment make me tremble even from over here. Then, gathering my resolve, I look to my side. The revolver that I dropped when I was hit. Quickly, I scramble over and grab it despite my dizziness. The revolver that was meant to kill me. Or at least, probably, the one that I had to play round roulette with. I glance back at Wyatt as I hear his screaming abruptly stop. I look up from the revolver, intending to load the only lead plumb into the primed cylinder, but I am forced to abort that as I see the Nain Rouge lift Wyatt's rapier and aim it at his heart instead of his limbs. My eyes flip back to the chamber of the revolver. A gamble must be made. I don't have time to reload the round within. So, instead, I raise the iron and aim it at the back of the short red demon's head. I hate myself even for considering taking a risk, but my heart quickens further, and adrenaline flowers deeper within me. Finally, I squeeze the trigger just before the Nain Rouge puts the thin blade of the rapier between Wyatt's ribs and into his heart. A single, infinitesimally small moment passes where nothing happens after I pull the trigger. In this short moment, my brain fires at all cylinders just to curse myself for my stupid gamble. I should have loaded the bullet in before I came to help, even if it was unlikely to kill Wiley. But the doubt clears, and exhilaration enters me like I'd never felt before as a red flash enters my eyes. The shot successfully fires out as smoke enters my vision. The 1 in 6. The bullet that would have most certainly killed me had Wyatt not stepped in to prevent the game of round roulette punctures through the air faster than the eye can see and blows the head of the Nain Rouge apart. Then the little red demonic goblin of misfortune falls to the side of Wyatt dead. The short goblin makes a bit of sand move with him as he hits the ground. But my heart skips a beat as a realization enters my mind after the sound of the bullet stops echoing throughout the dunes. I don't hear Wyatt's raspy breathing anymore. 35. Cabin fever. Earl Garner. I focus on Wyatt's body and don't see any rhythmic movement. He's genuinely stopped breathing. I try to control my panic and overwhelming fear with logic. People can go for several minutes without breathing. I can hold my breath for 95 seconds, give or take 10 before I lose consciousness. Someone like Wyatt? That tough bastard can go for at least a few minutes. Sadly, this logic doesn't prevent me from freaking out and hyperventilating, but it does stop an anxiety-induced vomit and a total mental breakdown. With my heart racing faster than ever before, I stand dizzily and fight against the guaranteed concussion that rocks my brain. Then, I move as quickly as I can toward Wyatt. I stumble the whole way to him but retain my feet beneath me. As I hobble shakily past the fallen Wiley, I see he's no longer conscious and lying on his front. It appears his entire back is eaten through, and I can see his molten and squished internal organs. This is far too much for me to handle. I trip and fall right beside the dying Wyatt and vomit. The insanity of the situation is too much for me right now. I thought with forward thinking, I could handle and plan for it. But that's obviously not the case as I kneel over my dying friend and vomit my internal organs out. So many thoughts are flowing through my banged-up mind that I can't put them in order like usual. I endeavor to count to 100 using prime numbers, but it doesn't work. I can't pull myself together, just like with the spider. My fear is overwhelming. I don't want my friend to die, but I don't want to mess up. Like, what do I even do? Just glancing at him, I can see over 36 wounds and close to 100 pieces of shrapnel within him. Merely seeing how the odds are stacked against me, I puke again. A foodless vomit is just full of stomach acid, one that burns my throat. A small, petite, and scared voice reaches out to me during my breakdown. Earl? Is it safe to come out? You sound like you're having another panic attack. I barely manage to get a sentence out between gags. But a little girl like Esther can't see this madness. It's bad enough that I had her throw the bottle of acid at the man. But up close? It's so much worse. No. Stay there. Esther, seemingly worried for me, keeps asking me questions. Why? I don't hear any more fighting. I just want to yell at her. To say, Esther, just stay there. I can't handle another problem right now. I have too many. But I can't. That many words won't leave my mouth. So I just settle for saying Wyatt's injured. She doesn't seem to like him at all since Lonnie died. Wyatt's hurt. Real bad. A long pause ensues from Esther as I scramble to gather my resolve and look back at Wyatt's unbreathing body. Stating his condition out loud made me realize just how serious it is. I analyze his situation, and I see something while looking over him and trying to steady my breathing, hands, and mind. A pale, bloodless, frail palm rests on Wyatt's right hand. The bloody palm. Visible and just as creepy as usual. The damn thing always gives me the chills, even when I simply learned about it earlier. I could only put my fear away because Wyatt had the thing under control. There is a very fine line between where curiosity and horror meet. And it seems as though, recently, that line has been crossed entirely a bit. The Bakwas are a good example. Somehow, I could keep my calm to study them. I merely had a feeling it'd be okay. The presence of a single man gave me comfort throughout the night, and that was before I even really got to know him. I turn away from my memories as I focus back on the bloody palm. Then I look back to Wyatt's missing hand as an idea crystallizes in my mind. A stupid, insane, and absolutely ridiculous idea. One that, just a month prior, I would have never thought of in 1,000 years. One that would change my friend's life forever. One that all the texts about artifacts strictly prohibit and forbid. However, before this idea can wholly blossom, I hear Esther's voice again. Can I help? She wants to help? Why? I don't want her to, but I guess I could use help. The idea continues to bloom as another set of hands appears within the blueprints of my mind. I call out to Esther once her place in the puzzle is found. My voice is shaky and weak with the future of what I'm about to do in mind. Fine. Go get Elizabeth's bag and bring it here to me. Some of the consequences flash past my mind, like the side effects of a cough drug. Psychosis. Extreme paranoia. Murderous impulses. Amnesia. Possession. Schizophrenia. Bipolar. Just the least damaging ones are the first to fly through my brain. But I can't let my friend die. He's handled this disgusting palm for nearly a month or more. So indeed, he can bear a lifetime, right? I focus and grit my teeth to remove my thoughts from the hypotheticals. Then, I grab some parts of Wyatt's shredded clothes and begin bandaging him up in any way I can before Esther returns. There are merely far too many wounds for me to deal with, though. Even if I found a way to restart his heart without the bloody palm, his heart would stop again. If only I had ether. Some way to use my powers to help instead of relying on insane possibilities. Instead of gambling. Instead of leaving my friend and protector's life up to the whims of death. All who live know just how fickle and cruel she is. As soon as this thought fires through my brain, I pause my bandaging. Why can't I have ether? I killed the Nain Rouge, did I not? Of course, there's a chance it won't resonate with me, but surely I can still try. Before I do anything else, though, I pull out Wyatt's pocket watch from his only not destroyed pocket and check the time to gauge how long Wyatt has left before he is truly dead. It's 5:42. I'll have to remember that. Then, with rekindled hope instead of just attempting the impossible, which is guaranteed to have severe adverse side effects, I turn over to the Nain Rouge, whom I killed. Its head is blown open like a dropped watermelon, except the demon's whole body, including its innards, is red. I try not to look at its brain and focus on the possible sigil I may gain. Wyatt said the Nain Rouge was a second sigil, so I should have two choices. The dual-infused sigil should break apart easily once its owner dies. Only a high-sigiled sexton or variation can make the dead retain their sigils. It's unadvised for unsigiled to gain their first sigil from anything higher than a first, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I gingerly place my hand against the side of the dead Nain Rouge and follow the direction of the hunter manuals and Wyatt, a hunter himself. I imagine myself entering the demon's body, and I then search for any sense of energy, movement, or power with my mind. My mind wanders throughout the demon's body, a small pebble in a coursing river, for several moments until I find what I'm searching for. A sigil. It rests on the right index finger of the Nain Rouge. It explains why it kept pointing at us, or it's just an odd coincidence. A beautiful double-sided matrix of supernatural proportions lies before my mind's eye, and I gawk at it for a moment. I try to decipher the meaning of the symbols that lie amongst the object, no being in my mind, but then I feel a pang in my head. Like a needle slowly pushed into my temple, it burns and screams. And so do I. I feel something from the sigil in my mind attacking me. The agony is debilitating, and I almost lose sight of the sigil in my mind, but I keep hold of it while imagining how little pain this must be compared to the dying Wyatt right now. A piece of advice floats to mind in my dire situation from Ernest, my only positive father figure. He warned me that while he recommended I never embark on this path, should I ever take a sigil, I must be prepared to confront the demons of the creature that possessed it. And indeed, the demons of actual demons, although this one was weak compared to most demon spawn, are beyond volatile and inanely sharp. So, to combat this and try to make Ernest proud, I imagine a mindscape to protect me. A shining, glimmering fortress of impenetrable proportions. One that will shield me from psychological harm and the waves that exit the sigil before my mind. For what seems like an hour, I hold steady beneath this onslaught of mental pain. My mindscape is unwilling to buckle and fall to the remnants that lie within this sigil. The emotions within are filled with such debauchery they are easy to push to the side in terms of temptation, but are hard to withstand in terms of strength. Eventually, the assault fades and lessens, then the shining sigil returns. I stare at it for a few seconds until I feel it abruptly shoot at me at 1,000,000 miles per hour and enter the skin of my hand after traveling through the whole demon's body. Then, out of nowhere, the smells and sounds of the open dunes disappear. I feel as though I am standing, and my vision changes. The sight before me is no longer the depths of my mind within the Nain Rouge, but instead, it is a dark and eerie cabin. It sends shivers down my spine and into my ankles, merely being present here. The only good part is that my nausea and dizziness are mostly gone, allowing me to think without obstruction. As I glance around fearfully and skittishly at the plain purple wood cabin, I hold my breath, close my eyes, and respectfully nod. In respect for the cabin. The last good act of any god before their falls thousands of years ago. The final deed of the god Gluscab, the watchful eye, the guiding hand, before he was corrupted by something and became the amalgamation of evil, whose new name is Mephisto, coined by cultists and demon worshippers. The hunters kill any and all god followers when they are seen, for none of the remaining gods deserve worship. Gods only exist to make our lives worse. It is no longer like thousands of years ago when no sand or dust existed and humans reigned. The fall of the old gods ruined it all. So now, the only god that even deserves our respect is the devil. Not our worship, but our admiration and respect for the only mortal to ascend, not that we know from when, where, or what race. It is said that Gluscab created the cabin during his fall to whatever force changed him and all the others, besides the ubiquitous Red Judge, so that he could guide humanity even after his abasement. No one knows if that is true or if he made it give the thing that got him and the other gods a chance at us, though. Because despite how helpful it is at giving people knowledge about the next step they can take with their sigil and the power it grants, all other creatures are also said to possess a variant of the cabin, the collective called lighthouses. And that's not even the worst part, because every high-sigiled hunter who has ever entered the cabin exits soaked in sweat and refuses to speak of the instance. Ernest, the retired hunter who taught me much about life, informed me of this. He once worked underneath a 5th sigiled hunter, and when the man was promoted to a 6th sigiled, he said that the man appeared scarred and terrified for his life. From then on, he constantly looked over his shoulder. I frantically repeat the exact words Ernest spoke to me. All those years ago, the fear and tremble in his voice made me remember them perfectly, as if he said them just a moment ago. Whatever you do in the cabin, do not look outside. Instead, keep your eyes forward and towards the tome of Gluscab. Just be given your guidance by the once guiding hand of light, and leave. Do not observe. Do not sit and dally. Do not explore. Do not attempt to exit. For a long time after, and even a little bit now. I wonder if he ever really had someone he worked for that underwent something like that. With how much fear and paranoia he spoke of the cabin, I was left with a feeling that he, not a superior, saw or felt something in the cabin. And another thing that only ever added to that was that he was not crippled despite being retired. He was just jumpy. I try to take my mind off this place's negatives and focus on the positives. By the time I leave here, I will be a sigiled. Only a first sigiled like Wyatt, but one who has gone beyond the bounds of humanity and touched upon ether nonetheless. Still, with my eyes closed, I walked 2 steps forward to the small table where the tome sat. I memorized the room's layout during my quick glance around, so I wouldn't have to keep my eyes open as I moved. However, the second I stop moving, I feel a tingle in the nape of my neck, like I'm being watched, observed, evaluated. I know the feeling because I do it all the time. I spend most of my day just watching others and learning from them. The simple fact that I'm being observed by something unknown or that could possibly make Ernest that terrified makes me literally shake in fear, my heartbeat increase, and my palms sweat. But once again, the line of curiosity and horror is trodden once more as I open my eyes to peer at the old, dusty, and closed book in front of me while trying to ignore the omnipresent gaze on me. This time, however, the line is crossed not with any security or safety nearby, but instead in an attempt to regain said security and safety. With thinly opened eyes, fearing what may lie in the cabin, I watch the book open its pages and rapidly turn to a blank page. Then, the page is spontaneously covered in a colorful and glowing script that fills both sides of the page in a beautiful, harmonious hymn. I flinch as a load of information enters my mind. 2 different streams of information and knowledge enter, similar to reading the titles of a page at once. Earl Garner, what is a trap? Earl Garner, what is a gamble? Instinctively, I recognize that this is a choice, a hint, and a crucial detail as to what my future will hold. The cabin always asks a question. It wants what you deep down believe in your heart of hearts. Then, your sigil is slightly changed by your answer. And over time, it grows more in line and more synchronous with you. Before the cabin, very few people ever even reached 4th sigil. Legends say not even one. Not because there weren't any more sigils to be found, but instead because no one was ever prepared for the next one. Few ever set a good foundation when they gained their first sigil. That's what the cabin aims to do. Guide others along the path of the sigils. Without the cabin, men and women can gauge their paths forward with careful introspection, but they can never pave their roads blind. Without the foundation and insights given by the cabin, no matter how odd they may seem, people who try to advance will either find death waiting for them or madness lurking within them from then on. And so, because of this, I take these 2 simple-looking questions with deadly seriousness. Then, I close my eyes and ponder for several minutes. To start, the presence of 2 separate questions leads to the conclusion that I resonate with both of the available sigils. One of which I enjoy seeing that I resonate with is Trapper, which must be what the trap is alluding to because of how much I enjoy planning. And another, one that I loathe seeing but can't help but feel an attachment to, is the Gambler or something of the sort. I hate seeing the Gambler sigil for a multitude of reasons. The first is obvious. My family's history with gambling. It's the last thing I would have wanted to be my sigil before this fight. Second, I hate dealing with luck. I hate the uncertainty of fate and the whims of the world. Not just that, but I also despise the fact I had to rely on something other than my gifts when I shot the Nain Rouge. I had to rely on chance. A single 1 in 6 chance. The Gambler is also an unconfirmed sigil. One that is not known to have anyone to go beyond the first sigil and gain 2 of them. I'm not sure all the qualifications needed to be a confirmed sigil, but it's definitely not that hard. It's the exact opposite of the Trapper. It's rare, unknown, and untested, and I hate it. Compared to the Trapper, which has always been my dream sigil, along with Scholar. I always thought that these 2 would be the best fit for me. They use large amounts of forward thinking, preparation, and strategy. These are all things I'm good at. Things I love. It's the perfect sigil for me. To devise 100 plans to lead someone into a trap and make them unable to escape. So, then why can I only think of what a gamble is? My mind just keeps returning to it and forces me to ponder it. The chance. The bet. The uncertainty. Something about it just keeps pulling my thoughts back to it and preventing me from thinking about what a trap is. And it even settles on an answer despite my unwillingness. Something deep within me stops me from choosing Trapper and answering the cabin's question regarding it. Despite how much I long for the Trapper and the possibilities it may provide, another part of me, deep down, wonders about the opportunities of the gambler. And a single small question emerges that I try to force down. What if both fate and a plan were on your side? Then, the primal, instinctual, emotional, and familial part of me runs with that question and chooses the gambler, no matter how much my logical side hates it. And so, for the first time ever in my life, a decision is made not by thinking it through, but by my gut choosing for me. A gamble. A gamble is the enemy. A gamble is the enemy of any well-made plan, but also its closest friend. Once the whole thought exits my brain, I feel a change in the air and a click, like a key was put into a lock. I open my eyes in fear of what I may see, and then I take in the words in the book as the script begins to swirl. Finally, the right page clears and then forms into an odd sigil that appears to be a constantly flipping coin. Then, the left page settles into a script with changing colors, and information enters my mind again. The reader of this page now embarks on the journey to absolution on my behalf, and for that, I thank you. Your first sigil towards opportunity, toward prosperity, and toward a chosen kismet. The gambler. I close my eyes again as I comprehend those words on the page. A deep sense of regret already fills me as I imagine my father rolling dice at a table, shouting gleefully every time he wins and taking money from poor people. He is just adding it to his coffers despite the fact he doesn't need it. I just hope this wasn't a wrong choice. Even if, deep down, this is what I wanted. I won't be like my father, though. I refuse to use this sigil to make others' lives worse. Of that, I swear to myself. 36. A gamble. No matter what sigil or power I may gain, I must use my gifts for the good of many. I should be like Wyatt and help others, especially if they are without any strength to defend themselves. Deep within me is a need for risk. I recognize that, but I can't let that put others at risk. Instead, I should use it to minimize the danger for others. After I swear this to myself and set a basis for using the sigil of the gambler, I open my eyes and read deeper into the tome as even more information floods my mind through the indecipherable script. The gambler. The scrambler and alterer of luck. Able to bend the cards dealt in their favor to suit their desires with their very hands like a gentle breeze, slowly shifting the cards and their positions. Your perception of time, space, and coincidence have been enhanced to better manipulate luck. Your fingers and hands are now more dexterous, so you can better weave your fortune and others' misfortune. And finally, your oneness with the very world has increased. SG will bet against you less from now on. May your journey, while certainly filled with thorns, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. I take a moment to unfold and digest this both cryptic and helpful information. A gambler can scramble and alter luck. That sounds about right. I'm inquisitive about what the Nain Rouge's second sigil was called, as it was the amalgamation of gambler and trapper. Based on how I saw it use its powers and the legends about it, it probably requires certain conditions to affect someone but can do so with incredible effectiveness, like a more metaphysical trap. The cabin straight up says that I will be able to bend luck in my favor, so I can assume that's my given sigil skill. And just based on its simple description, it sounds advantageous. Not just that, but some of my perceptions have been increased, but not necessarily the ones that most would lump in with luck. Like sure, faster hands and fingers make sense for a gambler, but an enhanced perception of time and space? That doesn't make much sense. I ponder on it for a moment and only conclude that they can somehow enhance other senses that help me manipulate luck. Similar to how the sense of balance is useless if you don't move, but it is mandatory to be able to walk or run. Maybe the sense of time and space can help bend luck. There is also another question in my mind about luck. How does it even work? Does a healthy dose of ether tip a single variable far enough so that the world acts in my favor? Or can it supplement and create those variables if enough ether is used? So many questions but not enough answers. The last two statements from the book's left page are confusing and perplex me. Increased oneness with the world? What does that even mean? I don't even know where to begin on that one. And the other? That one just terrifies me. Why is SHE in all capital letters? Not even gods are given that luxury? What does it mean that SHE won't bet against me as often? I know I didn't come here explicitly seeking answers, but oh my, is this just too much? I yearn for the answers to the questions and will undoubtedly be asking Wyatt about his own experiences in the cabin. I hadn't done it before because I figured it'd be rude, but now I'm too curious. Any little tidbit of knowledge is enough. Toward this aim of learning more, I look over the right page below the intricate, almost moving sigil, which has another section of unreadable text. The second I put my eyes against it, though questions that are not for me enter my mind. A gambler can subtly bend chance and possibility. But for a gambler to grow further, they must grow their skills. And to be prepared to do so, they must find an answer to the gambler's metaphor. Why do so many people, including yourself, thrive on risks? To begin, my gambler, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. There it is, the metaphor. A single question that, once given a good answer, can help prevent insanity, violence, and death upon advancing to the next sigil. They set that foundation for growth only the cabin can project for one to answer. It is called a metaphor because most answers are a kind of metaphor or another figure of speech. Many confirmed sigils have their answers spread out and wide, or at least for the first sigil. The later sigils are always more complicated. Like the soldier's metaphor, it asks why hardships must be withstood to grow. The commonly written down and past answer is hardship in of itself is growth. However, many influential families also hold onto solutions for their sigils. I don't know if the quality of the answer matters, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did somehow. Maybe the more substantial the meaning in the answer, the more your sigil resonates with you as you advance. Or perhaps you simply need a good enough solution. I know it is against almost every convention to progress without doing so, however, as it leads to madness and corruption of the mind. I don't know, but I hope to figure it out. That, and an excellent answer to the metaphor because I don't really have any good idea for why we enjoy risks. I try not to take them, but that's just because they're risky. I also don't want to end up like my dad, just wasting his own life and others for the thrill. I know for a fact, though, that people like Wyatt thrive on them, just as the question says. I'll just need to think of why before I can advance. Otherwise, many terrible effects make even the most hardened outlaw or hunter unwilling to advance without finding an answer to their metaphors, even if it's a bad one. The best example of why not to advance rapidly is that before the cabin, there were more gods than there even were humans in the wondrous stage, let alone the angelic. So the cabin both makes it safer and more accessible. Another thing I'll have to watch out for is my ether tolerance. Over time, one's ability to resist ether, both internal, natural, and foreign, increases. Without slowly increasing this over many months on average, or in a single month like Wyatt's been forced to do to not die, advancing to the next sigil will not just have harmful side effects but simply kill you. Promoting without taking the proper precautions and time will make one turn into a puddle of flesh and blood as their own ether in their body makes their very body unravel. After I run through the gauntlet of things to think about and remember, my mind returns to the cabin. I need to hurry because while I'm pretty sure it's just my soul in the cabin, I don't know how time passes when you're just a soul. Wyatt needs me now, and I'm unsure how long it took to enter the cabin or take the sigil from the Nain Rouge. And whether time is faster or slower here, that was never said in any manual I've read. That is also despite the ones that Wyatt has being incredibly detailed, as if handmade by a veteran of 100 battles. So, without even spending a second to look around the cabin or touch anything besides the book, I place my palm on the sigil that lies within the tome. The instant my skin touches the barely glowing text on the page, I see a flash of light as I feel weightless. Then, as if never leaving, I hear a pounding set of tiny footsteps. I open my eyes and see Estermid run towards me to deliver the bag. Good, it hasn't been long at all. At most, a minute. Wyatt still has some time. I quickly assess my current situation and body to understand what just happened by fusing with a sigil. Then, I delve into myself without a pause or moment of resistance to try and find my core, where my sigil lay. My dizziness and nausea are still present but lessened due to my perceived time spent in the cabin. This makes it so I don't have any issue creating an image of where my core is in my mind and trying to manipulate it for ether. So the first and only place I have to check is the same where the Nain Rouge's sigil was. The right index finger. I imagine a small strand of ether leaving, just as Wyatt once told me to do during our talks. I immediately feel a slight headache blossom despite the abysmally small piece of ether that enters my finger from my core. Shock racks through me as such a little fragment of ether causes me pain already. What kind of monster is Wyatt? How can he use so much ether? I've seen the guy literally create a massive siphon of air and ether straight from his mouth. Is it a sigil? Or has he been a sigiled for longer than he told us? Because the longer you possess a sigil, the more ideal your resistance to ether becomes. The older someone is, the more dangerous they are. And ether slightly increases the lifespans of people. Only by a few years per sigil on average, but it does add up. It's said that every new hunter recruit is told this phrase because of that. There are old hunters, and there are weak hunters. There are no old, weak hunters. Only the best survive, and the best only grow better over time. The most well-known examples of men like this are people like the Bloodhound, the Dark Step, the Unyielding Wall, and the Prime himself. I mean, for crying out loud, the Bloodhound is a legend known around these parts because despite only being a third sigil, he could hunt and tango with fourth sigiled threats on the regular and even fifth sigiled sometimes. I bet he could even handle a sixth sigil, to be honest. The Dark Step is another legend. She's an old woman who's a sixth sigil, but no one has ever even seen her face for over a decade. It's said she moves so fast that even light can't follow. Another is the Unyielding Wall, an old man who's held the Bent Fortress for over 50 years. No monster, demon, aberration, or other planner has ever gotten past that man. He's one of the few pillars still active on the field, alongside Kai Vinson and Howard Strafe, as most are okay with being the easy cushion on the sides of the human lands. But Marshall Travis? That seventh sigil hasn't ever taken a vacation or left the Bent Fortress during war. His physical strength is said to allow him to throw a cannonball faster than a cannon can shoot it, and his impenetrable skin is said to resist any manner of weaponry. The last one that I know of from legends in earnest is the current Prime, the world's strongest and oldest human, the only ninth sigil human. Although he's nearing the end of his life in his old age, none, not even the greatest of the demons, the binary lords, Behemoth, and Leviathan, are willing to meet him in battle. The last time he actually fought, though, is said to be over 16 years ago. So now, he just stays as a warning for any who may seek to end humanity that the swarming wastelander, the executioner of dust, still yet lives. Only old men like those live long enough to withstand vast amounts of ether and go beyond what they normally should. So, for someone like Wyatt to be able to withstand so much ether, he must either be much older and more experienced than he appears or has gone through multiple stages of ether oversaturation so bad that he should have died 10 times over. I'm broken out of my thoughts and ether testing by Esther, who arrives carrying a heavy bag and 3 baby foxes on top of it. Then, she sets the heavy bag in front of me and puts the kits in a small bundle, which are still sleeping, on the side. Her small and petite frame heaving in exhaustion as she puts her hands on her knees. I nod and say thank you before I dig deep into it, searching. I spend a few minutes looking until I find and grab Elizabeth's sewing kit. Then, I turn and quickly return to Wyatt's side with most of my lightheadedness gone. Esther stands beside me awkwardly while gasping for air as I move Wyatt's bloody and light body into a better position. Once I have Wyatt's stump of an arm on my lap, I open the sewing kit and grab a needle. Then, I take a deep breath before I look at Esther, and she looks at me innocently, confused, and worried. Esther, can you hold this palm against Wyatt's arm? It might save him. He's dying. She looks at Wyatt momentarily as anger, hurt, and loss pass over her face all at once. She looks down at the sand as if to get away from this situation. But then, as if she forces herself to gather the courage to face the situation, she turns her pupils back to me. She nods and speaks with a voice filled with so much raw emotion that it almost brings a tear to my eye. Why, yeah. If it's for Wyatt, I will. I nod, hand her the bloodless palm, and tell her how to hold it. Hold it firm and unmoving. Use a lot of force if you have to. What I'm about to do might be risky, and no matter what happens, hold on tight, okay? Esther looks at me with bright green eyes filled with determination and promises to do her best. Then, I do probably the most reckless, most insane, and most Wyatt-like thing in my life up to this point. As Esther puts the bloody palm up against Wyatt's stump, I begin suturing the hand onto Wyatt with Elizabeth's sewing kit. I cringe every time I pierce into the flesh of Wyatt's arm, and no blood comes out. I flinch every time I drill into the meat of the bloody palm, and only black ichor exits. I continue to do this for a full minute. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. All around his arm do I go, connecting the wrist of the bloody palm to his forearm. The whole time I sew, nothing changes in Wyatt. He is still unmoving, unbreathing, and without a beating heart. The skin between him and the bloody palm is obviously demarcated with the change in skin tone, skin quality, and skin thickness. The sewing is haphazard and amateurishly done, but it's the best I can manage as I force myself to ignore all the possible disastrous things that may emerge in the future from my actions. I push away the thought of the bloody palm taking over Wyatt's corpse. I push away the idea of Wyatt waking up but being forever psychologically changed by the bloody palm. I push away the horror that Wyatt will likely feel waking up to someone else's hand attached to him. As I frantically sew and talk to myself to eliminate these concerns, I feel a new muscle in my index finger at the tip of the finger bone. I mentally contract the muscle as I finish the suture and feel something shift. Not visually, auditorily, or in any other usual sensory way. I just feel something shifted. Like the inherent knowledge that an answer to a math problem or logical problem is wrong. The subtle sense deep within the soul. I keep the muscle contracted as I pause my suture, and the feeling only grows, but alongside that feeling is an ever-encroaching headache of massive proportions. Finally, after just holding that new muscle for 3 seconds exactly, I don't know how I know exactly how long, I feel a slam into the front of my mind and blood trickling down my nostril. The pain and liquid running down my nostril and the state of Wyatt's arm make me release the sensation as I release what I just did. I bent the cards that were dealt. Wyatt's arm and the bloody palm slowly fused together where the suture already exists, enhancing the job I had done so far but having no effect on the yet-to-be-done sutures. Finally, and most importantly, as I am angled in a way such that I can feel with my body if Wyatt should breathe, I feel his chest move. Incredibly slightly, but I could feel it. Like a single wave of energy entered him from his left arm and tried to revive his broken body. This gives me an unimaginable amount of motivation. A sorely needed morale boost because of what I'm doing to my friend to bring him back from the very embrace of death. I focus through the fog of my mental agony and continue sewing. Every few sutures, I flex that muscle once more to help bind the two of them together, to help Wyatt survive. Wyatt's breathing only moderately improves the whole time. By the time I finish the suture, he only takes a short, shallow breath once a minute, and his heartbeats are just as often. Depressed and with a head pounding in pain, I look at Esther, who is wide-eyed, sweating, and amazed. You can let go now. I can see in her eyes that she seeks to know how Wyatt is doing, and she follows up on that desire. Is Wyatt okay now? I look back at my friend and guide throughout these past few weeks amongst the most dangerous times of my life, but I shake my head. I don't know if he'll make it. He's barely breathing. She looks at Wyatt, and I see tears crystallize in her eyes and then drop down onto her face and, eventually, the dry sand below, wetting the unforgiving dunes. Why won't he make it? He's tough. Or is he just not lucky enough? The last time I saw Mama, she said whether Lonnie or I survived was based on luck. Esther's innocent inquiry strikes a chord with me. I can continue to use my new ability to try and help Wyatt, but will it really have much of an effect? I don't know, but I can try until I drop from ether saturation. I don't think I even have the willpower to reach acute ether saturation like Wyatt did, though. I turn my head to Esther and give her a promise. I'll do what I can. I'll make him lucky, don't you worry, Esther. Just go check on Leonard and Elizabeth. She stands and looks at me uncertainly, but I nod and wave her off. Then, she walks away and glances back at me repeatedly as she walks over to the unconscious Elizabeth. I look back to Wyatt and place the tip of my index finger right on the border between his pale flesh and the dry flesh of the bloody palm. I contract the muscle and hold it for as long as I can. I hold it even as blood comes streaming down my nose. I hold it as the screw in my mind continues to dig ever deeper, making me whimper and cry in pain. I keep it even as my vision narrows and my hands shake from pain. I hold it until I can feel and hear Wyatt's breathing. Then, just as I am confident that Wyatt's arm is fused with the bloody palm and he is beginning to get better, I relent. Then, as my mind shakes and buckles in weight, I devise a name for this ability from an old memory. I name it Reshuffle. The name comes from an old book I saw in my father's small library. One that he never read from but just kept to show how wealthy he was to others. He had a costly book that was mounted on a desk in the 100 or so book-filled library. The opening phrase to Gambler's Paradise stuck with me. The wealthy bend luck, the poor are bent by it, the enslaved are beaten by it, and the mighty? The mighty reshuffle the deck at their whim, and none speak in opposition. The quote meant a lot to me a long time ago, and it still does. Therefore, I aim to reshuffle the deck for those who cannot. After finishing the fuse of Wyatt and the bloody palm, I sit in exhaustion for several minutes as I try to recover and watch color return to Wyatt's face. Then, his wound begins shrinking and recovering before my very eyes. A whole month of healing in a single minute. But much to my dismay, another thing also happens. Everything has a price. The fat and muscle that Wyatt has upon his body are shrinking as he rapidly slims. The skin on his body is shrinking along with the flesh, and he is turning skeletal. Just like when we first saw him, but so much faster. In a single minute, it looks like he's spent a whole month in the wilderness without eating. In a mere 60 seconds, I can see every single bone on his body. Not just that, but he is shaking. He is shaking like freezing cold and simultaneously fighting against a searing hot iron put to his skin. The trembles within him are deep. Bone deep, like he is possessed or something is attempting to possess him. Or like he's feeling the pain of being eaten alive. They make me cringe and worry. His body is eating itself to regenerate. The Bloody Palm's ability to passively heal has dramatically increased, but for a terrible price. I watch in open-eyed horror as my friend is devoured before my eyes by himself. Frantically, I look around for food and find some within Elizabeth's bag. She must have gotten a few pieces of raw meat from the giant spider. Without time to cook it, I shove it into Wyatt's mouth and force-feed him. In less than 10 seconds, though, I'm out of food, and there is no more. Things were so bad before that Wyatt spent most of today while we trekked to look for food because of how little we had. I look around and only see one thing that is possibly edible. I gag just thinking about it. Just the idea of feeding him, that is evil. I can't, but I have to. He is turning into a skeleton in front of my eyes. He's dying right before me. This is so much worse to watch than him slowly bleed out. Fighting my headache and the guilt in my stomach, I grab Wyatt's dagger, rise, and walk away from him. To get him something to eat. So stop him from starving. I yell to keep Esther away from what I'm about to do. Esther, stay over there for a while. Do not come over here. The choices we have to make. Every little one decides our path. This choice that I make for another, and I hate it. But now is not the time for emotions. Actions are needed. And this action? This action destroys any bridges left behind for Wyatt. The only way for him is forward. I hope he forgives me. I guess I'll start with the closest dead then. Wiley is still breathing somehow despite the venom eating through him, so it's not him. Instead, it's the man with the eye patch. 37. Lone Star Among the Darkness. Wyatt Wendigo Graves. The last thing I remember was agonizing pain and a resounding gunshot. The red demonic Nain Rouge gouging into me with my rapier. The bloody palm struggling to use the last of its ether and blood to keep me living. But eventually, it's not enough. The bloody palm could only hold so much ether into it simultaneously, and my injuries far exceeded that. Maybe if the Nain Rouge never showed up to finish me off, I could have slowly recovered because of the bloody palm's healing capabilities. But that red little fucker pushed me past the tipping point. It even tried to stab me in the heart. But someone put a stop to that. I don't know who, though. The second I heard the timbre of a revolver, I felt my heart beat for the final time, like a final surge of water at the end of a flood before everything recedes. The heartbeat makes goosebumps across my whole body, quickly falling alongside my consciousness after the beat. Then, I descended into inky black darkness, a darkness so encompassing that I couldn't see anything, even myself. I could feel cold solid ground beneath my feet, so I walked through the night. There was nothing in the gloaming. No light, no sound, no smell, no taste, only the feeling of the freezing floor beneath me. I claw about, searching for anything in the unending shadows. But there was nothing, nothing at all, and I discover something as I use my arms to look around. My left hand is missing. From just about the forearm, a cleanly cut nub sits. Am I dead? Is this what it's like before death claims someone and drags them down to meet the Red Judge? Do all people enter the underworld missing their lost limbs? That doesn't make much sense. What if you lost your head? I sit for a bit with nothing else to do, careful not to fall as I am entirely blind while I try to lower myself. There is just a blank shadowy void around me filled with a freezing chill. But not a chill that makes you slowly die and actually freeze. Just one cold enough to make you suffer and feel its icy burn. I'm probably already dead though, so I don't think it'd matter. I hope everyone else is all right. They likely are because of that final bullet I heard. All the bandits were dead, so the only one who could have shot the bullet was Earl or Esther. The substance that hit Wiley was insane. I couldn't turn my head to see who threw it, but I bet it was Earl. I can't imagine that man surviving it. I could hear the flesh melting and the screams before the darkness enveloped me. He made that bomb, right? The fulminate. It was pretty helpful. If only we had more, the fight would have gone much easier. I probably wouldn't be wherever I am now. Wherever this place is. For minutes I sit in silence, not by choice either. No sound can even pass through my lips. I can't sing any songs or talk to myself. The minutes stretch into hours as I get bored and stand up. Without anything else to do, I practice. I try using ether, but as expected, I cannot sense any. The cold continues to enter me and make my body shake. Again, not enough to slow me down or kill me, probably because I might already be dead, but it is enough to hurt and keep me grounded. That's all the pain really has done lately. keep my head on straight. There is always enough floating in my body or mind to steady my hands. Without the chance to use ether and grow in that aspect, I practice moving in the dark without sight, sound, or smell. I imagine obstacles I must move over, arrows I have to dodge, and enemies I must run from. Just trying to follow Edmund's training regime. Teach myself how to live, not how to die. I do find it quite ironic what I'm doing here, though. Practicing to be alive when I'm likely already dead. I don't let it stop me, however, because I need something to do, otherwise I'd go insane sitting still for hours on end. And so, I continue to move, duck, dodge, run, jump, and all the other ways to survive in the West. The East is much safer, not having to be anywhere nearby the frontier. It's not entirely secure, though. Demons, monsters, and other creatures still slip through. And that's not even to mention the East Coast. An endless sea stretches out from it, so I've heard, filled with unimaginable beasts and monsters that trump anything even the West can offer. Yet, I don't know how much I believe that. Because there are much more hunters in the West constantly fighting and dying compared to the East, most of the hunters who die in the East still die to Western threats that just make it through. I continue practicing through my thoughts and the unrelenting frostbite that attempts to eat at me but can never catch a bite. The hours turn to a day or so in the void. The progress I truly made is unknown in the dark, but despite my focus, the darkness seems to call toward me. A soundless hymn reaches my ears, beckoning me deeper into the night. I refuse the call, thinking it is just a figment of my imagination. I merely continue to fight against my imagination in foe combat. But eventually, as the day passes into 2, or maybe 3, I'm not sure, and the cold settles deeper within me, the call grows from its silent melody. I begin feeling it resonating within my bones. I look down to understand this feeling and can't see anything. So, instead, I put my remaining hand against my other arm to try and understand the sensation. I gasp in noiseless surprise at what I discover. My arm is so thin that my hand can wrap around any part of it, even my biceps. Demoralized, I feel through the rest of my body that I can't believe I didn't notice it slimmed so much. My legs are similarly anorexic because I can run my fingers along my calf and feel the veins, arteries, and bones underneath. My torso is even worse. The most significant part of my body has shrunk to the points I could pass for an early teen. The malnourishment and thinness even reach my skull. The skin pulled so tight I could feel every crease or piece of bone in my skull. Not just that, but my entire head is smaller, like a young child, underdeveloped and soft. My skull bone is so small there is no way my brain could possibly fit into it. How did I not notice this? Is this what happens when you die? Your body is slowly devoured by the elements, and you waste away? I try to figure out what is happening to me, but the call of the dark only grows. No longer does it just reach my mind soundlessly or resonate with my flesh. Now I can see it, even through the dusk. It looks like small convex waves flying out toward me. Somehow it's visible before the void. The newest level of the hymn finally grabs my undivided attention. Something I can see? Is there something in the dark? I thought it was just my overactive imagination begging for an activity for a while. I walk towards the psalm. It continues to grow in the mental call, the physical resonance, and before my very eyes. I can feel my entire essence shaking as I traverse the dark toward it. And I have to walk for a long, long time. The few days shift into a week or more, and my sense of time is ruined by this point, so it's impossible to be sure how long it's been. While I walk through, the sensations only grow. They grow and grow until each step is made with a conscious effort so that I don't fall over in my now ever-present trembling. The soundless noise crescendos for what feels like a week before I finally reach what calls for me. As I step through what feels like a massive bubble or barrier, I regain my sight and find a gigantic human hand with a long wrist connected to it. The hand is at least 10 feet tall and 50 or so long. It looks pale, bloodless, and wrinkled. The human hand towers before me, emanating waves of this melody that now slams into me as I stand before it. In every direction, just beyond the hand, returns the void. I recognize this thing. It's the bloody palm. But how is it here? I thought that it fell off once it was used. So, why is it here? Curious, I reach my arm out to it, and I instantly regret my choice. The massive hand feels warm to the touch and turns into a river of dark crimson blood as it flows toward me and enters my body. The sense of sight immediately disappears, and I am again in the dark, but I'm no longer alone. Now there is a voice with me. No. A cacophony of whispers screams into my ear at unbelievable volumes in the dark, undecipherable though in their content. The resonance only grows louder, and I feel my body breaking from the devastating quake that starts from within me. Bones crack, eyes pop, and teeth shatter. I feel blood run down my eyes and face as I fall to my knees, screaming. The whispers grow even further from being incoherent madness to deafening shouts that I can't ignore in any way or no longer not understand. These words eat at my mind, shaving off little pieces every single time one of these whispering voices screams them and adds to the cacophony. I try to focus and stand but can't even tell my arms to move. The second I try, I am pulled away by the voices. I can actively feel them eating away at me. I feel myself grow even more starved and anorexic, if that's even possible. My body stretches and elongates as if I'm being pulled by rope in two separate directions by carriages. It's painful but so much more disorienting and befuddling than just simple pain. The edges of my mind are being ground away till they are no longer sharp. The pain isn't that strong, but the effects on my mind are potent. The pain only spikes here or there, sending me sprawling out on the ground despite my attempts to recover. Just as the whispers attempt to change their words, though, they cut off for a moment, a single quiet and blissful moment of clarity before returning. GV. The reason for the moment of clarity is unknown, but I welcome the break even if I still feel the repercussions of whatever is happening still in my mind. I try to figure out a solution but feel more sluggish and mentally slow, like my thoughts aren't coming as quickly. This isn't good. What can I do to stop this? Because even if I'm dead, I don't want to be devoured by this damn artifact. Artifacts are made from leftover desires, emotions, and unwillingness to die, right? So, do I just have to overpower this artifact with myself? I don't know how I do that. But I remember a similar time when I had to fight my mind to keep moving. In the forest, while I was dying to this fucking bloody palm's hunger. It always comes back to bite me in the ass, huh? No free lunches or power, I guess. And in the forest, it was slowly eating me. Were those illusions I saw not from the hunger I felt? Were they from the palm trying to what? Eat me? Take me over? Turn me insane? I'm unsure what it wanted, but I know what saved me. An old memory of Ma came knocking into my blurred and addled mind. Despite how odd and almost demonic she was in the memory, it did help. It gave me something that grounded my mind and helped me fight my hunger. So, I just need to do something similar. Get something to ground me. The blissful moment ends as I think of what to do, and the cacophony returns. Once again, I'm thrown to the ground in agony and pain as my mind is cut away from myself by imaginary lashes of blood from these whispers. Submight.die. D.die.futile. D.kill.kll. kill.et.et.bled.below. This subsequent period of devouring whispers from the bloody palm almost takes me as it's much longer and more potent than the first. Almost as if it's getting closer and more connected with me. I can barely hold on to my consciousness despite the lightheadedness, dizziness, and almost deathly levels of vertigo I feel. Alongside this barrage of emotions are quick, almost imperceptible memories that flow through my head. All obviously from my perspective, but not all how I remember them. It's like the whispers dig up and pull out the deepest and darkest parts of me, like pulling out things that were hidden away. They each give me a plethora of hateful emotions and sadness every time I see them despite not knowing the contents of each. Except for one. The first time I was ever taught how to read. It's only a single quick glimpse of the memory I recognize, at most 5 seconds of recollection, but it immediately makes me question everything I've ever known. It's a few seconds long strips of highly focused recollection. I'm sitting at the dining table of our house with a piece of paper beside me. I'm not too eager to learn, but I'm not against it either. Similar to enjoying the feeling of a bath, dreading actually entering one. There is one thing quite odd, though, of this view that I don't remember. My hands and arms all have significant festering cuts and torn bandages upon them. Then, as if asking if I have to learn this or if I could go play, I turn my head to look at Ma. For a single incredibly brief fraction of time, she seems normal. Then my sight distorts, and another being is there, yet somehow I know it's still Ma. She stands beside the table, utterly different from all my previous memories. Everything I had ever known. She has always been a kind, caring, and sweet woman. A little short, but with freckles and infectious laughter. But my recent memories of her are fading. For a few years now, she had just been sick and bedridden, most of her joy gone. Is it me or her that is wrong? I don't know. Even the last fucked memory I had seen of her, she was fading and hard to distinguish with an odd voice which made my suspicion rise. But what I see in this small glimpse changes my mind about her forever. It's an ugly, though still obviously female, ogre-looking thing before me. Reddish-brown skin and teeth that resemble knives. It stands with a serrated knife in its hand, and a weird language exits its mouth that I can actually understand. But immediately after it finishes speaking, the memory stops and changes to another one, leaving me with just the image of her threatening smile of knives. You learn, or you die. I don't know if the voices make me see these things, but something tells me they are not. That something or someone is affecting my memory of the past. I am forced to push it deep down and save it for later, though. Many more remembrance flip by as I am beset by the noises of discordance, but most are too short to remember or abstract to grasp. Every time I feel any emotion during these memories, though, whether it's hate, guilt, anger, regret, or anything else, it feels as though the voices chew up the feelings and spit them back out at me so much more robust and fiercer, making me shake even further close to my tipping point. The break arrives eventually, although this one is a little longer than the first. And I don't try to stand this time, so that I am not forced to fall again when the whispers from the blood palm return. Quickly and frantically, I force my slow mind to find something to hold on to. My first thought is my ma, but my doubts about her lately push that aside. It's not pure enough. Especially with that ogre-like memory that reminds me of how the Zoovitz looks in children's books, I'm likely to waver before the whispers if I rely on memories of her again. There is either something wrong with me or with her. I'm not sure what concerns me more. Then, I think of Edmund. But once again, I have to push it to the side because of how I failed him. The guilty regret I feel is likely to be taken advantage of. It will only get me devoured by the whispers. My next possibility is Elizabeth, Earl, Leonard, and Esther, but they are pushed away too. The lie I've told them about me being an actual hunter eats at me daily. They may be my only friends, and I care about them a lot, but similar to the other two, the guilt will hold me back. The final thing I think of is similar to the last time I needed something to ground my mind. Death. The phrase that Ma said to me in that weird twisted dream of a memory still sticks out, not to mention the memory when I was about to die to the giant man with the great sword on the stump of wood. Ma repeatedly mentioned that death won't take a graves until they are weak, feeble, sick, or ready to die. How does that work? Is she unwilling to meet us for some reason? I'm not sure, but as I think about this, I remember an old letter I saw Ma reading when I was little. At the time, I could barely read. I was at most 4 or 5 years old, and I sat next to her as she read a crumpled up and battered piece of paper. The only words I can remember or read were mostly short words from a phrase in the middle of the page that caught my attention as a child. She will take me only when she earns me. Until then, I must fulfill my duty. For some reason, these words stick out to me amongst all I have read. And something deep within me now makes me think that they were from my father about death. This would have been the only letter I had ever seen from my father, so why did Ma never tell me it was from him? She just relied on me, being unable and unwilling to read. I have so many questions, but my gut tells me these words are unique, and I need to focus on them right now. For some reason, death will not just take us. She has to earn us. She has to work for it. Are we special? Ma always told me I was, but don't everyone's parents do that? Maybe there was a deeper meaning to those times she did. And if this damned artifact, the bloody palm, wants to take me? This item that forces me to eat and devour crazily like a madman? This stupid, unthinking, unliving object? It'll have to work harder than death herself. 'Cause even death, the biting embrace, the inexorable touch won't take us when we aren't willing. And by the Red Judge himself, am I unwilling? I got shit to do. And a great man to avenge. 38. Me, myself, and dreams. I cement and ground myself on something so I am not lost to the devouring and dissonant whispers. But it's no longer something external like an object or person or internal like a memory or phrase. I anchor myself on my sense of self. I underpin my mind on who I am. I am Wyatt Graves, son of the Undying and student of the Bloodhound. I will not be broken by some artifact. Some starving and voracious artifact will not devour me. I can handle anything that is thrown at me. The hunt against the leopard in the cellar? I won. I almost got mauled to death, but I won. It fell first. The fight against the 3 hunters in the forest that was forced by Alexos? I won. I almost bled to death multiple times, but I won. They fell first. The struggle against the hunger of the bloody palm while trying to escape the forest? I won. I almost starved to death, but I won. I found food before I ran out of food for it to eat from me. The escape from Harmony Town? I won. A few times, I almost got turned into a shell, but I won. I helped the others escape before we were caught. There was a casualty, though, Lonnie. The fight against these bandits that left me here? I won, did I not? The whole being dead or alive is a bit unknown, but I'm still thinking, still feeling, and still fighting. As long as you can fight, you're alive. I call that a win. I may fuck up, and others may die, but like my father before me, I am undying and unrelenting, even if I win just barely. Bruised, battered, bleeding, and possibly buried is not losing. It's winning with a lesson. And I'll survive this one, too, likely with another lesson or scar to bear along with me for the ride. I must avenge Edmund and kill Alexos. A man as insane and brutal as him should not be alive, and maybe neither should my father. He cannot be allowed to have the lily for too long. A weapon as powerful as that offal in his hands, I'd much rather it be back in mine. With this goal and the emboldened sense of self-confidence and motivation, I anchor myself so that the murmurs do not take me away. So, with the last of my time before the whispers return, I shakily stand, raise my trembling arms into a brawling position, and I grit my teeth for what is to come. Merely 3 or 4 seconds after I get into this position to fight mentally and physically for my life against the bloody palm's incessant whispers, the noise of annihilation returns. Instantly, it feels as though the world's weight is upon me. Sounds and feelings I never thought I could experience bombard me as I force myself to stand despite them. The whispers and sounds eat away at my mind, but I compel myself to not even listen to a word they say. Instead, I focus on myself. I focus on how none can fell my family. I focus on the eventual bullet into Alexo's heart. This expands further until my focus lies on just me. Alive and kicking no matter what comes at me. For what feels like hours, I stand in the dark amidst the invisible but impossible to ignore to escape the soul-eating murmurs within the tenebrous void. Pain and agony buzz along my whole self as I fight to keep myself unchanged. I don't know how much I succeed. All I know is I'm still standing when the next sudden gap of mind-crushing rapture arrives. I drop to my knees in exhaustion when the Sabbath descends, panting and breathing heavily in the inescapable dark. I feel even physically weaker now. My body is only continuing to slim beyond what should be even humanly possible. I think even my bones are being eaten and forced to become smaller. There is only so much mental fortitude can do. It can only substitute physical strength for so long. Before I can recover or think for long, though, the discord of madness returns. This time I fall onto my knees before it even begins. That is not a good sign. With wide open eyes that are crying out in both blood and tears, I know because I can taste both. I fight against the madness. Sub mighty. Sub mighty. Sub mighty. Sub mighty. After defending my very soul against the mania for just a few minutes, I can recognize how close I am to collapsing. I close my eyes to hold on for a little longer with tightened teeth. The breaks have helped me last much longer against the bloody palm, but are becoming fleeting, fewer, and further between. Just before I completely break down into a pile of sobbing hysteria, I feel a small amount of strength return and a bit of mass return to my body out of nowhere. This little, minute amount of energy hits me like a shot of adrenaline and morphine at once. It feels like a hearty meal just before a final battle, the type of thing for a young man to eat to put strength into his arms for war. My eyes shoot open from the increased energy, forcing me to hold on longer. However, this boost of energy lasts me only a few more minutes, as nothing else comes to aid me. So, then, I continue to slide down into the depths as my mind begins to fracture and my thoughts slow to a crawl. Even as everything else crumbles, a single frame of imagination holds in my mind. I, with a gun to Alexo's head and a crew of future friends and allies nearby who cheer me. This final bastion of sanity lasts just a few more minutes before that shatters. And now, left with nothing to defend my mind and the slowed pace of my thoughts, the bloody palm wreaks havoc within me. I can feel the equivalent of a buffalo charging through a liquor store in my mind. Cracks, shatters, and pops ring out within me ominously nonstop. But something does arrive to save me from this end. Another shot of adrenaline and morphine. This one is so much larger and more potent than before that I open my eyes and lurch forwards, almost falling over. The energy instantly gives me the power and physical mass to fight back against the whispers from the shadows. And with my now open eyes, I see something glowing and resplendent floating in the shadows just outside of my range of recognition. I carefully rise from my knees with this renewed physical and mental power. Then, with slow, shambling steps, I walk towards the light in the distance. But as I walk, the whispers grow even louder and more penetrating than ever before. Almost like they are enhanced whenever I am as well. The murmurs are now so loud, even amongst the noiselessness of the void, that with my fingers, I can physically feel ripples along my skin each time they speak. I have tried my best to ignore the words and phrases from the bloody palm, but this one catches my attention and momentarily distracts me. How can something taste handsome? Aren't only people handsome? And what about a missing eye? What the hell is it talking about? This hand is genuinely insane. I should have tossed it out long ago and found another way to keep myself going even after mortal wounds. After the odd distraction from the devouring noise, I continue towards the only light in this darkness. Is it the way out? Or a way to cleanse the bloody palm that entered me? I don't know, but it must be good, right? If it's not, I don't know what I'll do. Probably just gets turned to mental mush by the damn bloodless palm. I take one unsteady and precarious step at a time, knowing that if I fall now, I will not stand again. I can't rely on another random shot of energy to reach me and pull me from the depths of the abyss. So, I push onwards even as I corral all my mental faculties to protect my mind from the swarm of words that eats into it. Just one step at a time towards the light in the distance. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Each step is soundless and featureless, like a ghost. I feel my body begin to numb from the constant vibration and physical noise from the bloody palm. I can't even sense the bottom of my feet as I walk. The only way I know I am still walking is because the perspective on the light is constant, growing slightly larger per step but never higher. And yet, despite the loss of feeling from the tremors, I continue to walk. Slowly, ever so slightly, approaching the light. I feel myself slim once more as I near it and slow even more. My body is struggling to take even a single step. My mind is struggling to order a single step. My soul is buckling under the weight of the noise. But eventually, I reach the object floating in the sunless void. Only when I get incredibly close do I notice what it is. And it's so familiar. It's a sigil. Not my current, the striving philosopher's sigil that currently rests within me, but my original one from before my absolution. It's the deep and unfathomable depths of mystery that lie within the sigil. Whereas mine is an intricate eye that is fathomless and chained. Quite different, but it has the same base. After I realize what it was, I recognize what it could do for me. I could rise to a second sigil. I don't know how this is happening, but it's saving me, so I'll go along with it. With the last of my energy and mental faculties, I push against it with my right hand. The darkness rapidly fades, and the world around me is replaced by a dimly lit, familiar cabin. One that I've been in twice before, and that strikes away all fatigue, leaving one in their prime state. The cabin. I still know very little about this place because I didn't get the chance to ask Edmund about it, and I haven't yet asked Earl. I figured Earl wouldn't know anything about it since he isn't yet a sigiled and decided to wait and ask another sigiled or influential person in a town. I look down at myself in this dark cabin and realize that while I have thinned, it's not as bad as it seemed within the inky blackness of wherever I was. And I have my left hand back. It doesn't look entirely the same. A little paler than the rest of my body, and it seems like it's been stitched back on. A large white zigzagging scar runs around my whole left forearm before my wrist. This confuses me even further. I lost my left hand in the fight, so how did it return? Was it somehow stitched back on? That couldn't be the case. The sand devoured and took it deep into the earth, probably because of the nain rouge. So then, whose hand is this? It's not mine. And it doesn't look too unfamiliar at the same time. Oh fuck. No fucking way. Fuck this. The fucking bloody palm is my new left hand. That's why it's trying to kill me. Who the fuck would connect an artifact to someone? Isn't that like rule number 1 with artifacts and similarly powerful sigiled items? Fuck. This is bad. Really bad. I can't imagine how hungry I will be with the whole fucking hand attached to me and not just holding it. How will I live my life if I'm constantly under assault by the voices? Ugh. What the fuck to do now? Maybe with a higher sigil, things will be a bit better. Perhaps I'll be able to resist its dissonant whispers with a higher limit to ether. To try and hurry up this transition to the next sigil, I look forward despite my awful situation and look to the tome in front of me, the book that gives me information on my sigils. I look at its closed front for a brief pause before I reach out to it in an attempt to open the book. The mysterious book obliges and turns its pages. It doesn't stop at the first page this time, though. It flips past it so that I can, just for a fleeting moment, discern all the information from before when I performed my act of absolution. But the new page it turns to asks me a question like the first time. Wyatt, what do you dream the most about? Dream? Why does it want to know what I dream about? How does this have any correlation to a philosopher? It doesn't make any sense at all. Despite this, I do ponder the question it gives me. It wouldn't propose it if it weren't serious, I suppose. What do I dream about the most? Is it avenging my teacher? No, I can't honestly say that encompasses most of my dreams. Edmund is a large part of my waking and sleeping dreams, but not the largest. It's not about protecting people or saving them either. I enjoy doing that, but I never dream of it. What about growing stronger? No, that's a bit closer, but that's not what I dream the most about. It's just a component of it. Is it hunting down prey and killing them? No, not that either, but it's again closer. What about? I think I found it. My most common dreams, both awake and unconscious, are of surviving. So often, I come close to death, yet my sleep is filled with many of those times, focused on how I escape death. And when I daydream, I dream of improving so I don't have to escape death like that. My dreams are filled with hopes of surviving and thriving. I think that's my answer, and the moment that I decide it is my final answer, the words shift in an incomprehensible pattern until the information is thrown into my mind from the page. The reader of this page now plants their feet firmly onto their second step of the stair, and for that, I congratulate you. Your second sigil toward release, toward freedom, and toward limitlessness. The forward daydreamer. The dreamer of what could be. Able to perceive what is. Able to dream of what it could be. Your will has been intensely fortified to accommodate your dreams. Ether will be easier to manipulate, feel, and distinguish. Your limit of channeled ether has increased even further, far surpassing others of similar sigils as you dream of release. Your absolution grants one more boon alongside your gasp of power as you take a step upwards. One must always move forward. The forward daydreamer knows this and never backs down. They dream of what will happen if they do, and they abhor it. So, instead, ever forward, they move, never looking back. May your journey, while certainly filled with loss, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. I stare at the unreadable but still understandable text for a long time, trying to understand its meaning. So much of it is cryptic and hard for me to grasp. Only the bits about ether being easier to use, feel, and distinguish alongside my channeled limit of ether make any concrete sense. They are simple and about what I'd expect from my next sigil. But being able to perceive what is and to dream for what it could be? What the fuck could that even possibly mean? Is it some enhancement of my chain eyes? I don't know. And forward daydreamer? What kind of sigil name is that? People get badass names like Bloodacre, and I get that? It's pretty demoralizing. I was internally wishing that this one was Struggler, as the absolution hinted. But I guess it might be the next one. Those aren't my only gripes, either. The boon from my absolution is fucking ridiculous. What does it mean to move forward and never back? Will I have some speed boost for walking forwards? It's all so cryptic. If only it had given me more transparent information. I'll have to ask Earl what the fuck is up with this place, and it's almost useless information. I noticed that the farewell at the bottom of the left page differs. It mentions loss instead of thorns. I hate how ominous and foreboding that is. After reading that last section, I turn to the right page with the sigil and the question below. The sigil is fairly similar to before its evolution, but the eye has slowly grown and appears to be nearing the limit of its chains, and it grows an even deeper sense of fathomlessness, like it's building up to a breakthrough. I wonder what sigil that breakthrough will be. Third? Probably not. The eye isn't quite that close to the fringes of the chains. Maybe fourth or fifth. At least I got something to look forward to as I read the bit below the sigil. A daydreamer can see the true reality of their world and dream for a better one. But for a daydreamer to grow further, they must experience a nightmare to struggle through. And to be prepared to do so, they must find an answer to the daydreamer's metaphor. If dreams and hopes are not real, then what is to be done with them? To continue, my forward daydreamer, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. This bit gives me a little more context and understanding of my new sigil, but even more questions arise. Why is it the daydreamer's metaphor and not the forward daydreamer's metaphor? Is there a difference? Or are all the metaphors the same for the same sigils, even if they have different prefixes? That and the question is beyond me. Of course, dreams are real, and hopes aren't technically real, either. What to do with them, though? I don't know. I've always just left them alone. Alone to fade or simmer underneath. I shake my head and push the questions out of my mind. I need to continue as it says. What is occurring is utterly unknown to me. I just hope everyone and everything is all right. And so, I reach forward and place my mind within my recently grown sigil, seeking to continue as the book says and find out if I'm still alive and if this is all a dream upon death's detached door.